In the end times, people are fighting each other over a piece of steamed bun. I, Lin Zheng, have already started the daily stake set menu mode. While others risk their lives to rush into the zombie nest for a few bullets, I directly cover it with machine gun fire. Others fight for a treasure, but I can possess all the treasures of the world with just one touch. Doomsday? You worry about food, guns, and life, but from today on, I, Lin Zheng, will live a life like in heaven, because I know that I have experienced the poverty of this end of the world in my previous lives. I was reborn. This time, I will never die as miserably as I did in my last life. As soon as I finished speaking, an illusory golden ball of light sounded in my mind. The replication system has been activated. Any item can be replicated an unlimited number of times. I was stunned for a few seconds and looked down at the beef jerky in my hand. I tentatively placed a piece of beef jerky on the table. As the thought came to me, a light flashed before my eyes. Countless pieces of beef jerky emerged like a tide, filling the entire room. My eyes widened, and I let out a low exclamation from my throat. That's amazing. The next second, I laughed and laughed very wildly. But I didn't expect that because I laughed so loudly, I woke up from the dream and returned to reality. My heart was beating wildly, and excitement and shock surged into my heart. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Ding! Awakening the Infinite Replication System. Any material can be replicated infinitely and comes with infinite system space. Newbie gift pack. SSS-level physique, a bottle of mist. I widened my eyes, feeling ecstatic. Rebirth was already a great blessing, and now there was even a system. Supplies are the most precious resources in the end times, and countless people have lost their lives for a bite of food. And I have unlimited replication capabilities, which means that I never have to worry about shortages. More importantly, I have an infinite space to store these supplies safely. And the rewards of the system are far more than that. In my previous life, I was an ordinary person with no talent. I watched helplessly as the fog made others stronger while I could only be at the mercy of others. And in this life, I directly awakened an SSS-level physique. I took out the bottle of mist given by the system and doubled it using the replication system. Once, twice. In a short time, the system space was filled with bottles filled with mist. Just looking at those rows of bottles, my confidence is stronger than ever. I took out a dozen bottles of mist and began to absorb it. A fierce burning sensation spread throughout my body, as if my body was being reshaped. After a while, white smoke rose from my head, and a large amount of impurities were discharged from the surface of my body, and the whole room was filled with a bad smell. Although I was a little embarrassed, my strength became stronger than ever before. Just as I was organizing my thoughts, the doorbell suddenly rang. I took a step back reflexively, and then realized that it was not the end of the world yet. After calming down, I walked towards the door and twisted it hard, breaking the door handle. Looking at the wreckage in my hands, I couldn't help but be shocked at my own strength. The door was pushed open suddenly. I blocked the door, and in front of me appeared old Mrs. Ma and her grandson, Zhao Xiaoqiao. When I saw these two familiar faces, I could hardly suppress the anger in my heart. In the beginning, it was this grandparents who designed to make me open the door, which led to me being eaten alive by zombies. What? I asked coldly, trying hard to suppress my emotions. Now is not the time for revenge. We cannot ruin this life's opportunities because of a momentary impulse. Old Mrs. Ma put her hands on her hips, pointed at me, and started scolding me. Zhao Xiaoqiang became even more aggressive. He sneaked into the room while the scolding was going on and picked up the chocolate on the table and started to eat it. I quickly snatched the chocolate back and stared at the kid coldly. Get lost! I yelled impatiently. Zhao Xiaoqiang sat on the ground and cried loudly, yelling at me to compensate and instructing old lady Ma to continue making a scene. Looking at the faces of this pair of grandparents and grandchildren, I clenched my fists. I stared at Mrs. Ma, who walked into the room and couldn't help grinning. Since you're here, you should pay back some interest. After saying that, I pulled the table over to block the door and walked slowly towards her. He grabbed her collar and she trembled all over, but then she spoke angrily. Lin Zheng, what are you going to do? Are you going to hit me? I smiled and said in a grim tone, you guessed right. I slapped her in the face with a crisp sound. I stared at her eyes and said coldly, you think I'm noisy? You were dancing in the square in the middle of the night, turning on your speakers to disturb others, and your volume is lower than mine? That's exercise. Can't you young people be more considerate? She argued. Whether you exercise or not is none of my business. I lowered my voice and sneered. Also, I can disconnect my home network cable whenever I want. What does it have to do with you? From the corner of my eye, I saw Zhao Xiaoqiang sneaking into my room and taking my chocolate. I rushed over, snatched the chocolate, and stared at the naughty kid coldly. He sat on the ground crying in frustration, shouting, "Grandma, bad guys stole my things." I sneered and turned to look at old lady Ma. "Is your grandson like this? Why would he want to go to Huaqing University? Dream on." She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. I didn't give her a chance to speak and slapped her several times until she was dizzy. The way she begged for mercy made me feel happy. After putting her down, I picked up Zhao Xiaoqiang again. He was so light in my hand, he had no weight at all. The enhanced strength made me marvel at the changes in myself. The kid clenched his fist and wanted to hit me, so I slapped him so hard that half of his face became swollen and several teeth fell out. He burst into tears, and I slapped him again, making the other side swollen as well. Only then did I feel symmetrical. "Remember, if you dare to touch my things again, I will cut off your little JJ." I pointed at him and said coldly. He was so scared that he covered his vital parts with his hands and shook his head repeatedly. I pointed at the door and sneered, "Get lost." After the two left, I looked at the phone in my hand and pulled out a photo. The photo shows old lady Ma and old man Li sneaking into the hotel. I had been planning on using it to threaten her into behaving herself, and now it seems to be coming in handy. I looked at the door and sneered, muttering in a low voice, "Take your time, there's no rush." After closing the door, I began to plan my next move. The apocalypse is coming in a month, and I have to stock up on supplies as quickly as possible. Now there is an infinite replication system, so theoretically only one sample is needed, but going directly to the supermarket to purchase is still too slow. The most important thing to me is money. As long as I have money, I can complete the stockpiling of supplies faster. Suddenly, an advertisement popped up on the computer screen. "If you have difficulty borrowing money, look for Qin Xiaoman." Suddenly, I had a bold idea to get online loans. Anyway, the end of the world will come in a month, so who needs to pay back the money? If you borrow, you earn. Thinking of this, I immediately clicked on the ad and answered the call. The other party on the other end of the phone excitedly introduced their loan business. I said directly, "I need 500,000 yuan, no matter how much the interest is, as long as I can lend it to you." The other party was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect me to be so straightforward. I quickly agreed, and in less than 5 minutes, 500,000 was transferred into my account. Looking at the account information, I sneered and muttered to myself, "Nice, change the platform and continue." I spent the whole morning doing online loans and raised more than 5 million from more than 50 platforms. Looking at the account balance, I couldn't help but sneer. In this life, with this money, I could do a lot more before the end of the world. To avoid attracting attention, I first rented a shabby warehouse in the suburbs for 2,000 yuan a month, which was not expensive. Next, I called Walmart, the largest supermarket in the city. "Hello, Walmart supermarket. How can I help you?" A sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. "I want to buy all the goods in your supermarket, but only one of each. How much would it cost?" I asked calmly. She was obviously frightened and stammered, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will ask the manager to come." A few minutes later, the manager answered the phone. He tried to speak calmly, but I could hear his excitement. He said, "Sir, if we only need one of each, the total cost will be more than 3.4 million. If you are sure, please pay a deposit of 1 million first, and the goods will be delivered in the afternoon." "No problem. Deliver it to warehouse number 300, Fenghua Road, Shijiao." After hanging up the phone, I looked at the account balance and smiled bitterly. Most of the money I just got had been spent. However, the problem of daily necessities has been basically solved, but I still need to prepare a lot of things, especially vegetables and fruits that are as valuable as gold after the end of the world. My mind raced, and I thought of the system space. This is my secret weapon and the key to material storage. I entered the system space and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of me. A red line was suspended in the boundless void. "System, what is this red line?" I asked puzzledly. System answer: "The time flow rate to the right of the red line is 0, which can prevent items from deteriorating. The flow rate on the left side is adjustable and can be accelerated up to 100 times. This function is amazing. I immediately thought that I could copy soil and seeds, create a planting area, and use the acceleration function to grow fresh vegetables and fruits. When the end of the world comes, not only will I use the money for myself, but I will also be able to make a fortune from the rich." With this in mind, I started to act. From the flower and grass market to the seed wholesale market, I copied various flower and crop seeds into the system space with a careful selection attitude. Each type of seed was packed in a plastic bag and labeled with its name and pattern, which saved me a lot of trouble. Next, I entered a high-end supermarket and copied various brands of mineral water. A bottle of Kona salt brine priced at 2,750 yuan caught my attention. I smiled and decided to use this top-quality water for farming. Back in the system space, I started to work. I poured out a pile of soil and kept copying it. After a while, I had a large piece of land. I copied tens of thousands of bottles of Kona brine and created a paddy field. Next, I experimented with rice seeds, soaked them and spread them on a dry area, then adjusted the time flow rate to 100 times. In just a few dozen minutes, the rice seedlings broke through the soil. As time passed faster, I absorbed a few bottles of mist, strengthened my body, and tidied up the flowers and plants on the right side. After moving the rice seedlings to the paddy field, I wiped the sweat off my forehead and looked at the newly completed experimental field, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This reminds me of an ancient poem. Who knows that every grain of rice on the plate is the result of hard work? It usually takes more than 100 days for rice to mature. If time is accelerating, we can see the results tomorrow. I took out 20 luxury cars from the system space, parked them on the side of the road, and then walked into a nearby used car dealership. Boss, I want to sell a car. I went straight to the point. The boss came out and greeted him with a warm face. Brother, what car? Ferrari, Porsche, Mercedes, Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini. A total of 20 cars, all brand new. Hearing this, he was stunned. Brother, are you kidding? I didn't bother to talk nonsense, so I took him to the side of the road, pointed at the row of brand new luxury cars, and waved a bunch of keys in my hand. Did you see it clearly? The boss opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg in it, his eyes sparkling. How much is it, little brother? 1 million per car, no ID, transfer the money immediately. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded. Deal. 10 minutes later, my account had 20 million more. I handed the key to my boss and left. At this time, Walmart called and said, Mr. Lin, the goods have been delivered to number 300 Fanghua Road. Please sign for them. I got into the sports car park nearby, started the engine, and drove towards the warehouse with a roar. From a distance, I saw several large trucks parked next to the warehouse and a man in a suit standing in front. When he saw me getting off the car, he quickly came up to me and said, Mr. Lin, the goods have arrived. Where are they? I pointed to the warehouse and said, put them all in. The manager asked the workers to start moving the goods, then walked over and said, Mr. Lin, can you pay for the goods now? No problem. I directly transferred 2.5 million and simply deleted the decimal point. The manager thanked them repeatedly, and the workers quickly put the goods in order according to categories. When I entered the warehouse, I saw that food, daily necessities, and home appliances filled the entire warehouse. Now, the basic living supplies of the end times were secured. I used the system space to store all the supplies. I'm not in a hurry to copy them. I will copy them when I need them. Next, I went to the poultry market and checked everything. Chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and pigs, all of which were put into the system. Then there was the high-end seafood market, where I copied all kinds of top-quality seafood such as blue lobster, king crab, and tuna. Then, I walked into various high-end restaurants and made a strange request. Boss, I don't want to eat. I just touched the dishes. I'll give you 20,000 for each. Is that okay? Although they felt strange, no one refused the money since it was right in front of them. I tried all kinds of cuisines, including Cantonese, Sichuan, hot pot, barbecue, and even roadside snacks, and copied them all into the system space. The end of the world is coming. I want to eat the best. Others chew tree bark. I eat hot pot. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Next, I went to the gas station and copied a barrel of number 98 gasoline. I also copied various power generation equipment and batteries in the generator store. The energy problem was basically solved. When I passed by a hardware store, I copied all the tools in the store and even bargained with the owner to get everything out for me to feel. Do you want to buy something or not? The boss started to get impatient. I took out a wad of money and threw it in front of him. Are you satisfied now? He immediately greeted her with a smile. Touch it as you like. It's fine as long as you like. After leaving the hardware store, it suddenly occurred to me that weapons are equally important in the apocalypse. Small firearms in the early stages and heavy weapons in the later stages, I may all be useful. Even a crazy idea flashed through my mind. If I could copy a nuclear warhead, I couldn't help but laugh. The end of the world will be decided by me. After a busy day, I dragged my tired body back home and collapsed on the sofa. I took out a bottle of mist and drank it in one gulp, and my fatigue was instantly swept away. Recently, I have absorbed more than 100 bottles of mist, and my physical qualities have improved dramatically. Let me test my strength. I stood up and punched the wall. Boom! A small hole appeared on the wall. I stared at my hand and couldn't help but sigh. Ordinary people are no match for me now. Just then, there was a knock on the door. I frowned and thought, could it be that the old woman is here again? When I opened the door, it was my uncle and aunt. They came in without being invited, sat directly on the sofa, crossed their legs, and acted like the masters of the house. What are you doing here? I asked coldly. Aunt Lu Jaime said, Lin Zheng, since your parents passed away, we have been taking care of you for so many years. Your cousin is getting married and needs a wedding house. Let us borrow this house for a while, and we'll return it to you after the wedding. No way, I answered firmly. She was immediately furious. Lin Zheng, do you have a conscience? We have taken care of you for so many years, and now you won't even lend me a house. I replied calmly, I don't want to lend it to you. If you don't have anything else to do, please leave. Lin Zheng. Uncle Lin Dade stood up, pointed at my nose, and cursed. I'm your uncle. Even if your parents aren't around, I'm still half your father. How dare you disobey me? I got close to his face and sneered. Who do you think you are? Get lost. My uncle got furious instantly and raised his hand to hit me, but I grabbed his wrist. He was gritting his teeth in pain and begging for mercy. Let me go. I shook his hand off. If you bother me again, you will bear the consequences. Lu Haimei hurriedly supported her uncle, and the two of them left in a rage. I deliberately added, by the way, I plan to sell my house. It's worth $5 million. If I sell it for $1 million, there should be a lot of people vying for it. The two turned around, their eyes full of resentment. Lu Haimei smiled and said, since you want to sell it to us. $1 million, and I'll give you the money tomorrow. Okay, once you get the money, the house will be yours. I agreed indifferently. The next morning, I couldn't wait to enter the system space without waiting for them to arrive. In the 20 square meter experimental field, the yellow rice grains are plump, which makes me feel good. Next, I used the system to copy a swimming pool and filled it with seawater and mineral water. I put in the seafood and freshwater fish that I copied yesterday, respectively. These resources are simply priceless treasures after the end of the world. Just as I finished packing, the phone rang. It was the owner of the used car from yesterday. Mr. Lin, your cars are of very good quality. Do you have any more cars to sell? Yes. I answered without thinking. His voice was trembling with excitement. I have prepared enough money this time. I'll take all the cars you have. I said, 1,000. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. The boss said, Mr. Lin, this quantity is too much. My boss can come forward to buy it. Can we meet? Sure. See you in an hour at the Imperial Hotel. After hanging up the phone, I couldn't help laughing. A car with zero cost and $1 million per car. It's really a good business with huge profits. Led by the second-hand car owner, I came to the luxurious private room of the Imperial Hotel. In the private room, a man in a suit and glasses stood up immediately when he saw me come in. Mr. Lin, you are here, please sit down. I didn't sit down. Instead, I stared at the delicious food on the table, walked around the big round table, and touched each dish. They looked at each other, confused. The second-hand car owner explained in a low voice. Boss, these rich people may have some strange habits. The man in the suit nodded, agreeing with this explanation. After I touched the dishes, I sat down. The man in the suit got straight to the point. Mr. Lin, are you sure you have 1,000 luxury cars for sale at $1 million each? I said confirm. He gasped. He asked, these cars don't have any documents. Can you tell me where they came from? Don't worry, I don't care where they came from. I'm just curious. It's not stolen. It's not robbed, and it's not a counterfeit. It's genuine. Do you want it? Yes. His eyes flashed with a burning light, and he raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Mr. Lin is so straightforward. I suddenly asked, besides cars, do you collect gold and jade? He nodded excitedly. We'll take whatever Mr. Lin has. How much property do you have? I asked, staring at him. He was stunned and swallowed. You mean, how much gold and jade I have depends on how much wealth you have. I smiled faintly. Then I took him and the used car owner to the warehouse. Seeing the neatly arranged luxury cars, the two were stunned. Fang Jianhua immediately transferred 1 billion yuan and said excitedly, Mr. Lin, all these cars will be shipped away within an hour. While he was arranging them in, I quietly pulled him aside and whispered, can you get a gun? His expression changed. Mr. Lin, I'm a legal businessman. I smiled and said, are the people who collect unlicensed cars related to legitimate merchants? Find the seller, and I will give you 20 luxury cars and 100 kilograms of gold. He hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, please follow me. Under his guidance, I came to a secret underground warehouse with layers of iron doors, each guarded by armed guards. Although the security is tight, I'm not afraid at all. At worst, I can just hide in the system space. In front of the last iron gate, he said a few words into the intercom, the door opened, and several guns were immediately pointed at me. A fat man said coldly, Fang Jianhua, do you dare to bring the police? Fang Jianhua hurriedly explained, Uncle Tai, he is not a policeman, he is here to buy a gun. Nonsense, he is the police. Shoot! I snorted coldly, moved faster than them, and knocked down all of them with a few punches. Grabbing Uncle Tai, I punched the wall, leaving a deep hole. Uncle Tai's face was filled with fear, and his tones softened immediately. Young man, you have great skills. Fang Jianhua quickly added, Uncle Tai, this is the rule. Mr. Lin has passed the test. Uncle Tai nodded. Young man, what kind of gun do you want? I'm not buying a gun. I'm just visiting. I smiled. The fee is 3 million per hour. He was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, okay, I'll make an exception and show you my arsenal. Entering the warehouse, you will find all kinds of firearms, even cannons and drone bombers. I touched each weapon, and immediately countless copies appeared in the system space. Before leaving, I smiled and said to Uncle Tai, "If you have new weapons in the future, let me know. The price will remain the same." Uncle Tai smiled and said, "Okay, okay." Walking out of the warehouse, I couldn't help but smile. The weapons are ready, and the next step is to build a safe house. Although there is a system space to avoid danger, you always need a place to stay. It was definitely a good idea for me to transform the dilapidated warehouse into a safe house. On the way to build a safe house, I passed by a real estate company. A brilliant idea suddenly came to my mind. I should take the 1 million from my uncle, and I should also take the money from selling the house. I walked directly into the lobby, took out the property deed, and shouted, "An 80 square meter house in the 3rd Ring Road for 3 million. Who wants it?" The hall was instantly quiet, and everyone looked at me. A house worth at least 5 million was now sold for 3 million, which was simply pie in the sky. A group of people immediately surrounded me. "I need cash. Who has it?" A man wearing sunglasses and with a fat face squeezed in front of me, snatched the property deed, and spat out 2 words, "Account number." Soon, 3 million was deposited into the account. I walked out of the real estate company in a good mood. Thinking that my uncle's family would have to argue with this man sooner or later, I felt secretly happy. They would have been in big trouble. "Hey, Zheng, why are you here?" I heard a familiar voice, and when I looked up, it was Li Mingyao. I frowned slightly, feeling a bit of disgust and murderous intent in my heart. This woman was among those who dismembered me in previous lives. Later, I found out that she had been having an affair with manager Wang of the company. She kept hanging on to me just for my house. "Sell the house," I said lightly. "You sold the house?" Her face suddenly changed. I said yes. 3 million. Hearing this number, she stamped her feet in anger. "Lin Zheng, are you mentally ill? That house was worth at least 5 million, and you sold it for only 3 million. I said, "What's it to you?" Her face became even uglier, and she said angrily, "Lin Zheng, isn't it because of the house that I like you? Let me tell you, if you want to marry me, you have to pay a betrothal gift of 3 million. Otherwise, we'll break up." After saying that, she turned around and strode away. I looked at her back and sneered, "Stupid, you were such a loser." Too lazy to pay attention to her, I continued to search for safe house companies, and finally a company called ARC caught my attention. They once built a safe house for the richest man in the country, so their skills should be very advanced. On the way, I passed by a pharmacy. Thinking that I had to stock up on medicines for the end of the world, I went in, touched all the medicines, and copied them into the system space. The drugstore owner muttered quietly, "Is this person sick? He touches every medicine?" When I was almost at our company, a towering sycamore tree caught my attention. The iconic sycamore tree of Jiangtong City is 20 meters tall, with its branches and leaves spread out like a big umbrella. I walked over and touched it, and immediately an identical sycamore tree appeared in the system space, planted next to the paddy field. I nodded with satisfaction and continued on my way to our company. After entering the company, a young lady in uniform took me to a comfortable room and served me coffee and snacks. After a while, a strong man in camouflage clothes walked towards me. Zhuang Han said respectfully, "Hello, sir. I am Wu Yuanshan, the business manager. Are you planning to build a safe house?" "Yes," I said bluntly. "I want to build a safe house that is 100 meters long and 20 meters wide. How much does it cost?" Wu Yuanshan hissed, looking embarrassed. "A safe house this big would cost a conservative estimate of 1.5 billion. Okay, I'll give you 2 billion. Complete it within 20 days, and the design requirements must be met." When he heard me raise the price, his eyes widened in shock, and then he became serious. "You need to pay a deposit of 1 billion first, and the material cost is huge." "Sure." I transferred the money without hesitation. Seeing how straightforward I was, he immediately asked me to explain the design requirements. The perimeter should be equipped with animal traps, bomb traps, deep pits with steel bars inserted upside down, traps for launching crossbows, boulders that fall from the sky, and poison gas and flamethrowers. As I described the trap design in detail, Wu Yuanshan's expression became increasingly ugly, with cold sweat oozing from his forehead. In addition, the wall will be fitted with glass with adjustable transparency, measuring 10 meters by 10 meters. He was speechless. This was not a safe house at all. It was clearly a slaughterhouse. He managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Sir, these designs, we can try them, but it will cost extra. Money is not an issue, as long as it is done according to my requirements." He nodded, full of doubts about my background and purpose, but as a professional manager, he did not ask any more questions. After everything was settled, I left our company, feeling very satisfied. Once the safe house was built, it would be my strongest fortress in the end times. After paying a deposit of 1 billion, I left our company and walked alone on the sidewalk. I was thinking about what other supplies I needed to stock up. It seemed that I had almost prepared everything. As I was thinking about it, the system prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the host for successfully copying 10,000 materials and rewarded with the global monitor function. This function can view the screen of any location in the world and save it to the mobile phone." My eyes lit up when I heard the news. This is like opening my eyes. I can't wait to open the function interface, and the system prompts me to enter the location or randomly select. I thought about it and saw nothing in particular I wanted to watch, so I chose random. As the picture popped up, I heard a scream of pain in my ears. I frowned and looked over, only to see a man and a woman. Friendly reminder, underage hosts, please watch this scene accompanied by an adult. I quickly switched the screen. It wasn't that I didn't want to watch it, but I felt it was a bit like peeking into someone's privacy. This function is really powerful. With it, all the information about the end of the world is at your fingertips, which is simply wonderful. In 20 days, the world will end. I still had 10 billion in cash on me, and Feng Jianhua just called me and said that he had sold his luxury cars and gold jewelry, and asked me if I had any more. I said, yes, I have as much as you want. I started reselling them, and just like that, I easily made another 2 billion yuan. I have 3 billion in my hand. Where should I go to store supplies? When passing by a tour group, a bold idea flashed through my mind. I want to go abroad to collect supplies, with a big picture and a long-term vision. I couldn't help but smile when I thought about life after the apocalypse. I have Russian caviar for breakfast, Brazilian barbecue for lunch, French afternoon tea with foie gras in the afternoon, Japanese Wagyu beef with Kilimanjaro coffee in the evening, and Tom Yum Goong soup for supper. Just thinking about it makes me drool. I just chartered a plane and flew wherever I wanted. Under the Eiffel Tower, next to the Statue of Liberty, by the Aegean Sea. I not only traveled around, but also visited arsenals, science and technology museums, and luxury stores of various countries, and put all the weapons, medical equipment, luxury goods, and electronic products into the system space. Even in the United States, I happened to see a photolithography machine. Although I won't be able to use it after the apocalypse, I still copied one, and it may come in handy one day. I also went to the great libraries of the world and collected almost every book and game. The only regret is that I never got to touch the nuclear warhead I dreamed of. However, weapons such as missiles, fighter jets, and armored vehicles are enough. If necessary, I can launch 30,000 missiles in a minute. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. At this moment, I am lying leisurely on the beach in Hawaii, wearing sunglasses, drinking iced juice, and admiring the bikini scenery. Suddenly, my video phone rang, and the screen showed it was my uncle. After the call was connected, I saw that he was wearing a suit with a boutonniere on his chest. The background was a festive wedding setting, but everyone had sad faces and there was not a bit of wedding joy. Lin Zheng, didn't you say you would sell the house to me? Why did you sell it to someone else? The uncle asked angrily. I took a sip of juice and said nonchalantly, sorry, I forgot. What are you doing? Today is my son's wedding, and now someone is trying to kick us out with a property deed. They have a title deed, so of course it's their house. Wouldn't it be better if you just move out quickly? I answered nonchalantly. You. He covered his chest in anger. Where's the 1 million betrothal gift? Give it back to me. Oh, uncle, I'm on vacation in Hawaii. If you have anything to say, let's talk when I get back. I said lazily, hung up the phone, and threw the phone aside. The phone rang a few more times, but I was too lazy to answer and continued to enjoy the beautiful scenery. The scene cuts to the uncle's side. He is begging desperately in the house with his family, and several men in black wearing suits and sunglasses are looking at them coldly. Get out of here now, or I'll call the police for trespassing, the leading man said bluntly. The uncle smiled and took out a few cigarettes. Brother, today is just a misunderstanding. Please do me a favor, and I will return the house to you tomorrow. The man in black knocked down his cigarette and said, your son's marriage is none of my business. Get out of here, or I'll beat you up. Old man, the uncle shouted angrily. Lin Zheng, just wait, I will kill you. As for me, I'm looking at the azure blue water at this moment, feeling extremely happy. These troubles have nothing to do with me anymore. Tomorrow is the end of the world. Zombies appear, without warning, all over the world. They chase humans madly and feed on their brains. While their physical agility and strength are the same as those of a normal human, they do not tire, making escape impossible for most humans. I knew that in a situation like this, the safe house was the only hope. In order to personally inspect the safe house, I rushed back to Jiantong City. As soon as I got off the plane, I received a call from Wu Yuanshan, who asked me to come over immediately. I didn't delay and rushed to the destination quickly. In the dilapidated warehouse, the silver-white metal shell instantly caught my attention. A high-tech safe house, built with alloy plates dozens of centimeters thick, which cannot be destroyed even by missiles. The interior of the safe house is fully equipped with functions, air filtration system, temperature control equipment, and all-round cameras. There is also a dual power generation system, with solar energy and wind energy running alternately, plus an ultra-large capacity battery pack that can last for 3 years on a full charge. What surprised me the most was that this guy also added a basement, which is said to be able to withstand a nuclear bomb. It also has all kinds of hidden weapons. Perfect. I couldn't help but applaud. As expected, you are a designer trusted by the richest man in the country. I am very satisfied. Wu Yuanshan smiled slightly, looking very pleased with himself, but I immediately stopped smiling and said in a deep voice, however, it has a fatal flaw. His face changed, and he was a little dissatisfied. Mr. Lin, this is impossible. For this project, I not only worked day and night, but also consulted the world's top experts. If you can't give a reason, it's an insult to me. I stared at him and said slowly, the flaw is you. Me? He was stunned. You are the only one who knows every detail of this safe house. If one day you want to deal with me, this safe house will not be able to stop you. Wu Yuanshan sneered when he heard this. Mr. Lin, we have professional ethics and will never destroy the safe house we built. Professional ethics? I sneered. In the face of life, that's bullshit. His expression suddenly changed, and he obviously understood what I meant. He struggled to explain, Mr. Lin, don't worry. Once I get the money, I will immediately live in seclusion abroad and disappear from the world. I have no intention of being soft-hearted. In the end times, trust is a luxury and survival is king. I grabbed his neck, looked at his terrified face, and said coldly, as long as you are alive, everything is possible. I can only feel relieved when you die. Wu Yuanshan obviously wanted to resist. He sneered and said, I'm a retired Special Forces soldier. Do you think you can kill me? He didn't know that my body had already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. I increased the strength of my hands, and the sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. His eyes were full of shock, but he had no chance to resist. The end is approaching, and I will not allow any threats. Then I got a call from Daberlin Dade. He scolded me and asked me to go to his house to explain the matter about the house. I agreed, and at the same time cleaned up the greedy side of this family. As soon as they entered the house, Lin Dade's family looked unhappy. They complained about me selling the house and claimed they wanted to cut off ties. I listened to their endless accusations and had already made up my mind. With just a few words, I used compensation to stabilize them and even made them willingly hand over all the supplies in their home to me. They didn't know that the so-called transfer was a delayed remittance that I had tampered with and would not take effect at all. I left Lin Dade's home with a bag full of supplies, thinking to myself, the end of the world is coming. No one can be soft-hearted. This is the price of survival. Chapter 11 Doomsday. Lin was walking on the road when he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind. There was a strange yet familiar smell in the air. It's fog. This mist is very thin and contains many impurities. It is not as high in concentration and purity as the mist that the system gave to Lin Zheng. The concentration of fog at this time can only lure people into becoming zombies, but it cannot allow people to absorb and strengthen their bodies. From a distance, Lin Zheng seemed to see a person squatting on the ground, fiddling with something. Suddenly, the man turned around, and I saw that he had only white eyes, a mouth full of blood, and a piece of intestine in his hand. In front of him was a woman whose belly had been ripped open. Lin Zheng was shocked. Has the end of the world come early? I clearly remember it is tomorrow. A passerby also spotted the terrifying man, and soon someone called the police. After a while, the police arrived and shot the zombie man to death. Lin Zheng suddenly realized that it was the authorities who took action. Otherwise, there will be a large-scale zombie attack tonight. No one noticed that when the zombie man was shot in the head, the blood foam splashed into the mouths of the onlookers and the police. Their bodies are also changing rapidly. After the police cleaned up the scene, they drove away and the scene was cordoned off. The onlookers were also taken back to the police station to take statements. But in fact, they were asked to sign a confidentiality agreement because the incident was too bizarre and the authorities were afraid of causing panic among the public. Lin Zheng knew that the end was getting closer and closer, and he had to get back to the safe house quickly. When he was halfway there, he suddenly saw an old man fall to the ground. He did not stop, but continued to walk forward. However, he saw a young man step forward to help the old man up, but the old man grabbed the young man's shoulders, then rushed forward and bit his head madly. The young man screamed in pain, and the people around him fled in fear. Less than a minute later, the young man who was bitten stood up in an extremely strange posture. His eyes were like those of a dead fish, his hands were like claws, his flesh was wrapped around his bones, and patches of corpse spots could be seen on his skin. The next second, he rushed towards the crowd madly, biting everyone he saw. Roar, roar, roar. The streets were filled with strange cries. Suddenly, as Lin was walking, a female zombie in uniform jumped out from the bushes nearby. Seeing Lin Zheng, she instantly became excited and rushed over with a roar. Lin Zheng's mind flashed, and the baseball bat in the system space appeared in his hand. Kussy. Lin Zheng hit the female zombie on the head with a baseball bat, which was embedded directly into her skull. The female zombie twitched a few times, then fell backwards. She was wearing a hip skirt and was falling down facing Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng. Damn it, my eyes are dirty. Then he took out a pistol from the system space, held it in his hand, and shot all the zombies that tried to get close to him in the head. The streets are becoming increasingly chaotic. There are more and more zombies. Without time to think, Lin Zheng took out a Mercedes-Benz G and quickly opened the door and got in. At this moment, a young woman wearing black stockings and a tube top dress suddenly stopped Lin Zheng and said, "Brother, take me away." I can do anything for you. Unexpectedly, Lin Zheng replied coldly, "Get lost." The girl was unwilling to give up and began to take off her clothes. A group of zombies not far away had already discovered them. Without saying a word, Lin Zheng raised his pistol and shot the girl in the head. Then he quickly closed the door, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed directly into the zombie group in front of him, knocking dozens of zombies away. It fell to the ground, smashed into pieces, with blood and flesh all over the place. It exudes a disgusting stench. On the road, more and more people are driving away. Everyone completely ignored the traffic lights and ran red lights. At some intersections, violent collisions often occurred. Suddenly, flames appeared at every intersection in Jiangtong City. At this time, a white car was behind Lin Zheng's car, flashing its headlights at Lin Zheng's rearview mirror, making it difficult for Lin Zheng to open his eyes. Then the horn started to honk wildly. Lin Zheng watched the car forcibly change lanes left and right before coming behind his car. Now it wanted him to drive faster, but Lin Zheng didn't want to drive faster. There were cars in front of him. So how could he drive faster? The white car forced its way into another lane change, but the car on his right lane refused to give way. Who cares about you at this time? Unexpectedly, the white car suddenly turned sideways and directly knocked over the red car in the right lane. Then he quickly came to the right lane, accelerated immediately, and drove side by side with Lin Zheng's G-Class. A head popped out of the car. He was bald, wearing a big gold chain, with a cigarette in his mouth. One of them was the gangster. The bald man threw the cigarette butt at Lin Zheng's car window and spat a few times. Then he started to curse. "Boy, do you know how to drive? You're driving so slowly. Go eat shit." Lin Zheng smiled slightly and then rolled down the window. When the bald man saw the other party roll down the window, he became even more arrogant and threw a pot of foamy ice black tea into Lin Zheng's car. He immediately laughed out loud. "Boy, go drink your urine. You still want to drive? You are driving your mother." As he said this, the bald man was about to force his way past Lin Zheng and block him in front of him. Lin Zheng was not going to let him get away with it. He stepped on the accelerator and caught up with him again. He kept parallel with him all the time just to prevent him from overtaking. The bald man's eyes widened with anger, and he took out an iron rod from the passenger seat, pointed at Lin Zheng and said, "Boy, are you looking for death?" Lin Zheng did not say anything, but slowly raised his gun and pointed it at the bald man. "Fuck!" The bald man was shocked and stepped on the accelerator, but it was too late. Lin Zheng fired several shots at him, just below his bald head off. As a result, he lost control of his car and crashed directly into a big tree on the roadside. After putting away the gun, Lin Zheng looked forward. I slammed on the brakes. There was an intersection ahead, and flames shot up into the sky. Countless vehicles were stuck there. Without time to think, Lin Zheng got out of the car quickly. Hold the pistol tightly. When he passed an Audi, a zombie stuck its head out and tried to bite Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng directly put the muzzle of the gun into the zombie's mouth and fired several shots, directly piercing its head. After the bullets were used up, Lin Zheng threw the gun away and copied another one from the system space. "Save me, save me." Lin Zheng looked back and saw a middle-aged woman with one leg trapped under the car, groaning in pain. When she found out that Lin Zheng saw her, she immediately shouted at Lin Zheng, "Save me, I have money, my husband has money, I will give you money." Money? Is money still useful? Seeing another wave of zombies coming, Lin Zheng turned around and left. The middle-aged woman yelled from behind, "Do you still have any humanity? Come and save me, you bastard." Lin Zheng stopped, turned around slowly, and looked at the woman. The woman sneered, "What? Have you found your conscience? Come and save me. Why are you still standing there?" Then, Lin Zheng raised his pistol and fired 2 shots at the middle-aged woman. Noisy. Chapter 12, Golden Retriever. Lin Zheng was running all the way, and just when he was about to reach the safe house, suddenly, I heard some roars that sounded different from zombies but more like tiger roars. Lin Zheng remembered that the zoo was quite far from the city, so how could there be tigers there? He looked around and saw a group of zombies gathered together not far away, seemingly attacking someone. The next second, a golden-haired creature swooped up, grabbed a zombie, and bit it madly, actually tearing the zombie's head off in one bite. This is too fierce. After the fog hit, the whole world mutated. Not only humans, but also some animals, plants, and even objects mutated, giving them extraordinary powers. However, compared to humans, the probability of these things mutating is much smaller. As he was thinking, the golden-haired creature flew over and pounced on another zombie, stretched out its claws and scratched the zombie's belly, instantly leaving a bloody mouth. The internal organs flowed out in clumps, but the zombie did not lose its ability to move and struggled to get up. The golden-haired man's eyes flashed, as if he understood something. He bit the zombie's head, twisted it madly, and twisted its head off. Lin Zheng was shocked. This golden retriever had discovered the zombie's weakness at once and was about to attack their heads. This is a golden retriever that has begun to develop intelligence. Apparently, It is a one-of-a-kind mutant among animals. At this time, more and more zombies surrounded Golden Hair. Golden Hair was not afraid at all. He bared his teeth and roared angrily, like a real beast. Although this golden retriever is powerful, it can't handle the large number of zombies. After killing one, another comes, as if it can't kill them all. Slowly, its strength began to decline, and its limbs trembled slightly, but it held on tightly, unwilling to fall. Dozens of zombies paused for a moment, then pounced on the golden-haired creature at the same time. Seeing that the golden retriever was about to be killed, Lin Zheng took action. He fired 9 shots in 1 second and 9 zombies fell to the ground. Lin Zheng, who had absorbed hundreds of bottles of mist, had physical qualities dozens of times better than ordinary people. He kicked a zombie's leg in half with 1 kick. He smashed another zombie's head with 1 punch. Then, he turned around and grabbed a female zombie by her twin ponytails. "Oh, it's a Lolita. She's really flat." Lin Zheng glanced at her and said. With his other hand, he pinched the zombie's neck like a chick, exerted force, and then pulled it upwards, pulling out its entire head. The golden retriever was shocked to see such a fierce human being. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him and did not react for a long time. "What are you standing there for? Come and help," Lin Zheng shouted at the golden retriever. Only then did the golden retriever come to his senses. It was as if I had a partner fighting side by side with me, and I immediately felt my strength restored. He roared to the sky and pounced on a zombie behind Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng was startled, thinking that the golden retriever was going to attack him. He turned around and saw that it was an old zombie who was about to attack him, but was discovered by the golden retriever. After tearing off the zombie's head, the golden-haired creature grinned at Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng nodded at it. 1 man and 1 dog quickly eliminated all the zombies. Then they leaned against each other with their backs to each other, breathing heavily, and looking at the piles of zombie corpses on the ground. The man and the dog laughed at the same time. "Golden retriever, not bad. Vuif, vuif, vuif." The golden retriever barked twice, as if responding to Lin Zheng. "I know you understand. How about a bottle of beer?" Lin Zheng took out 2 bottles of beer from the system space and turned his back. He opened his own bottle and was about to open the other one, but was stopped by the golden-haired man. Lin Zheng understood what it meant. He put the beer on the ground. The golden retriever pressed the beer on the ground with 1 paw and scratched the beer with the other paw. The beer spurted out instantly, and the golden retriever quickly took a few sips. After drinking it, he burped like a human. Lin Zheng smiled and raised his beer. "Come on, drink." After drinking, Lin Zheng took the golden retriever back to the safe house. In the end times, zombies may not be the scariest, but humans are definitely the scariest. Animals sometimes understand people's hearts better than humans. After arriving at the safe house, Lin Zheng immediately turned on the global monitor and checked the situation in various places. The zombie crisis has broken out in almost all countries in the world, including the United States, the Brown Bear Country, and the Island Country. For a time, everyone was in danger and the world was in chaos. Especially in the beautiful country that yearns for freedom, because people can carry guns, gunshots rang out on the streets for a while. There was killing everywhere. Some gunshots are killing zombies, while others are killing humans. Then, Lin Zheng looked at the situation in Jiangtong City again. The streets were full of zombies, and there were countless cars lying in all directions on the road. At the intersections, there were flames shooting up into the sky. Transportation was paralyzed immediately. It is midnight now, and almost all the lights in the buildings are turned off. Lin Zheng expanded his vision to an ordinary family. "I found a family hiding in the storage room and shivering. The current situation is that those who escaped back home and are temporarily safe, and those who could not escape have all turned into zombies." Suddenly, Lin Zheng wanted to see how his uncle's family was doing. Adjusting the view to that point, they were lucky that the whole family did not go out. No one was killed. Now they are all hiding in a room, looking around in horror. Lin Zheng turned off the monitor. He took out a rocking chair, lay down on it, and said leisurely, "It's none of my business now. All I have to do now is to enjoy life." As he spoke, Lin Zheng took out a glass of 1982 vintage wine and began to taste it leisurely. Seeing the golden retriever's tired and thirsty appearance, Lin Zheng took out a dozen bottles of Kona brine and a whole Russian roasted beef leg and placed them in front of it. "Eat it!" Without saying a word, the golden retriever scratched open a bottle of Kona brine, and after showing off, he started to chew on the beef leg in big mouthfuls. Lin Zhengza continued to sit on the rocking chair, and this time he took out another cup of coffee and started drinking. Seeing the golden retriever eating so happily, Lin Zheng also felt a little hungry. He took out another round table covered with a floral checkered tablecloth. Then take out a candle, light it, and place it on top. Finally, I took out a portion of foie gras and ate it slowly with coffee. Outside the safe house, a man was running desperately, with a group of zombies chasing him. Suddenly, his foot slipped and he fell to the ground. The zombies behind immediately rushed up, cut him open, bite open his head, and suck out the brains. Lin Zhengza closed his eyes and enjoyed it. The delicate flavor of foie gras and the rich aroma of coffee are mixed together. It's a perfect match. This is the end. The death of others will not affect your enjoyment of delicious food at all. Chapter 13. Human heart is sinister. After eating and drinking, Lin Zheng took out a Simmons bed, fell on it, and slept until the next day. Then I fried 2 steaks for myself and the golden retriever, and steamed 2 Australian lobsters. A beautiful day has begun. Lin Zheng adjusted the transparency of the safe house's glass to fully transparent. Outside, a group of zombies were wandering around leisurely. After seeing Lin Zheng, he instantly raised his head, revealing his rotten face and bloody teeth, and rushed towards Lin Zheng with a roar. He slapped the glass frantically, bared his teeth at Lin Zheng, and yellow water with residue kept pouring out of his mouth. Lin Zheng looked at the furious zombies in front of him and took a bite of steak. Oh, it's really good with rice. The zombies seemed to sense Lin Zheng's ridicule and became more violent and ferocious. It roared loudly, tore off its face, revealing sticky flesh and blood, and rubbed it against the glass, making it covered with blood. He even took out his internal organs and rubbed them on the glass, trying to disgust Lin Zheng. Roar, roar, roar. After doing all this, the zombies seemed very satisfied and laughed strangely towards the sky. Unexpectedly, Lin Zheng became more and more excited as he watched. He picked up the Australian dragon and started to eat it, just like he was watching a food show. Golden retriever, come quickly. The golden retriever came over with a steak in its mouth, then lay down in front of the glass and started showing off the steak. Seeing that Lin Zheng and the golden retriever were not disgusted at all and were enjoying the food, the zombie howled in anger. Lin Zheng put down the Australian dragon and stood up. You have been making trouble outside for a long time. Now it's my turn. As he spoke, he pressed his index finger on the wall, and the area slowly sank. Then a cover next to it slowly opened, revealing a variety of buttons. Lin Zheng pressed a yellow button. Come, I'll give you a sulfuric acid bath. The next second, streams of sulfuric acid gushed out from the nozzles on the wall. Countless zombies were sprayed with sulfuric acid, and white smoke immediately came out of their bodies, and they also made a hissing sound of being corroded. First, the flesh flowed off their bodies like mud, and then the bones, which disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if countless invisible tiny creatures were gnawing at them. Countless zombies turned into a pool of mud, but there are still countless zombies rushing up frantically. As long as they see a living person, they will rush up recklessly like moths to a flame. Lin Zheng smiled slightly and pressed another button. The next second, liquid also spurted out of the nozzle, but this time it was not sulfuric acid. The zombies outside paused for a moment, then howled in excitement when they saw that the liquid had no effect on them. Laugh! Lin Zheng pressed another red button, and tongues of fire spurted out instantly, and the zombies outside also burst into flames. It turns out that the liquid is gasoline. Lin Zheng spent 1,000 yuan to buy the number 98 gasoline. It is indeed expensive for a reason. It burns quickly, ignites instantly, and burns fully without any black smoke. Soon, the zombies outside were burned into a pile of charcoal. Lin Zheng took a look and shook his head. The scene was no different from a battle scene. Then, Lin Zheng adjusted the transparency of the glass to completely opaque and began to sit in the rocking chair to rest for a while. At this time, the phone rang. When I picked it up, I saw that it was Lin Zheng's girlfriend, Li Mingyao. Why is this bitch calling? Lin Zheng answered the call. It was a video call. Li Mingyao's terrified expression came from the other end of the phone. Zheng, I'm so scared. Come and save me. Where are you? Li Mingyao looked a little hesitant and stammered. I'm at my friend's house. Come and save me. Looking at the scene behind Li Mingyao, the decoration is luxurious, and it is obvious that she is a wealthy family. How could Li Mingyao have such a rich friend? I'm afraid it's not a sex buddy. Suddenly, a man's hand wearing a watch flashed across the video. Lin Zheng smiled. It turned out that they were at Manager Wang's house. Lin Zheng immediately used the global monitor to bring up the images of Manager Wang's house. I saw a group of zombies blocking the door of his house, banging on it frantically. Then, Lin Zheng pulled the camera to the inside of the house and saw Manager Wang winking at Li Mingyao. It was obvious that he was teaching Li Mingyao how to speak. What shocked Lin Zheng was that these two guys were not wearing any clothes. Li Mingyao asked her to save her, but in fact, she wanted her to be a bait to lure away the zombies behind their door so as to buy them time to escape. People's hearts are so vicious. Lin Zheng pretended to be panicked and said, Are you okay, Mingyao? Give me an address, and I will come to rescue you right away. Seeing Lin Zheng's huge reaction, Li Mingyao was stunned for a while, and then she started crying in grievance. Zheng, I'm so scared. Please come quickly. I'm at room 601, building 5 Country Garden. Please come quickly. Lin Zheng felt sick inside like crocodile tears. Okay, I'll be there soon. Wait for me, and don't run around. Lin Zheng pretended to be anxious and hung up the phone. Then he slowly turned on a computer and said, Let's play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds today. Timmy, After Li Mingyao hung up the phone, she gave Manager Wang a smug smile and said, "It's done. I told you that Lin Zheng, the bootlicker, would definitely come. Look how anxious he is. Ha ha ha." Manager Wang hugged her in his arms, kissed her on the lips, and said, "Mingyao, you are really capable. When Lin Zheng, the licker, comes, the zombies outside the door will be attracted to him, and we can take the opportunity to run to room 602. That is also my house. The supplies I usually stockpile are all there, so that we won't have to go hungry in the future." Manager Wang, you are so nice. Li Mingyao blushed and buried herself in Manager Wang's arms. How about another one? Woohoo, good luck, let's eat chicken tonight. Looking at the words first place on the computer screen, Lin Zheng shouted excitedly. At this time, the phone rang again. It's Li Mingyao. That bitch can't wait any longer. Lin Zheng answered the phone, and Li Mingyao was furious. She said, "Lin Zheng, what do you mean? It's been several hours. Why haven't you come yet? I remember that your home is only half an hour away from Country Garden." Lin Zheng immediately switched the camera to the front position, took a picture of his computer, and then said, "Sorry, I was just playing games and forgot about it. It's a bit late now. How about you sleep at your friend's house for a night, and I'll come to save you tomorrow? How about that? Play games." Li Mingyao was furious. It's already this time, and you're still playing games. Are you mentally ill? Oh, by the way, you are right. How can I play games? My dinner seems to be ready. It is time for dinner. Then, Lin Zheng pointed the camera at his dinner, which turned out to be Haidaleo hot pot. Li Mingyao, who hadn't eaten for a day and a night, was drooling. She had fought with Manager Wang dozens of times and was already starving. Lin Zheng, you are eating hot pot alone? Do you know that I haven't eaten for a whole day and night, and I'm almost starving to death? Can you eat when you see me like this? Lin Zheng immediately replied, "I'm sorry, I didn't consider your feelings." Humph, Li Mingyao schnurrte. Lin Zheng. Then I'll hang up the phone and eat first, bye. Li Mingyao widened her eyes and wanted to say something, but the other party had already hung up the phone. I'm so pissed off. Chapter 14, The Golden Retriever Who Loves Drinking. The third day of the end, the situation has become increasingly serious. Li Mingyao and Manager Wang, who had not eaten for 3 days, now had red eyes and pale faces. Li Mingyao called Lin Zheng several times afterwards, but Lin Zheng always took pictures of what he was eating for her. Bird's nest in the morning, barbecue at noon, hot pot at night, and even his dog was fed with fish and meat every day. She really couldn't stand it anymore, so she scolded Lin Zheng, and he never called her again. Manager Wang adjusted his glasses, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Said to Li Mingyao, "Mingyao, I remember the warehouse in this room. I stocked up some biscuits. Why don't you go and look for them? I'm too hungry to walk." Indeed, Manager Wang has been drained of energy these past 2 days, almost to the point of death. "Why didn't you tell us earlier? We're almost starving to death," Li Mingyao said with a reproachful look on her face. "I just remembered it. Okay, I'll go take a look." Li Mingyao dragged her hungry body and slowly walked towards the small warehouse. The warehouse was small and almost inaccessible. Li Mingyao stuck her head in and rummaged around with her, but sticking out. Upon seeing this, Manager Wang immediately picked up the fruit knife on the table and quietly walked towards Li Mingyao. "Where is it? Why isn't it here? Look carefully again. I remember it is there." Manager Wang approached her and forced himself to answer calmly. His breathing became more and more rapid. His expression became more and more nervous, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans began to appear on his face. Just as he raised the fruit knife to stab down, Li Mingyao suddenly stepped back and dodged to the side. Manager Wang's knife stabbed directly into the ground. "Are you on guard against me?" Manager Wang was shocked. Li Mingyao said viciously, "You have always been plotting against me." While Manager Wang was still not able to react, Li Mingyao threw the wrench in her hand at his head. Manager Wang was knocked dizzy. Li Mingyao suddenly got up and cut his neck with the utility knife in her hand. Suddenly, blood gushed out, and the hot red blood sprayed on Li Mingyao's body, instantly dyeing it red. Manager Wang dropped the knife in his hand, covered his neck tightly with both hands, stared at Li Mingyao in disbelief with his eyes wide open. "Bitch!" As he said this, he was about to grab her neck with his hands. Li Mingyao grabbed his hand and slashed his wrist again, cutting the blood vessels in his wrist. Blood gushed out again. Seeing that Manager Wang didn't fall down for a long time and was still staring at him, Li Mingyao picked up the fruit knife on the ground and stabbed him in the stomach crazily. "Didn't you say you loved me? Didn't you say you were willing to do anything for me? Now I'm going to eat you, so just go with peace of mind." Li Mingyao's eyes were red and full of madness. After being stabbed dozens of times, Manager Wang finally died. He fell backwards and hit the ground heavily. 10 minutes later. Bite! The microwave heating time is up. Li Mingyao opened the microwave, took out the food inside and started eating. Suddenly, her face darkened. "Lin Zheng, it's all your fault. If you had come to save me, I wouldn't have ended up like this. You're the one who caused all this. I want revenge." Belch! Lin Zheng had just finished eating a roast suckling pig and burped. Then he felt his nose itchy and couldn't help sneezing. Which idiot scolded me? Then, Lin Zheng threw the leftovers outside the safe house. Every time he threw it, a large number of zombies would come to grab them. Lin Zheng clapped his hands and said to the golden retriever, "Come, the golden retriever will take you to a good place." Brush! A white light flashed, and Lin Zheng and Jin Mao appeared in the system space. The golden retriever looked around curiously. Lin Zheng patted its head and said, "Don't look at it. If you eat my food, you have to work. Go and turn the land over there. We will plant some fruit today." Woof woof! The golden retriever barked twice, ran over excitedly, raised his paws and started digging the soil frantically, like a small excavator. Lin Zheng was shocked. So fierce, it seems I won't have to do the tilling and weeding myself in the future. In this way, Jin Mao turned the soil in front, and Lin Zheng sowed the fruit seeds in the back. Today, Lin Zheng plans to plant 4 kinds of fruits: strawberry, watermelon, peach, and durian. Each fruit has an area of 20 by 20 meters. After the seeds were planted, Lin Zheng used Kona brine to water them. After watering, find another fence from the right area, and by copying it, you will get a bunch of fences. Lin Zheng used these fences to enclose the 4 kinds of fruits and the rice field. It looked neat and tidy, so nice. Then speed up the time in the left area by 100 times. Watermelons and strawberries can bear fruit in about 100 days. If the process is accelerated by 100 times, you can eat fresh watermelons and strawberries in 1 day. It takes about 3 years for peaches to bear fruit. If it is accelerated 100 times, it will take more than 10 days. It usually takes about 8 years for durian to bear fruit. If you speed it up 100 times, it will still take nearly a month. You'll have to wait. However, there should be durian stored in the area on the right, so you can eat it anytime you want. Looking at the fruits of his afternoon labor, Lin Zheng was very satisfied. My feet are covered with mud again. I still remember the last time I went to a 4S shop after planting rice and was mistaken for a farmer. With these 2 lessons, Lin Zheng built a cement road in the mud, half a meter wide, and planted various flowers and plants on both sides, including peonies, chrysanthemums, orchids, tulips. I thought that these flowers would wither quickly if time flowed 100 times faster. But the system told Lin Zheng that time acceleration can be divided into areas, and the time can be set. When the time is up, the acceleration stops, and the host can be reminded of the planting situation at any time. So smart. Lin Zheng adjusted the flow rate in this area to normal. Adjust the fruit areas so that the acceleration stops once the fruit is ripe. After everything was done, Lin Zheng found a bottle of Maotai liquor. At first glance, isn't this Han Emperor Maotai wine? Back then, a bottle was sold for nearly 10 million. Lin Zheng copied thousands of bottles. Then he picked up a bottle and said, "Let me see why you are selling it so expensively." After taking a sip, Lin Zheng suddenly spat it out. "What's so good about this? It's not as good as Coke." As he said this, he poured the wine worth 10 million per bottle into the swimming pool to feed the fish. The golden retriever, who had finished his work, ran over, panting with his tongue hanging out. "Are you thirsty? I'll give you something good to drink." Lin Zheng gave it a wicked smile and took a bottle of Han Di Mao Tai. The golden retriever broke the bottle and drank madly. "Hee hee, it's so spicy that it won't kill you." Lin Zheng laughed at the side. Unexpectedly, the golden retriever became more and more excited as he drank, and soon finished a bottle, and then opened another bottle himself. Lin Zheng, first time seeing a golden retriever who loves to drink. Chapter 15, Uninvited Guests. Suddenly, Lin Zheng's eyebrows moved, as if someone was coming. He quickly turned on the system's monitor function to check. Sure enough, outside the safe house, a group of people with guns were looking at the safe house stealthily. One of the one-eyed men said to a man wearing camouflage uniforms and holding an AK, "Angkor, is this the place?" The man in camouflage uniform was somewhat similar to Wu Yuanshan. He nodded and said, "Yes, this is what my brother told me. He said that a super rich man built a safe house in our city. He gave me all the data of the safe house and wanted me to kidnap the rich man and make a fortune from him. I didn't expect that the zombies came before I could realize it." The one-eyed man laughed and said, "Wu Go, it's not too late now. There must be a lot of supplies stored in this safe house. Once we occupy this safe house, we will no longer be afraid of zombie attacks." This person is Wu Yuanshan's younger brother, Wu Yuanhui. The 2 brothers, one built a safe house, then gave the data of the safe house to the other, who then hijacked the rich man who built the safe house. Making 2 profits is a real business genius. However, the consciences of these 2 brothers are greatly damaged. Unfortunately, the person they met this time was not an ordinary rich man, but the murderous Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng turned off the monitor. "Hee hee, golden retriever, this show is about to begin." The golden retriever was drunk at the time, but when he heard that he was going out to fight, he immediately became fierce. "But, Angkor, there's so many zombies surrounding us, we can't get through it all." Wu Yuanhui thought for a moment and said, "Pull a woman out." The next second, a young woman with tattered clothes and a terrified face was pulled out. Obviously, this woman had been abused by them in every way. Her body was covered with scars, including bite marks, scars from cigarette burns, and clear handprints on her face. This is the end of the world. The strong prey on the weak. The strong can do anything to the weak, including abusing her body or even taking her life. Social order and ethics will rapidly disintegrate. For most people, the most primitive desires and evil in their hearts will be infinitely magnified. Wu Yuanhuai put the gun to the girl's head and said viciously, "Keep running along this road. Don't stop. Do you hear me?" The girl looked up and saw that the road was full of zombies. If she ran over like this, she would attract all the zombies' attention to herself. No, the girl shook her head, her eyes full of tears, her whole body trembling, trying her best to resist. Wu Yuanhuai's eyes narrowed, and a venomous aura emerged, frightening the girl so much that she trembled all over. Then he stuffed the barrel of the AK into the girl's mouth and said, "If you don't run, I'll shoot you dead." The girl shook her head desperately. She had no choice but to run. Behind Wu Yuanhuai and the others there were 4 more girls like this. It seemed that they had been luring away the zombies in this way all along the way. The girl rushed out barefoot with tears in her eyes. The zombies surrounding the safe house heard the noise and instantly became energized. They all ran towards the girl. Seeing more and more zombies behind her, the girl became more and more scared. Even though her feet were bleeding, she still ran forward desperately. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies behind her were baring their fangs and making terrible noises. The girl would turn her head back from time to time. Every time she saw the terrifying appearance of the zombies, she would speed up again and again. Lin Zheng saw this scene in the safe house, shook his head and said, "I'll give you a ride." Then he took out a sniper rifle, put on a silencer, and aimed at the girl from the nozzle. Bayou. After the gunshot, the girl was shot in the head, her brain splattered. Then she fell to the ground, and the zombies behind her rushed forward frantically, fighting for her brain. She no longer had to run away, no longer had to be afraid. Not long after, the zombies slowly dispersed, leaving behind only the body of a girl who was in great disarray. Wu Yuanhuai and the others saw that the girl had attracted the zombies away, so they slowly moved towards the safe house. They leaned against the wall of the safe house and looked around vigilantly. Then, Wu Yuanhuai took out a tablet computer. On the screen was a diagram of the safe house and various data. I saw him operating quickly on the tablet. After a while, a mechanical friction sound was heard, and all the traps buried in the open space on their right were triggered at once. There are super strong animal traps that can directly break a person's legs. There are spike traps and even a dozen exploding mines. Then, many jets appeared on the walls of the safe house, spraying poison arrows, flames, sulfuric acid. Wu Yuanhuai stared at the capacity of poison arrows, gasoline, and sulfuric acid on the screen. About 5 minutes later, he snapped his fingers. "All the traps have been used up. The gate is over there. Let's go." The one-eyed man and his companions looked at these terrible traps and could not help but feel a sense of fear. If they rashly break in here, they will definitely be killed by those traps. Lin was in the safe house, watching their actions, and couldn't help but smile slightly. He immediately took out the spare poison arrows, gasoline, and sulfuric acid from the system space and reloaded them into the trap. At this time, Wu Yuanhuai and others were walking within the spray range of the jet nozzle. Lin Zheng pressed the launch button. Dozens of nozzles immediately sprayed out high-concentration sulfuric acid. Wu Yuanhuai was quick to move and pulled one of his men to block in front of him. Hiss! High concentration of sulfuric acid was sprayed on the subordinate's body. White smoke instantly emerged, and the skin and flesh began to corrode rapidly. He also howled in pain, but soon he was silent. When Wu Yuanhuai saw that the vent had stopped moving, he threw his corroded subordinate aside. The one-eyed man also escaped in the same way, but he was not so lucky. One of his arms accidentally came into contact with sulfuric acid, which instantly corroded a bloody hole. Encore, what's going on? Wu Yuanhuai was also confused. He had clearly used up all the resources in the trap. He opened the tablet again and found that the poison arrows, gasoline, and other things that had been used up were filled up again. "Is there a spare?" Wu Yuanhuai reacted and immediately said to his men, "Retreat." Everyone immediately retreated to their previous positions. Wu Yuanhuai performed the same operation again, consuming all the things in the trap. With the lesson learned last time, he did not rush over with his men this time, but looked at the tablet. After a while, I found that the trap was filled again. Sure enough, there's a backup. Wu Yuanhuai smiled lightly, as if he saw through everything. He knew that the safe house trap had at most 2 backup resources. Any more will damage the other functions of the safe house. Wu Yuanhuai stared at the safe house with vicious eyes and whispered, "Wait until I get in, and see how I slowly torture you." Chapter 16 Conspiracy. This time, about 5 minutes later, Wu Yuanhuai stared at the tablet and found that the trap had not been replenished. He smiled confidently. It was exactly as he expected. It's okay this time, let's go. Others are still haunted by their previous experiences, especially the one-eyed dragon. Because the sulfuric acid on his hands was not treated in time, he could still feel the pain of his flesh and blood being corroded. He asked fearfully, "Brother Wu, are you sure everything will be okay this time?" I said, "There will be no problem this time." Wu Yuanhui frowned and said in a deep voice. At this moment, the zombies that had been let out slowly came back. I saw a few dark figures staggering towards me in the night. "Brother Wu, the zombies seem to be back," the one-eyed man said softly, looking at the dark shadows in the distance. Wu Yunhui pointed at the girl behind him and said, "Pull another one out." Then another girl was pulled out. Her eyes were full of hatred as she stared at the men who had abused her. The one-eyed man poked her with his gun and said, "You run?" Unexpectedly, the girl gritted her teeth and said, "Kill me. I won't help you attract zombies." Wow! The one-eyed man swung the butt of his gun at the girl's face, and a bruise instantly appeared on her face, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. "Just kill me." Seeing the girl being so stubborn, the one-eyed man got angry instantly and pulled out the dagger from his waist to teach her a lesson. Unexpectedly, Wu Yuanhui came directly to the girl and said, "I'll give you one last chance, or I'll peel off your skin, sprinkle it with salt, and throw it to the zombies." The girl was so frightened by these words that she trembled all over and her face turned pale. She is not afraid of death, but she is afraid of the torture of living a life worse than death. "I'll count to 3. 3, 2. Just when Wu Yuanhui was about to count to 1, the girl gritted her teeth and ran out. Not long after she ran, she attracted the attention of zombies, and a large group of zombies chased after her, roaring, "Let's go!" Wu Yuanhui then gestured to his men and continued walking towards the safe house. When they were almost there, Wu Yuanhui said to the one-eyed dragon, "You go ahead." The one-eyed man looked embarrassed. Wu Yuanhui poked him with his gun and said impatiently, "I said it's okay. What are you afraid of?" The one-eyed man wanted to say, "Since there is no problem, why don't you go ahead?" Due to the other party's authority, the one-eyed dragon had to move forward cautiously. Halfway through the walk, he found that he was still safe and sound. He said excitedly, "Brother Wu, it's really okay, come quickly." Wu Yuanhui carefully glanced at the tablet again. The trap in the safe house was still empty. He was completely relieved and continued to move towards the safe house with his men. When everyone is close, Lin Zheng quickly replenished poison arrows, sulfuric acid, and gasoline. The reason why he didn't add anything before was because he had already discovered Wu Yuanhui's intentions through the surveillance cameras and deliberately followed his thoughts to let him relax his vigilance. Snap! Press the button. Suddenly, countless poisonous arrows shot out from the nozzles. Wu Yuanhui and the others were shocked, but they were too late to dodge. They fell down after being hit by several arrows, but they did not die immediately. Blood kept coming out of Wu Yuanhui's mouth, and his eyes were full of disbelief. From the data his brother gave him, the traps in this safe house only had 2 backups at most. Why, on the 4th time, the traps could still be activated. At this time, Lin Zheng walked out of the safe house. He looked at the people lying on the ground, smiled, then took out his pistol and shot them one by one. When he got to Wu Yuanhui, he said to him, "You must be Wu Yuanshan's brother, right? He was the one who gave you the data and structural drawings of this safe house. Fortunately, I killed him at that time. This guy is very bad. What professional ethics are you talking about in front of me?" Bullshit. At this point, Wu Yuanhui's eyes widened. He realized that his brother had been killed by the man in front of him. He wanted to get up, but his body was full of poisonous arrows. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up. "Now, go down and accompany your brother." Lin Zheng raised his pistol and shot him without hesitation, sending him to the west. There were 2 ragged girls lying on the ground, also shot by several arrows. When Lin Zheng walked up to them, they pleaded with tears in their eyes. "Please save us." Their words were full of hope for life, and Lin Zheng knew that they were 2 innocent girls. But in this chaotic world, if you don't have the ability, surviving is a sin. So, Lin Zheng raised his gun, pointed it at one of the girls and said, "Let me give you a ride. This world is not suitable for you." Bang! After the gunshot, the girl was shot in the head and died instantly without any pain. The second girl's face was filled with fear, and she looked at Lin Zheng as if he were a demon. "No, no," she said in a trembling voice with tears in her eyes. Lin Zheng did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and shot the crying girl, ending her suffering. After doing all this, Lin Zheng returned to the safe house, sat on a chair, turned on the TV, and wanted to see if the authorities had released any news or countermeasures. After turning on the TV, the official announcement was made. Each channel only has one picture being played repeatedly. It was a security statement issued by Jiangtong City Mayor Zhou. "Dear citizens, we have established an isolation zone in the western suburbs of the city. It is absolutely safe here. Due to lack of manpower, we are sorry that we cannot send a rescue team to escort you. But as long as you arrive at the isolation zone, we will do our best to protect your safety. The gate of the isolation zone will be open from 12 noon to 1 p.m. tomorrow. For the safety of the isolation zone, it will only be open once. I emphasize that it will only be open once. Please seize the opportunity. After saying this, the scene repeated itself. Lin Zheng was a little curious. Was it really for safety reasons that it was only open once? The authorities established the quarantine zone in the western suburbs so quickly? What are you thinking? Just check it with the monitor, and you will know. Lin Zheng turned on the surveillance function, western suburbs of Jiangtong City. After saying this, the scene in front of him switched to the western suburbs of Jiangtong City. There is no quarantine area here. It is in ruins, and you can see a few wandering zombies from time to time. A scent of conspiracy permeated the air. Why would the authorities deceive the public? Lin Zheng was somewhat puzzled. He switched the monitor screen to show Jiangtong City, Mayor Zhou, and again. Mayor Zhou and a group of Jiangtong City's top officials are discussing something at the moment. Mayor, what if they don't believe it? No. In this extremely desperate situation, we gave them a glimmer of hope. Even if there's only a 1% chance they will do it. The mayor is right. These ordinary people are brainless, afraid of death, and short-sighted. There is no way they can see through your plan. Stop flattering me. Are you all ready? All ready, Mayor? Okay, when a large number of citizens flock to the western suburbs tomorrow, we will drive quickly away from the eastern suburbs. Chapter 17 Eat Shit. Lin Zheng smiled. This group of officials exposed the ugliness of human nature. Jiangtong City is a remote town, and it is impossible for it to have the ability to establish an isolation zone. The fact that the authorities did not hesitate to use the lives of ordinary people as bait to escape from Jiangtong City shows that they must know where the quarantine zone was established. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to spend such a huge price just to escape from Jiangtong City. Therefore, Lin Zheng decided to go to the eastern suburbs to stop them tomorrow. One was to find out where the quarantine zone was, and the other was to kill these scumbags. This is not because Lin Zheng has a strong sense of justice. He just feels disgusted when he sees these ugly faces. What's the point of keeping these greedy people around? They indulge in enjoyment during prosperous times and are cunning during troubled times. Just then, Lin Zheng's phone started vibrating wildly. He picked it up and saw that it was the owner group of the community where he lived before. After selling the house last time, he should have quit, but he forgot about it. At the beginning, everyone was overwhelmed by the sudden fear. Now that several days have passed, people have finally reacted, started to contact each other, communicate, and inquire about the situation. At this moment, many people in the owner group were sending messages frantically. Today is the 5th day after the end of the world. Lin Zheng suddenly woke up. Today was the day when his neighbor would dismember and eat him. That day was just like today. First, many people suddenly sent messages in the owner group. Then someone mentioned that Lin Zheng had a lot of instant noodles stored at home. Many people in their community did not have the habit of hoarding supplies. After about the 3rd day, they had eaten up all the food at home. When they heard someone had instant noodles, they went crazy like a beast seeing a lamb. They all asked Lin Zheng to share the instant noodles with everyone, and also said something like unity and mutual assistance, respecting the elderly and loving the young, etc. Lin Zheng knew it was the end of the world. Who would bother with this nonsense? He refused immediately, but he never expected that old lady Ma would bring her grandson to deceive him. At that time, Mrs. Ma appeared at his door, holding Zhao Xiaoqiang, begging him to give her a pack of instant noodles, otherwise her grandson would starve to death. Lin Zheng didn't want to give it to the child at first, but when he thought about how he had suffered from cold and hunger since childhood, he felt compassion for the child and couldn't bear to see him starve. So he opened the door a little and planned to pass a packet of instant noodles out. But who would have thought that the door was suddenly pushed open, and a group of neighbors rushed in and snatched all his instant noodles. Old Madame Ma and her grandson were too weak to grab any. I could only sit on the ground and curse those people. You are such a heartless person. I tricked him into opening the door, so you should just leave 2 packs for us. Those people ignored her, so she tried desperately to squeeze in, but was kicked out by a strong man. Not long after, the group of people dispersed, leaving behind only some people who had not grabbed any. They were unwilling to give in and stared at Lin Zheng angrily. If he had taken the initiative to take out the instant noodles and distributed them equally, they wouldn't have been left with nothing. Now, they were ready to vent all their anger on Lin Zheng, and they all looked at him fiercely. In fact, some families didn't store any food at all. The reason they survived until now is that they started to eat people. They looked at Lin Zheng, and the more they thought about it, the angrier they became. They rushed over and stabbed him a few times, leaving him unable to resist, and then dismembered him bit by bit. Recalling the dismemberment in his previous life, Lin Zheng still felt a tingling sensation. Therefore, in this life, he will no longer have any compassion, and anyone who hinders his survival will be made to disappear from this world. Lin Zheng clicked on the owner group. What is going on? Why are there so many zombies? Could it be that some country has released the virus to us? I think it was the rich guys who did it, just like in Resident Evil. Instead of arguing about how the zombies came about, you might as well discuss how to survive now. I haven't eaten for 2 days and now I'm starving. Me too. The zombies came too suddenly, and I didn't have time to stock up on food. In this way, we talked about where the zombies came from and the topic of supplies for hundreds of times. Then someone said, if anyone's family has turned into a zombie, please tell us on your own initiative, don't harm us. That's right, if there's anything wrong with your family, tell us right away. And be more aware of yourself, and don't come into contact with others. Who knows if you're carrying the virus? By the way, for the safety of other owners in the community, you must also put justice above family. If you find anything wrong with your family members, kill them immediately, otherwise it will be troublesome when they turn into zombies. Some people whose families have turned into zombies were watching these messages in the group and didn't dare to speak at all. At this time, Aunt Lee from the neighborhood committee suddenly came out and said, residents, this is a special moment. Our community should unite. If anyone has supplies, please hand them over. The neighborhood committee will then distribute them equally to everyone. As long as we survive today, we can go to the quarantine area tomorrow. By then, the authorities will definitely give us food. So, don't hide it now. It's time to contribute to the collective. As soon as these words came out, everyone started to make a fuss, since they had no food left at home. Yes, Aunt Lee is right. If you have food, take it out quickly. Everyone can eat a little to restore their strength. This way, with more people, it will be much safer on the way to the quarantine area tomorrow. I agree with Aunt Lee's idea. One more person means more strength. I hope those who have supplies will not be so selfish at this time. If you ask me, if you find someone who is not handed in supplies, I will not take them to the quarantine area tomorrow. Let them fend for themselves here. You're right. Selfish people don't deserve to be with us. After the people in the group said this, some timid people really got scared, who was afraid that they would not take themselves to the quarantine area. I still have 5 eggs at home. I'll hand them all over. I still have 2 cabbages at home. I'll hand them over as well. I'll hand it in too. I still have a handful of noodles at home. Seeing people handing in their belongings, Aunt Lee showed a triumphant smile in front of her phone. She would not distribute these things anymore. Their family of 5 doesn't even have enough to eat. On the contrary, his son has a big truck. Now that they have enough food and drink, they can drive the truck straight to the quarantine area tomorrow. There is no need to associate with these people at all. Anything else you want to hand in? At this time, Mrs. Ma's son sent a message. I remember there was a geek on the 6th floor, I think his name was Lin Zheng, and his family usually stocked up a lot of instant noodles. After he finished speaking, the group immediately went wild. Everyone was crazy about Lin Zheng and asked him to hand over the instant noodles. After seeing these messages, Lin Zheng replied in the group, eat shit. You guys. Chapter 18 Dog Bites Dog. Lin Zheng, what the hell do you mean? Are you looking for death? Who the hell are you talking about? Believe it or not, I can kill you in a minute. You're on the 6th floor, right? Just wait for me. Lin Zheng's words immediately caused an uproar in the group, and all the criticisms were directed at Lin Zheng, especially Aunt Lee, who still spoke in the group in the tone of a superior leader. Lin Zheng, at this critical moment, how can you say something that is not conducive to unity and the collective? You are creating division. If you take the initiative to hand over the instant noodles at home, our neighborhood committee will discuss whether we can take you to the quarantine area tomorrow. Why waste your time talking to him? Just beat him to death, and we can divide his instant noodles. Yes, there is no need to discuss this with someone like him. At this moment, he can still say such things. He is really nothing. There was another wave of criticism and condemnation of Lin Zheng in the group. Lin Zheng looked at the group of people and couldn't help but laugh. At this time, if a weak person appears, he will become the target of their crazy attacks and suppression. Lin Zheng decided to give them a good stimulus. He took out a roast suckling pig and a Wellington steak from the system space. He gave the suckling pig to the golden retriever, put the steak on the table, and took out a bottle of 1982 red wine. The phone turned on the video and recorded this scene. Then sent it to the owner group. Lin Zhenghai added a text at the end of the video, who said, I have instant noodles at home. I don't have instant noodles at home, only steak and roast suckling pig. If you don't believe me, just look at it. After a while, hundreds of emoticons appeared in the group instantly. It's full of bloody knives, mines, anger, fire, skulls. Lin Zheng, don't go too far. Where did you get the steak and roast suckling pig? Are you sick? You are feeding the roast suckling pig to the dog. It's already this late. Why are you still feeding the dog? Shouldn't you kill the dog and eat its meat? Aunt Lee was almost drooling in front of the screen when she saw that Lin Zheng's family had such delicious food. Her mind was working quickly, and she must find a way to pry the things out of his house. She immediately tagged Lin Zheng in the group and said, Lin Zheng, this is a special moment. Since you have supplies at home, as the director of the neighborhood committee, I now order you to hand over all the supplies at home so that our neighborhood committee can distribute them to the residents. Otherwise, we will not take you to the quarantine area tomorrow. Lin Zheng also replied in the group, you can go if you want. I won't go anyway. I still have a lot of good food at home that I haven't finished eating, such as Peking duck, beef, pork, and all kinds of fresh fruits and seafood. This is not as good as going to the quarantine area. When you get to the quarantine area, I guess you will have porridge for 3 meals a day. Seeing Lin Zheng's reply, Aunt Lee's face turned green. Seeing that this boy didn't take the bait, she was so angry that her back teeth were almost broken. Lin Zheng, whether you go to the quarantine area or not is your business. Now as a member of the community, you have the obligation and responsibility to help everyone. We all helped you a lot in the past. At this time, if you don't repay us, do you still have a conscience? It started again. Moral kidnapping. Have you helped me a lot in the past? Lin Zheng's imagination was hilarious. The neighborhood committee would come to our house every day to ask us to pay the property management fee, cleaning fee, publicity fee, beautification fee, and other fees. But when we needed their help, they would give us all kinds of cold looks, act arrogant, or just play dumb and pretend they knew nothing. Neighbors all came to use his internet connection. As there were too many people online, the speed dropped. Lin Zheng was scolded by them several times, asking why he didn't get a better broadband. Lin Zheng usually worked overtime and came home late. When he cooked some food, there would inevitably be some noise. People upstairs and downstairs would immediately knock on the door and start scolding him. It's the middle of the night, and you still don't want me to sleep? You'll die of starvation sooner or later if I keep cooking late at night every day, you bastard. But when they were still chatting and making loud noises at 3 a.m., Lin Zheng came to argue with them. They would just say, "You are so young, what can't you bear? If you can't bear it, just move out and don't live in this community anymore." Most people in this building know that Lin Zheng is an orphan. I often put the garbage at home at his door. Sometimes when Lin Zheng opened the door in the morning, he saw a huge pile of garbage, just like a garbage dump. There was even one time when an old woman was caught red-handed. Unexpectedly, the old woman not only showed no shame, but pointed at Lin Zheng and cursed. "Why can others throw it but I can't? Are you targeting me, an old woman?" This is what they mean by helping a lot. "What? You old woman, are you trying to blackmail me again? I have no morals, you can't blackmail me. I'm telling you the truth. I don't care about your life or death, so don't even dream about my things. It's not impossible for me to send you videos every day." Lin Zheng replied in the group. When Aunt Lee saw Lin Zheng's reply, her nose was crooked with anger. She didn't expect that his usual method of moral blackmailing would not work at this moment. But seeing that everyone in the group was extremely angry, she came up with another plan. "Residents, you see, this Lin Zheng doesn't know what's good for him and has lost touch with the masses. On behalf of the neighborhood committee, I formally order Lin Zheng to be expelled from the organization and expelled from our community. His supplies will be confiscated and distributed to everyone by the neighborhood committee." Hearing this, everyone became excited and responded to Aunt Lee's words. At this time, Mrs. Zhao's son quickly said in the group, "He is from 601. Let's go and chase this scum away together. Get rid of this scum. Get rid of this scum." The big brother who lives in 601 now, he's not someone you can easily mess with. Maybe he is a gangster. If this group of people run into them, they will be in trouble. So Lin Zheng continued to stir up their anger in the group. "Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You haven't eaten for a few days. I'm afraid you can't even walk. If you just hurry over, I'll send you to heaven one by one." As soon as these words came out, they exploded like a bomb in everyone's mind. They were all furious and were ready to go out and settle accounts with Lin Zheng. "You are so arrogant. I will kill you. Just wait, kid. We're coming soon. You're going to regret what you say now." Aunt Lee saw the right moment and said, "Residents, let's go to 601 and settle accounts with that kid Lin Zheng." Seeing that the situation had already been established, Lin Zheng smiled in front of his mobile phone screen. Then, eat 2 bites of steak. Next, he just had to wait for the dog-eat-dog scene. He turned on the monitor and kept an eye on the situation in room 601. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 people in room 601 slumped on the sofa, and they were all holding a black pistol in their hands. It seems that this group of people are indeed mixed up in the underworld. There were various instruments placed in the living room, and bags of flour-like things piled up in the corners. Lin Zheng instantly realized that it was a drug manufacturing gang. This is better. These people are all desperate criminals. It would be unacceptable if at least 2 of those who came to divide up Lin Zheng's supplies didn't die this time. Chapter 19: Food delivered to your door. "Brother, what should we do? We haven't eaten for 2 days. If this continues, we will all starve to death here." Li Hu looked at his men, all of whom looked weak and exhausted. He was extremely frustrated now. He had come here to check the drug production situation that day, but he was trapped here. There were only a bunch of drug-making raw materials and drugs here, but these drugs were not enough to satisfy hunger. It would be better if he was trapped at home. He usually had the habit of stockpiling food, and his home was equipped with a storage warehouse. He would definitely not be like this, starving for 9 meals a day. Damn it, aren't there a lot of people living in this building? If all else fails, just capture 2 people and eat them. Li Hu spat, the flesh on his face trembling. "Brother, I don't think it's impossible. Zombies are rampant right now. Even if they eat 1 or 2 people, the authorities can't do anything to us. I don't know where the authorities have hidden themselves." Li Hu looked at the younger brother who was speaking, his eyes moving rapidly. "Open the door a little and look outside. Are there any zombies in the corridor?" The younger brother nodded, and then came to the door, which was locked with a security chain. He carefully opened a crack in the door and looked out. The corridor was empty except for all kinds of garbage and bloodstains on the walls. There was not even a trace of a zombie. He turned around and said excitedly, "Brother, there are no zombies in the corridor." Li Hu stood up, loaded his pistol, and called out to the other brothers. "Brothers, let's go and capture 2 people and kill them for food." "Yes, big brother." The younger brothers were extremely excited when they heard it. These are extremely vicious people who kill people without hesitation. They just have other food to replace their food on weekdays. If they run out of food and are asked to eat humans, they will not feel uncomfortable or hesitate at all. "Wait a minute, big brother. There seems to be some movement." Li Hu frowned and said angrily, "Did you see it clearly?" The younger brother tried to look outside the door a few times, his expression a little puzzled, but he immediately replied, "Look carefully, big brother. It's a group of people walking towards us." Li Hu chuckled. "This is fucking weird. The food actually came to our door on its own. Open the door and let them in." "It's big brother." I quickly took down the anti-theft chain and half closed the door. Then, Li Hu and his men leaned against the wall at the door. As soon as they came in, Li Hu and his men could immediately lock the door and catch the turtle in the jar. Led by Aunt Li, they rushed to room 601 with kitchen knives and fruit knives. Among them was Lin Dade's family. After learning that they were deceived by Lin Zheng, Lin Dade's family was furious and wanted to tear Lin Zheng into pieces. But that night, a zombie crisis occurred, and they once again realized why Lin Zheng took away their family's supplies. He must have known something in advance, and to steal their supplies would be to put them to death. They were able to survive without any supplies until now, all thanks to the wife that Lin Fei married. At that time, after Lin Zheng left, she came and said that she was too embarrassed by the wedding being held like this, and she wanted to break up with Lin Fei. When she came, she was fine, and she couldn't go back. Among them was the figure of old lady Ma, who was holding a kitchen knife and had a fierce look in her eyes. She was the one who wanted Lin Zheng to die the most, not only because she was beaten by him last time, but also because he knew his secret. Lin was standing in front of the surveillance camera, looking at this group of angry people, and couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't awakened the system, even if he lived again, he would still die at the hands of these people. Therefore, in this life, he will not show any mercy to his enemies. People who have nothing to do with you, whether they are dead or alive, have nothing to do with you. If I were to live my life again, I would live it completely and perfectly. Looking at the monitor, Lin Zheng took a sip of ice-cold beer, looking forward to the dog-eat-dog drama. With a bang, the door of room 601 was kicked open. The person who kicked the door open was stunned for a moment. The door seemed not to be locked. However, the people behind were already blinded by anger, and when they saw the door was kicked open, they rushed in. Li Hu and others saw that most people had come in. He immediately locked the door, blocked the entrance, and pointed a gun at them. Everyone turned around and saw 7 or 8 people, each holding a gun. They were so frightened that they started shaking all over. Aunt Li suppressed her fear and said, "Who are you? Why are you here? Where is Lin Zheng?" Li Hu walked forward slowly and glanced at Aunt Li. "This is too old. It will get stuck in your teeth when you eat it." Then he ordered 2 of his men to throw Aunt Li down from the 6th floor. Aunt Li was still desperately saying, "You can't do this to me. I'm the director of the neighborhood committee." Li Hu slapped her in the face. "Alpaca, neighborhood committee director? Are you kidding me? Even the director of the official office is a dog in front of me. You are just a neighborhood committee director. What the hell are you?" Aunt Li quickly said to the other residents, "Why are you still standing there? I am ordering you, as the director of the neighborhood committee, to rescue me quickly. Otherwise, I will not take you to the quarantine area tomorrow." No one dared to make a move. They all stepped back in fear. Normally, they can do what Aunt Li wants. After all, she is from the neighborhood committee. If she makes things difficult for you, you will be in trouble. But once it comes to such a life and death crisis, who the hell will care about you? Quarantine area? Li Hu was slightly stunned, pointed his gun at Aunt Li's head and asked, "What quarantine area?" Aunt Li seemed to have grasped the hope of survival and said, "First promise not to kill me, and I will tell you." "Fuck." She threatened me, so I broke both of her hands. "It's big brother." The 2 brothers who grabbed Aunt Li's wrists immediately turned her wrists over, and then twisted them violently, breaking both of her arms. Aunt Li screamed in pain. Seeing how cruel Li Hu and his men were, everyone turned pale. Especially Lin Dade's family and old lady Ma. They regretted it so much that they had to join in the fun. Now they can't go back. "Will you tell it or not?" Li Hu said viciously to Aunt Li again. Aunt Li was out of breath due to the pain, and said in a trembling voice, "I said." At this moment, Lu Jaime suddenly stood up and said, "I know that the quarantine area is a safe zone established by the government in the western suburbs of the city. It will be open from 12 noon to 1 o'clock tomorrow. As long as you enter the quarantine area during this time, you will receive official protection." Aunt Li looked at Lu Jaime viciously. If she snatched her away at this time, wouldn't that be a clear sign of wanting her death? Li Hu nodded, and then said to the other brothers, "Brothers, let's have a good meal today and go to the quarantine area tomorrow." "Good. Brother, now that you know what the quarantine area is, can you let me go?" Only plata. Li Hu said, "You didn't tell me that, so go to hell, old woman." After saying that, he waved to his two men, who lifted Aunt Li to the window, opened it, and threw her out. I only heard a scream, followed by the zombie's roar. Li Hu got closer to the window and took a look. Wow, this zombie is really not picky about food. It will eat this old thing. At this time, Lu Jaime stood up and said, "Brother, can I go now?" Li Hu smiled slightly. Lu Jaime quickly replied, "Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother." As she was about to walk out the door, Lin Dade and Lin Fei looked at her, hoping that she would take them with her. But Lu Jaime pretended not to see them and walked out on her own. Suddenly, they felt as if they had eaten dog shit and cast resentful eyes at Lu Jaime. Others also cast resentful eyes at her. They didn't expect that she would slip away alone at this time. Suddenly, Li Hu said, "Did I let you go, old woman?" "Brother, didn't I tell you what the quarantine area is?" Lu Jaime was stunned. "Did I ask you this? Come on, throw this old woman down here too." Huh? With a scream, Lu Jaime was thrown out of the window. Chapter 20 Explosive Bow. Lin Zheng was watching the images on the monitor, drinking his cold beer leisurely as he could want. Suddenly, the system prompted. The first mutant item detected in Jiangtong City, the explosive bow, ranked 15th in power. Mutated items? Or a bow, an arrow. Isn't it said that the possibility of objects and animals mutating is much smaller? So far, Lin Zheng has encountered mutated golden retrievers and mutated bows and arrows, but has not encountered any mutated new humans, except himself, of course. Strangeness? Lin Zheng couldn't help but feel puzzled. No matter what, let's get this mutant item first. The more magic weapon we have, the greater our chances of survival. After all, in the late stage of the apocalypse, it is an era of various high-level new humans fighting each other. A random punch can have the effect of a missile. In the early stage, you must store more magic weapons to improve your strength. Following the system's instructions, Lin Zheng arrived at the location of the mutated item, which was an archery training hall. As soon as the door was opened, 2 zombies came towards him. Lin Zheng raised his hand and fired 2 shots, blowing their heads off directly. The golden retriever following behind him quickly rushed into the hall and disappeared into the darkness, as if he had discovered something. After a while, he proudly walked out of the darkness, dragging a huge zombie that was 3 meters tall and covered in muscles. So fierce? The golden retriever squatted proudly beside the giant zombie, as if waiting for Lin Zheng's praise. Lin Zheng stepped forward and took a look at the huge zombie. His expression was slightly solemn. This was obviously not a reminder from a normal human. It seemed that these zombies had begun to evolve and would only become more and more difficult to deal with in the future. Zombies, like new humans, are divided into first, second, third, fourth, etc. according to their abilities. Brush! Suddenly, dozens of sharp arrows shot out from the darkness. Lin Zheng frowned slightly, leaned sideways slightly, dodged several sharp arrows, stretched out his hand and grabbed an arrow, and suddenly exerted force, breaking it into 2 pieces. The golden-haired creature was even more powerful. It pounced directly and knocked several sharp arrows to the ground. It bared its teeth and stared at the darkness not far away. Lin Zheng was stunned. Is there anyone alive here? The next second, several zombies wearing uniforms and holding bows and arrows walked out of the darkness, shooting arrows at Lin Zheng and Jin Mao as they walked. These were also some slightly evolved zombies. Their bodies had remembered their skills from their previous lives. It seems that these zombies were staff members of this archery training center when they were alive. However, this level of attack was not enough for the strengthened Lin Zheng. He just flipped his body and kept changing his posture, flexibly and cleverly avoiding the arrows. The golden retriever on the side was completely different. He opened his mouth wide and bit the arrow directly. If you don't agree, just fight. It bit harder and harder and kept getting closer to the zombies. The zombies shot arrows faster and faster, but they were all slapped away by the golden hair. At the last moment, the golden retriever jumped up and pounced directly on a zombie, tearing off its head in one bite. At this time, the bows and arrows of the other zombies were already aimed at the golden hair. Lin Zheng was quick-witted and fired several shots, directly breaking the arrows in their hands. The golden-haired man turned sideways, looked fiercely at the other zombies, and in no time at all, he killed them all. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. It was really nice to have a pet. He could let it do this kind of work in the future. If you can avoid taking action, try not to take action. Sure, golden retriever. Woof! The golden retriever ran to Lin Zheng and rubbed his trouser leg. Then I put it beside him. Lin Zheng looked around. The zombies in this archery hall were more dangerous than those outside. He had to be extremely careful. Otherwise, an arrow will be shot out from nowhere. It is easy to dodge a spear, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. It is better to be careful. Thinking room. Another sharp sword shot out from the darkness. Are there still zombies? Lin Zheng frowned. This arrow was obviously different from the previous ones. When the golden retriever saw it, he opened his mouth wide and pounced on it, biting it in one bite. So easy. The next second, the arrow exploded with a bang, blowing the golden retriever back more than 10 meters and causing him to faint. Exploding bow. Before Lin Zheng could react, another arrow was shot out. With the lesson from the golden hare, he dodged the arrow by slightly turning sideways. However, the zombie that shot the arrow seemed to have seen through Lin Zheng's actions and shot a second arrow immediately afterwards, blocking Lin Zheng's retreat. Lin Zheng could only slide sideways and dodge to the side. But he didn't expect that another arrow would come towards him, leaving him no time to react. However, what shocked Lin Zheng was that the zombie who shot the arrows had a very fast reaction and shot accurately. The difference between the 3 arrows was only half a second, and each arrow accurately predicted the direction of Lin Zheng's movement. This zombie is not only an expert archer, but has also developed intelligence. Lin Zheng knew he had no way to avoid it, so he raised his gun and fired at the incoming arrow. The bullet hit the sharp arrow and exploded in the air, creating a ball of orange sparks. Lin Zheng put his hands in front of his face to prevent the sparks from flashing in his eyes. The 2 arrows shot at him hit the wall behind him. After about 3 seconds, they exploded one after another, directly blowing a lot of holes in the wall. 3 seconds? Lin Zheng said in a deep voice. Then he fired several shots at the direction where the arrow came from. The sound of the bullets breaking through the air continued to echo in the archery hall. After a few seconds, it gradually quieted down. Lin Zheng stared at the darkness ahead. Did you hit it? Brush. The next second, an arrow shot out. It seems that he didn't hit it. Lin Zheng frowned and widened his eyes. No, it's not 1 arrow, it's 2. However, the 2 arrows were shot one after the other, almost completely overlapping. So when Lin Zheng first looked at it, it seemed that there was only 1 arrow. This trick is really brilliant. Could it be that this zombie has broken through the limit and reached the first level? Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such superb archery skills and intelligence. No time to think about it. Lin Zheng dodged the first arrow and caught the second one. Then he threw it into the darkness instantly. The whole process was done in one go, without any delay. The arrow stayed in his hand for only half a second. At the moment the arrow left his hand, Lin Zheng moved his mind and copied the arrow in his hand 3 times in a row, and the arrows he threw out immediately turned into 16. Like raindrops shooting into the darkness. You can only copy 4 times in an instant? It seems I need to train my consciousness's reaction speed more in the future. Lin Zheng shook his head and said. In the darkness, a pair of sharp eyes suddenly became extremely frightened. He immediately dodged to the side. Boom, boom, boom. There were several explosions in succession. The earth seemed to tremble. A huge flame appeared in front of him. At that moment, Lin Zheng seemed to see a thin figure jumping out of the flame. But it was still a step too late. The figure was blown away by the residual force of the explosion. It hit the ground heavily, right next to the golden retriever. Lin Zheng was stunned. Hey, fry my golden retriever? Isn't this retribution? Chapter 21 Little Bun. Lin Zheng walked up to it and took a look. He thought it was a zombie, but it turned out to be an innocent girl. She had a fair face and a curvy figure, especially the archery uniform that outlined her figure to perfection. It's just right, not too big in big places and too thin in small places. Lin Zheng glanced at the explosive bow on the ground and was a little surprised. Is this the 15th ranked explosive bow? This is completely equivalent to shooting a grenade. This is the newly evolved explosive bow. When it is fully evolved, an arrow shot out will have the power equivalent to a missile. Oh my god, that's the power of a missile. If he had enough arrows, he could attack a whole country by himself. The arrows of the explosive bow are condensed by the mist absorbed by the bow. At its current level of evolution, it can only condense 20 arrows per day. This was no problem for Lin Zheng. He could get as many arrows as he wanted with just a touch. Lin Zheng first touched the bow, then the arrow. The next second, an explosive bow and an arrow appeared in the system space. Lin Zheng glanced at the girl lying on the ground and raised his gun. No matter how beautiful you are, if you want to kill me, you must die. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, girl's breasts. Lin Zheng's attention was drawn to her. There was a pendant on her chest. Lin Zheng took a closer look and found it was a pull ring of a can. His expression suddenly changed, and he looked at the girl again. Only then did he realize that she looked familiar. Lin Zheng tried hard to recall and finally remembered who she was. Little Bun, is that you, Little Bun? Lin Zheng held her in his arms and called softly. Apparently, the explosion was too violent and knocked her unconscious. A memory that had been buried for many years reverberated in Lin Zheng's mind. That was when he was in primary school. His parents had passed away and he was raised by his uncle. He had no pocket money every day and it was good enough for him to have enough food. So when other children had snacks to eat, Lin Zheng was envious and could only sit in the corner and watch silently. At this time, he found a girl who was also sitting in the corner silently. She was also looking at some classmates who had snacks with envy. Gradually, due to their personalities, the two became closer and closer and became good friends. Because the girl had a chubby face, Lin Zheng called her Little Dumpling. Because Lin Zheng was older than her, she always called Lin Zheng brother. Later, Lin Zheng found out that the little Baozi's parents had also passed away, and she was being raised by her aunt. Her aunt was very mean to her, beating and scolding her, and she would not be allowed to eat if she made the slightest mistake. Once, Lin Zheng found 5 yuan on the road. He immediately found Xiao Baozi and took her to a small supermarket to buy a bottle of Coke and 2 bags of spicy noodles. The two finally had the snacks they had always dreamed of and smiled at each other. "Brother, I want to drink that." The little bun pointed at the can of Coke and said. His mouth was full of oil and hissing from the spicy strips. Lin Zheng picked up the Coke, pulled the ring open, and was about to throw the ring away when the little bun said it looked like a ring and wanted to keep it. Then, Lin Zheng imitated the way adults got married, knelt on one knee, raised the ring, and said to the little bun, "Little bun, will you marry me?" The little bun was very shocked at the time, staring blankly at Lin Zheng, not saying a word for a long time. Seeing that the little bun didn't say anything, Lin Zheng couldn't wait to put the pull ring into her hand, then took a sip of Coke and let out a sigh, his expression very satisfied. Then he handed the Coke to Xiao Baozi and asked her to drink it. Xiao Baozi, who wanted to drink the Coke very much, just took a sip and gave it all to Lin Zheng. "I've had enough, brother. You drink." Lin Zheng didn't care. He took the Coke and drank it all in one gulp. Later, Xiao Baozi's aunt stopped letting her go to school, and Lin Zheng never saw her again. Unexpectedly, many years later, they met again in this way. However, just based on the kinpul ring, Lin Zheng couldn't be 100% sure that she was Xiao Baozi. He remembered that the little boy had a dark red birthmark on his butt. If there is a dark red birthmark on the girl's butt, then it is 100% correct. Lin Zheng turned the girl over. Coincidentally, the girl was awakened by the noise. However, her whole body seemed to be falling apart. She couldn't move at all and couldn't speak. However, she could feel what was happening in the outside world. Then, she felt her pants being pulled off. She gritted her teeth and tried to scream, but no sound came out. In the end, she spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out completely. Then, Lin Zheng returned to the safe house, carrying the little bun and the golden retriever on each shoulder. Lin Zheng gently placed the little bun on the Simmons bed, and then casually threw the golden retriever into the corner. The golden retriever was just stunned by the aftermath of the explosion. He will be fine after a good sleep. But Xiao Baozi was different. He was shot once in the shoulder and once in the chest. His body was also burned by the flames of the explosion. His condition was very critical. Lin Zheng quickly took out various medicines from the system space. Looking at the various medicines in front of him, Lin Zheng was confused. "How the hell do you use this? It seems that all the medicines I stockpiled were wasted." Ahem. At this moment, the little bun coughed twice, and then blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face turned extremely pale. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans kept appearing on his forehead, and his body kept shaking like a sieve. "What should I do? What should I do?" She won't be in trouble. Just after finding the little bun, Lin was pacing back and forth in front of the bed, thinking about this and that. Why not find a medical book and learn it now? Good idea. Then Lin Zheng took out a medical book from the system space. It is 1/2 meter thick. "Excuse me." Whoosh whoosh. Just when Lin Zheng was extremely anxious, he suddenly heard a snoring sound. He turned around and saw that it was a golden retriever. Looking at the mutated golden retriever, Lin Zheng suddenly had an idea. Since the little bun can use mutated items, she must have the potential to mutate. Oh, let her absorb the mist and strengthen her body. This way, we can save her. I'm such a genius. As he spoke, Lin Zheng took out a bottle of mist from the system space. But he was in trouble again. The little bun was in a coma now. How could he absorb it? Lin Zheng looked at the bottle filled with mist, then looked at the little bun and said apologetically, "Little bun, I'm sorry. I can only feed you mouth to mouth." Then, Lin Zheng took a deep breath of the mist, then gently opened the little bun's mouth and blew the mist into her mouth. I finished the bottle very quickly. The little bun's face had changed significantly. His cheeks were slightly red, his purple lips were slowly fading, and his expression had softened a lot. It really works. Then I'll have another bottle. After using up 5 bottles, Lin Zheng knew that Xiao Baozi couldn't use it anymore in her current condition. Otherwise, she might not be able to withstand this energy and die suddenly. Then, Lin Zheng found anti-inflammatory drugs and glucose water in the pile of medicines. There should be no problem taking these 2 medicines. After feeding the little bun, Lin Zheng glanced at the golden retriever on the ground. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he gave it another bottle of glucose water to replenish its energy, and then put the blanket that it usually covered on it. "I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, the little bun shouted in his sleep. Lin Zheng looked back, feeling distressed. "I don't know what you've been through these days. You can't sleep well. Don't worry, little bun. I will protect you from now on." Chapter 22 Recognition. Lin had been guarding the little bun's bed all night, and was now dozing off. The little girl slowly opened her eyes and saw the gangster who insulted her. She instinctively reached for her waist, and found that the knife she had put on her waist was gone. She looked to the right and saw that all her weapons had been taken off her body and placed on the table beside the bed. She reached out and finally got a short knife. He glanced at Lin Zheng and said through gritted teeth, "You stinky hooligan, go to hell." Then he raised the dagger and stabbed Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng, who was still in a daze, instinctively sensed a sense of danger. He opened his eyes suddenly and found that a knife was stabbing directly at him. "I'll go!" He shouted loudly, stepped back repeatedly, and narrowly avoided the knife. "Just half an inch. Go to hell, you rascal." When the little bun saw that he had missed, he yelled and threw the knife in his hand at Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng dodged it with a slight movement. "Calm down," Lin Zheng said as he slowly approached the little bun. The little bun pointed at Lin Zheng and cursed, "You hooligan, don't come over here or I'll kill you." Lin Zheng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the timid girl back then would be so hot-tempered now. The next second, the little bun instinctively touched his chest and found that the pull ring on his chest was missing. His face suddenly changed, as if he had lost something extremely precious. "Are you looking for this?" Lin Zheng took the pull ring pendant in his hand and said to the little bun. Seeing the pendant in Lin Zheng's hand, the little bun flew into a rage and yelled at Lin Zheng. "Asshole, give it back to me. I swear, I will kill you." "Is this thing important to you?" Lin Zheng asked. "Give it back to me." The little boy shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice became hoarse, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Lin Zheng felt distressed when he saw this. He didn't expect the little girl to react so strongly. He was so scared that he quickly returned the pendant to her. Otherwise, he felt that she would faint from anger. "Here you go. Here you go." The little bun got the pull ring and held it in his hand as if it were a treasure, as if he had found some kind of support. "Hey, I saved you, and you didn't even say thank you." Seeing that the little bun had calmed down a lot, Lin Zheng continued to tease. The little bun glanced at Lin Zheng and said nothing, but closed his eyes silently. "What a hot temper. It seems that if I don't tell her my identity, she won't pay any attention to me." Then, Lin Zheng took out a can of Coke and sat next to the little bun. "Would you like to drink?" "Roll!" "Forget it." Lin Zheng drank it all in one gulp, holding the pull ring of the Coke bottle in his hand, pretending to look it over and over, and said as he looked at it, "Is a pull ring so precious? If you like it so much here, this pull ring is for you." The little bun knocked the ring in Lin Zheng's hand to the ground and glared at him fiercely. Lin Zheng was not angry. He bent down to pick up the ring on the ground, then knelt on one knee and said, "You are so beautiful. How about I use this ring as a ring to propose to you?" After he finished speaking, the little bun trembled inwardly, slowly turned his head, and looked at Lin Zheng in disbelief. His eyes blurred in an instant. Lin Zheng tilted his head and smiled. "Can I, little bun? Are you brother Lin Zheng?" Her face changed drastically. She was extremely surprised and excited. "Who else would know this secret between us except me?" Lin Zheng replied. "You are really brother Lin Zheng." Lin Zheng stepped forward and gently pinched her face and said, "Now that you've grown up, there's no flesh on your face. Unlike back then, your face was chubby and you could feel a pile of flesh when you pinched it." Now, she was completely sure that the man in front of her was her brother Lin Zheng. Brother Lin Zheng, who often brought her food from home when she was a child. The little bun was so excited that he sat up suddenly and hugged Lin Zheng. "Brother Lin Zheng, I didn't expect that after so many years I finally found you." Puff! The strengthened little bun hugged him with great force. Lin Zheng shrugged and hunched his shoulders. "Gently, gently." The little bun then let go of Lin Zheng embarrassedly. Lin Zheng glanced at her and said, "Don't be afraid that I'm a hooligan." The little bun lowered his head slightly and whispered, "Brother Lin Zheng, just watch whatever you want to watch." "Lin Zheng? Then, Lin Zheng took out a large meal from the system space and placed it on the table. The little boy who saw this scene opened his eyes wide with disbelief on his face and asked Lin Zheng how he did it. Lin Zheng just said that he should just treat it as a special ability that he had awakened, and the little bun didn't ask too many questions. Xiao Baozi's real name is Jiang Yitong, and he is about the same age as Lin Zheng. Seeing such a rich meal, she couldn't help but eat it with relish. After eating, Jiang Yitong said she wanted to take a bath. It had been 6 days since the apocalypse began, and she had never taken a bath. Her body was almost pickled and smelled. Lin Zheng's safe house is fully equipped with various facilities, not only a bathroom, but also a large bathtub. "Go in and wash first. I'll find you what kind of clothes you like later." Jiang Yitong lowered her head and said, "Brother Lin Zheng, whatever, I can do it." After saying that, she turned and walked into the bathroom. After making sure that she was already running water to take a shower, Lin Zheng entered the system space. He felt that the fewer people who knew about his own system, the better, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. After arriving at the system space, Lin Zheng found the women's clothing area. Jeans were definitely not suitable. In the apocalypse, he would have to do a lot of exercise, so he had to find something suitable for exercise. Yoga pants were a good choice. As for clothes, choose pink, a color that girls like. Lin Zheng took a fancy to a pink sweatshirt, put his hand on it and touched it, and an identical sweatshirt appeared in his hand. The shoes are just regular sports shoes. Just when Lin Zheng thought he had made his choice, he suddenly stopped. It seems there are also underwear. I wonder what size the little bun is. Lin Zheng tried hard to recall the previous scene. It seemed to be quite big anyway. Finally, Lin Zheng picked out a lace bra with a pattern and black ice silk panties. When he came out, he found Jiang Yidong still taking a shower, so he gently put the clothes at the bathroom door, knocked on the door and said, "Little Baozi, I found a set of clothes for you," and put it outside the door. "Brother Lin Zheng, pass it to me. I'm done washing it." The next second, a smooth, white arm stretched out from the crack of the door, bringing with it a puff of mist. Lin Zheng put the clothes in her hands and walked away. After a while, the little bun came out. Lin Zheng was stunned. She had a tight figure, perfect curves, and was tall and slender. At this moment, Jiang Yitong was wiping her hair, and Lin Zheng's eyes widened. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. Now the little bun is no longer the cute girl, but a sexy and charming lady. "Brother Lin Zheng, thank you for your clothes. I like them very much, and the size is perfect." "The size is also suitable." Lin Zheng coughed twice embarrassedly. That's good, that's good. Top 23 Limanyo. By the way, this is your weapon." Lin Zheng returned the explosive bow to Jiang Yitong. He had already copied a sample, so he could have as many as he wanted. At the same time, he gave her a bunch of arrows. "Brother Lin Zheng, how do you have so many arrows? This bow can only produce 20 arrows a day. There must be at least hundreds of arrows here." Jiang Yitong looked surprised. "Just think of this as my awakened supernatural power," Lin Zheng replied. "Superpowers?" Then Lin Zheng explained to her how the zombie crisis happened, how humans would develop, and things like awakening, superpowers, and cultivation. After listening, she nodded as if she had understood something. "I wonder what superpowers I will awaken in the future." "No rush. We will know only after we completely break through to the first level." At this moment, Jiang Yitong seemed to remember something important. His face changed drastically. He picked up the explosive bow, put it on his back, pulled Lin Zheng, and said, "Brother Lin Zheng, let's go quickly. Today is the day the quarantine area is open. If we go too late, we can't get in." Lin Zheng sat down slowly and said with a smile, "What quarantine area? It's all fake. The authorities are using you as bait in order to escape." Jiang Yitong was a little shocked. "You take a rest first, and we will go and kill those disgusting people later." Jiang Yitong unconditionally chose to believe Lin Zheng's words. "Okay, brother Lin Zheng, I'll listen to you." Suddenly, Lin Zheng's eyebrows moved, as if he discovered something. It seems someone is coming. When Jiang Yitong heard this, her eyes immediately became sharp. She took out the explosive bow and held it tightly in her hand. Lin Zheng turned on the surveillance camera and looked. "Why is it her?" Outside the safe house, Li Mingyao held a short knife in her hand and looked at the safe house in front of her. She said to a burly man, "Are you sure it's this?" The sturdy man nodded and replied, "Yes, big sister, this safe house was built by me and my big brother Wu Yuanshan at the beginning. The person who built this safe house is a very rich man, and he must have stockpiled a lot of supplies. Then, do you have a way to get in?" The sturdy man chuckled. "Big sister, this safe house is indeed impregnable, but it has a fatal flaw." "Oh." Li Mingyao looked at the burly man with interest. "It's made entirely of alloy plates, and alloy is conductive. As long as we power up the safe house, we don't have to worry about the people inside not coming out." The sturdy man said confidently, "Okay, let's do it." It turned out that after Li Mingyao was forced to eat manager Wang that day, she unexpectedly found that her body had become stronger. She thought it was caused by eating human flesh, but in fact it was because her body had adapted to the fog and had begun to evolve. Now, her strength is equivalent to that of 4 or 5 adults, and her speed and agility have also improved by several levels. He even formed a small team based on his own strength, scavenging supplies and robbing people. A few days ago, I received a call from a younger brother who happened to be the one who worked with Wu Yuanshan to build a safe house. She wanted to rob this safe house, turn on the power, and force the people inside out. Li Mingyao gave an order, and the sturdy man brought out an oversized generator and attached the exposed wires to the wall of the safe house. Seeing this scene, Lin Zheng cried out, "Not good! Get out now!" The door of the safe house opened, and Lin Zheng, Jiang Yitong, and Jin Mao ran out instantly. The moment she saw Lin Zheng, Li Mingyao was somewhat shocked, but more of it was hatred. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. "So it's you, Lin Zheng?" Jiang Yitong looked at the flirtatious slut in front of her, who seemed to know her brother Lin Zheng. She looked a little unhappy. He stood up and said coldly to Li Mingyao, "Who are you?" Li Mingyao looked at Jiang Yitong, then said to Lin Zheng, "I was wondering why you didn't want me anymore. It turns out you hooked up with a pretty young girl." Lin Zheng pointed at Jiang Yitong and said to Li Mingyao, "Li Mingyao, if you dare to say anything bad about her again, I will make you live a life worse than death." "Haha, Lin Zheng, do you think I'm still the same as before?" As she said this, She punched the wall next to her, cracking it. Lin Zheng frowned slightly. He didn't expect that this woman had actually started to evolve. But this level is not enough for him. Lin Zheng said to Jiang Yitong, "Little Baozi, haven't you always wanted to try out your own enhanced strength? Now is the perfect time. Why don't you practice with these people?" With Lin Zheng's instructions, Jiang Yitong was sure that even if this group of people knew brother Lin Zheng, they were still enemies. She bent her bow and shot an arrow at Li Mingyao without hesitation. The moment she pulled the bow, she felt extremely relaxed. Is this my enhanced power? Whoosh! An arrow whizzed towards Li Mingyao. She was shocked and felt that she couldn't dodge it in time. She pulled a little brother to block in front of her. Boom! The next second, the arrow that had pierced the little brother's body suddenly exploded, directly blasting a huge bloody hole in his chest. Li Mingyao was extremely shocked. "You are also an enhancer. Look at the arrow, bitch." Jiang Yitong didn't bother to pay attention to her. She just put the arrow on the bow and shot another arrow. Li Mingyao quickly dodged to the side and hid behind the wall. The arrow also exploded not far from her, raising a cloud of gravel. "Shoot me!" Li Mingyao shouted at her younger brother. The younger brothers finally reacted and raised their guns to shoot Jiang Yitong. Jiang Yitong was quick-witted and fired 3 arrows at the group of younger brothers. The intense fire made it impossible for them to shoot, so they quickly covered their eyes with their hands. At the same time, the rubble that was raised also cut their exposed skin. Before they could react, Jiang Yitong fired several arrows again. This time the target was their bodies, and each arrow hit their chests accurately. The horrific scene just now was still echoing in their minds. Each of them looked at the arrows stuck in his body in horror. Only the strong man reacted and pulled out the arrow from his chest. Because the arrow had a barb, a large piece of flesh was torn out at the same time. He immediately threw the arrow aside, but it was too late. After a loud explosion, his arm was instantly blown off. The others were not so lucky. A bloody hole was blasted through their chests, and their entire bodies fell backwards and hit the ground hard. However, the strong man still rolled on the ground in unbearable pain because of a broken arm. Jiang Yitong didn't give Li Mingyao any chance to breathe. She kept shooting arrows at Li Mingyao hiding behind the wall, as if arrows were free. She directly started the burst mode. Anyway, she doesn't have to worry about running out of arrows. Explosions continued to sound, and soon a large gap was blown out of the wall, and the ground was full of smoking holes. "Stupid woman, come out and die!" Jiang Yitong shouted coldly behind the wall. Li Mingyao hid behind the wall and trembled. She thought she was invincible after being strengthened, but she didn't expect that this woman was even more powerful than her. Chapter 24 Breakthrough. Don't kill me, Zheng. Li Mingyao raised her hands high and slowly walked out from behind the wall, pretending to be pitiful. Seeing that Lin Zheng did not refuse, Li Mingyao was ecstatic, knowing that Lin Zheng was moved by compassion. As long as she mentioned some of the past things again, he would definitely soften his heart and let her go. "Zheng, do you still remember how happy we were when we were together?" Lin Zheng smiled slightly. "Of course you are happy. You squeeze my salary dry every month." Li Mingyao's face changed, and she continued, "I was just afraid that you would spend money recklessly, Zheng. Let's start over, okay? I swear I only love you. You said this to me before, but you turned around and got into Wang Sandy's bed." Hearing this, Li Mingyao was stunned for a moment, then began to cry and said, "Ah, Zheng, it was that bastard Wang Sandy who forced me to do this. He threatened to fire me if I didn't listen to him, and I had no choice." Seeing Li Mingyao's face full of white lotus, Jiang Yitong gritted her teeth and cursed, "Stinky woman, don't get close to brother Lin Zheng again, or I will shoot you to death." Li Mingyao rolled her eyes at Jiang Yitong and said unhappily, "Little girl, I am your brother Lin Zheng's wife. I am the legitimate wife, and you are just a mistress." Jiang Yitong couldn't help but shoot an arrow at Li Mingyao. Fortunately, Li Mingyao dodged in time, and the arrow exploded not far from her. "Ah, Zheng, look at this woman. She's still thinking about killing me. Why don't you teach her a lesson?" Lin Zheng looked at Jiang Yitong and said, "Little Baozi, this is where you are wrong." Hearing this, Li Mingyao was overjoyed. "You little brat, I have you under my control." Then she glared at Jiang Yitong and said, "You little girl, you are still too young to fight me." Jiang Yitong looked at Lin Zheng in shock, unable to believe that he would say such a thing. The next second, Lin Zheng continued, "How come you missed so much? You couldn't even hit such a big person. Your archery skills are really poor." Jiang Yitong was overjoyed and replied, "Brother Lin Zheng, I will definitely shoot accurately this time." As she spoke, she bent her bow and shot several arrows at Li Mingyao, almost blocking all her escape routes. Li Mingyao's face changed drastically. She had no way to retreat, and was eventually hit by an arrow in the chest. She looked at Lin Zheng with resentment in her eyes. The next second, boom! The arrow in Li Mingyao's chest exploded. Jiang Yitong felt unsatisfied and fired several more arrows at her. Boom, boom, boom. After a loud bang, Li Mingyao was blown to pieces. Lin Zheng gave Jiang Yitong a thumbs up and said, "Well done." Jiang Yitong smiled slightly, shrugged, and stuck out her tongue. This woman who was so decisive and cold-blooded just now became cute in a second. However, the appearance of Li Mingyao this time made Lin Zheng aware of the crisis. Humans have begun to gradually adapt to the fog, and their bodies are slowly strengthening. He had to break through his physical limitations as soon as possible and completely step into the ranks of first-level superpowers, so that he could protect himself in this chaotic world. Lin Zheng had already absorbed thousands of bottles of mist and felt vaguely that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He pulled Jiang Yitong back to the safe house. He took out several hundred bottles of mist and gave 10 bottles to Jiang Yitong and 10 bottles to Jin Mao. And he said to them, "You must absorb the right amount. Excessive absorption is not good." Jiang Yitong and Jin Mao looked at each other, then looked at the hundreds of bottles of mist behind Lin Zheng, revealing an indescribable expression. "I'm different from you. Let's get started." After that, the two men and the dog began to absorb the mist. Jiang Yitong and Jin Mao were like a woman who chewed slowly and carefully. Every time they absorbed a little mist, they would stop to consolidate it before absorbing it again. On the other hand, Lin Zheng was like a rough man, drinking bottle after bottle as if it were water. In a short while, he had absorbed hundreds of bottles of mist, leaving behind him a pile of empty bottles. He felt the changes in his body, as if all the blocked acupuncture points in his body were opened at this moment, and a continuous force continued to surge from somewhere in his body. Lin Zheng could clearly feel that every cell in his body seemed to be excited. Bang! A wave of air spread out in all directions with him as the center. The next second, a magical feeling happened. Lin Zheng opened his eyes. Everything within 5 meters of him seemed to have become a part of his perception. He could feel every particle of dust within this range, and even control it. Is this an extension of consciousness? Congratulations to the host for awakening the superpower, Absolute Space. In Absolute Space, you are the absolute master. You can control anything within this range. This is also equivalent to an extension of your consciousness. As the power continues to strengthen, the range of absolute space and your control over space will become larger and larger. The system prompted, "Absolute space. It is really an extension of consciousness." Suddenly, an idea popped up in Lin Zheng's mind. He brought Jiang Yitong and Jin Mao to the safe house. Jiang Yitong asked curiously, "Brother Lin Zheng, what superpowers have you awakened?" Lin Zheng pretended to be mysterious and said, "You will know in a moment." Jiang Yitong nodded obediently. "By the way, lend me your explosive bow." Jiang Yitong took off the explosive bow on his back and handed it to Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng bent the bow, put the arrow on it, and aimed forward. Then start the absolute space. The next moment, he could clearly feel his connection with the space within a 5-meter radius. He aimed at the wall in front of him and shot the arrow in his hand. Then his mind flashed quickly, and when the arrow was 5 meters away from Lin Zheng, it had been copied 6 times from 1 to 64. Like a rain of arrows flying forward. Then a series of explosions sounded, and the wall more than 10 meters away was blown into pieces. Jiang Yitong was completely dumbfounded. One arrow turned into a pile of arrows, which meant that the power increased by dozens of times. This superpower is too terrifying. Before she could react, Lin Zheng suddenly aimed the arrow at her. She was shocked. "Brother Lin Zheng, what are you doing?" Lin Zheng did not answer her, but shot the arrow in his hand. But the next second, the arrow seemed to be pushed sideways by a mysterious force and moved 2 meters to the right in an instant and did not shoot towards Jiang Yitong along the previous trajectory. Is this the ability you awakened, Brother Lin Zheng? Something like copying and controlling objects? Jiang Yitong looked at Lin Zheng with admiration. Lin Zheng returned the explosive bow to her and nodded to her. Jiang Yitong looked at the explosive bow in his hand and said, "Brother Lin Zheng, I think this bow is more suitable for you." Recalling Lin Zheng's operation just now, Jiang Yitong felt that this bow could only play its greatest role in Lin Zheng's hands. Then Lin Zheng took out an identical explosive bow from the system space. "I have it." Jiang Yitong. Chapter 25. You bark again. "Brother, the time is almost up. Should we set off?" Li Hu pointed his gun at Aunt Li's son, Li Dashan, and asked, "Do you really have a truck?" Li Dashan knelt on the ground and said repeatedly, "I really have it. It's parked downstairs. Please don't kill me." Most of the residents of 601 who came last time were not dead, except for a young girl with delicate skin and tender flesh who became their meal. Because Li Hu and his men did not intend to go to the quarantine area, but to keep these people and build their own forces. Going to the quarantine area would definitely be subject to control everywhere, and Li Hu, as a gang leader, was naturally unwilling to do so. When he learned that Li Dashan had a truck parked downstairs, he was very excited. In this way, he could drive the truck back to his villa, where a large amount of supplies and weapons were stored, and the surrounding defense measures were also very good, so he didn't have to worry about zombie attacks at all. "Brother, can you please let me take my grandson out with us?" If we leave him alone at home, he will starve to death, old Mrs. Ma begged. Li Hu kicked her down and said viciously, "Old woman, if I hadn't seen you as a cook, I would have thrown you downstairs to feed the zombies. I don't care about your grandson's life or death. The child will only waste my food. If you say another word, I will throw you downstairs right away." Old Ma was so frightened that she immediately shut up. In this way, under the threat of Li Hu, the group quickly went downstairs, got on the truck, and drove to Li Hu's villa. This official fake news also exposed countless survivors hiding in the dark. Most of these are ordinary people who have no ability to form their own forces and can only seek refuge in the quarantine zone. But in the end, they will find that this is a dirty scam. Li Dashin, who was driving, suddenly braked and stopped. Li Hu pointed a gun at his head and said, "You want to die, don't you? Why did you stop the car?" Li Dashin said hurriedly, "There are too many people ahead. The road is blocked. Step on the accelerator and run it over." "Ah, don't you understand what I'm saying?" Li Hu hit Li Dashin on the head with the butt of his gun. Li Dashin was so frightened that he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The truck engine immediately roared like a monster and rushed directly towards the dense crowd. For a while, screams continued to ring out. The people under the truck were instantly crushed into pieces. The people in the front saw the truck coming from behind and tried desperately to dodge to the sides. Some were lucky enough to escape the disaster. Others had their legs broken, and some were crushed in half. Suddenly, Li Hu's eyes lit up and he said to Li Dashin, "Stop the car." Li Dashin was stunned. Why did he have to stop the car again? He had no choice but to stop the car. Li Hu ordered his younger brother, who was sitting in the back, to get out of the car and kidnap two beautiful girls. The two girls were Li Xiaoro, who was watching the car for Lin Zheng that day, and Huang Cuicue, who ignored Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng and Zhang Yitong, who were hiding in the safe house, watched the images on the monitor. A large number of survivors were frantically rushing to the western suburbs of the city, and behind them were groups of zombies. Some of the slower runners were immediately submerged in the zombie swarm. In the video, a large truck was running rampant through the crowd, killing many people. But after driving for a distance, the truck turned into another road, not to the western suburbs. Lin Zheng smiled slightly. It seems that someone is not stupid. On the other side of the city, a convoy was quietly setting off towards the eastern suburbs. Lin Zhengdao, it's time for us to set off. Along the way, Lin Zheng and the survivors were running in opposite directions. The survivors looked at Lin Zheng running backwards as if he were an idiot. "Hey, why is that idiot running over there? Is it the quarantine area in the western suburbs? You said he was an idiot, so you want to get himself killed. Don't worry about this idiot. We're going to the quarantine area soon. We'll be safe then." Hearing these words, Lin Zheng just smiled slightly. "When you get to heaven, you will be completely safe." There was a group of zombies in front of them. Lin Zheng led Zhang Yitong and Jin Mao into the building next to them. The zombies' attention is all on the crowd in front of them. Lin Zheng and his companions hid on the first floor of the building and were not discovered. Soon, the zombies passed by, and Lin Zheng took out a Mercedes-Benz G from the system space. The road was now empty. He stepped on the spur of the horse and galloped along. Soon they spotted the official convoy fleeing ahead. Lin Zheng accelerated and rushed to the front of the convoy, parking his car across the middle of the road, blocking their way. Lin Zheng got out of the car and said to the team, "Zhouan, get out quickly." Zhouan, who was sitting in the car, looked unhappy and said to the security guard in the front row, "What's going on? Why did the car stop?" The security guard immediately got out of the car to check and soon came back, leaning against the window and whispering, "Mayor, someone is blocking our way ahead, and he specifically wants to see you." Zhouan looked extremely unhappy. "Just kill him. Don't delay our journey." "Yes." Seeing that no one had come out for a long time, Lin Zheng took out his explosive bow and shot an arrow at the convoy. In an instant, one arrow turned into 64, hitting the vehicle in front of the convoy directly. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion. 3 cars ahead were on fire. Zhouan then got out of the car and stared at Lin Zheng and others in front of him. Lin Zheng had seen Zhouan's appearance on the surveillance camera. When he saw him get off the car, he quickly came to his side with Zhang Yitong and Jin Mao. No one dared to stop him along the way. "Who are you?" Zhouan looked ferocious. "The one who killed you. I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me?" Zhouan asked. "The main reason is that you are so damn disgusting, so cunning, that you don't hesitate to use their lives as bait just to save your own lives. Although the lives of others are none of my business, your behavior is very bad to me, so you must die." Zhouan sneered, "Haha, narrow-minded and ignorant. We do this to preserve the useful part of humanity. What's the point of letting those stupid people survive? Can they solve the zombie crisis? In the end, this crisis still depends on smart people like us to solve it." Lin Zheng took a breath of cold air. "It has begun. It has begun. The politicians' disgusting preaching and self-righteous self-confidence have begun." Lin Zheng slapped Zhouan in the face and said, "Solve the zombie crisis. I think you just want to survive and continue to enjoy yourself." "You." Zhouan was stunned by the slap. I'll give you a chance. Tell me where you are going, or I will make you live a life worse than death. Ah, you a small ordinary citizen? Dare to threaten me? Come on, kill him for me. Zhou shouted at the security guard in frustration. The next second, Lin Zheng took out his short knife and cut off one of his arms. You bark like a dog again. Chapter 26. Build your own quarantine. Lin Zheng's action shocked everyone. The security guards immediately pointed their guns at them. Zhou An's face was covered in sweat. His expression was painful. His lips were trembling constantly, and he stared at Lin Zheng with resentment. You? From the look of you, you don't seem very convinced. As soon as Lin Zheng finished speaking, he chopped off Zhou An's other arm with another blow. This sudden scene once again caught everyone off guard. Boy, do you know what you are doing? He is the mayor of Jiangtong City. Have you considered the consequences of doing this? Deputy Mayor Lu Wenshu pointed at Lin Zheng and said. Lin Zheng glanced at him and said, Why? Are you still going to kill us? Lu Wenshu said indignantly. You should be punished for cutting off the mayor's arms, but if you dare to harm the mayor's life, we will spare no effort to strangle you. Well, if you say so, I will have no choice but to kill you all. Shameless lunatic. Lu Wenshu shouted angrily, and then ordered the security personnel to shoot immediately if Lin Zheng and his men dared to make any move against the mayor. Lin Zheng faced the mayor. I don't like your expression, smile for me. When the mayor heard this, his face turned pale. It's you. You are such a forgetful person that you only remember a commoner like me now. Lin Zheng said with a playful look on his face. In fact, Lin Zheng's real purpose of this trip was revenge. That was a year ago. Lin was doing an internship at a factory. In order to earn tuition fees, he worked 12 hours a day for 2 months. He was supposed to get a salary of 5,000 yuan. But the boss deducted my money for various reasons, and I only got 800 yuan. I thought I had no hope of paying the tuition, but fortunately, Lin Zheng had a good friend named Li Jiang, whose family was very rich. He helped and lent Lin Zheng 8,000 yuan to pay the tuition first. Lin Zheng was so angry that he wanted to report the boss of this shady factory. So he wrote a letter of complaint. He knew that such a letter of complaint would be ignored if it was submitted directly, so he planned to hand it to the mayor personally. It just so happened that the mayor attended a social event one day. As soon as the event ended, Lin Zheng stopped the mayor on the road and handed him the letter of complaint. The mayor promised that he would seriously deal with this matter. But after a few days, not only did the problem not get solved, but he was kidnapped by a group of unknown people. When we got there, we found that the boss of the shady factory was sitting with the mayor. The black-hearted boss glanced at Lin Zheng, then said to the mayor, Brother-in-law, do you think this is the report letter this kid sent to you? The mayor just raised his eyes slightly, nodded, and said softly, Xiao Wang, you should be more careful in the future. Fortunately, I intercepted this letter of complaint. If it was received by the higher-ups, your factory would be closed down, and I, the mayor, would be embarrassed. Yes, brother-in-law, I'll take care of it right away. The black-hearted boss nodded repeatedly to the mayor. Then he ordered his men to beat Lin Zheng up. Lin Zheng was beaten black and blue and felt dizzy. He felt that his internal organs were disturbed, and he was spitting blood from his mouth. Then, the black-hearted boss came to Lin Zheng, grabbed his chin, and threatened. Boy, this time I'm just teaching you a small lesson. If you dare to report it again, I will kill not only you, but your whole family as well. At this moment, Lin Zheng's heart was completely dead. He finally understood that officials and businessmen are one family. The mayor who claims to be working for the public is actually a person who shields crime and abuses his power for personal gain. At this time, the mayor took a sip of the red wine in front of him, wiped his mouth with a towel, then stood up and walked to Lin Zheng, glanced at Lin Zheng and said, I don't like your expression, smile for me. Did you hear me? Smile, the black-hearted boss yelled. Lin Zheng gritted his teeth and stared at the mayor and the black-hearted boss without saying a word. The mayor said to Lin Zheng with a cold face, My citizens should be very happy and joyful. You are embarrassing me by looking so sad. No, brother-in-law, I'll make him laugh right away. As he spoke, the black-hearted boss took out a dagger, put it against Lin Zheng's face, and threatened, Boy, if you don't smile again, I will stab you to death. Ha ha, under the threat of the dagger, Lin Zheng laughed out loud, and at the same time the seeds of hatred were planted in his heart. At this moment the roles are reversed. Lin Zheng stared at Zhou and said, Smile for me. After feeling Lin Zheng's ferocity, Zhou finally gave in and knelt on the ground, begging Lin Zheng to let him go. It's ridiculous that the mayor actually knelt down and begged for mercy. The people around were all looking at this scene in disbelief. Mayor, Lu Wenshu shouted to the mayor. Please let me go. It was my fault before. You have already cut off both my arms. Can you please show some mercy and let me go? Zhou kowtowed and said. At the same time, he kept winking at Lu Wenshu. Lu Wenshu's eyes kept turning, and he instantly understood what the mayor meant. As soon as the mayor left the attack range of the two men, he would immediately open fire. But their little actions could not escape Lin Zheng's eyes, and he saw everything. Lin Zheng slowly squatted down and grabbed Zhou's chin. I asked you to laugh, But now your laugh is uglier than crying. Zhou An's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he immediately burst into laughter, with the flesh on his face shaking nonstop. Suddenly, Lin Zheng clenched his fist and smashed Zhou An's head into pieces with one punch, saying with disdain, "I am very dissatisfied with your smile." Then he slowly stood up and looked at the others. Lu Wenshu's eyes widened. He actually killed the mayor. He killed the mayor, shoot him. Following Lu Wenshu's order, dense gunfire rang out, and bullets rained down on Lin Zheng and his men. Lin Zheng frowned slightly. Absolute space, start. Brush. As if time had stopped, all bullets that came within 5 meters of Lin Zheng stopped instantly and hung in the air. The scene was extremely strange. Everyone was so frightened that they dropped their guns, stared at this horrific and magical scene with eyes wide open and mouths wide open. Hee. Is he a human or a ghost? Lu Wenshu finally understood why the two of them and a dog dared to kill the mayor. It turned out that they had such extraordinary abilities. But now it's too late to understand all this. Lin Zheng's consciousness instantly connected to all the bullets. The next second, bullets shot out towards Lu Wenshu and others. Under Lin Zheng's copying, the number of bullets increased dozens of times, and they were shot at them as densely as a steel plate. Brush! Like the sound of heavy rain hitting the ground, the dense bullets instantly turned everyone into sieves, and the car was also full of bullets. Lin Zheng walked up to Lu Wenshu, who was still breathing, and said, "Tell me, where are you going?" Lu Wenshu said, "Save me, and I will tell you. You don't have a choice." Lu Wenshu had no choice but to take a gamble, so he said, "Let's go to the quarantine area, which is 50 kilometers east of Jiangtong City. It was jointly established by several nearby large cities, and the number of places is limited." After he finished speaking, Lin Zheng's mind flashed, and his head exploded. This is the terror of absolute space. As long as he is within the range, Lin Zheng is the absolute master. "Brother Lin Zheng, do you think what he said is true?" Zhang Yitong asked. Lin Zheng nodded. "It should be true. So, are we going to the quarantine area?" "Why go to the quarantine area? We have to eat porridge with pickles every day and be supervised by a group of people. We might as well build our own quarantine area." Zhang Yitong was a little shocked. Build your own quarantine area. Chapter 27. Human Head and Dog Body. Just when Lin Zheng and his friends were about to drive away, suddenly, a dog barked behind me. The golden retriever was the first to become alert because he found the dogs barking very strange. Everyone turned around to look and saw a monster with a human head and a dog body. The head was the head of a male zombie, and the face was rotten. From time to time, it opened its black and smelly mouth and screamed. The sound it made was not the roar of a zombie, but more like the barking of a dog. A fusion of a dog and a zombie. This was the first time Lin Zheng had seen such a situation, so he was a little surprised. But this also made him realize that the world is becoming more and more bizarre and strange, and more things that human thinking cannot understand will happen. The only thing they have to do is to constantly improve their strength in order to protect themselves in troubled times. This monster with a human head and a dog body makes me feel sick and want to vomit after looking at it for a long time. Zhang Yitong frowned and stared at the monster, as if looking directly into its eyes. The next second, she raised her hand and shot an arrow. However, the monster was extremely agile and dodged the arrow with a single move. The moment the arrow exploded, it turned its head and looked as if it understood. Zhang Yitong didn't give him time to react. Swish, 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 several arrows were fired in succession. But the monster dodged them all. Lin Zheng guessed that this fusion was also a kind of evolution. The human head retained human wisdom, and the dog body retained the dog's agility. The monster soon rushed to them. Zhang Yitong held 4 arrows in her hand and deftly placed them on the bow. This time she wanted to shoot all 4 arrows at once. Just about to shoot, the golden retriever, standing nearby, couldn't stand the sight of this strange-looking monster. It looked like a dog, but not a dog, which made it crazy. It suddenly pounced on it. Facing the aggressive golden hair, the monster did not choose to fight head-on, but avoided the attack by slightly turning sideways. Lin Zheng frowned. This monster does have the intelligence of a human. It looks like the fierce golden hair will suffer this time. Golden retrievers are smarter than ordinary dogs, and they are still far from being as smart as real people because they have not yet fully evolved. As soon as the words fell, the monster raised its sharp claws and clawed at the golden-haired creature's back. Immediately, several scarlet blood marks appeared. The golden retriever turned his head, bared his teeth, and looked furious. He rushed towards the monster again. This time, the monster didn't seem to have any intention of avoiding him. It just stood there motionless. Lin Zheng glanced behind the monster and saw a sharp steel bar facing forward. If the golden retriever rushed forward recklessly like this, he would definitely be pierced by the steel bars. "Careful!" Lin Zheng shouted at the golden retriever, but the golden retriever seemed not to hear him and rushed forward regardless. Seeing the angry golden hair, The monster actually showed a strange smile on his face, as if he was a villain whose evil plan was about to succeed. Just when the golden retriever was about to pounce on the monster suddenly jumped up, revealing the sharp steel bars behind it. But this time, golden retriever seemed to be prepared. He bit the monster's hind leg and tore off a piece of skin. However, one of the golden retriever's legs was pierced by a steel bar. Golden hair. Just when Lin was about to make a move, the golden-haired creature suddenly let out a thunderous roar, and a powerful energy instantly spread out. Lin Zheng was a little surprised. Is this going to break through the limit and evolve to the first level? Really? The golden retriever's body was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It slowly turned into a silver-white color, like extremely hard steel. Under the dual stimulation of the zombie virus and the steel element, the golden retriever evolved and awakened the ability of steel strengthening, which can make his body as hard as iron and greatly improve his strength and speed. In the later stage, he can even withstand missiles. It can withstand missiles so fierce. A cool steel tank. After being transformed into steel, the golden hair turned silver white, and its entire body became larger. Its hair was like steel needles. Roar! It roared loudly to the sky, and the monster seemed to feel the terror of the golden hair and retreated back again and again. Click! The golden hair moved slightly, and the steel bar inserted in its thigh was broken, and the remaining part was absorbed and assimilated by its body. The golden retriever rushed forward, and this time its speed increased by several levels. The monster wanted to dodge, but it was too late and was pinned to the ground by the golden-haired beast's claws. Roar, roar, roar. The monster kept roaring. Woof! The golden retriever also yelled, as if to say die. Then the golden-haired man looked at Jiang Yitong, shook his head, and signaled her to release the arrow. Jiang Yitong understood and shot out the 4 arrows that had been prepared, hitting the monster right in the middle, pinning it to the ground, unable to move, and letting out a painful howl. This time the cry was more human. Golden retriever, get out of the way! But the golden retriever held the cub tightly, staring at it with bared teeth, and refused to leave. Lin Zheng smiled slightly. He had already seen through what the golden retriever was up to. Don't you just want to show off your awakened supernatural powers? Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the golden-haired man and the monster were engulfed in flames. Golden hair! Jiang Yitong shouted. Lin Zheng's mouth corners slightly raised. After a while, the flames faded away, and the golden retriever stood there intact, its body still spotless silver white. The monster was blown to ashes. Lin Zheng, I knew it. Jiang Yitong was shocked. Is this the ability that the golden hair awakened? He could resist the explosive bow. She is now looking forward to her own special powers, wondering what kind of magical powers they will have. Then, the golden retriever ran up excitedly, and the silver-white color on his body gradually faded away. You're a lucky kid. You have awakened the iron strengthening by accident. However, this ability is quite suitable for you. With your personality, if you don't have this ability in the future, you will probably die 800 times. Vuiv, vuiv, vuiv. The golden retriever barked twice. Then, Lin Zheng found Jiang Yitong, who looked a little lonely. He knew what she was worried about. So he comforted her and said, Don't worry, little bastard. Maybe your ability is really amazing, so it will take a long time to awaken. Jiang Yitong nodded. Yes, brother Lin Zheng. At this moment, Lin Zheng received a text message on his phone. It was from Li Jiang, and it said, Zheng, have you gone to the quarantine area? Hurry up, or you won't be able to get in. I'm leaving soon. See you in the quarantine area then. Lin Zheng immediately replied, Don't go, just stay at home. The next second, Li Jiang called. Lin Zheng answered the phone, and Li Jiang's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Zheng, you are still alive. I thought you were dead. I wanted to send a text message to try, but you replied immediately. By the way, what do you mean by that sentence? Why can't we go to the quarantine area? Lin Zheng said in a strong and commanding tone. Don't go, it's a scam. Chapter 28, Li Jiang's Persistence. Suddenly, there was a scream from the other end of the phone, followed by a zombie roar. Lin Zheng's face changed. Not good. Inside the Li family villa, Li Jiang's entire family, including his eldest uncle, second uncle's family, grandparents, stood in panic. Just now, Li Jiang was talking on the phone with Lin Zheng in the yard, when suddenly a zombie climbed over from behind the wall, and then more and more zombies climbed over. The zombies before were obviously not so flexible and agile. It seems that these zombies are also evolving rapidly. Li Jiang immediately ran into the house and dropped his phone in panic. At this moment, the whole family was hiding in the house discussing what to do. Li Jiang's uncle stepped forward and said to his father, Dad, let's go through the tunnel. The tunnel leads directly to the underground garage, and we can drive to the quarantine area from there. Mr. Li thought about it and said, But in this way, all the supplies we originally prepared will be gone. They had originally prepared 2 large trucks of daily necessities and parked them in the yard. Now that the yard was occupied by zombies, the supplies were gone. Or one of you can take the risk and drive away the 2 trucks of supplies in the yard, and the rest of you can go through the tunnel and drive away to the underground garage. Grandpa, Li continued. Everyone below looked at each other, without saying a word. Mr. Li looked at Li Jiang's father and said, "Third brother, you usually have the worst performance in the company. Now is the time for you to contribute." When the old man said this, Li Jiang's uncle and second uncle heaved a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Then he followed the old man's words and said to Li Jiang's father, "Yes, third brother, our Li family has raised you for so many years, and you have not made any contribution to the Li family. Now is the time for you to perform well." "That's right. The Li family doesn't keep idle people," Li Jiang's second aunt said sarcastically. Li Jiang looked at his parents who dared not speak and could not help asking, "Grandpa, is that truck of supplies so important? If we go to the quarantine area, won't the authorities take care of us?" "Jiang, you think too simply. Where there are people, there is society. If we don't have a trump card in our hands, we will be bullied and manipulated like ordinary people in the quarantine area and live without dignity. Do you understand? But if you go out like this, you might die." At this time, Li Jiang's aunt came over and said, "No, Jiang, when the time comes, you and your father just need to move quickly and drive immediately after getting in the car. Those zombies won't be able to catch up with you. It's easy." Li Jiang looked at his aunt and said, "But my dad has bad legs and feet. Aunt, why don't you let my cousin go with me? We are both young and the success rate will be higher." Hearing this, Li Jiang's aunt immediately changed her expression. "How can that be possible? Our Meng Fei is usually so quiet. He definitely can't do this. Listen to your aunt. Just go with your dad. You and your father are of one mind, and you can break metal with your strength, right?" Seeing that his aunt was unwilling, Li Jiang looked at Mr. Li and tried to get his consent. Mr. Li said, "Meng Fei is the first heir of the family, and nothing can happen to him. Jiang, your family will have to work harder. You can go with your father, and we will record your contribution in the family book." At this time, Li Mengfei also stood up and said, "Yes, Jiang, our entire family will thank you when the time comes." "What's the use of thanking someone? The person is dead." Even the second uncle's daughter, Li Jiang's cousin, stood up and said unhappily, "Li Jiang, can your family be more efficient? If the zombies attack us later, none of us will survive, and then the responsibility will be entirely on your family." Looking at this family talking at once, Li Jiang was completely disappointed with his family. He said directly, "You guys go. Our family won't leave." When this was said, everyone was shocked. "Why don't you stay here and wait to die?" They didn't care about the life and death of Li Jiang's family, but the supplies in the 2 trucks. When Li Jiang's father heard this, he hurriedly grabbed him and said, "Jiang, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you going to stay here and die?" Then he said to Mr. Li, "Dad, please don't let Jiang go. I will go alone. 1 truckload of supplies will be enough." "Third brother, don't push your luck. If we lose a truckload of supplies, we will be inferior to others in the quarantine area. Aren't you bringing shame to our family?" "Yes, third brother, as a member of the Li family, how can you say such things?" Li Jiang's aunt said unhappily with her hands on her hips. At this time, Li Jiang's mother stood up and said, "Dad, let me go instead of Jiang." "Nonsense, can you drive? Don't make trouble for me." Li Jiang recalled the conversation he had just had with Lin Zheng. The last sentence was to tell him not to go to the quarantine area, saying that it was a scam. He thought about it over and over again, but still couldn't figure out what kind of scam it was. But there was one thing he was sure of, that is Lin Zheng would never lie to him. So he decided to trust Lin Zheng and stay in the villa. Now as long as the door is closed, the zombies cannot enter the villa, but he doesn't know how many days he can last. Li Jiang pulled his parents back and said, "Mom and Dad, we are not going to the quarantine area. If they want to go, they can go by themselves. We are not going anyway." "Jiang, what are you talking about? If we don't go to the quarantine area, we will starve to death sooner or later," said Li Jiyang's mother. "You can go or not. We're leaving first anyway. If you still consider yourselves to be members of the Li family, then bring 2 trucks of supplies to the quarantine area later." Old Master Li flicked his sleeves, turned around and left. The rest followed him and went away. They came to the tunnel entrance and entered one by one. Mr. Li said to his second son, "You go in last. Lock the tunnel entrance and cut off the retreat of the third son's family. Then they will definitely take away the 2 trucks of supplies." Li Laoer chuckled and replied, "Dad, you are still taller." After they finished walking, Li Jiang's father said, "Let's follow. Don't worry about the supplies. Let's go to the quarantine area first. I'll explain to Dad then." Li Jiang still said, "Dad, we are not going to the quarantine area. Maybe there is no quarantine area at all. Have you ever thought that the authorities are lying to us? Why would the authorities lie to us? Jiang, hurry up and leave. Dad, please trust me just once." "Jiang, stop messing around." At the strong request of Li Jiang's father, they came to the entrance of the tunnel, but found that the entrance was locked from the inside and could not be opened at all. It seems that they are forcing us to take away those 2 trucks of supplies. Dad, let's stay here and not go to the quarantine area. Li Jiang's father thought for a moment and said, Okay, Jiang, I'll listen to you. If they are unkind, don't blame us for not having a good time. When there are fewer zombies in the yard, we will move the supplies from the car in and use them slowly. Chapter 29, The Filial Son. Mr. Li and others who were already driving on the road finally put their minds at ease. As long as they reached the quarantine area, they would be safe. Boss Li looked back and didn't see the 2 cars loaded with supplies, so he said to Old Man Li, Dad, the 3rd brother and the others didn't catch up. They couldn't be dead. Humph, useless things. Leave them alone. Let's go to the quarantine area quickly. Okay, Dad. After saying that, Boss Li stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed. Soon, they arrived at the western suburbs. Only then did I realize with horror that this was not an isolation zone at all, but a hell on earth, with piles of zombies and living people running frantically for their lives. There were broken arms and limbs everywhere, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood, just like hell on earth. The Li family looked at the scene in front of them and could hardly believe it. Wasn't this supposed to be a quarantine area? Why is it a slaughterhouse? Mr. Li made a prompt decision. Quick, turn around! Boss Li immediately put the car in reverse gear and turned the car around frantically. At this moment, he finally understood why Li Jiang and his family did not come to the quarantine area. It turns out that they already knew that there was no quarantine area, but they didn't tell anyone about this and wanted to kill all of them. Mr. Li said with a sinister look on his face, Li Jiang, your family is so cruel. Bang! Li Laodo was reversing too fast and hit Li Laoer and his family, who were following behind. Li Laoer was so flustered watching this hellish scene that he couldn't shift into reverse gear for a long time. Can you do it? Hurry up! Why are you so useless? Li Laoer's wife kept blaming him. Li Laoer was so angry that he slapped her and cursed. You stinky woman, shut up. Keep nagging me. Come here if you have the guts. You hit me. Li Laoer's wife was usually arrogant and domineering. After being hit like this, she completely lost her mind and said, I'll do it if I want. Then he rushed forward to grab the steering wheel. You bitch, you're going to die. In a panic, Li Laoer stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car started instantly, pushing forward violently, and actually pushed Li Laoda and his car out. Boss Li leaned out of the car window and yelled, Second brother, what are you doing? Back up! At this moment, a zombie saw Boss Li sticking his head out, rushed over, grabbed his head and started to bite it. The first bite directly tore off his scalp, revealing his scarlet head, then poked his eyeballs with his hands and began to suck the brain marrow from the eye sockets. The splattered blood splashed onto the people in the car. They shouted and attracted more zombies. Mr. Li shouted to Li Mengfei, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Kick your dad out of the car, you drive? Ah! Li Mengfei yelled frantically, as if he hadn't heard anything. Waste! Mr. Li cursed. The next second, a zombie reached out and grabbed Li Mengfei's hair, trying to pull him out. He was so scared that he shouted desperately. Don't pull me! Don't pull me! Pull my grandpa! Mr. Li's face turned pale. He really did what he said, cut off the hair with a knife he carried with him, and then pushed the zombie's hand towards Mr. Li. You are such a filial son. Mr. Li, whose calf was grabbed by the zombie, looked very pale. The zombie was very strong and was dragging him madly, and it seemed that he was about to be dragged out of the car. He grabbed his wife. The old woman hit him on the head with her walking stick and cursed, You old man, if you want to die, don't take me with you. Seeing his wife's reaction, Mr. Li grabbed Mrs. Li tightly and said, You bitch, come down with me. Just like that, Mr. Li and Mrs. Li were dragged out of the car by force, and the rest of the zombies rushed up frantically. Seeing this, Li Mengfei took advantage of this opportunity to open the driver's door, kicked his father out of the car, and then quickly sat in the driver's seat. Quickly start the vehicle and turn around, all in one go. When turning around, he ran over his grandfather's legs and then sped away with his foot on the accelerator. Li Mengfei's mother, who was sitting in the back seat, stared blankly at Li Mengfei, who looked like the driving god of Akina Mountain, and was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Li Laoer also reacted at this time, turned around, and fled. Dad, I'll throw a speaker behind the villa. When the zombies are attracted there, we'll rush out and drive the car into the villa. Good. After that, Li Jiang turned on the speaker, which started playing music. Then, he threw the speaker outside the house. The sound of the speakers instantly attracted the zombies in the yard. Open the door, Dad! The door was opened, and the father and son rushed out. But they didn't notice that a zombie was hiding behind the door. This zombie had apparently begun to slowly evolve its intelligence, and was not fooled by Li Jiang and the others' tricks. After taking them out, it quietly slipped into the villa. At this time, Li Jiang's mother was the only one in the villa. When the zombies saw her, they immediately pounced on her, tore off her face, pierced her eyes, and began to suck her brain. Li Jiang heard screams from inside the house and turned around to see, Oh no, Dad! They were just about to get in the car when the screams in the house made them pale. Go back quickly. At this moment, a zombie came out of the car window and hugged Li Jiang's father. This zombie is smarter and knows how to hide here and wait for the prey. Jiang, run. As soon as he finished shouting, the zombie bit his neck fiercely, causing blood to spurt out. The zombie then held his head and spun 360 degrees. Father Li died tragically in front of Li Jiang. Dad! At this moment, the zombie holding Father Li roared to the sky. The next second, all the zombies that were tricked away before surrounded him. Li Jiang looked around and realized that he had nowhere to retreat. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the zombie that killed his father. Alpaca, I'm going to fight you. Boom. At this moment, an explosion broke out among the zombies. Li Jiang looked up and saw a dashing girl standing on the wall, drawing her bow and drawing an arrow. She shot an arrow and hit a zombie. The next second, the arrow exploded, emitting a burst of fire. Then, she fired 4 arrows at once. An explosion sounded one after another. Then, a silver-white, golden-haired creature descended from the sky, pinned the zombie that killed Li's father down, and raised its claws to smack it, smashing its brain to pieces. This Nima also exploded. Li Jiang couldn't help but sigh. The next moment, Lin Zheng slowly walked out from a pile of zombies. Within a 5-meter radius of him, there seemed to be a mysterious force that caused all the zombies that approached to explode and turn into a pile of minced meat. This is Zheng. Chapter 30, Doomsday Lesson 1. In this way, Li Jiang was rescued by Lin Zheng and brought back to his safe house. As soon as he entered the safe house, Li Jiang's eyes widened with disbelief, just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. On that day, because both his parents were killed by zombies, Li Jiang was speechless all day, did not eat, and fell asleep early. In the middle of the night, Lin Zheng could still hear him crying secretly in his bed. Lin Zheng couldn't help but sigh. On the second day, Li Jiang seemed to have recovered somewhat. After all, life had to go on. Lin Zheng saw that he looked pale and thin and looked hungry. He took out a hot pot and many ingredients from the system space. There are beef rolls, lamb rolls, spicy beef, shrimp balls, duck intestines, beef meatballs, tripe, egg rolls, etc. Damn, it's Hataleo. This is too rich. Li Jiang looked like he had seen a ghost. He opened his mouth wide and stared at the hot pot on the table. Seeing Li Jiang's inexperienced look, the golden retriever couldn't help but roll his eyes. I usually eat better than this, so what's the big deal? Rich families like Li Jiang need the freshest food every day, so when the zombie crisis comes, they have almost no supplies. I did stock up on a lot of good wine and tea, but they couldn't satisfy my hunger. Fortunately, the children in the family usually bought a lot of snacks, so the whole family barely survived. Li Jiang, who had been eating snacks for several days, saw the hot pot and became crazy, just like a beast seeing a beauty. Soon, the water boiled, and he put food into the pot frantically, not caring about the hot soup splashing on his hands. As soon as it was half-cooked, he devoured it. Zheng, I won't be polite. Lin Zheng. My good brother has suffered a lot these days. Normally, he never goes to this kind of hot pot restaurant where the average price per person is less than 500 yuan, but now he is eating so happily. If it weren't for Li Jiang, Lin Zheng probably wouldn't even be able to go to university. The two were in the same university, and Li Jiang usually helped Lin Zheng a lot. Now I have a new life. It's my turn to take care of you. Lin Zheng couldn't help but sigh as he thought about it, so he asked, do you want more? Are you full? Li Jiang patted his round belly, looked at the empty plate in front of him and the empty soup base and said, enough. Well, little bun, golden retriever, it's time for us to eat too. As he spoke, Lin Zheng took out sea cucumbers, abalone, king crab, shark fin, bird's nest, eel rice. Li Jiang looked at these high-quality ingredients, frowned, and then looked at Lin Zheng with resentment in his eyes. Lin Zheng spread his hands and said, the hot pot was originally meant for 4 people, but you finished it all by yourself, so we can only eat a little bit more. Casual. It's up to you. Li Jiang originally wanted to eat some more, but a burp with a strong smell of hot pot made him give up the idea. By the way, Zheng, why were you so weird when you killed the zombies before? It was as if you knew magic. And that little lady Baozi, the arrows she shot would explode. What happened? Li Jiang touched his head, looking confused. At this time, Zhang Yitong glanced at Li Jiang, then bent the bow and aimed the arrow at him. Don't call me little bun, or I will kill you with 1 arrow. This. Zheng also called you a little bun. Why don't you shoot him? He's different. Li Jiang looked at Lin Zheng and smiled. Don't laugh, or I'll shoot you to death. Li Jiang was so frightened that he covered his mouth instantly. He had seen the power of the bow and arrow before. 1 arrow could blow a zombie to pieces. Then, Lin Zheng explained to him the cause of the zombie crisis, as well as human evolution and how to practice. Li Jiang was shocked after hearing this and couldn't calm down for a long time, until Lin Zheng took out a bottle of mist and handed it to him. He took the mist and looked at it carefully. Is this the thing that can turn humans into zombies and also make them evolve? Lin Zheng. Those who survived and did not turn into zombies are either new humans who can evolve or old humans who cannot absorb the mist. So you can absorb the mist now to see if you can evolve. Okay, Zheng. Lin Zheng took out dozens of bottles of mist and gave them to Jiang Yitong. Little Baozi, try again. Maybe this time you can break through the first level and awaken your superpowers. Okay, brother Lin Zheng. Then the two of them began to absorb the mist. After a while, Li Jiang shouted, I feel full of strength now. He stood up suddenly and accidentally kicked over the golden retriever's bowl. Then, he punched the table next to him, smashing it to pieces. I have evolved, this feeling is really amazing. Li Jiang shouted excitedly. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. In this chaotic world, one must have strength to protect himself. Although Lin Zheng would protect his good brother, it was impossible for him to stay with him all the time. In the end, he had to rely on himself. It's good that he has evolved, but he's too wild. He doesn't know how to restrain himself. He will definitely suffer a great loss in the future. Just then, the golden retriever stared at Li Jiang with bared teeth because Li Jiang had just knocked over its bowl of rice. Li Jiang turned his head and immediately became excited. Hey, little golden retriever, do you want to practice with me? Woof! The golden retriever yelled, as if provoking Li Jiang. Li Jiang, who had just evolved, was extremely inflated at this moment. Come, take my punch. After that, he punched the golden retriever with all his strength. But the golden hair instantly turned into steel, and his whole body turned into silver white. Bang! The sound of an ancient temple bell rang out, floating back and forth in the safe house, and it took a long time to slowly dissipate. This punch was really powerful. Lin Zheng slapped his forehead and said, What did I say? I'm at a disadvantage right now. Li Jiang's hand was broken. Ah! He howled like a pig being slaughtered, and his right hand hung limply as if the bones had been pulled out. The golden retriever grinned and looked at Li Jiang with a squinting look on his face. Lin Zheng walked up to Li Jiang, patted him on the shoulder and said, Jiang, I will now teach you the first lesson of the doomsday. Be low-key in the future. In this ever-changing doomsday, powerful beings abound. Li Jiang showed a tearful expression, saying that he would never dare to be arrogant again. Why? On the other side, Jiang Yitong sighed softly. It seems that he still hasn't awakened. Lin Zheng was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the little bun had absorbed enough mist, so why didn't he awaken his supernatural powers? He came to the disappointed little bun, patted her shoulder, and comforted her softly. It's okay, little bun. This proves more and more that your ability is very powerful, so it is more difficult to awaken. Yeah, the little bun nodded with obvious disappointment. She was very anxious. As the end of the world progressed, it would only become more and more dangerous. If she didn't wake up one day, brother Lin Zheng would always worry about her. Never mind, let's eat first. Eating enough is the most important thing. Lin Zheng said. Chapter 31 Prediction. Li Jiang's hand was already in a cast, and he lay on the side, groaning. Lin Zheng and Jiang Yitong were enjoying a seafood feast. Come on, little bun, have a cup of ginseng tea. Thank you, brother Lin Zheng. Jiang Yitong reached out to take it, but her hand was empty, and then she took her hand back. Lin Zheng didn't react for a moment, so he let go of his hand, and the cup fell to the ground. I'm sorry, brother Lin Zheng. It's okay. I'll pour you another glass. Lin Zheng poured another cup for Jiang Yitong. This time he paid a little more attention and found that before he handed over the cup, the little bun had already reached out to take it. No doubt, she missed again and put her hand back. This time, Lin Zheng did not let go. He seemed to have discovered Jiang Yitong's awakened supernatural power. Little Baozi, I seem to have discovered your awakened supernatural power. Jiang Yitong was instantly excited when she heard this. Really? What is my special ability, brother Lin Zheng? Let's go outside and try it, and then you'll know. Then, several people came to the safe house. At this moment, there were no zombies in this area. Not far away, there were only a few zombies wandering around. In order not to be disturbed, Lin Zheng moved his mind, and a few stones beside him floated up, then shot towards the zombies. Snap, snap, snap. The stone hit the zombies in the head, and several of them fell down instantly. Then, Lin Zheng said to Jin Mao, you become steel. Later, Zaibazi will shoot an arrow at you. Do your best to dodge it. This will test your reaction speed. When the golden hare heard this, he instantly turned into steel, and his whole body turned silver white. Since it awakened, it has been struggling to show its strength. I didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to ask me to show him a bit. Then it would be a disgrace. Then, the golden retriever took small and proud steps and ran to a place about 20 meters away, with his muscles tensed and ready to go. That little expression seemed to be saying, if you can hit me with an arrow today, I will call you daddy. Lin Zheng said to Jiang Yitong, Little Baozi, you should concentrate now and shoot it for me. Jiang Yitong knew that the explosive bow could not hurt the golden hare after it turned into steel, so she nodded and said, Okay, brother Lin Zheng. She slowly gathered her energy, slowly raised the explosive bow, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were as bright as torches. Woof, woof, woof. The golden retriever was already thirsty and began to urge Jiang Yitong with his voice. I saw it suddenly shook its head, and its silver-white fur swung along with it, just like a silver-white lion. Whoosh! Jiang Yitong suddenly shot an arrow, and the arrow whizzed away with a sound of breaking through the air. The golden retriever had already prepared to move. When he saw Jiang Yitong taking action, he immediately moved. Lin Zheng frowned, then smiled slightly and said, "It's exactly what I thought." Boom! Arrows explode. In the middle of the golden hair, the golden-haired man was stunned. It was an accident. It was definitely an accident. How could she possibly hit him with such a fast speed? Lin Zheng said on the side. Very good, continue. Jiang Yitong was a little stunned, but immediately reacted, glanced at Lin Zheng, and shot another arrow. The golden retriever was full of confidence this time. It was impossible to shoot it this time. Boom! Hit again. Coincidence. Absolutely a coincidence. The golden retriever was a little panicked. Jiang Yitong was also a little surprised. Her archery skills were very accurate, but she was still not very skilled at shooting at moving targets. He shot 2 arrows at the fast-moving golden retriever. Is it coincidence or luck? Lin Zheng continued at the side. Shoot, don't stop, keep shooting. At Lin Zheng's urging, Jiang Yitong kept drawing his bow and shooting arrows at an increasingly faster speed. No matter how the golden retriever tried to dodge, every arrow hit it accurately. After dozens of arrows were fired, the originally silver-white golden hair was now black, as if it was covered with soot from the bottom of a pot, and its face was full of grievance. At the same time, it stuck out its tongue and panted continuously. After doing this dozens of times, it was already exhausted. Li Jiang was stunned watching from the side. He didn't expect that this seemingly weak little sister could be so skilled in archery. He would try not to provoke her in the future. Good! Li Jiang shouted, and then subconsciously clapped his hands. Ah, it hurts! The golden retriever looked at Jiang Yitong not far away, his face full of dissatisfaction. This is impossible. Why can every arrow of hers hit me? Could it be that she has installed automatic tracking on the arrows? Jiang Yitong looked at the unconvinced golden retriever and put another arrow on it. Come again! The golden retriever was shocked. His iron form was about to disappear. If it happened again, he would be dead. Fortunately, Lin Zheng stopped her in time. Okay, little bun, don't come. Jiang Yitong then slowly put down the arrow in his hand. Lin Zheng looked at her and asked, Do you know what superpower you have awakened now? Crack shot. No. Lin Zheng pretended to be mysterious. This is obviously a surefire way to hit the target, but Lin Zheng said it was not, which made Jiang Yitong a little confused. What is that, brother Lin Zheng? Please tell me quickly, I really want to know. Jiang Yitong said anxiously. Your ability is that you can see the other person's moves 1 second in advance. Ah! Jiang Yitong couldn't believe it. This seemed a bit too fantastic. Predict the future? Lin Zheng shook his head. It's not about predicting the future, but you can quickly predict his next move based on his current move. When you shot the arrow just now, I observed that your arrow was not aimed directly at the golden retriever, but at the position it would reach in the next second. Jiang Yitong was a little puzzled, but I shot right at it. Lin Zheng continued to explain. That's because the golden hair in your eyes is the golden hair 1 second later. Just like when you took the cup just now, you must have accidentally used your supernatural power at that time, and saw the scene in advance that I was going to hand the cup to you. So you stretched out your hands and grabbed nothing twice. So that's how it is? Jiang Yitong nodded in sudden realization, her face showing both shock and surprise. She then asked, Then brother Lin Zheng, how can I control this ability? Otherwise, I will have to break a lot of cups in the future. Lin Zheng Dao. Supernatural powers are controlled by our will. Try to concentrate your energy and feel the energy of supernatural powers flowing through your body. Then use your willpower to control them to gather into one ball. Jiang Yitong immediately closed her eyes, slowly gathered her energy, and the expression on her face gradually relaxed. The next second, she opened her eyes excitedly, looked at Lin Zheng, and said, Brother Lin Zheng, it's really like what you said. I can feel that magical energy. Lin Zheng smiled and said, That's good, little bastard. Now that you have awakened your superpowers, you won't have to worry about it anymore. The little bun smiled and looked at Lin Zheng, but the next second, her face changed drastically. She stared at Lin Zheng in horror and quickly backed away. Chapter 32, Awakening Human Invasion. Because she saw a phantom that looked exactly like Lin Zheng punching her in the face. This is... Lin Zheng's fist suddenly stopped, and the shadow in Jiang Yitong's eyes disappeared. How do you feel now? Jiang Yitong was surprised and said, Brother Lin Zheng, I saw a phantom that looked exactly like you punching me, so I quickly stepped back, and then your fist came up. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction and said, Very good. You can now freely control your superpowers. When someone attacks you, you will subconsciously use your superpowers. When the danger disappears, you will automatically stop using them. This can greatly save your energy. So, Brother Lin Zheng, you were testing me just now. That's right. Just then, Lin Zheng looked at the empty space in front of him and felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Suddenly, he realized that there were many zombie corpses on the ground. But now, except for the few zombies that were just killed, all other zombie bodies disappeared. Lin Zheng suddenly had a very bad premonition. Who would want a zombie's body? Just as Lin Zheng was thinking, a few people suddenly appeared in the distance. They seemed to have discovered Lin Zheng and his companions and quickly ran over here. Lin Zheng immediately realized that something was wrong, because they all had weapons in their hands and were coming with a fierce momentum, obviously with ill intentions. Everyone pay attention, the enemy is coming. After that, Zhang Yitong, Li Jiang, and Jin Mao perked up and stared at the person running towards them, especially the bald head who was in the lead. He exuded the aura of an awakened person. It seems that humans have become more and more adapted to the fog and have begun to evolve rapidly. This was the first awakened human that Lin Zheng had met besides Zhang Yitong. However, Zhang Yitong was able to break through with the help of his own extremely pure mist. It seemed that this world was not short of people with excellent talents. All of you stop right there. The bald man in the lead was holding a scimitar and had a scar on his face. You are blind. Aren't we standing here well? When the bald man saw Zhang Yitong, he immediately showed an obscene smile, licked his tongue, and said to the four brothers behind him, "Brothers, we are lucky today. We actually caught a little beauty. Tonight we brothers must have a good time." At this time, a skinny and wretched man walked up and said with a smile, "Brother Scar, I want that man." He pointed at Li Jiang and said, "Li Jiang's to santamumstik tanatim stanley." Scar smiled and said, "I know you like this. Okay, I'll keep it for you." "Thank you, Scar." Then, Scar brother carried the scimitar in his hand on his shoulder, pouted and said to Lin Zheng, "Boy, I'll give you a chance. Either you live and serve us tea, or you die under my knife." Because Lin Zheng is the only person who is of no use to them. Zhang Yitong could no longer bear to see the other party humiliating Lin Zheng like this, so she raised her bow and shot an arrow at Scar brother. Scar's expression changed slightly. Awakener. As soon as he moved, he found that the arrow was coming towards him, and he immediately felt a little strange. Why the hell did I move in the direction where she shot the arrow? The arrow was close to him, and he could only use his supernatural powers. He swung his palm, and a fire snake spewed out at the same time, swallowing the arrow directly, and the arrow also exploded in the flames. After learning that the other party was an awakener, Scar brother seemed even more excited and said to his brothers, "Brothers, we are really lucky today. This little beauty is also an awakener. It will be even more exciting to play with her. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." The younger brothers laughed and looked at Zhang Yitong with lustful eyes, except for the thin guy. Zhang Yitong didn't give him time to breathe. He wrinkled his eyes slightly and activated his predictive ability. The first arrow was aimed at Scar brother. Scar brother saw that this arrow was ordinary and he could easily dodge it. He just leaned slightly to the side and dodged the arrow. The arrow hit the rubble behind him, which exploded and threw up countless small stones. Scar brother gave Zhang Yitong a lewd smile and said, "Little beauty, if that's all you have, you'll have to warm my bed tonight." Shameless. Zhang Yitong cursed. The first arrow is just to make the opponent move. Once he moves, the movements will have a certain continuity, so that Zhang Yitong can predict the opponent's movements 1 second in advance. Right. Zhang Yitong smiled slightly and shot another arrow quickly. Scar brother was leaning to the right just now. He had just stood firm when he saw the opponent shoot another arrow. The inertia of the action made him step back to the right. This was exactly what Zhang Yitong had predicted. Scar brother was a little depressed. How come he bumped into her arrow again? He had no choice but to use his fire power again, spurting out blazing flames from his palms. But Zhang Yitong didn't give him time to breathe. He shot 3 arrows in succession, and the 3 points formed a triangle in the air. Scar brother saw another arrow coming and quickly changed his body shape again, only to find that he had hit the arrow again. He wanted to take a step back to the right and lean forward to avoid it, but he found that there was also an arrow coming from that position. He had no choice but to stand up again and take another step back, but there was still an arrow waiting for him there. He was immediately depressed. Why does the opponent's arrow always appear at the position of my next move? Could it be that that woman could predict the future? This time, he simply didn't hide, but stood where he was, spewing flames at the third arrow. Boom! After the explosion, he exhaled slowly. He didn't expect that this seemingly weak woman could be so fierce. But he didn't expect that Zhang Yitong had predicted his immobility. Behind the third arrow, there was another arrow, shot out from the explosion. Scar brother was unable to dodge, and was hit by an arrow in the arm. Boom! The arrow exploded and blew off one of his arms. Ah! He let out a loud cry of pain, and then shouted to his younger brother, "Why the hell are you still standing there? Kill them for me." The younger brothers finally reacted and rushed towards Lin Zheng and the others with their swords drawn. The thin man naturally rushed towards Li Jiang. Li Jiang spat. How dare you think about me? Go to hell? He used his left hand to punch the thin man who was rushing towards him. This punch seemed to have a force of 1,000 pounds, hitting the thin man's stomach and knocking him away, right in front of Lin Zheng. The skinny guy had also evolved, and his physical fitness was much stronger than that of an ordinary person, so this punch only injured him, but did not kill him. Seeing that Li Zheng was not easy to deal with, he got up and rushed towards Lin Zheng. However, before he could get close to Lin Zheng, he was bounced several meters away by Lin Zheng's absolute space and landed in front of the golden-haired man. How come this man is so powerful? He got up again, looked at the golden retriever in front of him, and said, I don't believe it today. Even if I can't beat a man, I can always beat a dog. He raised his knife and chopped at the golden retriever. The golden retriever had just rested for a while and had recovered his strength, turning into steel again. The steel knife chopped on the golden retriever's back, making a clanging sound. The thin man suddenly felt a numbness in his palm, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. The golden-haired man who was chopped by the knife was completely furious. He roared to the sky, and a huge sound wave directly hammered the skinny man into a big back hair. Then the golden retriever raised his paw and clawed at his neck. The next second his head rolled to the ground. Scar brother was shocked. This golden retriever is so fierce. The other three brothers rushed towards Lin Zheng. When they came within 5 meters of Lin Zheng, 3 heads flew up, blood mist spurted out from their necks, and then their bodies fell to the ground with a bang. Scar brother swallowed his saliva and said, This is even more outrageous. His first reaction now is to run. He turned around and ran, but Zhang Yitong fired 5 arrows at once, blocking all his escape routes. Finally, a sword hit him in the back. Boom! The arrow exploded. He looked down and saw a bloody hole in his chest, and then he fell down. Chapter 33, Strange Fruit. Lin Zheng felt something was strange. The bald man was clearly pierced through the chest, but no blood came out. He walked forward and took a look, his brows slightly furrowed. The bald man's body not only had no blood, but also showed signs of decay, which were the characteristics of a zombie. But he still retained his human rationality, which made Lin Zheng a little confused. Logically speaking, with the current concentration of fog, it is impossible for a first-level awakener to appear among humans so soon, and this bald man is indeed a first-level awakener, but his body is very strange. The only explanation Lin Zheng could think of was that he might have eaten some kind of mutated plant that could absorb and store mist, which would allow him to absorb high concentrations of mist in a short period of time, allowing him to awaken faster and break through to the first level. In order to confirm his idea, Lin Zheng moved his mind, and a piece of iron next to him flew up and slashed towards the bald man's belly. His stomach was cut open instantly, but there was no blood splattering as expected. Instead, the slightly rotten flesh suddenly opened up, and the internal organs covered with mold instantly flowed out. Lin Zheng saw the stomach among the internal organs at a glance. It was covered with green mold and emitted a foul odor. Sizzle. The iron sheet cut open the moldy stomach again, and the contents flowed out. You can vaguely see some undigested meat. It seems this guy has been living a comfortable life these past 2 days. What's left is a sticky, semi-liquid paste. Suddenly, Lin Zheng saw something very strange. It was brown and the size of a marble. Its surface seemed to be covered with fine hairs. Moreover, there was more than one of these things, and it almost filled up his entire stomach. What's this? Lin Zheng controlled the iron sheet and picked out the thing. I always feel like I've seen that thing somewhere, but I just can't remember where. This damn familiar strangeness. Scrape. Lin Zheng controlled the iron sheet again and cut open the strange little fruit. Suddenly, a mist came out from inside. Lin Zheng nodded slightly. He was right. This small fruit should be the fruit of some mutant plant that can absorb fog. Do you two recognize this fruit? Zhang Yitong and Li Zheng shook their heads at the same time. Obviously, this kind of fruit is not common. Maybe it grows in some hidden corner, or maybe it grows on the roadside, but I just don't recognize it. Just when Lin was about to put it into the system space and slowly identify it later, the golden retriever came up, sniffed, and then barked at Lin Zheng twice. Lin Zheng suddenly realized, You are a dog. Your nose is so sharp. Even if you don't know what it is, you can still find it by smell. The golden retriever turned his head proudly, and his expression seemed to say, You think of me now. Then, under the leadership of Golden Hair, the three set out to find the first mutated plant, which could store mist. It can allow people to absorb a large amount of mist in a short period of time, thus awakening faster, but it seems to have a side effect, which is that it will gradually turn people into zombies. If more and more people take this fruit, then many powerful zombies will appear in the end. Lin Zheng must stop this trend. Strange, there seem to be very few zombie corpses along the way, as if they have been cleaned up by someone. Lin Zheng looked at the scenes on both sides of the road with some curiosity. Suddenly, several zombies appeared in front of us. They seemed to be dragging something and moving forward slowly. Lin Zheng and others ran over quickly. When the zombie saw them, he immediately put down the thing in his hand. The thing was nothing else but the zombie's body. It seems that the zombie corpses on the ground were dragged away by zombies. What do they want these corpses for? Lin Zheng's doubts grew more and more. At this moment, the zombies rushed over like crazy. Lin Zheng pointed at one of the female zombies and said to Li Jiang, Jiang, this one is relatively weak, so I'll give it to you for training. Oh, what a bunch of K! Li Jiang made an okay gesture to Lin Zheng and then rushed forward with full confidence. Lin Zheng's purpose in doing this is to enable Li Jiang to grow up as quickly as possible and be able to protect himself in this chaotic world. There's still a dozen zombies left. The golden retriever pounced and killed 2 of them. Jiang Yidong fired 4 arrows at once, hitting the heads of 4 zombies accurately. Boom! The heads of the 4 zombies were instantly blown into pieces. The remaining bodies ran forward 2 steps by inertia and then slowly fell down. There are still 10 zombies rushing into the 5-meter range of Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng moved his mind, and 10 heads flew up directly. Their bodies first knelt on the ground, then fell down suddenly, and then their heads rolled to the ground one by one. Jiang Yitong and Jin Mao were stunned. This is ridiculously strong. Anyone who gets close to him will have their head blown off if they are not careful. Of course, this is only true for weaker zombies. If they are both first-level zombies, Lin Zheng's absolute space cannot directly destroy their heads, but it can suppress the opponent's strength to a great extent. The battle here was over in less than 10 seconds. Help! A cry for help suddenly sounded, and several people turned their heads to see that Li Yang was being chased madly by the weak-looking female zombie. No way! This can't be defeated. Li Jiang was suddenly tripped, and the female zombie pounced on him fiercely, opening her bloody mouth and trying to bite Li Jiang's head. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and quickly raised his plastered arm to block it. The female zombie took a bite of the powder, spit it out twice, and felt a little dazed. The plaster on Li Jiang's hand was also bitten and broke into 2 pieces, sliding down from his hand. The female zombie opened her mouth wide again and bit towards Li Jiang's head. Ah! Li Jiang shota. The next second, the female zombie's head flew out. Li Jiang was stunned. I'm awakened? Get up! He turned his head and found that Lin Zheng and the others had stood beside him without him noticing. He hurriedly pushed away the female zombie that was pressing on him, and then climbed up. A little ashamed, I couldn't even beat a woman. Lin Zheng patted Li Jiang's shoulder, then came to the corpse of the female zombie, looked at her for a few times, and then used his mind to control a piece of iron to cut open her belly, and then cut open her stomach. In addition to the undigested scalp and brain, there was also that strange fruit. No wonder this female zombie is more powerful than the average one. It turns out she also ate this mutated fruit. Logically speaking, after absorbing the mist, the strengthened Li Jiang should have no problem dealing with ordinary zombies. But he was suppressed and beaten by this female zombie. That means that this female zombie has also been strengthened. Under this speculation, Lin Zheng couldn't help but connect it with the bald man, so he cut open her belly and stomach to see if she had also swallowed this mutated fruit. It seems that this kind of fruit can also strengthen zombies. In this case, Lin Zheng must destroy the mutated plant. Chapter 34. Terrifying Mutated Plants. At this moment, on a tall building not far away, a man holding a telescope was staring at this side. After seeing how horrible Lin Zheng and the others were, 2 drops of sweat could not help but flow down his cheeks. And there was a piece of rotten flesh on this man's arm. Then, under the leadership of Jin Mao, Lin Zheng and others continued to search for the mutated plant. This direction seems to be towards the city center. Lin Zheng initially thought that the mutant plant was in the forest outside the city. The closer we got to the city center, the more zombies there seemed to be. Many of them were dragging their bodies, staggering forward. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, they tried not to take the main road. The golden retriever sniffed as he walked. Suddenly it stopped, raised its head, and looked forward. Lin Zheng followed its gaze and was shocked by what he saw. It was the mutant plant. It is the biggest feature of Jiangtong City, the huge sycamore tree. But now it is no longer the sycamore tree with red leaves that looks pleasing to the eye. Instead, the leaves were withered, the trunk was twisted like a poisonous snake, and it was covered with thorny brown vines. Under the tree, there were piles of zombie corpses like a small mountain. The vines were moving slowly, strangling the bodies one by one, and then hanging them on the branches. From a distance, it looked like countless people were hanging on the tree. The scene was extremely weird at one point, and this is how the tree absorbs nutrients. Suddenly, Lin Zheng saw the fruit on the tree and his eyes widened. It was the mysterious fruit in the bald man's stomach. It turned out to be the fruit of the Polonia tree. No wonder Lin Zheng felt strange yet familiar. I used to pass by here often, and I would often look up to admire this sycamore tree. At this moment, they are hiding in an abandoned building. Just when Lin was thinking about how to destroy the tree, little did they know that several first-level zombies had already set their sights on them. They slowly approached Lin Zheng and the others. These zombies had eaten so many sycamore fruits that they had evolved to the first level in just a few days. As they got closer, when he was 5 meters away, Lin Zheng frowned, sensing the danger behind him. Careful, he shouted, and Jiang Yitong and the others reacted instantly. They were also deeply attracted by the terrifying sycamore tree. It was not until Lin Zheng's shout that they woke up and looked back suddenly. Jiang Yitong reacted quickly and shot an arrow at a first-level zombie, but the zombie dodged it flexibly. But Jiang Yitong had predicted this move, so after shooting the first arrow, she immediately shot the second arrow at the next place. Boom! The zombie was submerged in the explosion, and when the flames faded, the skin on its body was black and cracked, as if it had been burned by fire. This arrow caused it considerable damage. It was also enraged and roared to the sky, then quickly rushed towards Jiang Yitong. Jiang Yitong quickly bent the bow and drew the arrow, shooting while retreating. Li Jiang realized at the first moment that this level of battle was not something he could participate in. Not only would he be unable to help, but he would also cause trouble for Lin Zheng and the others. So he tactfully found a place to hide. The iron-faced golden retriever picked a 2-meter-tall, muscular zombie and rushed forward. Bang! A dog and a zombie collided with each other, making a loud bang. It was like two tanks colliding with each other, so terrifying. There were still 3 first-level zombies left, so they naturally rushed towards Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng looked at the 3 zombies rushing towards him and smiled slightly. You want to compete with me in numbers, right? Then, he took out an explosive bow from the space. He shot an arrow at the 3 zombies that were rushing towards him. Copy *6. In an instant, 1 arrow became 64. Lin Zheng didn't give them time to react and shot another arrow. Copy *6. 64 more arrows. The 3 zombies were stunned. Is this an arrow or a machine gun? A dense rain of arrows rushed towards them like a wall. Boom, boom, boom. A series of huge explosions sounded. After the flames died down, the 3 zombies were blown to pieces, but they were still able to move. They roared again and rushed towards Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng planned to deal with them at close range this time, so he also went forward. When Lin Zheng approached the zombies, the 3 zombies were stunned collectively, feeling that their strength had suddenly dropped significantly. While they were stunned, Lin Zheng had already aimed the explosive bow at one of the zombies, with the arrow half a meter away from it. Whoosh! Because the distance was too close, it was copied 5 times this time. 1 arrow turned at a 32, densely packed into the zombie's body. Lin Zheng did not forget to kick it away. Boom! 32 arrows exploded at the same time, blasting the zombie into ashes in the air. The remaining 2 zombies also attacked from the left and right, their fangs bared and claws waving, their expressions furious. Lin Zheng dodged and took a step to the right. The 2 zombies collided with each other, and their burnt flesh suddenly stuck together. They pulled hard and tore off the entire face skin, leaving broken skin and rotten flesh on their faces. Seeing this, Lin Zheng used the bow in his hand to lasso one of the zombies, and then pulled it hard. The taut string was like an extremely sharp knife at this moment. It instantly cut across the zombie's neck. Just as it was about to turn around, it suddenly stopped, and its head rolled down, leaving a smooth cut on its neck. Seeing this, the last zombie released poison gas towards Lin Zheng. But in the absolute space, Lin Zheng can control everything. The poisonous gas, under Lin Zheng's control, gathered into a ball and flew into the zombie's mouth. Lin Zheng quickly stepped forward and slapped it on the top of its head, successfully injected the poisonous gas into its body. I saw its belly slowly expand, like an inflating ball. Bang! Finally, it exploded and turned into a pile of minced meat. Jiang Yitong, on the other hand, saw the right moment and nailed the zombie to the wall with 1 arrow, and then shot 4 arrows in succession to fix the zombie's limbs. Boom! The zombie was blown into 8 pieces. The golden retriever threw the huge zombie to the ground, then suddenly stretched out his claws and pierced its head directly. These first-level zombies are obviously more difficult to deal with than other zombies. Lin Zheng knew that these zombies must have eaten a lot of sycamore fruits, so it seemed that this tree was doomed to be destroyed. But the fight they had just had also attracted the zombies outside, and now groups of zombies were surrounding the building. There are many first-class ones. Seeing this, Lin Zheng immediately took out the Land Rover from the system space and told everyone to get in the car. Then he stepped on the accelerator, smashed the glass of the building, and flew out. Then he took out a rocket launcher and threw it to Li Jiang, copied dozens of shells, and said to him, "Fire at that tree." Li Jiang picked up the rocket launcher, his face full of excitement, loaded the shells and fired at the huge sycamore tree. His expression gradually changed. Chapter 35 Absolute Space Expansion. Woohoo, this feeling is so great. Li Jiang fired more than a dozen shells at the sycamore tree, directly blowing it in half and causing it to fall to the ground. At this moment, countless zombies followed behind the car. Jiang Yitong kept shooting arrows at the zombies, and Li Jiang kept firing cannons. Explosions rang out one after another, blowing away zombies one after another, but they still chased after them madly, as if Lin Zheng and the others had a blood feud with them. Jiang, you open it. Oh, okay. Li Zheng put down the rocket launcher reluctantly. He hadn't had enough of the bombing yet. But he also knew clearly that in such a critical moment, he must listen to the command of capable people. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Li Jian took over from Lin Zheng and came to the driving seat. Well, then I'll show you how good I am at catching the Abito car guy. After that, he turned the steering wheel sharply, coordinated the clutch and brakes, and directly performed a beautiful drift. Lin Zheng was a little shocked. With such good driving skills, he would be made a full-time driver from now on. Li Jian, thank you. Lin Zheng picked up the rocket launcher and fired a round at the zombie group behind him. Copy *6. One rocket instantly became 64. Zhang Yitong pursed her lips at the side. She had shot 30 arrows until her hands were cramped, but you fired 64 shells in just one shot. How outrageous. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded behind the car, sending flames shooting up into the sky. Countless zombies were blown into piles of minced meat. But they still pursued me relentlessly, roaring and chasing me madly. Some of the enhanced zombies were incredibly fast, only slightly slower than the Land Rover. No, we have to find a way to get rid of these zombies quickly, otherwise they will only attract more zombies, and then we will be in trouble. Lin Zheng is not so arrogant as to think that he can deal with all the zombies in a city. Looking at the tall buildings on both sides of the road, he suddenly had an idea. Raise the rocket launcher and fire 2 rounds at the left side, then fire 2 rounds at the right side. After 6 repetitions, there will be 128 rounds on each side. Boom. The shells directly hit the high-rise buildings on both sides, which collapsed instantly. Countless steel bars and concrete fell down and piled up on the road, forming a high roadblock. This move really worked and directly stopped the zombies. Seeing this, Li Jiang stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Lin Zheng was carrying a rocket launcher, pointing it at a 45-degree angle towards the roadblock. I'll give you a few more for free. Bang, 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 bang. 4 rounds were fired in quick succession, and after 6 copies, a total of 256 shells were fired at the zombies behind the roadblock. Suddenly, it was as if artillery shells were raining down from the sky. Countless shells were fired at the zombies at a 45-degree angle, exploding one after another. Countless flames were set off, adding a touch of brilliant color to this long silent city. Lin Zheng and others returned to the safe house safely. Everyone was exhausted from the battle. Their faces were dirty, and they were breathing heavily. Lin Zheng directly prepared a full banquet to reward all of them. When Li Jiang saw it, his eyes lit up instantly. He didn't expect that in such a chaotic world, he could still eat a full banquet. Seeing everyone smacking their lips, Lin Zheng knew that they must be very thirsty at the moment. Then he took out a few bottles of Fat House Happy Water. Unexpectedly, Li Jiang picked up a bottle of Gulu Gulu and drank it all. Don't be too happy. After dinner, Lin Zheng picked some strawberries and watermelons that he had planted in the system space. These were freshly picked fruits, different from those that Lin Zheng copied from the supermarket. These were all natural and pollution-free, without any technology or hard work. Wow, there are fresh fruits to eat, Li Jiang shouted excitedly. After eating and drinking, Lin Zheng couldn't help but worry about the current unpredictable situation. Take the mutant phoenix tree, for example. If he hadn't discovered it early and destroyed it, many first-level zombies would have appeared. If this is the case, then it will become increasingly difficult to survive. Thinking of this, Lin Zheng still felt that he had to improve his own strength as soon as possible, because strong strength was the ultimate skill. So he took out several hundred bottles of mist and said to them, "Okay, now that we have eaten and drunk enough, we will start practicing." Zhang Yidong nodded obediently when she heard it, then picked up a dozen bottles of mist and went to the side to absorb it. The golden retriever was also very conscious. He carried more than a dozen bottles of mist to his doghouse and began to absorb the mist to consolidate his supernatural powers. The biggest problem now is Li Jiang. I don't know when he will wake up. Lin Zheng then took 2 bottles of mist and gave them to him and said to him, "Jiang, you are just starting to absorb the mist, so it is not advisable to absorb too much. Just absorb 2 bottles first." "Ah Zheng, who are you looking down on? Give me more, I want to smoke 10 bottles. If you're not afraid of exploding and dying, then just inhale it." "I'm kidding, 2 bottles will be enough." Just like that, everyone was immersed in their own practice. Lin Zheng was still as outrageous as ever, inhaling a bottle of mist in less than 5 seconds, just like drinking boiled water. Soon, there were piles of empty glass jars behind him. The next second, his eyes suddenly opened, his expression excited, and he said slightly, "The range of absolute space has expanded by 1 meter. This distance is enough for Lin Zheng to copy it once more. Now, each arrow shot can be replicated 7 times, which is 128 arrows. At present, it is estimated that no one below the first level can withstand this level of attack." Chapter 36 Tang's Sword. At this moment, the system reminded. A mutant item appeared 5 kilometers away from the host, Tang Dao. Lin Zheng's eyes lit up as the second mutant item appeared. He looked at Li Jiang and saw that he had just equipped this guy with a weapon. He also needs a melee weapon. The explosive bow is a long-range attack. Although it can still have the effect of a melee weapon in Lin Zheng's hands, it is still not as useful as a real melee weapon. The knife is a good choice indeed. Lin Zheng used the monitor to check the location of the Tang sword. It was in a large gymnasium, inserted into a glass basketball board. It can be inserted into the glass plate without causing the glass plate to crack. It seems that the sharpness of this mutant Tang sword's enhanced ability is very good. However, at this moment, there were two groups of people confronting each other in the stadium. Lin Zheng looked familiar with one of them. After a closer look, he found that it was Feng Jianhua, who had bought his luxury car. He was leading a group of people with guns and ammunition to confront another group. It seems that they have all discovered the Tang sword, but how do they know the magic of the mutant items? So far, there have been two mutant items in Jiangtong City. One is the explosive bow in Jiang Yitong's hand, and the other is this Tang sword. Logically, there is no reason for them to discover the extraordinariness of the mutated items. Lin Zheng is a little confused and will ask them carefully when the time comes. He slowly stood up and said to the others, "Let's go grab something. Kid, if you know what's good for you, take your people and get out of here, or I'll shoot you to pieces." Feng Jianhua said to the man in front of him while holding a black pistol. The man opposite was named Wang Tian, a strengthened man. He had a stern expression on his angular face, and there was no expression at all. He had short stubble on both sides of his cheeks, and he looked like a tough guy. At this moment, a girl holding a bow and arrow came forward, aimed the bow and arrow at Feng Jianhua and said, "You can try and see whether your bullet hits me first or my arrow pierces my throat first." Ha! The girl's words caused Feng Jianhua and others to laugh. Feng Jianhua moved the gun in his hand and said, "Did I hear you right? You want to compare your primitive weapon with my pistol? Are you crazy?" The girl didn't say anything, but shot an arrow at a wooden board not far away. The board was broken into two halves, and the arrow passed through the board and penetrated deeply into the wall behind it. The power of this arrow is definitely not inferior to that of a bullet. If it is shot at a person, it will definitely penetrate directly. The girl quickly knocked an arrow and looked at Feng Jianhua. Now what? Feng Jianhua swallowed his saliva and subconsciously touched his neck. If the arrow hit his neck, he would definitely die. But he was not afraid. After all, he had a gun. At worst, both sides would lose. At this time, Wang Tian stepped forward and said coldly, "I will give you 10 more seconds. Leave immediately. Otherwise, all of you will die." After saying that, he raised his right foot and stomped down hard, causing the tiles on the ground to crack into several pieces and raising a cloud of dust. Feng Jianhua was a little shocked to find that he was actually a strengthened person. The reason why he knew about strengthening was because his immediate elder brother Uncle Tai was also a strengthened person, the one who sold the weapons to Lin Zheng. "You've been strengthened, so you're awesome? No matter how powerful you are, can you withstand a rocket launcher?" As he spoke, Feng Jianhua waved to the younger brother behind him. A younger brother came out carrying an RPG and pointed the muzzle at Wang Tian and others. Wang Tian frowned slightly. Feng Jianhua laughed loudly. "Come on, you are awesome, aren't you? You are as awesome as an RPG. We must get this Tang sword today, so you guys should save your energy." As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly flashed past from behind Wang Tian and rushed towards the younger brother, carrying the RPG. Then, a flash of knife light passed by, and there was a swish sound, as if something was cut off. The next second, a man holding a machete appeared in front of the little brother. Feng Jianhua felt threatened and shouted to his men, "Fire and kill them." When I heard this, I tried to pull the trigger, but found that my fingers were out of control. Then his arms and hands suddenly broke off, and the rocket launcher fell to the ground. The little brother rolled on the ground in pain, screaming wildly. Feng Jianhua looked at the man and was shocked. It was another enhanced person. How many enhanced people are there on the other side? "Roll!" The man yelled at Feng Jianhua and the others, scaring them so much that they retreated one after another. This person's name is Gui Yi, and like the girl named Zhao Sini before, he is Wang Tian's subordinate. Feng Jianhua didn't seem to be ready to give up. He took out a walkie-talkie from his arms and said, "Drive the car in." As soon as he finished speaking, the floor shook, and then there was a loud roar outside the gymnasium. Boom! One of the walls of the gymnasium was smashed, and a tank slowly emerged from the rubble. It seems that Uncle Tai is determined to get this Tang Dao this time, and even sent out tanks. Seeing the tanks coming in, Feng Jianhua instantly gained confidence and became more confident. He said angrily, "You guys don't know what's good for you. You dare to hurt my people. I will let you know how to write the word death later." After that, he said to the intercom again, "Fire and kill these bastards." Suddenly, Wang Tian stood up and shouted, "We are from the quarantine area. Are you sure you want to go against us?" Hearing the word isolation zone, Feng Jianhua was stunned for a moment and immediately said into the intercom, "Wait a moment." He heard Uncle Tai talk about the quarantine zone. It was said to be established by several nearby cities. It had an army and various modern weapons, and was under complete militarized management. It should be the most powerful official organization within a few hundred miles. No wonder the other side has so many enhanced people. It turns out they are from the quarantine area. It is said that scientists in the quarantine zone have discovered that fog can change human tissues and thus strengthen the body. So they use various modern instruments to collect large amounts of thin fog in the air and purify it. Now in the quarantine area, most people have been strengthened, but they are still some distance away from full awakening. Wang Tian and others were the first group of people who volunteered to participate in the fog experiment. Fortunately, they were all able to adapt to the fog, and their bodies were successfully strengthened. Like Wang Tian strengthened his strength, Gui Yi strengthened his speed, and Zhao Sini strengthened her strength and vision, so she chose the bow and arrow as her weapon. Just when Feng Jianhua was hesitating, suddenly, several people broke the glass curtain wall of the gymnasium and walked in. One of them was a girl holding a bow and arrow. There was a thin rope tied to the arrow, and she shot an arrow at the Tang's sword. The arrow hit the edge of the handle of the Tang's sword, then immediately changed direction, and the thin wire behind it was wrapped around the handle. Then, with a sudden pull, the Tang's sword was pulled out. Lin Zheng reached out to catch the Tang's sword, immediately copied dozens of them and put them into the system space, and then gave the one in his hand to Li Jiang. Zhao Sini looked at the girl's amazing archery skills and couldn't help feeling depressed. She had always been confident in her archery skills, but the girl's amazing actions made her feel that she had met a master today and her archery skills might not be as good as hers. Chapter 37 6. Feng Jianhua looked at the person who came and found that it was an old acquaintance. He had made a lot of money from his luxury cars and gold jewelry, but all this money turned into waste paper after the end of the world. It turns out to be Boss Lin. Wang Tian was slightly surprised. Do they know each other? Feng Jianhua shouted to Lin Zheng. How are you, Boss Lin? Are you doing well in this zombie chaos? Lin Zheng didn't want to pay attention to him. Now that he had the Tang sword in his hands, he said to Jiang Yitong and Li Jiang, let's go. Then, several people turned around and wanted to leave. Wait a moment. When Feng Jianhua saw that several people were about to take the Tang sword away, he immediately shouted at them loudly, and at the same time patted the tank beside him and said to Lin Zheng, Boss Lin, everything has to be based on first come, first served. We found this Tang sword first, and you just took it away so casually. Don't you think too highly of us? Lin Zheng winked at Jiang Yitong, and Jiang Yitong understood. He raised his explosive bow and shot an arrow in front of Feng Jianhua and the others. Boom! After the explosion, everyone was stunned. The arrow shot by that woman exploded. Zhao Sini's lips twitched, and she looked at the bow and arrow in her hand. What the hell is this junk? Look at other people's bows and arrows. They will explode when you shoot them out. They will explode. When Wang Tian saw the arrow, he frowned and whispered to himself, another mutant item. Feng Jianhua swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that there was such a powerful person around Lin Zheng, but this time Uncle Tai gave him a death order. He must bring this mutated Tang sword back, otherwise he would be beheaded. He picked up the intercom angrily and shouted to the tank, turn the gun around and shoot him. As the tank roared, its gun barrel slowly turned towards Lin Zheng and the others. Lin Zheng took the Tang sword from Li Jiang and said, then let's test your power. Then he flew straight at the tank and chopped down the gun barrel. The dozens of centimeters thick pure steel gun barrel was cut off like tofu. Lin Zheng did not stop and jumped again, moving to the top of the tank, and then swung his knife diagonally at the turret, cutting the entire turret in half, and slowly slid down from the top, revealing a smooth and metallic cut surface. So sharp, Lin Zheng was a little surprised. It was indeed a mutant item. With such a sharp knife, even a steel fortress could be cut off piece by piece. Seeing the tank's turret cut in half, Feng Jianhua was stunned. My tank. However, judging from Lin Zheng's performance just now, Feng Jianhua confirmed that he was strengthened. If an ordinary person were to chop with this knife, he would definitely get stuck on the barrel of the gun because he simply did not have that much strength. Wang Tian and others were also shocked when they saw this scene. This young man was also a strengthened person, and his strength was not low. At the same time, they were secretly admiring the sharpness of the mutated Tang sword. This is also the purpose of their being sent out to the quarantine zone this time, to collect these mutant items and prevent them from falling into the hands of evildoers. Otherwise, what they will face is not only zombies, but also a group of powerful villains armed with all kinds of horrible and mutated weapons. In fact, they have another purpose for doing this, which is to study the principles of object mutation and see if weapons can be used to stimulate more mutated items. Boss Lin, no wonder you were so confident. It turns out you were also a strengthened human. However, I don't know if you can block bullets. Feng Jianhua said to Lin Zheng. The next second, countless black gun muzzles were pointed at Lin Zheng, ready to shoot at any time. Lin Zheng looked at Feng Jianhua and said, it seems that you are determined to stop me today. Oh, that's right. If you don't leave the Tang sword behind, you will all die. After Feng Jianhua finished speaking, he immediately ordered his men to open fire. Suddenly, Dense gunfire rang out throughout the gymnasium. Wang Tian shook his head and sighed. It's a pity for this talent. If he could go to the quarantine area, he would definitely achieve great things. But the next second, his eyes widened in shock. All the bullets fired at Lin Zheng were strangely suspended around him, as if time had stopped. Wang Tian was surprised and said, "He's an awakener." In fact, the quarantine zone has discovered that people who can be strengthened by the mist will eventually break through the limits of the human body as their strengthening level continues to increase. Open the biological limiter and awaken some unknown mysterious power. Those who awaken the mysterious power are called awakened ones. What Lin Zheng demonstrated was definitely not something that could be achieved by strengthening. Only an awakened person who had awakened the mysterious power could do it. However, currently no one in the entire quarantine area has awakened. That's why Wang Tian was so surprised. The next second, Lin Zheng gently waved his fingers, and the bullets suspended around him shot out instantly and all bounced back. Directly shot and killed Fang Jianhua and others. Lin Zheng jumped off the tank, stood in front of Fang Jianhua, and said, "You guys never listen to advice." Fang Jianhua spat out a mouthful of old blood and said, "Uncle Tai will not let you go." Noisy. After saying that, Lin Zheng swung a knife at Fang Jianhua, who was lying on the ground, and Fang Jianhua was directly split in half. At this time, the two people in the tank slowly emerged. Jiang Yidong saw them and fired 2 arrows at the same time, hitting the two people's brains. With a loud bang, the heads of the two were blown into a bloody mist. So cruel! Wang Tian and others were frightened by Lin Zheng and his team's style of doing things. They would draw their swords at the slightest disagreement. After dealing with Fang Jianhua, Lin Zheng slowly looked at Wang Tian and asked, "How did you know there were mutant items?" Wang Tian swallowed his saliva, recalling the methods of the young man in front of him. He did not dare to hide it and immediately said, "Little brother, we are from the quarantine area." The magical ability of this mutant item was discovered by the researchers in the quarantine area. Lin Zheng nodded slowly, then turned around and was about to leave. This is when Wang Tian stopped him. "Little brother, wait a minute." Lin Zheng turned around and asked, "Why are you trying to stop me too?" Wang Tian was so scared that he trembled all over. No, little brother. I just want to tell you that this mutant item is very dangerous. I think it is safer to leave it to our quarantine area. There are troops and many enhanced people in the quarantine area. Only in this way can these mutant items not fall into the hands of bad people. Now we survivors should unite. Lin Zheng sneered and said calmly, "I don't care." Wang Tian looked a little embarrassed, but he immediately changed the subject and said, "Little brother, why don't you come to our quarantine area? There is food and shelter in the quarantine area, which is better than you and your brothers wandering outside, always alert to zombie attacks, and going hungry 3 times a day." Hearing this, Lin Zheng couldn't help but feel a little funny. Wandering by yourself and going hungry 3 times a day? If he knew that Lin Zheng had a safe house and unlimited supplies, he would not have said such a thing. Not interested. At this time, Jiang Yitong and others came to Lin Zheng. "What's wrong, brother Lin Zheng?" Lin Zheng glanced at Jiang Yitong and replied, "It's okay, little bun, let's go." At this moment, Li Jiang had taken out a roasted leg of lamb and started to chew on it. Because every time Lin Zheng would take out a lot of food, when he couldn't finish it, Li Jiang would pack up the rest and eat it as a midnight snack or snack. "Let's go, Zheng." Li Jiang smacked his lips and said. Wang Tian and the others smelled a strong fragrance, pursed their noses, and then looked at Li Jiang in unison. "Fuck, it's roasted lamb leg, and it's cumin-flavored." Someone in the crowd shouted. Wang Tian, Zhao Sini, and Guiyi were all envious and almost drooled. In the quarantine area, they almost only had steamed buns with pickles every day, and they could only eat meat buns once every few days. And during the few days they were away, they only ate dry and tasteless compressed biscuits. Suddenly seeing this sizzling, crispy roasted lamb leg, I got excited and my eyes lit up. Lin Zheng turned around and said to Wang Tian, "I eat a lot of meat and fish every day now. Why would I go to a quarantine area with you and eat steamed buns with pickles every day?" Wang Tian was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak. He could only watch Lin Zheng and the others leave, but their mission was not completed this time, so he still had to find a way to convince Lin Zheng to hand over the Tang sword. At this moment, Li Jiang took out a bottle of fatty happy water, took a sip, and left a small sip. He took a look at it and threw it away. Everyone stared at the Coke bottle and licked their tongues. They hadn't had a drink for a long time, and their appetite was constantly aroused. Although some warehouses and factories still stockpile beverages and the like, once the production line stops, they will not last for a few days if they are only consumed every day. What's more, such scarce materials have long been controlled by the rich and powerful. It is harder than climbing to heaven for ordinary people to drink it. What are you doing? Are you going to pick up other people's discarded things to drink? Wang Tian scolded his team members harshly. When the team members heard this, they lowered their heads in shame. At this moment, Wang Tian rushed over, picked up the Coke on the ground and took a sip, but he didn't finish it. Team members, fuck you idiot. Chapter 38, Do I Care? After 7 or 8 people shared the small amount of Coke, some people continued to pour it, wishing they could scratch the bottle and lick the inside. Captain, are we just going to watch them take away that mutated Tang sword? Gui stepped forward and said to Wang Tian. Wang Tian glanced at him and replied, Can you beat them? Gui also shook his head awkwardly. That's it. If you can't beat someone, just shut up. Wang Tian said. But Captain, if we can't bring back that Tang sword, our mission will fail. You sign a life and death agreement at the beginning. If this mission fails, the consequences will be very serious. Guo also reminded. Wang Tian knocked on Guo Ye's head and said, I know. You don't need to remind me. I'm thinking of a solution. After Lin Zheng and others returned to the safe house, Lin Zheng took out a pack of coffee and asked Li Jiang to make some. It was afternoon time for afternoon tea. Li Jiang is indeed a rich kid. He makes coffee very well. As time goes by, the aroma of coffee slowly overflows, and you can hear the gurgling sound of coffee bubbling. Then, Li Jiang took out 3 cups, picked up the coffee pot, and slowly poured it into a line. After filling it up, he was seen fiddling with something with a toothpick. Coffee is here. He brought 3 cups of coffee on a tray. Come on, this is yours. Lin Zheng took the coffee and found a white heart shape on the surface. Disgusting. After saying that, Lin Zheng blew away the heart-shaped object. Li Jiang touched his head and said, Ah Zheng, if it weren't for you, I would have turned into a zombie a long time ago. This is my way of thanking you. Lin Zhengkai ignored him and slowly drank his coffee with his eyes closed. Come here, Xiao, Sister Yidong, this is yours. Jiang Yidong took the coffee and found a heart shape on it. She slapped Li Jiang on the head and said, Don't give me these things anymore. Li Jiang pursed his lips and said, 2 people who don't understand romance. After that, he took his cup of coffee, sat down, and slowly enjoyed it. After drinking for a while, Lin Zheng took out some desserts such as cakes. Li Jiang couldn't help but envy and said, Zheng, your space and copy abilities are amazing. You don't have to worry about supplies at all. You can even live a petty bourgeoisie life in this apocalypse. Even eating can't stop your mouth. Lin Zheng rolled his eyes at him and said. Suddenly Lin Zheng stopped moving and turned his head slightly. Someone is coming. He quickly turned on the surveillance camera and found that the people were right next to the safe house. They seemed to be attracted by the aroma of coffee. It smells so good, Mom. Can you smell it? Li Mengfei said with his nose snorting. I smell it. It sounds like premium coffee, freshly brewed. Li's mother replied. It's strange that there are still people who want to make coffee at this time. Li Mengfei was a little confused. Mengfei, in my opinion, since this person has coffee, he must have food. We haven't eaten for a long time. We can ask this person to share some with us. I'm so hungry that I'm dizzy. Of course, if he doesn't give me anything, I'll have to kill him. Li Mengfei took out the pistol from his waist and said fiercely. Rich families generally have guns, especially Li Mengfei, who is the heir of the Li family and usually carries a gun with him. It seems to have floated out from that strange house in front. Li Mengfei pointed to the safe house. Mother Li nodded. Seeing the two approaching, Lin Zheng turned one wall of the safe house transparent. Li Jiang turned his head and looked, his eyes widened with shock. Is it them? Lin Zheng looked at Li Jiang. Do you know them? One is my cousin and the other is my aunt. They forced our family to stay in the villa. Otherwise, my parents... Li Jiang choked up a little and slowly put down the coffee and dessert in his hands. Pick up the coffee and desserts. Isn't now the time for your revenge? Lin Zheng said. Li Jiang looked at Lin Zheng. He was right. He wanted to avenge his dead parents. The wall in front of them suddenly became transparent, scaring Li Mengfei and the other man so much that they stepped back. But when they saw Li Jiang inside, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was one of their own. But the next second, Li Mengfei became extremely angry. He threw himself against the wall, punched it nonstop, and yelled at Li Jiang. Li Jiang, you bastard. Did you know that there was no quarantine area in the western suburbs? That's why you insisted on staying here? Why didn't you tell us that it was you who killed my grandparents and my dad? I'm going to kill you. After being awakened by Lin Zheng, Li Jiang picked up his coffee and dessert again, walked to the transparent wall, and quietly looked at the furious Li Mengfei outside. He first drank a cup of coffee leisurely, then ate a bite of dessert slowly, which made Li Mengfei drool. Why should I tell you? Li Jiang said slowly. Upon hearing this, Li Mengfei was immediately furious, his eyes widened, and he looked as if he wanted to eat Li Jiang. Why? Tell me why. We are a family. A family should unite and help each other, live and die together. But you, a bastard, knew the truth but didn't report it. You were selfish and watched your loved ones jump into the fire pit without doing anything. Are you a human being? Li Mengfei shouted angrily. Li Jiang sneered. A family? Do you consider us a family? You only thought about escaping and didn't care about us at all. In order to let us bring the supplies, you even blocked the entrance to the tunnel. This is what you call a family. We are afraid that you won't bring the supplies. We do this so that we can have a say in the quarantine area. It's all for the good of the Li family. Don't you understand this little truth? Li Mengfei was still quibbling. So, your right to speak can be exchanged for the lives of our family. That's your family's duty. Then why is it not your family's obligation? Li Jiang asked back. I'm the eldest son of the Li family and the future heir. I cannot be in any danger. Do you understand? Humph. Li Jiang smiled contemptuously. Li Jiang's attitude completely angered Li Mengfei. He shouted at Li Jiang, if you are still a member of the Li family, open the door and let my mother and I come in to eat something. Li Jiang looked at the cake in his hand and said, you guys want to eat something, right? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yes, we haven't eaten for a long time. We will starve to death if we don't eat. As long as you let us in, we will forgive you. Li Mengfei stared at the cake without moving his eyes and said in a very anxious tone. Li Jiang ate the cake in one bite and said as he ate, your forgiveness? Do I care? Chapter 39. Copying Abilities. What did you say? Li Mengfei glared at Li Jiang in anger. He thought that this kid had been scared by him, but he didn't expect him to say such words. This instantly ignited Li Mengfei's emotions. In his mind, Li Jiang is a selfish, irresponsible, stubborn, and inhuman scum. Of course, this is just his wishful thinking. So he pulled out the pistol from his waist and fired several shots at Li Jiang without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out and hit the transparent wall, but the bullets were all bounced off. This was armor-piercing grade material, and Li Mengfei's pistol bullets were like tickling and had no effect at all. Click, click, click. In a fit of rage, Li Mengfei used up all his bullets, still pulling the trigger continuously. Finally, he smashed the gun against the transparent wall. The gun bounced back and hit his forehead, scratching a piece of skin. Finally, he yelled at Li Jiang, you are a coward. You can only hide in this tortoiseshell house. If you have the guts, open the door. Let's fight like men. Li Jiang looked at Lin Zheng and said, Zheng, this guy is too annoying. Let me go out and deal with him. Lin Zheng nodded, then slowly opened the transparent wall. After opening the transparent wall, Li Mengfei was overjoyed. This guy finally took the bait. He clenched his fists hard and his bones crackled. The reason why he dared to challenge Li Jiang to a duel was because he had passed by the city center before and saw many nut-like things on the ground. They were the fruits of the mutant sycamore tree. He was so hungry that he picked up some food to eat. Later, he accidentally discovered that his body had been strengthened and he could now easily beat several people by himself. Li Jiang, you are so brave and dare to come out. Then get ready to die. Li Mengfei shouted, rushed towards Li Jiang with his right fist, his face full of confidence. Li Jiang smiled slightly. He had absorbed the high-purity mist from Lin Zheng, and his body was much stronger than Li Mengfei's. He also clenched his fist and rushed towards Li Mengfei's fist. Boom. Snap. After their fists collided, Li Mengfei's face changed drastically, and he looked at Li Jiang in horror. You've also been strengthened. What do you think? Li Jiang exerted force and forced him back. Li Mengfei's arm was hanging down, shaking in the air. His hand was broken. Li Jiang moved and rushed towards Li Mengfei again. Li Mengfei was stunned. From the punch just now, he knew very well that he was much weaker than Li Jiang. If he continued to fight, he would be dead. So he knelt down suddenly, kowtowed to Li Jiang and said, Jiang, I deserve to die. I was wrong. Please let me go. Li Jiang stopped suddenly. What the hell is going on? So flexible, so cowardly. No. Li Jiang shook his head and said. Li Mengfei looked up at Li Jiang in confusion. What? It's impossible for someone like you to admit your mistake. You're just afraid of death. This? The more you fear death, the more I want you to die. After that, Li Jiang took out the mutated Tang sword. When Li Mengfei saw the gleaming Tang sword, he was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot and kowtowed and begged for mercy. But Li Jiang didn't care about him. He just raised his knife and slashed, and the next second, Li Mengfei's head fell to the ground. Li Mengfei's mother was stunned. When she saw Li Jiang's eyes looking at her, she trembled all over. Li Jiang, what are you doing? I'm your aunt. Aunt? What does it have to do with me? Li Jiang said coldly. After hearing this, Li Mengfei's mother was so frightened that she immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Jiang, please let me go. I'm just a weak woman and I can't threaten you in the future. Just treat me as a fart and let me go, she said while crying and looking pitiful. Brush! A flash of knife light passed by. Li Mengfei's mother was suddenly stunned. Her mouth slightly opened. Her expression was horrified. And the next second, her head slowly rolled off her neck. You don't deserve to be my fart. Li Jiang slowly put away the knife. Then he went back to the safe house. Zheng, I've solved it. Lin Zheng patted his shoulder and said, Jiang, you have learned the most important thing about surviving the apocalypse. What is it? Li Jiang looked at Lin Zheng curiously. Decisive and ruthless in killing. Just when Lin was thinking about finding an online article to entertain himself, the system suddenly prompted, "Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting 2 mutant items." The system has opened a new function. The host can copy the awakened superpowers of others. Fuck, he's so awesome that he can even copy other people's abilities. Of course, as long as the host continues to upgrade, the types and upper limits of replication will continue to increase. There is nothing that this system cannot replicate, except what you can't think of. Then can I copy a new blue planet? Can. Awesome. But it is not possible at the moment. Please continue to collect mutant items and develop new system functions. Then how can I copy other people's abilities? Just hold the other person's hand for 10 seconds. This, Lin Zheng hissed. It would be okay if a woman came, but if it was a man, would something happen? Lin Zheng couldn't wait to try out this new copy function, so he called Jiang Yitong. Little Baozi, can I hold your hand? After Jiang Yitong heard this, her cheeks flushed, she lowered her head, then slowly stretched out her hand and said softly, "Okay, brother Lin Zheng." The little bun was quite cooperative, although he knew Weatherly Jiang would do something naughty. Lin Zheng touched it and instantly felt a soft and cool sensation. At the same time, he also felt the little bun tremble all over. 10 seconds passed quickly, and Lin Zheng let go of his hand. Jiang Yitong raised her head and glanced at Lin Zheng with some regrets in her eyes. "Thank you, little bun." Jiang Yitong nodded. "You're welcome, brother Lin Zheng." Then she walked away with a face redder than a monkey's butt. I happened to pass by Li Jiang, who was holding a cup of coffee. "Sister Yitong, what's wrong with your face? Is it burned?" Li Jiang asked. Jiang Yitong's face immediately turned cold, and she slapped him on the head. "Stop talking. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to predict." Then, Lin Zheng saw Li Jiang coming. Suddenly, he frowned, as if he saw something, and then slightly turned sideways. The next second, Li Jiang lost his balance and fell to the ground, spilling his coffee all over the floor. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. This prediction is quite interesting. Then he called the golden retriever and held its paw for 10 seconds. The system prompts, "Congratulations to the host. You have successfully copied the steel enhancement ability." Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. This was too incredible. Chapter 40 Zombies at the Bottom of the Lake. After they had the barbecue for dinner, they began to absorb the mist and practice. After absorbing hundreds of bottles of mist this time, Lin Zheng discovered that the range of the absolute space did not expand. It seemed that it would become more and more difficult to expand as time went on, because with every meter of extension, the expanded area actually doubles. But Lin Zheng still felt that his supernatural powers had become much more stable, and his control and perception of absolute space were becoming more and more proficient. Suddenly, a gust of wind came. Lin Zheng turned his head and saw Jiang Yitong. He saw a cyclone surrounding her, and a faint energy could be seen. The next second, Lin Zheng's eyes widened. Is it going to awaken again? This overflowing energy is exactly the same as when he awakened. Jiang Yitong is actually a 1 in a million dual talent awakener. Lin Zheng was looking forward to it, wondering what superpower she would awaken this time. However, no matter what superpower she awakens, I can copy it myself, which is really cool. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Bang! As another gust of wind came, Jiang Yitong slowly floated up and stopped in midair. The next second, a pair of snow-white wings slowly spread out from her back until they were fully stretched. When the wings were fully spread out, they were 2 meters long, just like an angel descending. After awakening the supernatural angel wings, in addition to gaining the ability to fly, as the supernatural power continues to strengthen, the feathers on the wings can be shot out, and you can take the head of a person thousands of miles away. Jiang Yitong slowly landed and happily ran to Lin Zheng with a pair of snow-white wings. "Brother Lin Zheng, I seem to have awakened again. What's going on?" "Little Baozi, you are a 1 in a million person who has awakened 2 superpowers. This is your second superpower. A person with 2 awakened powers, that's great. With 1 more power, I won't be a burden to brother Lin Zheng anymore. Come on, little bun, let's shake hands and celebrate." Lin Zheng took the opportunity to say, "Shake hands, celebrate?" The little bun muttered to himself, but still stretched out his hand. 10 seconds later, Lin Zheng smiled knowingly. Superpowers copied successfully. Angel wings. The next second, with a bang, a pair of identical wings grew out from behind Lin Zheng. Jiang Yitong was a little surprised. "Brother Lin Zheng, you have also awakened this ability." Lin Zheng smiled and nodded. Yes, yes. Li Jiang watched the two of them awaken their special powers, and a sense of desolation rose in his heart. Why have they awakened 2 superpowers, but I haven't awakened any yet? He glanced at the golden-haired man, feeling a little relieved. Fortunately, you didn't awaken your second ability. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-haired man with closed eyes suddenly opened them, and a wave of air also spread out. Li Jiang twisted his mouth and said, "No way, you have to wake up too. I am worse than a dog." Lin Zheng and Zhang Yitong also noticed the Golden Retriever's movements. Golden Retriever also has dual awakened powers. Lin Zheng exclaimed in surprise. Very good, very good. The more of you awaken, the better. I will copy them all for you. Golden Hair awakens the ability to control the body's form. This ability can change the body's form at will. Lin Zheng was a little surprised when he heard this. This ability is a perfect match with a Golden Retriever's steel reinforcement. As long as it controls a certain part of the body to become a weapon, then its entire body will be a killing weapon. Lin Zheng walked up to the Golden Retriever, stretched out his hand, and said, "Not bad, Golden Retriever. You have also awakened your second superpower. Let's shake hands to celebrate." The Golden Retriever stretched out its paw obediently and glanced at Lin Zheng's hand. The next second, its paw was wrapped in a white light. After the white light dissipated, its paw turned into a hand. Fuck! Lin Zheng looked at the Golden Retriever. "Can you transform into a human form?" After hearing this, Jin Mao glanced at Lin Zheng. The next second, its entire body was enveloped in a ball of white light. When the white light dissipated, a person who looked exactly like Lin Zheng appeared in front of him. "Fuck, it really works!" Lin Zheng exclaimed. "Woof woof woof." The Golden Retriever who had transformed into Lin Zheng could not speak human language, so he barked twice. Lin Zheng looked at himself barking and felt something was wrong. So the Golden Retriever was restored to its original state. The Golden Retriever that had returned to its original form was obviously a little tired. It seemed that using this ability was very physically demanding. Otherwise, Lin Zheng would have planned to keep it turning into 10 seconds after shaking hands with the Golden Retriever. Lin Zheng successfully copied its ability. Brush! A flash of white light passed by, and Lin Zheng's right hand turned into a silver-white spike, flashing with cold light, looking extremely sharp. Zhang Yitong and Jin Mao stared at him as if he were a monster. How many superpowers has he awakened? Seeing the somewhat disappointed Li Jiang, Lin Zheng patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, Jiang. Little Baozi was also slow to awaken at the beginning. Maybe you are also a dual ability awakener, so it's slower." Li Jiang smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, Zheng." In a park in Jiangtong City, there is an underground water pond. As the name suggests, the water in this pond comes up from underground. Like the huge sycamore tree, this is also a major landscape of Jiangtong City. In winter, the pond does not freeze. Instead, a layer of white mist floats on the surface of the water, as if it is about to boil. In summer, you can feel a cool breeze when you get close to the pond, which is known as the natural air conditioner of Jiangtong City. But at this moment, the surface of the entire pond was bubbling, as if it was boiling. The next second, the originally clear water suddenly became misty, like a puff of white smoke. The fish in the water jumped desperately to the surface. It seemed that there was something terrible under the water. After a while, the fish calmed down and stopped jumping. They have mutated. They all had sharp teeth and were rotten all over, just like zombies. Some fish even fused together. Some had their tails fused together, some had their heads fused together, and some were fused together side by side, and some were strangely fused into a cross shape. The next moment, a huge brown hand suddenly stretched out from the water. Then, a zombie that was more than 10 meters tall slowly walked out of the water, with many mutant fish biting its body, but it didn't care at all. He tore off a dozen mutant fish from his body and threw them into his mouth, chewing them with gusto. It sniffed around as if searching for prey, then suddenly it locked onto a direction and headed in that direction. With every step I took, the ground seemed to tremble. If you take a closer look, you will find that the giant zombie is made up of countless human corpses. These should be the bodies of those who were thrown to the bottom of the lake. I never thought they would see the light of day in this way one day. Chapter 41, Faggot. Brother Long, the sycamore tree has been destroyed. The person who spoke was the one who had secretly observed Lin Zheng and others from the high building before. The man named Brother Long was furious when he heard this. An ice spike instantly condensed in his palm and pierced through the wall next to him. What? I saw with my own eyes. They used a rocket launcher to blow the sycamore tree in half. We will never be able to eat the sycamore fruit that can strengthen our bodies again. The flesh on Brother Long's face kept twitching. Do you know where they are? Big monkeys. I know, Brother Long. I have already figured out their location. It's in a dilapidated warehouse in the suburbs. Damn it, you bastard, you blew up my sycamore tree. I want you dead. The big monkey reminded. Brother Long, those people seem to have been strengthened and are not easy to deal with. Whoosh! An ice spike flew by the big monkey's ear, frightening him so much that he wet his pants on the spot. No matter how powerful you are, you can't be as powerful as me. I can kill them with just a few ice spikes. Let's go. Soon, under the guidance of the giant monkey, they arrived outside the safe house. Brother Long, this is it. The big monkey pointed to the dilapidated warehouse not far away. Damn it, brothers, let's eat meat tonight. Brother Long said fiercely. Eat meat, eat meat. These people hadn't eaten meat for many days. When they heard that they could eat meat again, their faces turned crazy. Lin Zheng and others in the safe house heard the noise outside and immediately became alert. Someone else is coming. Just went out to try out the newly awakened skills. So, Lin Zheng led everyone out of the safe house. As soon as he got outside, he looked at the people outside and said, "Where did this stray dog come from? Why are you barking?" As soon as Lin Zheng and the others came out, the big monkey recognized them immediately, pointed at them, and said, "Brother Long, it's them. I saw them blow up the sycamore tree with my own eyes." After hearing what the big monkey said, Lin Zheng knew that the group of people in front of him should have also discovered the strengthening effect of the sycamore fruit. They should have all eaten the phoenix fruit to strengthen themselves, and some of them might have awakened their special abilities. Thinking of this, Lin Zheng couldn't help but feel happy. There are new abilities that can be copied. The reason they came to me was probably because I blew up their wudong tree, which made them lose the way to practice quickly. "You bastard, you blew up my phoenix tree. Go to hell." Without saying anything, Brother Long shot an ice spike directly at Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng was overjoyed. It was an ice-attributed ability. He was worried that the other person's awakened ability would be the same as theirs, so he would not be able to copy the new ability. Looking at the incoming ice spikes, Lin Zheng raised his palm slightly to meet them, and then his palm instantly became stronger like steel. Snap! The ice spike shot out and instantly shattered into a pile of ice debris. The big monkey was shocked and immediately said, "Brother Long, I told you they are very powerful, look." Brother Long directly threw his big dice at the big monkey's face. "Damn it, I saw it, you don't need to tell me. I only used 10% of my strength." Yes, Brother Long is mighty, Brother Long is awesome. "Boy, can you catch this big ice spike for me?" Brother Long roared and clasped his hands together. An ice spike 1 meter thick and more than 10 meters long slowly condensed from his clasped hands. After the condensation was completed, he held the big ice spike and stabbed at Lin Zheng and others fiercely. "Go to hell, bastard." Lin Zheng glanced at the others and said, "You go deal with the others. Leave this big icicle to me." After saying that, Jiang Yitong, Li Jiang, and Jin Mao immediately rushed out separately. Looking at the huge icicle that was stabbing at him, Lin Zheng transformed his steel-reinforced palm into a sharp knife and chopped it towards the icicle. The knife chopped into the icicle, and Lin Zheng exerted his strength instantly, chopping it down with unstoppable force. Ice slag kept falling from the hand knife. Brother Long felt the resistance and roared, holding the icicle and pushing forward. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The icicle seemed to have become lighter. He turned his head and saw that the opponent was already close to him. He quickly put down the icicle in his hand and waved his hands upwards. Several huge ice spikes rose from the ground and directly blocked Lin Zheng's way. Lin Zheng was a little surprised. This person was obviously much stronger than the previous Fire Awakener. It seemed that he had eaten a lot of wudong fruits, and his first-level supernatural power had become relatively stable. Lin Zheng was stunned for a moment, and saw ice spikes rising from the other 3 sides, directly surrounding Lin Zheng on all sides. Then, Brother Long descended from the sky, holding a large ice spike, and stabbed it towards Lin Zheng. Brother Long had a ferocious expression on his face. "You bastard, let's see where you can hide this time." Lin Zheng smiled slightly, and instantly his whole body became stronger like steel, turning into silver white. The next second, the ice spike pierced his head, followed by a crisp metal collision sound, and the ice spike gradually turned into a pile of powder. As the ice spikes became shorter, Brother Long thought he had pierced the opponent through, and a smug look appeared on his face. "Fuck you, blow up my sycamore tree, and I'll smash you to pieces." But immediately he widened his eyes in horror, and saw a huge, silver-white fist coming towards him. He was unable to dodge, and was hit in the chest, sending him flying backwards. After finally standing still, a large mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. This is Lin Zheng transforming his huge fist into a giant knife, and slashing at the ice spike in front of him. Brush! The 4 huge ice spikes were split into 2 parts. Lin Zheng jumped out and slashed at Brother Long fiercely. Brother Long was shocked. "Fuck, such a big knife." The hand knife that Lin Zheng transformed into was 40 meters long, which frightened Brother Long so much that his bladder shook and he quickly dodged to the side. But Lin Zheng had already foreseen this move, and instantly swung his knife horizontally and chopped at him. Brother Long couldn't dodge in time, so he could only condense ice pillars to block in front of him and retreat. But those icicles were cut off one by one by Lin Zheng's hand knife, like tofu. Brother Long's face changed drastically. "Damn, how can he be so strong? I shouldn't have come if I had known. Stop, I was wrong, bro." At the last second, when the knife was about to hit Brother Long's neck, he suddenly jumped up, knelt on the ground, and began to beg for mercy. Lin Zheng suddenly thought that if this person died, he would not be able to copy his abilities, so he put away his knife in time. Just half an inch away, Brother Long's head would be moved. Lin Zheng walked up to Brother Long and said, "Stretch out your hand." Brother Long was stunned. Ah. Put your hand out. Brother Long held out his hand with a puzzled look on his face, somewhat confused. The next second, Lin Zheng grabbed his hand. Brother Long swallowed his saliva. His lips twitched and said, "As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to obey you." 10 seconds later, ice ability copied successfully. Lin Zheng twisted his arm violently and broke it. "What did you say, you faggot?" D. The next second, the palm turned into a spike again and stabbed directly into Long Ji's chest. "Anyone who offends me will not survive." Shopted for Titu Sombitide. After killing Brother Long, Lin Zheng looked back at Jiang Yitong and the others. With Jiang Yitong and Jimao's current strength, beating those little karamis is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Li Jiang is also extremely ferocious with the help of the Tang sword. Ordinary weapons are like mud in front of the Tang sword and break with just one chop. Suddenly, Lin Zheng felt the ground tremble, as if some huge monster was walking towards him. Jiang Yitong and others who were fighting also felt this terrible vibration, and they all stopped and looked in the same direction. The big monkey and the little brothers who were still alive took the opportunity to distance themselves from them, looking at them with fear in his eyes. "How can we fight them? There is such a huge difference in strength." Jiang Yitong, with a frown on her face, suddenly transformed into angel wings, flapped her wings, and flew into the air. When the big monkey and the others saw it, their eyes widened. "No way! It has wings and can fly." Jiang Yitong, who was in the air, looked towards the west with a serious expression and said to Lin Zheng, "Brother Lin Zheng, a group of zombies are coming from the west, and there are several giant zombies that are dozens of meters long. They will soon reach our side." Those giant zombies were the fusion zombies that came out from the bottom of the lake. Hearing Jiang Yitong's words, Lin Zheng's face changed, and he immediately said to her, "Little Baozi, come down quickly and pick up the golden retriever." Jiang Yitong nodded, flew down immediately, hugged the golden retriever weighing 70 to 80 kilograms, and flew into the air. Lin Zheng looked at Li Jiang. Li Jiang looked at Lin Zheng in confusion. Lin Zheng shouted, "What are you looking at? Come here quickly." "Here it comes." Li Jiang ran to Lin Zheng with a frantic look on his face. Lin Zheng also transformed into angel wings and flew into the air, holding Li Jiang. Not far away, the zombie tide and those giant zombies have arrived. The big monkey and the others looked at the densely packed zombies and the giant zombies not far away, and their legs tightened and their lips trembled with fear. They looked at Lin Zheng and others in the sky, then looked at each other. "What should we do?" "Run!" They turned and ran, but it was too late. The zombies were already approaching. When they saw the living people, they immediately rushed up like crazy. Soon, the big monkey and the others were knocked down by several zombies, and then the zombies behind them swarmed in, and in less than a moment, they piled up into a small hill. A giant zombie looked down, then stretched out its big hand, grabbed the hill, then opened its big mouth, threw the hill into its mouth, and began to chew it. "So cool. Eat their own kind too." Lin Zheng was somewhat shocked when he saw this scene. These giant zombies were actually level 2. After sensing the aura they exuded, Lin Zheng was even more shocked. Could it be that another mutant plant has appeared? This shouldn't be the case. The system didn't remind me. At this moment, a giant zombie saw Lin Zheng and others flying in the air and wanted to reach out and grab them. Lin Zheng grabbed Li Jiang with one hand, and with the other hand, he strengthened his steel and turned it into a giant knife and chopped down the giant hand made up of countless corpses. "I'll let you catch me." The hand knife chopped into the palm of the zombie, but did not cut it off. It was stuck inside. It turned out that the corpses that made up the arm were not dead and could move. Lin Zheng looked carefully and saw countless pairs of arms holding his hand knife tightly. Seeing its prey being caught, the giant zombie slowly turned its head to look at Lin Zheng and actually smiled. Then he slowly pulled Lin Zheng and Li Jiang over. At this critical moment, Lin Zheng said to Li Jiang seriously, "Jiang, pay attention. I will take out the explosive bow later. You take it." Li Jiang nodded seriously. "Now!" The next second, the explosive bow appeared out of thin air. Li Jiang seized the opportunity and grabbed the explosive bow. At the same time, there was also an arrow. "Lin Zheng, shoot that bastard." Li Jiang pulled the bow to its full length and aimed at the giant zombie's head. Whoosh! At the moment the arrow flew out, Lin Zheng's mind flashed quickly, constantly copying the arrow. Copy *7. Suddenly, one arrow turned into 128 arrows, flying densely towards the head of the giant zombie. Boom, boom, boom. There was a violent explosion, and the fierce flames directly submerged the zombie's head. "Cool!" Li Jiang exclaimed, "This way of archery is so cool." Lin Zheng tried to move his knife, but it was still too tight to move. Aren't these bodies one and the same? Brush! Another arrow appeared in Li Jiang's hand. "Jiang, shoot its arm." "Good." This time, Li Jiang aimed at the zombie's arm. Whoosh! The arrow shot out. Copy *7. This time, Lin Zheng arranged all the copied arrows into a line and shot them at a point on the zombie's arm. Like a string of firecrackers, arrows kept exploding on the zombie's shoulders. In the end, it blew its arm off alive. Lin Zheng shortened his hand knife. Ziyang, use your tang sword to cut off those zombies entangled in my hands. After Lin Zheng retracted the explosive bow, Li Jiang took out the tang sword and chopped back and forth continuously until all the zombies entangled in Lin Zheng's hand were chopped off, and the huge arm also fell to the ground with a bang. At this time, the fire also dissipated. The giant zombie's head was half blown to pieces, and a purple crystal could be vaguely seen in the rotten flesh, shining brightly. Zombie crystal core, the essence condensed from the mist, can be used for cultivation and evolution of mutant items. Lin Zheng nodded. This thing should be better than his mist bottle. When he finds a way to get one, he will have countless of them. Just as Lin was thinking this, the giant zombie's head was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its severed arms were slowly growing back. At this moment, the crystal core was constantly flashing with light. Lin Zheng nodded. It seems that only by taking out the crystal core can this zombie die completely. In order to avoid being caught again, Lin Zheng flew much higher this time and shouted to Jiang Yitong, "Little Baozi, fly higher and don't let those giant zombies catch you." Jiang Yitong nodded and flew several dozen meters higher while holding the golden retriever. Suddenly, a zombie fell to the ground, as if it was tripped by something. It is Lin Zheng's safe house. The zombie got up, took a look at the safe house below, and stepped on it, actually pressing the safe house directly into the ground, but there was no dent at all. I have to say the quality of this safe house is really good. My safe house. Lin Zheng looked at the safe house sunk into the ground with a distressed look. It seemed that they had to find a new shelter. Lin Zheng stared at the zombie intently. "Fuck you. You want to leave after you trampled my safe house into the ground? Can you get away?" Then he took out a tang sword, pointed it at the zombie, and rushed over. "Anyone who destroys my house will be killed without mercy." Chapter 43, Zombie Crystal Core. Lin Zheng's mind flashed, and the tang sword instantly copied 7 times, becoming 128 swords. 128 extremely sharp mutant tang swords were suspended in front of Lin Zheng. Then Lin Zheng used absolute space to control the tang swords. All the tang swords began to change positions in an orderly manner, moving back and forth between the gaps. The whole process was smooth and flowing, as smooth as dove silk. After a few breaths, all the tang swords formed a spiral shape and were still spinning rapidly. It was simply a mobile meat grinder. "Jiyang, when you see a purple crystal, pull it out for me," Lin Zheng said to Li Jiyang while flying towards the giant zombie. Li Jiyang nodded. "Zheng, leave it to me." When the giant zombie saw Lin Zheng and Li Jiyang flying towards him, he immediately opened his big hands and pounced on them, trying to grab them. "I'll let you catch me." Lin Zheng controlled the spiral combination of Tang Dao and rushed towards the huge palm at a faster speed. When it came into contact with the palm, a sound of mincing meat was immediately heard, and countless pieces of rotten flesh flew out. The painful roars of the zombies on the palm could also be heard. When they passed through the palm, they could see densely packed zombies squeezed inside, still wriggling slightly. They looked like they were in pain and howled slightly. The entire space inside the palm is horrible, depressing, smelly, and depressing, making people feel panicky and palpitating. But when they saw Lin Zheng and Li Jiyang, they immediately became extremely excited and stretched out their twisted hands, trying to catch them. Li Jiyang swallowed his saliva, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It was the first time he had seen such a horrific and inhumane scene, and he couldn't help but feel nauseous. But soon, they passed through the palm and flew towards the zombie's head. Lin Zheng noticed Li Jiyang's abnormality and said to him in a stern voice, "Jiyang, this is the zombie apocalypse. Are you scared? Open your eyes and watch carefully. The best way to overcome fear is to face it. If you can't even bear this, you won't survive this apocalypse." When Li Jiyang heard this, his expression became serious. The next second he roared and said, "I'm not afraid, Zheng. You're right. If you can't stand this, you don't deserve to live in this doomsday. What a rubbish giant zombie. Charge at him." Seeing Li Jiyang's reaction, Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, let's go after this bastard." Then, Lin Zheng controlled the spiral tang sword and pierced into the giant zombie's head. Suddenly, a disgusting, greasy feeling spread throughout my body, and the air became fishy and smelly. Li Jiyang almost vomited it out, but just as it reached his mouth, he swallowed it alive. He kept encouraging himself, "What's the big deal? It's just a pile of stinky meat." At this moment, Lin Zheng's voice suddenly rang out. "Jiyang, hurry up, pull out that purple crystal core for me." Li Jiyang then discovered that there was a crystal shining with purple light beside him. This is the zombie crystal core. Li Jiyang grabbed the egg-sized crystal core and let the zombie's hands touch his face, leaving a greasy liquid. He wanted to pull it off, but found that the crystal core was like cement, unable to move at all. At this moment, the zombies in the brain began to howl in pain, as if they felt the crystal core was threatened. Eh? The sharp and terrifying sound kept echoing in Li Jiang's ears. Ah! Call your mom! He shouted loudly, using all his strength, but it was of no use. Ah Zheng, this crystal core cannot be pulled out. Lin Zheng frowned. Sure enough, this second-level zombie was not so easy to deal with. Just as he was distracted, several red tentacles suddenly emerged from the zombie pile and attacked Li Jiang, who was extracting the crystal core. Lin Zheng raised his sword and cut off all the tentacles. But then more and more tentacles emerged from all directions, almost surrounding the two of them, leaving no blind spots. At the same time, the zombies in the head were slowly crawling towards Lin Zheng and the others. The space in the brain was getting smaller and smaller, and it was getting more and more crowded. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Lin Zheng directly strengthened himself with steel, and then used shape control to transform himself into a metal ball and wrapped up Li Jiang. Then Lin Zheng felt countless tentacles hitting him crazily. As expected of a second-level zombie, Lin Zheng felt that he could not hold out for long before being defeated. Jiang, how is it? Can you handle it? Li Jiang looked anxious. Zheng, give me a little more time. I will definitely take this crystal core. Ah! Then he used all his strength, shouting, and tried desperately to pull out the crystal core. He didn't want to give up. He really wanted to prove to Lin Zheng that he was not a waste. Jin Mao and Zhang Yitong have awakened twice, but he hasn't awakened his special powers yet. This makes Li Jiang feel very guilty and depressed. He always feels that he is a burden to the team. This time, an opportunity was presented to him, and he tried his best to prove that he was useful, not useless. Ah! Come out to me! He gritted his teeth and shouted over and over again, veins bulging on his neck, his cheeks flushed, his face covered with sweat, and he kept gasping for breath. Lin Zheng's face changed. It was obvious that the steel reinforcement could no longer hold up. Jiang, let's go, Lin Zheng said. Li Jiang almost cried as he said, it's almost there, Zheng, I will definitely be able to pull this crystal core out. Lin Zheng noticed his mood change and said, Jiang, it's enough that you have this fighting spirit. Strength must be honed step by step. If you can't pull it out, you can't pull it out even if your fighting spirit is strong. In fact, Lin Zheng had touched the crystal core a long time ago and had copied countless of them in the system space. The reason why he asked Li Jiang to pull out the crystal core was to inspire his fighting spirit. Lin Zheng had already seen that Li Jiang was depressed because he had not awakened his superpowers. This move helped him regain his confidence. However, the strength is obviously not enough. Hearing Lin Zheng's words, Li Jiang was slightly stunned, with a hint of disappointment on his face. Really? Are we really going to give up like this? I don't know if there will be such a good opportunity again the second time. Of course there are. Once our strength reaches a higher level, these giant zombies will be nothing more than a pile of rotten meat in our eyes. Lin Zheng said. After hearing this, Li Jiang thought for a moment and said, but at that time, wouldn't this matter become very easy? Its meaning has changed a lot. Lin Zheng was shocked. He didn't expect Li Jiang to be so aware. He was very relieved. Lin Zheng's face became uglier and uglier. The tentacles' attacks became faster and stronger. Lin Zheng could no longer hold on. Jiang, let's go. I can't hold on any longer. Li Jiang glanced at Lin Zheng worriedly, then let go of his hand and said reluctantly, okay, Zheng, let's go. But the next second he seemed to have thought of something, his face firm, and he rushed towards the crystal core regardless of everything. Chapter 44, Dark Demon. Jiang, what are you doing? Lin Zheng shouted. The next second, Li Jiang opened his mouth, put the crystal core into his mouth, and then moved his body to force the crystal core to pass through his esophagus and reach his stomach. He looked a little painful, but he gritted his teeth and said, since I can't take you away, I'll swallow you on the spot. Seeing Li Jiang's actions, Lin Zheng was shocked. He didn't expect him to be so cruel. Then, Li Jiang followed the method of absorbing mist taught by Lin Zheng and began to absorb the energy of the crystal core. Suddenly, purple light flashed from Li Jiang's stomach. It actually started to absorb the energy of the crystal core. At this moment, Lin Zheng heard the zombie's angry roar. It felt that its crystal core was being absorbed, but because it was inside his brain, he could only slap his brain with his big hands. When he found that it didn't help, he put his hands in through the hole that Lin Zheng had made with his Tang sword. When Lin Zheng saw the big hand coming in, he immediately chopped it into several pieces with his Tang sword. Ah! At this moment, Li Jiang roared and suddenly opened his eyes. The next second, a huge black shadow slowly condensed behind him. Awaken! Seeing the black shadow growing bigger and bigger, Lin Zheng quickly changed his form and returned to his original state. Slowly, the zombie's brain was blown up and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. At this time, Li Jiang was being dragged by a hand of the black shadow, suspended in midair. The black shadow was tens of meters high. The next second, Li Jiang jumped up to the top of the shadow's head, then clenched his fist and punched down hard. At the same time, the shadow's movements were almost synchronized with his, and he also punched the ground with his fist. This punch instantly turned dozens of zombies into a pool of meat paste. Countless zombies were knocked away, and the ground seemed to be shaking slightly. After absorbing the crystal core of a second-level zombie, Li Jiang's first-level ability was stabilized. Seeing how brave he was, Li Jiang controlled the giant black shadow and rushed towards a giant zombie. The giant zombie spotted the black shadow rushing towards him and threw a punch. Li Jiang stood with his feet slightly apart and threw a punch. Boom! The giant black shadow was directly pushed back dozens of meters. Sure enough, his current strength is still far from the real level 2. Jiang, don't fight hard. Your current strength is not enough to fight against the second level, Lin Zheng said to Li Jiang. Li Jiang nodded and stopped attacking. Then, the group of zombies continued to rush towards the city center. What exactly is attracting them? After the zombie tide passed, Lin Zheng and the others slowly landed on the ground. At this time, a few slower runners saw Lin Zheng and the others and rushed over with loud roars. Li Jiang hurriedly shouted, "Let me do it!" Then he punched the zombies, and at the same time a huge black fist was swung out of thin air and hit the zombies. Snap! In just a moment, the zombies were blasted into meat paste. Li Jiang then slowly retracted his fist. He came to Lin Zheng excitedly. "Zheng, I finally woke up." Lin Zheng nodded, and then said, "Come and shake hands to celebrate." Li Jiang stretched out his hand, and Lin Zheng grabbed it. After a long time, I still didn't let go. Li Jiang had a strange expression on his face. "Ah, Zheng, is it necessary to hold it for so long?" "Oh, I was so happy for you. I was so excited that I forgot to let go." Lin Zheng said a few words casually to get over it. At this time, the system prompts successfully copied the supernatural black demon giant shadow. Lin Zheng smiled with satisfaction and gained another superpower. Jiang Yitong and Jin Mao came forward. "Brother Lin Zheng, why did so many zombies suddenly appear?" Jiang Yitong asked with some confusion. They all seemed to be heading towards the city center. "I guess something must have appeared in the city center to attract zombies." "Something that attracts zombies?" "It could be a large number of living people, or it could be some kind of treasure." "Treasure? Would zombies also be interested in treasure?" Jiang Yitong asked puzzledly. Lin Zheng replied, "Zombies also need to improve their abilities, and as their abilities improve, they will slowly evolve their intelligence, and then treasures will be very attractive to them." Jiang Yitong nodded, not quite understanding, and then asked, "Then where do these zombies come from? If they are all mutated living people, the number of zombies we have encountered so far has far exceeded the total population of Jiangtong City." Lin Zheng had noticed this problem before, and the only explanation was that somewhere there was some mysterious force that was continuously providing zombies. As for what it is, Lin Zheng has no idea yet. He looked back at the safe house that was trampled into the ground, his face a little solemn. The shelter was buried. Where would he live in the future? There is no place more suitable than this safe house. Lin Zheng was thinking about his next new residence when he suddenly caught sight of Li Jiang. He was overjoyed and thought of a solution. Aren't the two of them very powerful in their dark shadows? Couldn't they just use them to dig out the safe house? "Jiang, summon your giant black demon shadow, and let's get out of the safe house." Li Jiang nodded, then roared, and a huge black shadow more than 10 meters tall appeared behind him. Then, Lin Zheng did the same thing and summoned a huge black shadow. After seeing this scene, Li Jiang's face twitched. "When did you awaken this ability?" Jiang Yitong and Jin Mao also widened their eyes. "How many superpowers have you awakened?" Then, Li Jiang and Lin Zheng stood opposite each other on both sides of the safe house, controlling the black demon giant's hands to insert into the soil. Lin Zheng looked at Li Jiang and shouted, "Jiang, I'll count to 1, 2, 3, and we'll work together to lift the safe house out." "Okay, Zheng. 3, 2, 1, lift. Hey, get up." As the two of them worked hard, the safe house was actually slowly lifted out. Soon, the entire safe house was exposed above the ground. The two placed it on the flat ground nearby, leaving a deep hole next to it. Lin Zheng looked around and decided to fence off this area and build a defense and attack system. Otherwise, every time a wave of zombies came, the safe house would be buried. So he took out many iron fences and barbed wire from the system space and surrounded the open space around the safe house and a nearby house. With the help of the dark demon shadow, Lin Zheng and Li Jiang quickly completed the task. Lin Zheng also has a lot of generators and batteries to power the barbed wire. Some of the generators are powered by number 98 diesel, while others are powered by solar panels, ensuring that the barbed wire can be powered 24 hours a day. On call 24/7. After finishing all this, Lin Zheng looked at the big hole and felt that it was a little abrupt. He thought for a moment and said, "Why not make it a swimming pool?" Chapter 45. Querion Tai Sui. Lin Zheng took out tiles and cement from the system space and piled them aside. With the help of Li Jiang and Jiang Yitong, they quickly cleaned up the area around the swimming pool and laid tiles. After finishing all this, Li Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, Zheng, where do we get the water? After that, Lin Zheng took out several thousand bottles of Kona brine from the system space and said, use this. Li Jiang almost dropped his jaw when he saw it. How could he not recognize this thing? A bottle of mineral water cost nearly 3,000 yuan, and a child from a rich family like him had rarely drunk it. It was not that he couldn't afford it, but that there was no need to drink it. They're just rich, not stupid. Then they opened bottles and poured bottle after bottle of Kona brine into the pool. Li Jiang sighed as he poured it down. Oh my God! Oh my God! Although he felt distressed, he also felt inexplicably happy. Soon, thousands of bottles of Kona brine were poured out, just enough to fill the entire pool. Li Jiang looked at the pool of water worth millions and couldn't help but sigh that even the richest man in the world didn't have such luxury. I didn't expect that they could actually enjoy it in this troubled time. This feeling is really wonderful. Just when they were about to jump into the swimming pool and enjoy themselves, the system's voice prompts. The Zombie King's young are gestating. Please go and kill them. There will be a generous reward for completing the task. Lin Zheng was stunned. This mission actually had a reward. There was nothing like it before. The last time Lin Zheng obtained a supernatural power copy, he obtained it after collecting a certain number of mutant items. Anyway, no matter what the system tells you to do is correct. Li Jiang had stripped down to a pair of flowered shorts and was about to jump when he was grabbed by Lin Zheng. I have something to do. I'll come back and wash it when I'm done. Li Jiang was stunned. I took off my pants. Following the system's instructions, Lin Zheng and others soon arrived at the place where the Zombie King was bred. It was not somewhere else, but the mutant sycamore tree that was blown in half. The previous wave of zombies were also gathering around the phoenix tree, standing quietly, looking quietly in the direction of the phoenix tree, as if they were worshipping an emperor, extremely respectful. It seems that it is indeed the young body of the Zombie King. Otherwise, these zombies would not be so respectful. Especially the dozen or so second-level giant zombies, who actually knelt on one knee. It seems that the young of this Zombie King is at least above the second level. Once it is conceived, it will be a huge disaster for mankind. But Lin Zheng followed the zombie's gaze and did not see the young Zombie King. He only saw the sycamore tree that was blown in half, shaped like two open, dry palms. Ever since it was blown down last time, the sycamore tree began to dry up slowly. Now it is almost completely dry, with bare branches and a trunk with peeling bark. Logically speaking, it shouldn't dry up so quickly, right? With this question in mind, Lin Zheng looked at the sycamore tree again. Suddenly, his eyebrows furrowed, as if he had seen something. Sure enough, in the middle of the sycamore tree, there was a mass of something that looked like rotten meat. You can still vaguely see it wriggling slightly in the dark meridians. Could it be that that is the embryo for breeding the young Zombie King? Rotten Tai Sui, the placenta that breeds the young Zombie King, was born by a high-level female zombie. It developed alone and absorbed a large amount of mist. Now it only needs the flesh and blood of 100 living people to break out of its body. As expected, it seems that the young Zombie King is inside the rotten meat. But now there are so many zombies surrounding it, it's hard to kill it. What's more, there are so many second-level giant zombies. Lin Zheng had a question in his mind. With the help of the replication system, he absorbed so much mist to reach the first level, but now there are so many second-level zombies. How much fog they absorbed? Even a crystal core was condensed. Just as Lin Zheng was thinking, the originally quiet zombies began to stir. First, the zombies standing on the periphery let out roars, began to show their fangs and claws, slowly became crazy, and even began to bite the same kind next to them. Some zombies held a piece of rotten meat in their mouths and a severed limb in their hands, holding it up as if they were dancing. The giant zombies were next. They stood up in unison and looked at the pile of rotting flesh. Then he raised his arms and shouted, "Roar, roar, roar." Other zombies responded one after another. Then, almost half of the zombies surrounded a tall building nearby, and the other half tightly surrounded the rotten meat Tai Sui. Zheng, what are they doing? Li Jiang asked puzzledly. Lin Zheng recalled what the system had said before. This Zombie King larva needed the flesh and blood of 100 living people to break out of the body. Half of the zombies surrounded the tall building. They look like they're going hunting. There must be survivors in that tall building. They're hunting. Hunting. See that mass of rotten meat? That's the placenta that breeds the young Zombie King. These zombies must have sensed that the young Zombie King is about to be born, so they all rushed over. And there is another condition for the young Zombie King to be born, which is to sacrifice the flesh and blood of 100 living people. Lin Zheng said, Zombie King. Li Jiang was surprised and confused. How could a Zombie King suddenly appear? The zombie crisis has only been going on for less than 20 days, and these zombies have evolved too quickly. That's right. Once this baby Zombie King is born, it will be dangerous, so we must kill it in the placenta. Lin Zheng said. Li Jiang swallowed his saliva. This zombie is really perverted. It expelled the placenta and developed outside the body. But when he heard Lin Zheng's words, he felt very excited and killed it in the placenta. Those zombies are surrounding that building. It seems there are still living people inside. They should be trying to capture those living people for sacrifice. Lin Zheng said, pointing to the tall building surrounded by zombies. Then should we go and rescue them? Li Jiang asked. Save? Why do you want to save him, Jiang? Now, I'm going to tell you the second lesson of the doomsday. You must never be a saint. There is no virtue in the doomsday. The person you save today may be the one who kills you tomorrow. Do you know that? Lin Zheng said very seriously. Li Jiang nodded, as if thinking about something, and replied, I understand, Zheng. Then he looked at the mass of rotting zombies and said, So what should we do now? Lin Zhengchao looked around, then frowned and thought about it. After a while, his eyes widened and he thought of a good idea. I figured it out. Then, Lin Zheng asked Li Jiang, Jiang Yitong, and Jin Mao to gather around and start discussing. Chapter 46 Survivors. After listening to Lin Zheng's plan, Li Jiang frowned, looked at Lin Zheng and said, It's not a good idea to do this. Isn't it too dangerous? No risk, no gain. It will be even more dangerous once the young zombie king is born. Li Jiang nodded, thinking that what Lin Zheng said made sense. Then Lin Zheng took out a rocket launcher and fired a shot at the distance. Just when all the zombies' attention was attracted, Lin Zheng and others transformed into angel wings and quietly flew into the building surrounded by zombies. They entered the building through a window and appeared in a dim corridor. The light bulbs above their heads were still flickering, indicating that the power system was not completely paralyzed. Most of the rooms on the left and right were half open, and there were obvious and messy footprints on the dust on the ground. Lin Zheng nodded. It seemed that his guess was correct. There were still survivors in this building. Zheng, why don't we just let those zombies outside catch us directly, instead of going through all the trouble of running into this building? I'm afraid they can't wait and will sacrifice us directly. Li Jiang nodded as if he had suddenly realized something and said, Oh, I see. With more people, we have a chance to take action. But how do these zombies know that there are living people in this building? Just as Lin was thinking, suddenly, a dark shadow flashed at the end of the corridor. Everyone immediately became alert. Lin Zhengdao, let's go and see if there are any survivors. Then, they came to a room at the end of the corridor. The door of the room was still shaking slightly. It seemed that something had indeed run in. Lin Zheng gently pushed open the door. Inside was an office with scattered documents everywhere. The chandelier flickered and made a hissing sound from time to time. At this moment, there was a rustling sound of mice gnawing in a corner not far away. There's some movement over there. Go check it out. Several people quickly came to the source of the sound and saw a woman in a red dress squatting in the corner with her back to them. She was still trembling slightly and looked like she was crying. Zheng, it seems like he's a survivor. Li Jiang said. Lin Zheng frowned and stared at the woman in front of him. The next second, the woman heard a noise behind her and slowly turned around. Her mouth was full of blood. Half of her face was cut off, revealing the rotten flesh inside, and in her hand was a half-eaten bright red heart. The woman laughed very strangely, then took out the heart, as if she was going to give it to Lin Zheng and the others to eat. However, her laughter soon stopped. She bared her teeth, threw away the heart in her hand, and rushed towards Lin Zheng and the others. Lin Zheng grabbed her head directly. The female zombie could not move forward and could only flap her arms and legs. Snap! Lin Zheng pulled hard and ripped her head off, then threw it to the ground. The female zombie's body also fell down suddenly. Shit, it turned out to be a zombie. I almost fell into her trap. Li Jiang said, patting his chest. Lin Zhengdao, so we must always be vigilant in the doomsday. Even if we are human, we must not take it lightly. Sometimes humans are scarier than zombies. Li Jiang nodded slightly. Lin Zheng glanced at the half-eaten heart on the ground and said, The blood in this heart hasn't coagulated yet, and it's even steaming. The person must have died not long ago. Suddenly, he also noticed the blood on the ground. The heart was dripping with blood all the way, and the blood extended all the way outside the house. Let's go and follow the blood trail. Then, the group slowly moved forward along the blood trail, which led to the stairs. They followed the steps upwards, apparently to the upper floor. Just as they were about to step onto the stairs, 4 or 5 zombies suddenly rushed down from above. Lin Zheng smashed one of them's heads with one punch. Li Jiang was prepared this time, and without any fear, he drew out his Tang sword and directly split one of the beasts in half. Jiang Yitong used the explosive bow to cover the zombie's head, and then pulled it hard. The zombie's head was cut open, and the yellow liquid inside flowed all over the floor. The golden retriever was even more ferocious. He stretched out his claws and ripped the zombie in front of him into strips of meat. Everyone be careful, there are a lot of zombies in this building. Everyone nodded. Then continue walking upstairs along the bloodstains. When you get upstairs, the layout is similar. The bloodstains extend into a room with a frosted glass door. There is a sign hanging on the door, President's Office. They pushed open the glass door and walked in slowly. As soon as I opened the door, I saw an indescribable scene. There were two zombies, one male and one female, both naked. When they heard the door open, they turned their heads sharply and saw someone alive. They immediately stopped what they were doing and rushed over with their fangs bared. Wow! The two big white rabbits swung back and forth, very dazzling. Zhang Yitong showed disgust on her face and shot the female zombie to the ground with an arrow. Then she stepped forward and kicked the male zombie away, sticking him to the wall. Then he suddenly shot an arrow, which went straight into the chest of the male zombie, pinning him to the wall. This time, only an ordinary arrow was shot, and no explosion occurred. Then, Zhang Yitong came to the female zombie, stepped on one of its hands, and then shot 4 arrows at its limbs, nailing it to the ground. The female zombie screamed and struggled crazily, with a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Seeing its state, Zhang Yitong became even more angry and shot dozens of arrows at its head until her head was shot to pieces and there was no space left for an arrow to be inserted. Then she stopped. Bitch! Zhang Yitong cursed at the female zombie. Lin Zheng and Li Zheng were stunned as they watched from the side. This woman is a little too fierce. Then she slowly looked at the male zombie nailed to the wall, then took out another arrow and shot it fiercely. Bang! This arrow went straight to its great treasure. Suddenly, everything was ruined. Seeing this scene, Lin Zheng and Li Zheng covered their crotches at the same time, swallowed their saliva, and then looked at each other, understanding what was going on. She shot another arrow, hitting the zombie's head. The arrow went into the zombie's eyeball, splashing out juice. Rubbish! Zhang Yitong cursed at the male zombie, and then put away the explosive bow. Lin Zheng and Li Zheng came to the front of the female zombie and took a look. It looked like a person with a bunch of arrows growing on his head. They noticed that the female zombie had a sign on her chest, which should be her work badge. It says President's Secretary. Oh, it turns out he is the President's Secretary. The male zombie should be the President. It's not surprising that this happened, because there is work to do when there is something to do, and there is nothing to do as a secretary when there is nothing to do. Lin Zheng looked at the little bun and said, Little bun, why are you so cruel all of a sudden? Zhang Yitong replied, I hate people who mess around the most. Lin Zheng gave her a thumbs up. She was simply the nemesis of adulterers and the devil in the eyes of mistresses. Judging from the behavior of this pair of zombies, zombies will retain their behaviors to a certain extent. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from a low cabinet next to it. Besides, Lin Zheng looked over suddenly. Then everyone quickly came to the low cabinet. There was a female corpse lying next to him. Her head had been ripped open, and her insides were all mashed into a pulp. A huge incision was also made on her belly, and there were obvious stretch marks on her belly which showed that she was pregnant. The stomach was empty, all the internal organs had flowed out, and there was a shockingly large bloody hole in the chest cavity, which was where the heart was. The heart in the female zombie's hand downstairs should belong to this woman. In order to prevent her from mutating into a zombie, Lin Zheng cut off her head with a tang knife, then tore off a piece of curtain cloth to cover her. Because in Lin Zheng's heart, mothers are always worthy of respect. Then they looked at the low cabinet again. Be careful, if there are zombies inside, kill them with one strike. Li Zheng and Zhang Yitong nodded. Then Lin Zheng suddenly opened the door of the low cabinet. Suddenly, a little boy of about 7 or 8 years old appeared in the closet. He curled up with a terrified expression and was naked. After seeing Lin Zheng and the others, he made some babbling sounds and kept pushing his body into the cabinet. Could this also be the pregnant woman's child? Zheng, it looks like a child. What should we do? Li Zheng looked down and said to Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng thought about it, then gently closed the cabinet door, turned around and said, Let's go. Li Zheng glanced at the cabinet, nodded and followed. Lin Zheng suddenly stopped and said, He will definitely not survive if he follows us. It is safer for him to stay here. Li Zheng nodded and replied, I know, Zheng. The most important thing now is to prevent the birth of the young zombie king. Snap, snap, snap. Suddenly, there was a clapping sound at the door. Several figures appeared at the door. A man with a long knife on his back walked up slowly and said, You are really awesome. You can't even watch a child die without helping him. You are beasts. I didn't expect that there were 3 living people. They all seem to have been enhanced, but their abilities have not yet been awakened. Li Zheng came out holding a long knife. Who the hell are you talking about? If you have the ability, save her. If you can't, stop talking. Why? You think you're so great with a knife in your hand. You're making it seem like no one has a knife. As he spoke, the man pulled out the long knife behind him and counted. Save her, of course we will save her. We are not beasts. Then he said to a boy behind him, Zhu Xiaoming, go and get the child out. A little boy with a load of supplies on his back came running to the cabinet. I wanted to take the child out, but the child resisted. Zhu Xiaoming took out a candy from his pocket. The child was attracted by the candy. He looked at Zhu Xiaoming and found that he had a smile on his face and did not seem to be a zombie. Then he slowly crawled out of the cabinet. Zhu Xiaoming handed the candy to the child. The child took the candy, put a handful into his mouth, and ate it. Zhu Xiaoming picked up the child and covered his naked body with a piece of cloth. Then he went back to the long sword man's back. You guys are not worthy of entering our base. Just wait for death here. But we can consider that little beauty. Su Chong looked at Zhang Yidong and said with a smile, Base. Sure enough, there are a large number of survivors here, and they even built a small base. Zhang Yidong looked at Su Chong fiercely, looking for death. Su Chong immediately laughed. Wow, you little beauty has a hot temper. How about coming to our base? It's on the roof of this building. If you join our base, you will have food and drink, and you don't have to worry about zombie attacks. Get lost, Zhang Yidong replied directly. Su Chong was furious when he heard this, but he did not lose his temper because he could see that these people were not ordinary people. If you fight head-on, nothing good will come of it. Okay, you guys are awesome. Then you just stay here and wait to die. We're going to the base to eat bread and drink mineral water. Let's go. He waved to the two people behind him and said. At this time, Zhu Xiaoming said to Su Chong, Brother Chong, if the base doesn't accept them, they won't live long. Let's take them with us. Lin Zheng was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such a person in this chaotic world. It was really rare. Su Chong said to Zhu Xiaoming with a gloomy face. Zhu Xiaoming, are you mentally ill? We brought such ungrateful people to the base, and we still have to provide them with food and accommodation. What are you thinking? But Brother Chong, they won't survive long if they stay here. We have searched all the supplies in the building. Zhu Xiaoming wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Su Chong, who said, Zhu Xiaoming, if you were so reluctant to leave them, then you should stay here with them. I don't mean that, Brother Chong. Zhu Xiaoming stammered. Su Chong kicked Zhu Xiaoming and shouted, Why don't you leave now? Obviously, Su Chong took out his anger on Zhu Xiaoming. After that, several people turned and left. Su Chong turned around and left a sinister look. Lin Zheng said to the others, Let's go, let's follow them. Chapter 47 Hypocrite. Su Chong and his companions came to the stairs and suddenly stopped. Su Chong pointed at the child in Zhu Xiaoming's arms and said to him, Throw him down from here. Zhu Xiaoming's face changed drastically. Why, Brother Chong? Why? Don't you know the current situation of our base? We have searched almost all the supplies in the entire building. How can we find food to feed a child who can't work? Su Chong came over and said, Then why do we save him just now? We might as well just let him wait there to die. Zhu Xiaoming asked back, I'm just annoyed with those guys just now. Is that not okay? Do you want to lose face or not? Su Chong's tone became more and more vicious. Zhu Xiaoming hugged the child tightly and said firmly, Don't throw it away. Hearing this, Su Chong's face darkened and became extremely ugly, and then he slowly said, Zhu Xiaoming, you have become very capable, right? Now you dare to disobey my order. I now order you, as the deputy captain of the base, to throw him down for me. As he spoke, he slowly pulled out the long knife from behind him and put it on Zhu Xiaoming's neck. Zhu Xiaoming, who was originally timid, looked at the long knife on his neck and was not afraid at all. Instead, he said to Su Chong, Su Chong, the captain clearly said that every time you go out to collect supplies, you must bring back any living people you encounter. You are disobeying the captain's order. Humph! Su Chong sneered and looked at Zhu Xiaoming and said with a smile, But do you know what the captain told me? He said that except for women, no one else is allowed to be brought into the base. If anyone insists on following, he will be killed with a knife. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaoming's head was struck by a bolt from the blue, and the image of the captain, who was kind and full of justice, completely collapsed in his mind. This made him unable to accept it for a while. He kept thinking back to the captain's kindly look as he comforted the people in the base, and his smiling eyes every time he talked to him. Liars. All of them are liars. You lie to me. The captain is not that kind of person. Zhu Xiaoming shouted crazily. Do you know why the captain did this? Su Chong said sarcastically. Zhu Xiaoming stared at Su Chong in a daze without saying a word. You don't know, let me tell you, some people want to be a whore and also want to be a saint. Li Hai is such a hypocrite. On the one hand, he likes to do evil, and on the other hand, he likes the feeling of being respected by everyone. Do you think this person is sick? Su Chong's eyes revealed a hint of disgust. Su Chong looked at Zhu Xiaoming and continued. Do you know why Li Hai suddenly asked you to come out to collect supplies this time? Zhu Xiaoming looked at Su Chong with some confusion, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Because you are useless. You can die now. After saying that, Su Chong raised the long knife in his hand and chopped at Zhu Xiaoming's head. At this critical moment, an arrow suddenly shot out and pierced through the long sword. Su Chong suddenly felt a numbness in his palm, and the long sword in his hand fell off and was nailed to the wall along with the arrow. He turned his head suddenly and saw Lin Zheng and the others. Suddenly, a simmering anger rose in his chest. Lin Zheng slowly put down the explosive bow in his hand and returned it to Jiang Yitong. Then he slowly walked towards Su Chong and the others. Is this what you mean by saving people? Su Chong had a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, Boy, don't meddle in other people's business. This is an internal matter of our base. You, an outsider, shouldn't force it. What if I insist on intervening? Lin Zheng said word by word. Su Chong tilted his mouth, snorted coldly, stared at Lin Zheng, and said, "Then I don't mind killing you." "Oh, really?" As soon as Lin Zheng finished speaking, he flashed in front of Su Chong at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was face to face with him. Su Chong instantly felt a huge sense of oppression, crushing him from all directions, making him feel breathless. This feeling made him crazy. He roared and said to Lin Zheng, "Boy, you are looking for death." Then, he quickly pulled out two short knives from his waist, creating two arc-shaped knife shadows, and then turned the knife tips and stabbed Lin Zheng's eyes. At this time, the absolute space has been opened. For someone like Su Chong who has not been strengthened much in the absolute space, he is Lin Zheng's plaything, like a puppet. Seeing that the two knives were about to pierce Lin Zheng's eyes, Su Chong's eyes turned complacent. "I thought you were so awesome, but it turns out you were just bluffing. It seems I was too cautious before." Bang! Suddenly, an invisible force pressed down on him, and he froze for a moment, as if he were cast in cement. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move at all. The tips of the two knives stopped half an inch in front of Lin Zheng's eyes. "What's going on?" He looked at Lin Zheng with horror. At this moment, his heart suddenly panicked. Could it be that this guy was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? He glanced at Xiao Wei and Zhu Xiaoming next to him and shouted, "Why are you two still standing there? Hurry up and do it!" Xiao Wei reacted immediately, drew out the tang sword hanging from his waist, and rushed towards Lin Zheng. Zhu Xiaoming held the child in his arms and slowly stepped aside without taking any action. If someone is going to kill you, no one except a fool or a bootlicker would do it. Seeing Xiao Wei rushing towards Lin Zheng with the tang sword in hand, Li Jiang also drew out the mutant tang sword and quickly blocked in front of Xiao Wei. "Your opponent is me." Xiao Wei suddenly stopped, glanced at Li Jiang, and sneered. "Your weapon is also a tang dao. What level are you at? You actually use the same weapon as me. I will let you know who is the most suitable person for this weapon." Li Jiang just smiled after hearing this, and didn't want to say more. He would let him see what a real tang sword is later. Xiao Wei raised his knife and chopped towards Li Jiang. He was also a strengthened man, and the knife chopped down with a whirring force which was quite powerful. Li Jiang also suddenly exerted force and chopped with his knife. The two knives collided, making a crisp metallic collision sound. The next second, the knife in Xiao Wei's hand was cut in half like tofu. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. It must be because I use my knife too much and the blade cracks. He roared and slashed at Li Jiang several times with the half-broken knife in his hand. Li Jiang also quickly swung the mutant tang sword in his hand and attacked with each blow. Each strike will cut off a section of the opponent's sword, until finally, only the handle of the knife was left. Xiao Wei, holding the knife handle, was still swinging it back and forth frantically. Li Jiang looked at him as if he was watching a monkey playing a trick, silently waiting to see when he would react. After a few seconds, he finally felt the change in the knife in his hand. "Stop and take a look." His eyes widened immediately. "Wow, where's my knife? How come only the handle is left? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." While he was still confused, Li Jiang stabbed forward with his knife and easily pierced his chest. The handle of the knife in Xiao Wei's hand fell to the ground. He looked at Li Jiang in disbelief and asked, "What kind of tang sword is this?" Li Jiang replied, "I am the overlord among tang swords." "The overlord of tang swords? It's still a tang sword." Puff! Xiao Wei spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Jiang kicked him away, and his body suddenly fell into the gap in the stairs. After a few seconds, a bang was heard, like a watermelon falling to the ground. At this time, Lin Zheng looked at Su Chong, who was terrified, and said, "Now it's your turn." Hearing this, Su Chong felt his whole body go numb, as if a poisonous snake was crawling all over his body. Chapter 48 Base. Lin Zheng just raised his eyebrows, and Su Chong immediately felt his hand being pulled by an invisible external force. He slowly turned the tip of the knife and pointed it at his eyes. He tried his best to resist, but it was of no use. The tip of the knife was still approaching his eyes. He loosened his grip on the knife, but found that he could not open his fingers. Now he was very sure that the man in front of him was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Just a look from him made me unable to resist. How powerful must he be? Seeing the tip of the knife about to pierce Su Chong's eyes, he used all his strength to turn his head to the side, but it didn't move at all. The expression on his face was extremely distorted, and all his facial features tilted to one side. Finally, he gave up. "Have mercy, brother. I was wrong." Lin Zheng looked at him playfully and said, "You are not wrong. You were just afraid." No, brother. I was really wrong." Su Chong begged bitterly. Lin Zhengkai ignored him and directly increased his concentration. Brush! Two sharp knives suddenly pierced into Su Chong's eyes. The fluid in his eyeballs burst out, and then two streams of bright red blood flowed out of his eye sockets. And then he howled in pain. Lin Zheng kicked him downstairs, and he rolled down the stairs. Let's go quickly, his screams will attract many zombies. Lin Zheng said hurriedly. In this way, a group of people quickly ran upstairs. On the way, they encountered several zombies that were attracted by Su Chang's shouting. Lin Zheng did not hesitate at all and directly used the absolute space to separate their heads from their bodies in an instant. Zhu Xiaoming was stunned watching from the side. This was the strongest person he had ever seen since they discovered that humans could be strengthened. He was even many times stronger than the hypocrite at the base. Fortunately, I didn't become his enemy at that time. Otherwise, he would be the only one whose head would have flown away from his body. After running for a while, they found this place was safer, so they stopped. Zhu Xiaoming immediately thanked Lin Zheng and the others. Thank you for saving me, little brother. No need to thank me. I have a request for saving you. Take me to your base. Lin Zheng said bluntly. Go to our base? Zhu Xiaoming was a little confused. Little brother, you are so powerful that there is no need for you to go to our base. Besides, that place is not worth your visit. Obviously, Zhu Xiaoming was still upset about the captain being a hypocrite. Don't worry about it. Just take us there. Whether you leave or stay is none of my business. Lin Zheng said, my wife is still at the base. I have to go find her. Zhu Xiaoming thought of his wife Lu Xiaomei, and suddenly he seemed to understand something. Recently, she was always crying and in a bad mood. She often told him that the captain was not a good person. At first, Zhu Xiaoming didn't believe it and even argued with Lu Xiaomei about it. Thinking back to what Su Chang had just said, Zhu Xiaoming was startled. Could it be that his wife was bullied by Li Hai? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. If this was the case, then his wife Lu Xiaomei's recent behavior could be easily explained. Thinking of this, Zhu Xiaoming gritted his teeth and said, Li Hai, come on, I'll take you to the base. In this way, under the leadership of Zhu Xiaoming, they went all the way up and suddenly an iron gate blocked their way. Zhu Xiaoming went forward and fiddled with the iron gate for a few times, and it opened. After entering, he closed the iron gate again. Going up a little further, the stairs were piled with debris, completely blocking the way forward. So they entered the building and started walking around. It was a mess here, with all kinds of things piled up in all directions. From time to time, they could see a few rotting zombie corpses and broken limbs. It seems that a fierce battle took place here. But Zhu Xiaoming can always find a way out among the pile of debris. In this way, they sometimes went up, sometimes passed through the debris, and finally came to a thick iron door. Zhu Xiaoming came to the iron gate and knocked on it 3 times slowly. After a few seconds, he knocked twice more quickly. My goodness, the knocking code is 3 long and 2 short. Are you afraid that something might happen to you? Then, a small window opened on the iron gate, revealing a face. He looked around and saw many strangers, and immediately became alert. Then he looked at Zhu Xiaoming and said, Zhu Xiaoming, what are you doing? Where are Su Chang and Xiao Wei? Who are they? Why are you holding a child? Zhu Xiaoming replied calmly. Su Chang and Xiao Wei were eaten by zombies. They are the survivors of this building. The captain said that if we encounter any survivors, we should bring them back, so I brought them back. The person inside hesitated for a moment, then said, wait a moment, I'll go get the captain. After a while, the small window was opened again, revealing another face. It was Li Hai, the captain of this base. He has a sleek face and smiles whenever he sees someone. In this chaotic world, he still eats like this. It seems that he should eat well. At least he has meat every day, which is why his face is so greasy. Xiao Ming, I heard that Su Chang and Xiao Wei are dead, and you brought back a few new people? Li Hai said with a sad tone. Zhu Xiaoming nodded. That's right, Captain. They were bitten to death by zombies. These few people are the survivors in the building. Oh, I see, Xiao Ming. Li Hai then showed an embarrassed expression and said, Xiao Ming, there is a shortage of food in the base recently. I'm afraid we can hardly feed ourselves. Alas, I'm really sorry for you. Then he looked at Lin Zheng and the others and said, Brother, it's not that our base doesn't want you. It's just that we are in trouble. Even if you come, you won't have enough to eat or wear warm clothes. It's better for you to be outside and have freedom. Don't you agree, brother? The implication is that you are not welcome here. So just leave and go back to where you came from. Originally, Lin Zheng planned to stay somewhere in the building and wait for the zombies to catch him. But he was worried that if he was caught, he would be dragged away and sacrificed. At that time, it would be difficult for them to take action with only a few of them. The best way is to blend in with the crowd and fish in troubled waters. Once they succeed, they can just use the angel wings to escape the scene. There is no need to get too entangled with those giant zombies. And you, Xiao Ming, you should live freely too. The base will not restrict you anymore. With your ability, you will definitely live a more comfortable life outside. Li Hai said to Zhu Xiaoming. Obviously, he would not let him enter the base. Zhu Xiaoming now knew clearly that Li Hai was really a mean person. Captain, then please call my wife out as well. I will take her with us to reduce the burden on the base. Zhu Xiaoming suppressed his anger. He was afraid that Li Hai would not let her go, so he could only speak in a nice voice. "Oh, you were talking about your little sister. I can help take care of her first. How about you come and pick her up when you are settled?" Li Hai said. Lin Zheng smiled. It was like a dream to want to bring the person back after he left. However, Lin Zheng already had a plan in mind to deal with this kind of person. He just smiled slightly. Immediately. Chapter 49. The Vicious Li Hai. Lin Zheng took out a large bag of supplies that he had prepared in advance, then unzipped it and deliberately let the contents fall out. Crash. Suddenly, a large pile of supplies fell out of Lin Zheng's backpack. There were instant noodles, chicken legs, roast duck, ham, and other things. Li Hai's eyes widened when he saw these things. The things they usually collected were like bread, biscuits, and other dry things without any oil or water, and many of them had been bitten by people. So these things are no different from delicacies from mountains and seas to them. Lin Zheng squatted down and slowly put the supplies on the ground into his bag. As he put them in, he said, "Well, there's nothing we can do. We can only find another place to live." The tone was one of regret. Li Hai's eyes moved quickly. Seeing that Lin Zheng and the others were about to leave and the supplies were about to fly away, he hurriedly called Lin Zheng and said, "But little brother, if you don't mind that our base is poor, we still welcome you." Lin Zheng smiled slightly. "You just have a bit of imagination. You can't even eat 4 dishes in your lifetime." Just like that, Lin Zheng and others entered the base. It's called a base, but it's actually a larger room. It was supposed to be a large conference room. It's not a big place, but it can accommodate more than 100 people. The floor was covered with mattresses and quilts, and they slept on the floor in rows. There were a few tents at the end of the room, which must be where leaders like Li Hai lived. Lin Zheng also noticed that most of the people here were young people, and there were almost no elderly people or children. There was an irresistible stench in the air. Zhu Xiaoming said that this was due to the problem of excrement. They opened a slanted hole in the outer wall, which was their toilet. The excrement fell through the hole from the 45th floor to the road below. Many zombies were hit by the shit falling from the sky. But because water is extremely precious, they can only use urine to wash every time. Over time, this place has been brewing an indescribable stench. But people here seem to be used to it. Their expressions were numb and indifferent. When they saw a stranger coming, they all looked over. Because they hadn't seen anything new for a long time. Every day, apart from eating some dry bread and drinking a pitiful amount of water, they would just sit on the bed, bored and dazed. Only a few people who often go out to collect supplies look relatively energetic. At this moment, several strong-looking men came over from the opposite side. "Captain," one of the sturdy men shouted. His name was Suda, Su Chang's brother, and the deputy captain of the base. After seeing Suda, Li Hai immediately said with a smile, "Suda, come, call all the brothers to my room. There are a few new people in our base. We have to welcome them well." When he said this, Li Hai gave Ambassador Su a look that was fleeting but still caught by Lin Zheng. It seems that this old guy is going to play dirty tricks. They walked through the tents and found a small room at the back. That was where Li Hai lived. Once inside, it was completely different from the outside. It was clean and tidy, with all the necessary living facilities. There were drinks and a bowl of unfinished instant noodles on the table. As soon as Lin Zheng and his companions entered the room, Suda, who was walking at the end, immediately locked the door. Lin Zheng looked back and asked knowingly, "Captain, what do you mean?" Li Hai still smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong, little brother. We won't do anything to you. We are just discussing this with you." "What are you discussing?" "Leave your supplies and that woman behind, and get out with your brother and your dog." Li Hai no longer hid and directly said his true thoughts, but he still maintained a smiling face. At this moment, Suda and others had already drawn their daggers and pointed them at Lin Zheng and others. "Boy, if you don't want to die, put your bag down, or I'll cut your throat with a knife," Suda said viciously. Lin Zheng stood there and checked the situation of the zombies outside. They had already started to rush upstairs. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Now that he had blended into the crowd, he had nothing to worry about. At this moment, Lin Zheng noticed that there seemed to be a person lying on the bed, with his upper body naked, his back to them, silent, as if dead. Lin Zheng was not panicked at all and said to Li Hai, "Captain, I heard from Zhu Xiaoming that you are a good person." Li Hai laughed out loud upon hearing this. "Ha, good man, of course I'm a good man. Look how dangerous it is for you to run around outside with such a big bag of supplies on your back. Am I not a good man if I help you keep it? I also help you support a woman. Am I not a good man?" Hearing this, Jiang Yitong got angry. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and shot an arrow, which hit Li Hai's fat belly. The arrow was very powerful, and after piercing his belly, it was nailed to the wall behind him. "Rubbish!" Li Hai covered his stomach with his hands, looked at Jiang Yitong in disbelief, and then shouted at Suda and others, "Go ahead, kill them for me. Throw them downstairs to feed the zombies." Suda licked his long knife, raised it, and was about to chop at Lin Zheng and the others. At this moment, someone was knocking on the door frantically. "Open the door! Open the door!" It was Zhu Xiaoming. He had been looking for his wife, Lu Xiaomei, outside, but couldn't find her. He immediately guessed that it must be that bastard Lehigh who was bullying her again. So he came knocking on the door frantically. Lehigh thought about it and decided to let Suda open the door and pull the person in. As soon as Zhu Xiaoming came in, he pointed at Lehigh and cursed, "Lehigh, you bastard, where is my wife? Where did you hide my wife?" Lehigh glanced at the bed, then slowly walked to the bed, blocking the people behind him, and said sternly, "Zhu Xiaoming, what are you doing? Is this the only way you talk to me, the captain?" Lehigh said that he also received Ambassador Su's eye contact. Ambassador Su recalled and quietly pulled out a dagger and had already touched the back of Zhu Xiaoming. Just as he was about to stab in, Lin Zheng opened the absolute space, and Su Da's hand immediately froze in midair. Zhu Xiaoming heard the movement behind him and immediately turned around to see. He found that Su Da was pointing a dagger at him. He immediately became furious. "Okay, so you guys have always wanted me dead. I will fight you today." He also pulled out a dagger and stabbed Su Dalian more than 10 times. Su Da was frozen in Lin Zheng's absolute space, unable to move. He just watched Zhu Xiaoming stab him again and again until he turned into a honeycomb coal. Finally, he died unable to utter a single word. He is so depressed and suffers so much. Then, Zhu Xiaoming, with red eyes, pointed a dagger at Lehigh and shouted, "Lehigh, where is my wife?" Lin Zheng reminded from the side, "There is someone on the bed." When Zhu Xiaoming heard it, he rushed over immediately. Lehigh was so scared that he immediately dodged to the side. Zhu Xiaoming turned the person on the bed over and found that it was Lu Xiaomei, whose face was covered with scars. Her face was pale, and she had already died. Zhu Xiaoming hugged Lu Xiaomei and burst into tears. "Little sister." It turned out that Lehigh took advantage of Zhu Xiaoming's absence to violate Lu Xiaomei again. He also warned Lu Xiaomei that if she told anyone about this, he would expel Zhu Xiaoming from the base. The simple-minded Lu Xiaomei believed his lies and never told Zhu Xiaoming about it. Little did they know that Lehigh had secretly arranged for Su Chong to kill Zhu Xiaoming during this trip. This time, Lehigh became more and more perverted and violent. He did not regard Lu Xiaomei as a human being at all. He just treated her as a toy and tortured her wantonly. Finally, he exerted too much force and killed Lu Xiaomei. But Lehigh was not panicked at all, because Zhu Xiaoming was going to be killed by Su Chong anyway. But what he didn't expect was that Su Chong and Xiao Wei died, and Zhu Xiaoming came back. So, this was the reason why he wanted to drive Zhu Xiaoming away at that time. Zhu Xiaoming's eyes were red. He glanced at Lehigh fiercely and roared, "Lehigh, I want to draft my ancestors." After saying that, he rushed towards him like a wild beast. Lehigh quickly took out a gun and fired several shots at Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Xiaoming's face changed drastically. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that if he died, he would not be able to avenge his younger sister. But the next second, the bullets that were flying at me seemed to be stopped in midair, as if by magic. Chapter 50 Hidden Powers. Lehigh was completely stunned when he saw this scene, but Zhu Xiaoming was the first to react because he was filled with hatred. He dodged the bullets and rushed towards Lehigh with a knife in hand. Unexpectedly, Lehigh blocked it and knocked his knife to the ground with his backhand. Lehigh said to Zhu Xiaoming proudly, "Do you think it's easy to be the captain? If I don't have some skills, how can I control you?" "Ah!" Zhu Xiaoming roared, punching and kicking Lehigh like a madman, but all his attacks were neutralized by the opponent one by one, and he was even kicked away. "You loser, so what if I kill your wife? Can you do anything to me?" Lehigh taunted Zhu Xiaoming, who was lying on the ground. "You should thank me. It's because I took you and that you weren't eaten by zombies. It's only right that I play with your wife." What Jiang Yidong hated most was this kind of scum who played with women. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Just as she was about to raise her hand and shoot an arrow at Lehigh's head, she was stopped by Lin Zheng. "Wait a moment." Jiang Yitong looked at Lin Zheng with some confusion, but she slowly put down the explosive bow in her hand. Zhu Xiaoming was lying on the ground, his body trembling constantly, his teeth almost breaking. Almost. Lin Zheng said softly on the side. Bang! A wave of air spread out. Zhu Xiaoming roared towards the sky, and a cyclone of energy surrounded him. His eyes became firm and terrifying. Jiang Yitong was stunned. "This is the awakening of superpowers." Lin Zheng chuckled. "I've finally waited for this. I can now add another superpower to my superpower library." It turned out that Lin Zheng had already learned through the system that Zhu Xiaoming was an awakened person, but he was an invisible awakener and needed a certain opportunity to release his awakened supernatural powers. Some invisible awakeners did not know that they had awakened their superpowers and thought they were old humans. As a result, they were unable to release their superpowers until their death. Lin Zhengbin thought that when the zombies attacked, Zhu Xiaoming would release his supernatural powers at this critical moment of life and death. Unexpectedly, in the end, this way would stimulate the hidden supernatural power. This is his great fortune, but also his great misfortune. Lin Zheng was looking forward to what supernatural power he would awaken. This feeling is like opening a blind box, very exciting and thrilling. Li Hai seemed to notice the change in Zhu Xiaoming and shouted to his brothers, "Why are you still standing there like idiots? Hurry up and kill him for me." The younger brothers finally reacted and rushed towards Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Xiaoming looked at them suddenly and stretched out his hand towards them. Bang! A blast beam of light about 10 centimeters in diameter suddenly shot out, blasting a person into pieces. Hidden ability Blasting. A beam of blasting light is shot out from the palm of the user. It is extremely powerful, but has a limited range. After practicing to the later stage, a mountain can be flattened to the ground with one palm. Call. This ability is awesome. The others were scared when they saw Zhu Xiaoming suddenly become so fierce. They were about to run away. It was blasted into pieces by the several blasting beams shot out by Zhu Xiaoming. Then, he turned around and walked towards Li Hai step by step. "Xiaoming, brother Xiaoming, I was wrong. It's just a woman. There are so many out there. You can pick one at random. Don't worry, as long as I say a word, they will never dare to resist." Li Hai was so scared that he begged for mercy again and again. Lin Zheng couldn't help but sigh that these villains were really flexible and would immediately give in and beg for mercy if they couldn't win. Zhu Xiaoming didn't even give him a chance to speak. He just grabbed his face. He said in a deep voice, "Go to see the king of hell?" Boom! With such a close-range explosion, Li Hai's head vaporized in an instant, leaving only a body covered in oil that fell to the ground with a bang. After doing all this, Zhu Xiaoming gasped for breath. It was both the huge physical exhaustion caused by using superpowers for the first time and the sense of loss after taking revenge. After a while, he finally reacted. He immediately thanked Lin Zheng. "Little brother, you were the one who saved me just now, thank you." Zhu Xiaoming had seen Lin Zheng's horrific methods before, and he knew that the strange scene that just happened was caused by Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng nodded slightly. Zhu Xiaoming looked back at Lu Xiaomei lying on the bed, walked forward, wrapped her tightly with a quilt, then picked her up, came to Lin Zheng and said, "Little brother, if it weren't for you today, I would have died outside and wouldn't have been able to avenge my sister. Tell me how I should repay you. I'm willing to do anything for you, including death. Anyway, there's nothing in this world worth staying for. Are you really willing to do anything for me?" Lin Zheng said. Zhu Xiaoming nodded very seriously. "Absolutely true." Lin Zheng pretended to be troubled. Zhu Xiaoming waited quietly for his request. "Hiss," Lin Zheng said in an awkward tone. "How about this? Let me hold your hand." Zhu Xiaoming's lips twitched, as if he didn't understand, and after a long while he said, "Ah." Chapter 51 Eating. Successfully copied the ability Blast. Lin Zheng let go of Zhu Xiaoming's hand, and then said lightly, "Find a place to hide, and don't come out no matter what happens." That's all he can do. Zhu Xiaoming was a little confused. Just as he was about to ask, he heard someone knocking on the door. "Captain, it's time to serve the food." A man with messy hair knocked on the door twice and shouted. But the door seemed to be unlocked, and it slowly opened. After the door was opened, he saw corpses and scraps of meat all over the floor. He was so shocked that his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. The next second, he reacted and shouted, "Murder, murder, they killed the captain." Then he ran out dancing like a madman. Lin Zheng said to Zhu Xiaoming, "You stay here and take care of your wife and the child." After that, he led Jiang Yitong and others out of the room. "As soon as I came out, I saw a large group of people gathered outside, each with a face full of resentment and hatred. They were not upset because their captain was dead, but because no one gave them food. It was them. They and Zhu Xiaoming killed the captain and Suda and the others. I just saw it with my own eyes. They were so cruel. The captain's head was chopped off by them, and Suda and the others were stabbed dozens of times. All the blood was drained out. The man from before began to speak vividly and exaggeratedly, as if he was really there. Lin Zheng glanced at the man. He hated people who exaggerated and made up stories. They only see part of the matter, and then they start to imagine the whole picture according to their own ideas, and then tell others with confidence. In Lin Zheng's eyes, this man was already a corpse. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing glasses stood up and said to the angry crowd, "Brothers and sisters, these people and Zhu Xiaoming killed the captain. Without the captain, we will have nothing to eat in the future. What do you think we should do?" I saw they had several packages of supplies. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Hand over the supplies! Hand over the supplies!" The man with glasses walked up to Lin Zheng, glanced at him maliciously, pushed his glasses, tilted his mouth, and said, "You heard it. You killed our captain, so it's okay for you to pay a few bags of supplies." At this time, the man with glasses saw Jiang Yitong standing next to Lin Zheng. Jiang Yitong's clean and fair face instantly attracted his attention. The women here have no water to bathe, so their bodies are dirty and smelly. Compared with them, Jiang Yitong, who is clean and has a faint fragrance, is like a fairy. The man with glasses swallowed and whispered to Lin Zheng, "Your woman is pretty good." When Lin Zheng heard this, he suddenly became furious and glanced at the man with glasses. "Have to. Another dead body." The man with glasses said fiercely, "Boy, leave the supplies and the woman behind and get out of here. Otherwise, I will instigate them to kill you in a minute. Think about your choice." Lin Zheng looked at him and said coldly, "Of course I know how to choose." "Ha! He who knows the times is a hero. You're smart, kid." The man with glasses had a smug look on his face. He glanced at Zhang Yitong with an obscene smile, licked his tongue, and was already fantasizing about the next scene. "Son?" A big hand suddenly grabbed his face. He was so frightened that he trembled all over. "Boy, what are you doing?" Lin Zheng smiled and said, "I choose you to die." Boom! A beam of flame with a diameter of about 50 centimeters shot out from Lin Zheng's palm. The intense heat vaporized all the parts above the chest of the man with the eyes, leaving a semi-crescent-shaped wound on the stomach of the lower half of his body, which was hissing with white smoke. The flame beam continued to shoot backwards, hitting the wall and creating a violent burst of fire. Finally, a circular burnt shape is left on the wall. Call. Lin Zheng's blasting ability is obviously many times stronger than Zhu Xiaoming's, and its range is also much longer. The rest of the people were stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect the opponent to be so ferocious. Even if they attacked together, they couldn't stop the opponent's attack. Directly turned into skewers. The man before started to exclaim, pointing at Lin Zheng, and said, "Look, I was right. Aren't they ready to kill people at any time?" The crowd that had been agreeing with him before now took a step back unconsciously after hearing what he said, trying to keep a distance from him. "You are so brave. You dare to criticize a person with such horrible means? Aren't you seeking death?" The atmosphere at this time became awkward. The man swallowed and realized that he had said the wrong thing. At this moment, there was a violent banging sound from the iron gate of the base. It seemed as if some terrible monster was about to rush in. Bang! After a deafening roar, the iron gate of the base was slammed away, and then countless zombies swarmed in. Leading the group were a few first-level zombies. No wonder there was so much noise. The crowd that saw the zombies was like a flock of chickens seeing wolves, and they instantly became confused. Everyone screamed and ran away. The man with messy hair looked around, turned a white plastic bucket upside down, and got in. However, he didn't expect that. There are zombie dogs among these zombies. Lin Zheng looked at the zombie dog, sniffing as he walked, and slowly approached the white plastic bucket. The next second, the zombie dog suddenly pushed open the plastic bucket. The man was holding his head, sticking his butt out, and shivering. However, the zombie dog did not bite him immediately, but barked at him, as if it wanted to drive him somewhere. The man slowly stood up, and, driven by the zombie dog, slowly walked downstairs to the outside of the house. People are confused. Normally, zombies bite people whenever they see them. Why didn't they bite this time? Is this a change in taste? Driven by the zombies, they dared not resist and could only walk downstairs one by one. Lin Zheng and others also mixed in with the crowd and slowly went downstairs. Walking on the road, Lin Zheng nodded. He was thinking about how to completely destroy the zombie king's young body in one go. Now all he had to do was to explode it. Make sure it is burned cleanly without leaving any residue. What a sleepy pillow. The zombies surrounding the sycamore tree slowly made way for them. The zombies behind Lin Zheng drove the people in the building and came to the embryo of the zombie king from that road. At this moment, all the zombies shouted in unison, "Roar, roar, roar." Everyone was so frightened that they huddled together, trembling all over. Lin Zheng then saw the embryo clearly. It looked like moldy jelly with black lines like veins inside. He could even hear faint breathing sounds, and the whole embryo was shaking rhythmically with the breathing. Suddenly, all the zombies surrounded them, blocking the more than 100 living people in the middle. The giant zombies also stood guard on the periphery, paying close attention to the situation here. As the zombies continued to approach, the more than 100 people continued to move closer to the center, getting closer and closer to the embryo. Suddenly, someone discovered it and shouted in fear, "What is this? It's so disgusting and scary." As soon as he finished speaking, the embryo suddenly jumped up and flew towards his head. The man wanted to run, but it was too late. The embryo covered his head. He wanted to reach out and take the disgusting thing off. But as soon as my hand touched it, it was also sucked in. He could only yell in pain, and soon his voice was gone. He should be dead, but strangely his body did not fall down, but still stood upright. The people nearby were watching this scene in horror, and could faintly hear the sound of flesh being eaten. "Ah! Ah!" Someone in the crowd shouted in fear. Slowly, the embryo moves downward, gnawing as it moves. After eating the head, the chest, and then the stomach, finally, I saw a pair of legs with a ball of embryo on top. Suddenly, the embryo accelerated, and in less than 3 seconds, it had engulfed both legs. This might be because both legs were made of bones and had little flesh, so it ate them faster. Just like that, a living person was devoured by it in less than a minute. Finally, it suddenly began to wriggle. Wow! It seemed as if something was vomited out of its body. It turned out to be the clothes, pants, and shoes of the person before. This dog is quite particular. He knows to spit out the skin when eating. After seeing the horror of this thing, the rest of the people fled outside. But there's zombies everywhere outside. When the zombies saw that they wanted to run away, they bared their teeth, roared at them with their claws and fangs bared, and kept moving forward trying to get them closer to the embryo. Dilemma. They could only sit down on the ground and start crying loudly. Some of them were filled with despair and fear, waiting for death. Soon, the second person was chosen. With the experience from last time, the embryo was obviously eaten much faster this time, and it was finished in less than 30 seconds. After eating this time, its reminder was obviously bigger and the color became darker. Again, it vomited out the man's clothes, pants, and shoes. There are also some stone-like things. It turned out to be a stone. It seems that this person is ill. After eating this person, the embryo seemed very unhappy because it had eaten low-quality flesh and blood. It reacted for a while before preparing to choose the next person to eat. This time it did not choose randomly, but observed carefully and decided to choose the one with the healthiest body and the freshest flesh to eat. Soon, it set its sights on Lin Zheng. Obviously, Lin Zheng's flesh and blood is the best among this group of people. The embryo cried out twice in excitement. The sound was sharp and terrifying, and then it flew towards Lin Zheng suddenly, as if it couldn't wait any longer. Lin Zheng looked at the embryo flying towards him, and his mouth curled slightly. The energy in the hand slowly gathered, and an orange light slowly appeared on the palm. He said calmly, "I've been waiting for you for a long time, you disgusting thing." Ah! The embryo cried out in excitement, thinking that it would soon be able to eat fresh and delicious flesh and blood. But the next second, Chapter 52 is still a bit smart. Lin Zheng's eyes changed, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. He stretched out his palm that had gathered energy and swung it violently at the embryo. "Superpower, explosion," he said in a deep voice, enunciating each word. As soon as the words fell, a pillar of flame with terrifying energy shot out, like a stream of volcanic lava, erupting at high speed, carrying sparks and whistling away. The embryo sensed the danger, but inertia prevented it from stopping. It could only watch itself rush towards the blasting beam. Moths to flames. Sizzle. A sound similar to water being instantly evaporated on a red-hot iron plate was heard. Then there was a scream similar to a crying baby. Lin Zheng's other hand also gathered a blast and shot it over. The two explosions met at the embryo, converging into a point, emitting bursts of sparks, extremely gorgeous. Bang! The two explosions seemed to break through some obstacles and rush forward, forming an X shape. Lin Zheng knew that the disgusting thing was vaporized directly. In order not to waste the two blasts in my hand, he pointed his palms directly at the zombies, and two blasts were like cutting lasers, sweeping down a large number of zombies. Eventually, due to lack of supernatural power, it gradually dimmed until it disappeared completely. The zombies finally reacted. They all howled in anger and rushed towards the center desperately, wanting to tear Lin Zheng to pieces. Lin Zheng winked at Jiang Yitong, and Jiang Yitong instantly spread out her angel wings and flew 100 meters into the sky. "Hey, where's the golden retriever? Wasn't it agreed that Jiang Yitong would hold the golden retriever and fly into the air? Why is it gone?" At this time, a zombie not far away winked at Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng smiled slightly and instantly understood that it had transformed into a zombie and mixed into the zombie group. It would occasionally launch sneak attacks while the zombies were not paying attention, and several zombies died under its claws. You know what? This is a pretty clever move, but it's a bit silly. Lin Zheng also stretched out his angel wings, hugged Li Jiang, and flew into the air. At this time, Li Jiang was wielding a tang sword, chopping and killing the zombies crazily like chopping melons and vegetables. Piles of zombies were cut in half by his sword. Some of them were not hit in the vital parts. Only half of their bodies were left, their hands supporting the ground. They were still rushing forward frantically. At this time, Jiang Yitong was shooting crazily at the zombies below with an explosive bow. There were bursts of explosions. Pieces of zombies were blown down one after another. Lin Zheng also took out the explosive bow and threw it to Li Jiang. "Come for me." "Okay." Li Jiang excitedly took the explosive bow and shot an arrow. The next second, there was another arrow in his hand. The arrows he shot out seemed to split and instantly became 128. "Shoot out the zombies below." "Call!" Li Jiang exclaimed. "Ajing, it turns out that you can use the copy ability to shoot arrows so well." "Don't be distracted, shoot," Lin Zheng said. "Okay, today I'll show you how fast I can send 10,000 messages a minute after being single for 18 years. After that, Li Jiang continued to bend his bow and shoot arrows. A hail of arrows fell continuously. The living people below were instantly drowned by zombies. After the Zombie King's embryo was destroyed, the zombies no longer cared about the lives of these people. They became food again and were torn apart crazily. The man with messy hair was being grabbed by 5 zombies, grabbing his limbs and head and pulling them out violently. In ancient times, There was a case of 5 horses dismembering a body. 5 zombies were dismembered today. Sizzle. His body was instantly torn into pieces and eaten clean. There were also people below asking for help from Lin Zheng and others who were flying in the air. Save us! Save us! It is almost impossible to rescue them in this situation. Besides, there are more than a dozen second-level giant zombies below. If you go down now, you will most likely die there. Lin Zheng stared calmly at the scene below. Suddenly, his eyes looked increasingly strange, as if he had discovered something incredible. His pupils became increasingly dilated. The next second, he took a breath, suddenly realized and smiled. I didn't expect you to have some intelligence. Chapter 53 exposed. The reason why Lin Zheng was so surprised was that he did not see Zhu Xiaoming and the child downstairs. He originally thought that as long as Zhu Xiaoming took the child and hid well, they would not be discovered by the zombies. However, there were zombie dogs among the zombies. With their keen sense of smell, Zhu Xiaoming and the others should have been caught as well. But Lin Zheng didn't see them. Is this unreasonable? When the man hiding under the white plastic barrel was discovered, Lin Zheng's heart skipped a beat, as if he thought of something, but it was gone in a flash, and he didn't pay much attention to it. It turned out to be this matter. In fact, there was another thing that puzzled Lin Zheng. At that time, there was no body of an unborn baby next to the pregnant woman whose belly was cut open. If the baby's body was eaten by zombies, then the body of the pregnant woman should have been eaten by zombies as well, and it would be impossible for it to be preserved. Now Lin Zheng thought, they must have been misled by the red-dressed female zombie they encountered before. The female zombie in red was gnawing on a heart at the time, and the pregnant woman's heart had just been taken away. So Lin Zheng naturally thought that the pregnant woman's heart was taken away by the female zombie in red. But the fact is not like this. If it were so, the pregnant woman could not have only had her heart eaten. Lin Zheng still clearly remembered that the pregnant woman's head was intact, and there was no sign of being eaten. The brain is the zombie's favorite part, so there is no way the red-clothed female zombie wouldn't eat it. The only explanation is that the pregnant woman's heart was not taken away by the red-clothed female zombie. The only person present at the time was, it's the kid hiding in the closet. Thinking of this, Lin Zheng couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. Could it be that the child is the real zombie king larvae? The so-called embryo outside is actually a cover. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. The young zombie king is indeed in an embryo at the beginning, and it needs to be cultured with a living person as a culture medium. When it matures, it will break out of the body by itself. The newly born zombie king was still relatively fragile, so it took out the pregnant woman's heart and swallowed it to replenish its blood. But before it finished eating, Lin Zheng and his friends arrived. It could only hurriedly hide in the cabinet next to it, but was still discovered by Lin Zheng and others. So when Lin Zheng and the others saw it when they opened the cabinet, it was completely naked because it had just emerged from the embryo. It couldn't utter a single word because it still had a heart in its mouth that it hadn't swallowed yet, so it didn't dare to open its mouth. Now he and Zhu Xiaoming were hiding in that room, and the reason they were not found by the zombie dogs was because the zombie dogs didn't dare to go over there. The breath emitted from it is the breath of the young zombie king, which has a natural blood pressure on them. That's why Zhu Xiaoming and the child didn't appear in the human sacrifice below. Lin Zheng also recalled that when he used the explosion to destroy the embryo, it made a sound like water evaporating instantly. Lin Zheng guessed that it should be the essence and blood condensed from the living people it devoured before. The mission of this embryo is to condense the flesh and blood of 100 living people into a ball of blood essence for the zombie king larva to consume in order to help it grow faster. When I think of this, everything makes sense, but Lin Zheng still had some doubts. Why did it do this, or why did the high-level female zombie that gave birth to it do this? By doing this trick of replacing the prince with a cat, could it be that she had anticipated that humans would come back to destroy the embryo of the zombie king larva she gave birth to? At this moment, Lin Zheng began to feel that those high-level zombies were not only terrifying in strength, but also had chilling IQs. It seemed that in the later stages, these zombies would only become more and more difficult to deal with. Just as Lin was thinking, suddenly there was a roar in the distance and in the air. Lin Zheng was looking towards the direction of the roaring sound. He saw several tanks coming from a distance and a helicopter in the air. The helicopter's propeller was spinning at a high speed, making a sound of breaking through the air, as if it was going to tear the space apart. Lin Zheng instinctively felt that this group of people came with bad intentions. He shouted to Jiang Yitong, "Little Baozi, fly into the building." Jiang Yitong nodded and flew into the building. Then, the tanks on the ground began to bombard the zombies crazily, and people on the helicopters were firing rocket launchers and high-speed machine guns. The firepower was extremely fierce, and he seemed to be very experienced in combat. He didn't look like an ordinary person, but a professional who had received training in this area. Seeing this scene, Lin Zheng realized that someone would come to strangle the young zombie king. Lin Zheng and his team just returned to their previous base. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind, "Little brother." Lin Zheng turned around suddenly and saw Zhu Xiaoming and the child. the young zombie king. Lin Zheng was a little surprised that it didn't swallow Zhu Xiaoming. It seems that it didn't have enough time, or it realized that Zhu Xiaoming was an awakened person and it would be difficult to deal with him, so it didn't take action yet. Although he is the zombie king, he was born not long ago. At this moment, Lin Zheng looked at Zhu Xiaoming without saying anything. The atmosphere was a little strange. "Little brother, what's wrong with you?" Zhu Xiaoming asked curiously. Suddenly, Lin Zheng punched Zhu Xiaoming, and suddenly a huge black fish shadow appeared out of thin air, smashing towards Zhu Xiaoming with a sound of breaking through the air. Zhu Xiaoming's face changed drastically. "Little brother you." He was unable to dodge and was directly knocked away by Lin Zheng's punch. After he stood firm, he found that he was not injured. It was obvious that he had held back in this punch. "Little brother, what are you doing?" After Zhu Xiaoming stood firm, he asked Lin Zheng, but Lin Zheng did not answer him. Instead, he walked straight towards the child, staring at him intently, as if he was looking at a powerful enemy. When the child saw Lin Zheng approaching him aggressively, he immediately panicked and turned to look at Zhu Xiaoming with a terrified face, as if asking Zhu Xiaoming for help. Don't be afraid, my brother is a good man. He won't hurt you." Zhu Xiaoming stretched out his hand and comforted the child. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. Lin Zheng stretched out his hand and grabbed the zombie king's young body by the neck. "Zombie king, stop pretending. You've been exposed." Suddenly, Lin Zheng's nose twitched and he smelled a faint stench, which was emitted from the zombies. Now he was even more certain that this thing was the young zombie king. The zombie king was still pretending, crying, and slapping Lin Zheng's arm. Zhu Xiaoming, who was not far away, also shouted to Lin Zheng, "Little brother, what are you doing? What zombie king? He is just a child. It's not good for you to treat him like this." Lin Zheng did not answer Zhu Xiaoming, but looked at the zombie king and said in a deep voice, "Still pretending, eh? I'll crush you to death and see how you can still pretend." Just as Lin Zheng's fingers suddenly exerted force, the kid in front of him suddenly laughed strangely. Hearing this laughter, Zhu Xiaoming was shocked. "What?" The next second, Lin Zheng suddenly felt the texture of his hand change. Chapter 54 Worse than a dog. It became extremely slippery, as if holding a loach. The young zombie king secreted a lot of mucus all over its body. Lin Zheng had no place to put his strength, and the young zombie king slipped from Lin Zheng's hand. Zhu Xiaoming opened his mouth in surprise when he saw this scene. At this moment, his worldview seemed to be completely shattered. Such an innocent and lovely child turned out to be a zombie and a zombie king. Not pretending anymore? Lin Zheng said to the young zombie king. Damn it, human, you are hindering my growth. I will chew your flesh bite by bite." This was the first time that Lin Zheng and others heard zombies speak. Before, they only heard them making roaring sounds similar to the howling of wild beasts. Now, they were very surprised to hear them speaking human language. Its voice was very rough, as if it came from an old, shabby phonograph, with a heavy bubbling sound, like an old man in his twilight years, and with a slight echo. It sounded very strange. How could this happen? Zhu Xiaoming held his head, looking frustrated and desperate, as if he was unwilling to face this fact. Lin Zheng said to him, "Your kindness is the brilliance of your humanity, but it is also your fatal weakness." The brilliance and fatal weakness of human nature. Zhu Xiaoming kept repeating Lin Zheng's words, as if he was thinking about something. The next second, the young zombie king laughed again. Then, a crack appeared on its head, and the crack continued to extend. As the crack extended, the human skin on its body slowly faded away. Its true face gradually emerged before everyone. It seemed to be no different from an ordinary zombie, except that it was a little smaller. But the next second, it looked painful, as if it was about to transform. Seeing this, Lin Zheng punched it with all his strength. A huge black fist smashed towards it. Boom! The zombie king's young body was smashed into the wall behind it, creating a big hole in the wall. It got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of black blood. It looked at Lin Zheng with resentment in its eyes. "Cunning human, you have no moral principles." Lin Zheng said, "Wait until you've transformed before you come and hit me. Am I stupid?" It seems to have nothing to say. But the next moment, there was a bang, and his head instantly split into 3, and his arms also split into 6. WTF. 3 heads and 6 arms. Perhaps because its transformation was interrupted by Lin Zheng, one of its heads was like a shrunken football, hanging limply on its neck. The 4 new arms it grew were very short, like 4 chicken claws, and looked a little funny. Seeing himself transformed into this state, the young zombie king instantly became furious, roared, and rushed towards Lin Zheng quickly. The aura it exudes is actually of the 2nd level. As expected of the zombie king, he was born with the strength of the 2nd level. If he is allowed to develop further, what will happen? However, this form of its will definitely greatly affect its strength. Looking at the zombie king larva in this state, Lin Zheng couldn't help but smile slightly. Seeing himself being laughed at, the zombie king larva became even angrier. Roar, roar, roar. Roaring, he rushed towards Lin Zheng at a faster speed. Lin Zheng quickly gathered explosive energy in his hand, and the next second, he stretched out his palm towards the zombie king. Superpower, blast! Boom! A huge beam of blasting light gushed out and shot towards the zombie king larva. Seeing this scene, Zhu Xiaoming couldn't help but exclaimed, "It turns out that little brother has also awakened this ability, and it looks many times stronger than mine." Li Jiang, who was not far away, heard Zhu Xiaoming's words and couldn't help but smile. He has awakened many superpowers. What's so surprising about this? Awakening many superpowers? Zhu Xiaoming was a little bit unbelievable. He thought that a person could only awaken one superpower, but he didn't expect that he could awaken many superpowers. Li Jiang saw his expression and continued, "Don't think too much. We can only awaken one ability, but he is different." "Oh, I see. That little brother is one of a kind, a man of extraordinary talent." "No, he is one in a billion, a man with extraordinary talent." Hearing Li Jiang praising Lin Zheng so highly, Zhu Xiaoming couldn't help but glance at Lin Zheng, who was fighting, with a look of fear and admiration in his eyes. Then, Li Jiang pointed at Jiang Yitong and said, "She has two superpowers." Then he pointed at the golden retriever who had returned to his original state and said, "It also has two superpowers." Hearing this, Zhu Xiaoming widened his eyes and looked at Li Jiang in surprise. Li Jiang pursed his lips and nodded very seriously. "That's right. I'm worse than either of them." Zhu Xiaoming. The young zombie king saw the blasting flames and did not dodge. Instead, the head in the middle suddenly opened its mouth and took the blast. As expected of the zombie king, he used his mouth to block the explosion. Lin Zheng smiled slightly. "I asked you to answer it." Then he kept moving forward and finally grabbed its head. His other hand also gathered a burst of energy and blasted it at the back of its head. Lin Zheng was holding a watermelon, and the two blasts were madly output. "Concentrate your hands and explode." Zhu Xiaoming was surprised again when he saw that Lin Zheng could condense explosions with both hands. He tried it later, but he could only condense the blast with one hand. This time, he once again witnessed Lin Zheng's extraordinary talent. Of course, Lin Zheng is a chosen person who has been endowed with SSS-level talent by the system. Sure enough, under the continuous output of Lin Zheng's two explosions, the zombie king larva howled in pain. Bang! Lin Zheng's hands suddenly exerted force, and the two blasts increased their power by several points. The head of the zombie king larva was squeezed and exploded like a watermelon. At this moment, it seemed to realize the horror of the man in front of it and quickly retreated. Fortunately, it has 3 heads, so crushing one will not kill it immediately. It looked at Lin Zheng with horror on its face. "Human, let me go. I promise you that no zombies within 100 miles will attack you." Unexpectedly, the young zombie king also began to beg for mercy. Lin Zheng said calmly, "No need." Then he took out his tang sword and slashed at it. At this moment, the plane flew in front of the glass window and a burst of bullets broke the glass. Then several fully armed men jumped down from above. Chapter 55, Royal Family Safety Zone. Each of them held a rifle in his hand, and the leader was holding a launcher that looked very high-tech. At this moment, the young zombie king wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to escape, but he was discovered by Lin Zheng. "How can you escape right under my nose?" Lin Zheng's arm instantly stretched out, and after the steel was strengthened, it became a net shape, covering the young zombie king, wrapping it tightly. The man holding the transmitter took a look and showed a hint of excitement. "Awakener, it seems there is an unexpected gain." He pointed at Lin Zheng, and then said to his men, "Except for that zombie and that man, kill everyone else." Da-da-da-da. Instantly, the sound of dense bullets rang out. This group of people are well-trained and have good teamwork, but they don't look like a regular army, so they are most likely mercenaries or members of a certain force. Upon seeing this, Jin Mao immediately strengthened his steel and turned it to a steel plate to block Li Jiang and Jiang Yitong behind him. The bullets hit the golden retriever, making clanging sounds and creating countless sparks, which were all bounced to the side. Ma Jun was a little surprised when he saw this scene. "Oh, there's an awakened one? No, it's a mutant animal. It seems that we can return with a full load this time." Lin Zheng looked back at Jiang Yitong and the others who were being attacked, and instantly looked at the group of fully armed people. "You die." Ma Jun noticed Lin Zheng's gaze, and then ordered his men to cease fire. He looked at Lin Zheng and said, "Kid, take the zombie with you, and we will let your friend go. I promise that you will have no worries about food and drink in the future, and you don't have to worry about zombie attacks." Seeing that Lin Zheng didn't say anything, he slowly approached Lin Zheng, thinking that the other party was moved. "Right, this is a smart guy. Come on, be good, and let the zombie go and leave it to us." As he said this, he aimed a launcher in his hand at the zombie king larva. It was a high-power transmitter that could emit a specific frequency, specially developed for zombies, and could make them faint instantly. These people are from the safe zone established by the wealthy Wang family in Jiangtong City. After the apocalypse, many wealthy people used the resources they had to build their own safe zones in a short period of time. They even studied the genes of zombies and awakened humans, trying to master methods of rapid awakening and upgrading. The scientists in the safe zone established by the Wang family have reached a crucial step in their research. They only lack an awakened human or high-level zombie for sample experiments and the extraction of serum to make the strengthening fluid. Finally, through investigation, they discovered that there were a large number of zombies gathering in Jiangtong City and guessed that there might be high-level zombies here, so they sent out the mercenaries they raised in the safe zone to arrest the zombie. If they encountered awakened humans, they could also capture them together. Lin Zheng couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Ma Jun, who thought he was in control of the situation. These mercenaries always think that they are far superior to ordinary people. They always act as if they have everything under control. They are high above others and look down on ordinary people as if they were toys. This time he will be disappointed because he has hit a wall. Lin Zheng suddenly tightened the wire mesh, and the dense wire mesh was like countless sharp knives, cutting the zombie king larva into countless pieces. At the same time, a blue crystal core was revealed, but it was relatively small, probably because it had not yet fully developed. At this moment, the chopped pieces of meat began to slowly move and gather towards the blue crystal core. This is to reorganize the body and be reborn again. But how could Lin Zheng give it this opportunity? He transformed into a big hand, grabbed the blue crystal core, and then suddenly took it back. The pile of minced meat suspended in the air instantly lost power and scattered. Little devil, Ma Jun's expression changed instantly when he saw this scene. He stared at Lin Zheng with his eyes wide open, his cheeks bulging as if he wanted to eat someone. This kind of person is like this. Once someone disobeys his words, he will become extremely angry. However, he also saw the blue crystal core. Even a fool could guess that it was the essence of zombies. Even if he failed to capture a high-level zombie alive, he should be able to complete the task by bringing the crystal core back. Little devil, hand over that crystal core to me. As he said this, he pointed the transmitter at Lin Zheng. Sparks sizzled from the port of the transmitter. This was not only a transmitter of a specific frequency, but also a high-intensity electric shotgun that could emit an electric current of tens of thousands of volts, which could instantly stun even an elephant. That's why Ma Jun was so confident even though he knew the other party was an awakened one. Lin Zheng immediately placed the crystal core into the system space, then looked at Ma Jun. Who the hell are you? I'll give it to you if you want me to. Upon hearing this, Ma Jun went berserk and said through gritted teeth, Boy, you're looking for death, right? I'll grant your wish. After saying that, he pressed the shock button of the transmitter. In an instant, a spark of tens of thousands of volts struck Lin Zheng like a thunder. With a terrifying crackle and a dazzling purple light. Absolute space start. Brush. When the electric spark was 2 meters away from Lin Zheng, it was suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier and exploded suddenly, splitting into countless fine, long and winding electric sparks, forming an electric net in front of Lin Zheng. It flickered, then slowly faded until it disappeared. What? Ma Jun was extremely shocked. Tens of thousands of volts of current had no effect on him. Before he could come to his senses, Lin Zheng had already rushed in front of him. Suddenly, a flash of knife light appeared. The launcher in his hand instantly broke into 2 pieces. Ma Jun stared blankly at the man in front of him, swallowing his saliva, his eyes full of fear. Tell me, who sent you? And what do you do here? Lin Zheng asked sternly. Ma Jun sneered. We are mercenaries. Do you think we can do whatever we want? He said this in a very tough manner. But suddenly he screamed and looked down to see a knife stuck in his thigh. Blood was dripping down his trouser leg. Lin Zheng turned the handle of the knife in his hand, causing Ma Jun to scream again in pain. You can tell me now. Ma Jun's face was pale, sweat was pouring down his forehead, and he said hurriedly, I'll tell you, we are mercenaries sent by the Wang family security zone. Our mission this time is to capture a high-level zombie or awakened human. What for? It is said that the Wang family scientists have already developed a method to quickly awaken superpowers, but they still need a high-level zombie or awakened human to conduct experiments. After the experiments are completed, the zombie blood or awakened human blood will be made into serum. Injecting the serum into the human body will stimulate the person to quickly awaken superpowers. Lin Zheng thought about it and realized that the reason why this method could quickly awaken superpowers was that it simply absorbed another form of high-concentration fog. Just like the zombie crystal core, it was a high-concentration crystallization of fog. At present, although technology has not played any substantial role, it has taken some shortcuts and is also a considerable threat. Oh, it hurts, I've told you everything. Can you let me go? Ma Jun pleaded humbly. Lin Zheng looked at him and smiled. You want to kill me? How can I let you go? Are you kidding me? Ma Jun. Wow! A flash of knife light passed by, with a little drop of blood. Rolling bones. Ma Jun's head kept rolling on the ground. Chapter 56 Expanded Scope. When the others saw Ma Jun being killed, they all raised their guns and fired at Lin Zheng, but the bullets hovered around Lin Zheng and could not move forward at all. Everyone was shocked, watching this unnatural scene, and even forgot to shoot. Whoosh! Lin Zheng moved his mind, and all the bullets poured out. A rain of iron flakes shot towards the group of mercenaries. Snap, snap, snap. Countless shrapnel instantly pierced everyone's body, and the shrapnel hit the gun, creating sparks. Then their whole bodies trembled and then paused. The next second, they fell to the ground in an orderly manner, without even a howl before death, because the bullets pierced their throats. The people on the plane hovering nearby noticed something was wrong and immediately turned the heavy machine guns installed on the plane and fired wildly into the building. The high-speed heavy machine gun fired 3,000 rounds per minute. The bullets were like a line of fire, and soon the building was swept into a battlefield filled with smoke. Countless gravel and foam were splashed. But bullets of this strength could not penetrate Lin Zheng's absolute space, not to mention that he had steel-reinforced body protection. This level of attack is simply painless. So he walked towards the plane, hovering next to the building step by step under the dense bullets. The man who was operating the heavy machine gun thought he had seen a ghost when he saw this scene. He yelled, "Come on, I'll shoot you into a sieve." He yelled while pointing the muzzle of the heavy machine gun straight at Lin Zheng and fired. Countless shells were ejected from one side of the heavy machine gun and piled up on the plane. The man kicked the pile of shells down and continued to fire frantically. When the bullets flew in front of Lin Zheng, they seemed to lose their kinetic energy instantly and fell vertically to the ground. So he walked along, and shrapnel fell all over the ground. Impossible, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The heavy machine gunner felt guilty and frightened when he saw that such fierce firepower could not hurt the enemy at all. He is not a human. He is not a human. He was so scared that he forgot to shoot and kept exclaiming, "Brush!" A crescent-shaped blade flashed by, and the high-speed heavy machine gun was cut in half. "You're enjoying the fight," Lin Zheng suddenly said coldly. The machine gunner's hair stood on end. His heart and liver were about to burst, his face turned pale, and he hurriedly yelled at the driver, "Go, go, go." The pilot was debugging the plane and had no idea what was happening outside. He leisurely made an okay gesture to the machine gunner. Got it, over." At this moment, 1,000 horses were galloping through the heavy machine gunner's mind. "Don't be over, brother, open it quickly." The 40-meter-long sword was almost at my neck. As soon as he turned around, he suddenly felt numb all over, with a burning pain in his abdomen and an extremely cold feeling. The next second, he felt his upper body falling. Snap! His upper body fell to the ground, and he saw his legs. Finally, he died with a look of fear on his face. A burst of blood spurted onto the driver. He looked back and saw the machine gunner cut in half. His face suddenly changed. Then he saw Lin Zheng sneering, and his heart went numb. Suddenly, the elevator lever was pulled hard, and the plane quickly rose. At this moment, he was glad that he had escaped. He would never forget those eyes. They were so cold and terrifying, as if one more look at them would drag him into hell. He immediately sent a message to the Wang Family Security Zone headquarters. Report. This is the Wild Wolf Squad. We have been attacked by a terrifyingly powerful human. Many team members have been killed. The mission has failed. Please return immediately. Return immediately. Return immediately. Return immediately. The voice came from the other end of the communication device. At this time, the tank troops below were already evacuating. The driver looked at the building below and couldn't help but said angrily, "Damn it, you scared me to death. I'll give you a cannonball." Call out. He fired a cannonball at the building. Boom. A big hole was blown directly into the roof. He then heaved a long sigh of relief and prepared to leave contentedly. But at this moment, he didn't know that a poisonous stinger had been aimed at him. Whoosh! The missile was fired and shot towards the plane. The plane radar immediately showed that there was a high-speed moving object flying. The pilot realized the danger and immediately operated the joystick to avoid it. But in the end, he was shot by the stinger that could track him around corners. With a loud bang, a huge spark exploded in the air, followed by countless aircraft wreckage falling down. Lin Zheng then threw the launch tube to the ground. At this time, the system's voice sounded, "Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Zombie King larva. The range of the copied object has been expanded to 200 cubic meters." The range of copied objects has been expanded. Lin Zheng recalled that when he wanted to copy a library directly into the system, he found that he only copied a bunch of bricks. At that time, he found that there was a limit to the objects he could copy, but the system did not specify the upper limit. Now it is clear that it is 200 cubic meters. 200 cubic meters may be a bit abstract. You can imagine it as a house that is 10 meters long, 7.4 meters wide, and about 2.7 meters high, which is almost a 74 square meter house. Lin Zheng remembered that he had successfully copied the Polonia tree. It seemed that this range did not refer to the extension range of the object, but the size of the space it occupied. It seems that I need to do more tasks prompted by the system in the future to continuously improve the range of objects copied. Suddenly, a bold idea popped up in Lin Zheng's mind. Can I directly copy a new blue star and become the master of the ball on it? Lin Zheng laughed at himself twice, thinking too far ahead. Now he just wanted to take a good bath, have a good meal, and have a good sleep. This trip really took a lot of effort. However, they also gained a lot. They expanded the scope of replication, obtained a crystal core of a zombie king larva, and learned that there was a place called the Royal Family Safe Zone that was researching how to awaken quickly. Forget about that now, go home. He shouted to Jiang Yitong and Li Jiang. Let's go home. Woohoo, go home, take a bath, eat, sleep, it's so nice. Li Jiang shouted. At this time, Zhu Xiaoming stepped forward and said, little brother, this time it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I would have been eaten by the zombie king. I am very grateful. If you could be of any use in the future, I, Zhu Xiaoming, will definitely take the lead. See you again if we are lucky. Then he walked into the room, picked up Lu Xiaomei's body, and slowly disappeared from the sight of Lin Zheng and others. At this time, Li Jiang stepped forward and said, Zheng, he is a very nice person. Lin Zheng knew what he was going to say. He probably wanted to keep Zhu Xiaoming. Lin Zheng said to Li Jiang, everyone has his own way to go. He obviously hasn't finished his way yet. Li Jiang nodded, thinking. Lin Zheng patted Li Jiang's head and said, let's go home. How about having roasted whole lamb tonight? Great! Li Jiang shouted. Woof, 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 the golden retriever also called out. The little bun held her hands in front of her chest, still looking like a cool queen. Chapter 57 Breakthrough to Level 2. Ah, spit! Li Jiang emerged from the swimming pool and spit out a mouthful of water, looking extremely relaxed. In this wasteland, it is a bit dreamy that they can swim in such a big swimming pool. Lin was half lying by the pool, with a cocktail beside him, enjoying himself. Jiang Yitong stood by the swimming pool with her hands folded in front of her chest and a blasting bow on her back, with a blank expression on her face. Sister Yitong, come down and swim, it's so comfortable. Li Jiang shouted to Jiang Yitong on the shore. Jiang Yitong whispered, boring, and turned away, her face slightly flushed. It wasn't that she didn't want to go down, but she had some unspeakable secrets. Lin Zheng looked at her and knew what she was worried about. It was the birthmark on her, which was very big and extended all the way to her thigh. She must be afraid of others seeing the birthmark, so she doesn't dare to swim. She can't swim in the water with her clothes on. Seeing that Jiang Yitong didn't come down, Li Jiang went to swim on his own. As he swam, he felt that his swimming trunks were too tight. Jiang Yitong wasn't going into the water anyway, and there was no outsider here. So he simply took off his swimming trunks and started to let himself go in the water. The swimming was so enjoyable. At this moment, Lin Zheng suddenly felt that the bottleneck was loosening, and he should be breaking through to the second level. He immediately put down the wine glass in his hand, took out a purple crystal core from the system space, and quickly absorbed it. Then I felt the blood surge throughout my body, as if a huge amount of energy was pouring out from a secret place in my body, filling every cell in my body. Every cell becomes extremely active, madly absorbing that powerful energy to strengthen itself. Brush! Lin Zheng's muscles all over his body trembled violently. The next second, the strength of his muscles increased several times, and the lines became clearer and more visible. It was simply the golden ratio of the human body, absolutely perfect. Bang! A gust of wind blew out instantly, creating a huge wave in the swimming pool. Li Jiang in the water rose and fell with the waves, and he was so scared that he quickly covered his crotch with his hands, fearing that he would be exposed. Fortunately, his lower body was in the water the whole time. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the second level and awakening the wind ability. When this ability is cultivated to the later stage, it can stir up huge waves in the sea and raise thousands of miles of yellow sand in the desert, which is comparable to the power of a Category 15 super hurricane. Breaking through can also awaken superpowers. Is this a good thing? Of course, the host has an SSS-level talent, so breaking through the realm and awakening a superpower is just a routine operation. Lin Zheng nodded. Then he wanted to try out his wind ability. Rise! He made a rising gesture towards the pool in front of him, and a tornado suddenly rose in the pool. The speed of the tornado became faster and faster, constantly sucking the water in the pool into it. It seems not very powerful. Lin Zheng waved his hand fiercely again, and the power of the tornado increased several times again. Call! In just a few seconds, all the water in the swimming pool was sucked in. By the pool, Li Jiang held onto the edge of the pool tightly, floating naked in the air. Zheng, have you awakened some special power again? Please use it carefully. There is someone in the water. Li Jiang shouted at Lin Zheng. Jiang Yitong also noticed the movement here at this time, turned his head to look at Lin Zheng, and said with envy, Brother Lin Zheng, you have awakened a new superpower again. If you continue like this, you will almost forget what superpower you awakened. Lin Zheng was stunned. What she said seemed to make sense. so many superpowers had to be integrated and utilized well. Otherwise, in the end, he would forget what superpower he had awakened. Wouldn't that be a waste? The next second, Jiang Yitong looked away and saw Li Zheng, who was naked not far away. She was so scared that she turned around immediately. Lin Zheng was stunned. What happened? At this moment, he heard Li Zheng shouting not far away and immediately retracted his supernatural power. The water sucked into the tornado slammed down, filling the swimming pool in an instant. Li Zheng then dived into the water. Lin Zheng rolled his eyes at Li Zheng. You're that young, and you still have the nerve to wander around. Li Zheng quickly put on his swimming trunks and hurriedly climbed ashore, fearing that Lin Zheng would evaporate all the water in the pool in the next second, which would be really embarrassing. Lin Zheng also climbed ashore and began to think about his previous thoughts. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind, and he took out a mutant Tang sword from the system space. Holding the Tang sword, he stood up slowly condensing the wind energy on the Tang sword, and finally gathered it on the blade. Then, he swung his sword at the wall not far away, and the wind energy condensed on the blade also moved along the blade. It suddenly turned into a blade of energy and cut a long crack in the wall. Looking at the cracks, Lin Zheng nodded and smiled. It really works this way. Then, he swung his sword several times, each of which brought with it a sharp blade, and chopped at the wall. Suddenly, several crisscrossing cracks appeared on the wall. With this move, you can catch the enemy off guard in battle and kill them without them even noticing. Jiang Yitong, who was standing by, was stunned. As soon as she said that, he combined the mutated items and superpowers together. How terrifying is this talent and comprehension? At the same time, Lin Zheng also felt that his body's sensitivity and reaction speed had improved by several levels. He should be able to continuously change his body's movements within 1 second without being affected by inertia. Lin Zheng looked at Jiang Yitong. Why not try it with her? Jiang Yitong's cheeks turned red when Lin Zheng looked at her, and she lowered her head slightly, because at the moment Lin Zheng was only wearing a pair of swimming trunks, with all his muscles exposed and his lines were extremely perfect. With such a body proportion, any woman would have some dirty thoughts. In fact, what Lin Zheng was thinking was, Jiang Yitong has the ability to predict others' actions 1 second in advance, but Lin Zheng can change his own actions within 1 second, which means that Jiang Yitong's current level of prediction is invalid for Lin Zheng. Come on, little bun, shoot me with your explosive bow. Ah! Jiang Yitong thought she had heard it wrong, and opened her mouth slightly to see Lin Zheng. You still need to use your prediction. It's okay. I use steel to strengthen my body. You can't hurt me. Lin Zheng said with a smile. Jiang Yitong then took the explosive bow from behind her back and said, Brother Lin Zheng, be careful. Bring it on. The next second, Jiang Yitong's eyes changed and became extremely sharp. The moment she drew the bow and arrow, she was completely transformed into a different person, like a general who had experienced many battles on the battlefield. She aimed her arrow at Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng deliberately ran left and right so that Jiang Yitong could predict his next move. Jiang Yitong blinked and smiled slightly, right? Then, the fingers suddenly loosened and the arrow flew out. But the next second, Jiang Yitong's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Lin Zheng did not run to the right as she predicted, but to the left. Boom! The explosive bow exploded on the right. She quickly drew her arrow again and aimed at Lin Zheng. This time, Lin Zheng stood still without moving. Suddenly, his muscles tensed up and he was clearly moving to the left. Jiang Yitong also predicted that he would move to the left in the next second. She smiled slightly. Brother Lin Zheng, I predicted your plan. You still want to stand there and shake me. Your next move is to the left. Whoosh! The arrow flew out, heading towards Lin Zheng's left. But this time Jiang Yitong was careful and shot an arrow to the right of Lin Zheng, completely blocking the roads on both sides of him. Jiang Yitong smiled proudly and said, Brother Lin Zheng, you can't hide this time. But at this moment, she saw a smile on Lin Zheng's face and suddenly woke up. I've been fooled again. Chapter 58, Rattler Squad. Lin Zheng originally intended to move to the left, but because his control over his body had increased several times, he forced the movement back and remained standing in the same place, not being greatly affected by his body's inertia. He didn't expect that the little bun would also shoot an arrow on the right, thus blocking his way on both sides. But she overlooked one point. If you shoot like this, I can just stand still. Boom. Boom. 2 explosions sounded in succession on the left and right sides of Lin Zheng. Jiang Yitong slowly put down the explosive bow, looking a little depressed. Why did her prediction fail? The next second, she broke the tip of an ordinary arrow and shot it at Li Zheng, who was not far away. Li Zheng, she shouted. I'm here, Sister Yitong. It was the first time that Li Zheng heard Jiang Yitong calling him, and he was immediately overjoyed. He looked back with a smile on his face. But when he saw Jiang Yitong aiming an arrow at him, his expression froze instantly. It seems that I was wrong after all. Seeing Jiang Yitong pulling the bow to its full length, it didn't seem like she was joking, so Li Jiang ran away, shouting, "Sister Yitong, please go easy on me. I really didn't mean it just now. Besides, that was Ah Zheng, who insisted on trying out his new ability. I didn't show it on purpose." Hearing this, Jiang Yitong gritted his teeth in anger and pulled the bow back a little. The only thing missing is an arrow with an arrowhead. Whoosh! The arrow shot out. There is no doubt that Li Jiang was hit hard by an arrow in the back. Jiang Yitong was stunned. "No problem." "Ah!" Li Jiang screamed and fell to the ground. "I'm dead." At this time, Lin Zheng came over and said to Jiang Yitong, who was full of doubts, "Little Baozi, there is nothing wrong with your prediction. It's just that my actions are faster than your prediction, so you make mistakes in prediction frequently." "The action is faster than I expected." Jiang Yitong was surprised. "Yes, I've already broken through to the second stage," Lin Zheng said calmly, then patted Jiang Yitong on the shoulder and continued. "Don't worry, little bastard, as your ability improves, your prediction time will become longer and more accurate." Jiang Yitong nodded seriously. "Well, brother Lin Zheng, I will try my best to keep up with you and will never hold you back." Then, Lin Zheng and Jiang Yitong came to Li Jiang, who was lying on the ground. "You didn't really shoot him to death?" Lin Zheng said half-jokingly. "Brother Lin Zheng, the arrow I used has no arrowhead." Jiang Yitong replied. "Oh!" Lin Zheng suddenly said, "It's time to eat. Here it comes." Li Jiang suddenly got up from the ground. In the Wangjia security zone, in a conference room, the head of the Wang family angrily slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Who on earth dared to attack the mercenaries of my Wang family? Find them for me. You must find them for me." "Master, could it be someone from the quarantine area?" Wang Tianqing frowned and thought for a moment. "Impossible. As far as I know, the quarantine area did not send anyone there this time." "Then could it be that they are from the safe zone established by other families? Around Jiangtong City, Anyuan City, and Tianyang City, apart from the official quarantine zone, the only safe zones are our Wang family, the Ma family, and the Lu family. Now that the doomsday has just begun, each family is secretly studying how to awaken quickly. This is the time to hide their abilities. I believe they will not become enemies with us so soon." Wang Tianqing analyzed. Now is a time of great changes in the world. Traditional thinking and strategic forms are no longer applicable to the present. These big families were of course aware of this, so they all reacted quickly and reorganized their family forms to adapt to the situation. Money is no longer supreme. Only by mastering materials and superpowers can one have the right to speak, so each family and official quarantine zone is looking for ways to awaken quickly. Only by awakening the superpowers of more people on their side can they quickly gain a foothold in this world and regain their dominant position. The three major families, each with their own ulterior motives and ambitions, are staring at the official quarantine area with eager eyes. Could it be possible that he is an awakened person? The second in command, Wang Mushin, thought about it and made a bold guess. When Wang Tianqing heard this, he thought it made sense. Although they had not seen an awakened human yet, the world was big and there were all kinds of evil people. It was possible that someone in some corner had already fully awakened. What surprised Wang Tianqing was that the awakened people were so terrifying. The Wild Wolf squad, equipped with helicopters and heavy weapons, were completely wiped out, with no one left alive. This made him even more eager to awaken his superpowers. Once they found a way to quickly awaken them, the Wang family could directly, above the other two in the quarantine zone. Wang Tianqing's eyes darkened, and he said, "Send someone to Jiangtong City to find this awakened human before the others." According to the information Ma Jun sent back before his death, the young zombie king is already dead. We have wasted so much effort. We must not miss this opportunity this time. "Yes, master. We sacrificed 100 people to help the young zombie king to be born, but we didn't expect to be defeated in the end. This time, we will definitely be able to defeat it in one fell swoop." It turned out that the location of the base in the previous building was deliberately revealed to the zombies by the Wang family. They used flesh and blood as lure and placed fresh blood in various locations in the building, especially on the roof of the base, in order to attract the zombies to enter the building and capture people. The stench in the base was unbearable, so no one smelled the blood. "Go, call the Rattler squad. They're all enhanced personnel. Let them go and bring the new weapons we developed. I think there should be no problem." When he heard about the Rattlesnake squad, Wang Mushin, the second in command, got a chill. They are all very strong and can fight 10 people at once. Especially after they have been strengthened, they are even more brave. A team of 5 people can be used as hundreds of people. But they are all ruthless and cruel, using brutal methods. Cutting hearts and slitting throats are common methods, and they are extremely insidious and despicable, using sneak attacks, poisoning, pouring sulfuric acid, and sprinkling lime powder with no martial ethics at all. When fighting with them, if you are not careful, you will die. In an empty space, a man in black, with a strong bull standing in front of him. The man kept provoking the bull, and the bull mooed and rushed towards the man. The man had taken out a bottle and poured it into the bull's eyes. Suddenly, a burst of white smoke appeared. The liquid that was splashed was high-strength sulfuric acid. The bull's eyes and part of the face were quickly corroded. This time it went crazy and spun around madly. Then the man took out a machete, and when the time was right, he stabbed it into the bull's belly, and then pulled it out suddenly, causing blood to spurt out. The bull was obviously much weaker. The man threw away his long knife, grabbed the bull's head, twisted it violently, and threw it to the ground. Then he picked up the machete that was thrown beside him and slashed the bull's neck. Blood immediately flowed like a column, and the bull struggled desperately. The man used a long knife to stab its belly repeatedly. After more than 10 seconds, the bull finally stopped struggling. Its body was soaked in blood, and it was dead. The man then slowly stood up. At this moment, a man in camouflage walked in and said, "Brother, the head of the family asked us to go to Jiangtong City to capture an awakened human." Awakening humans? That's right. As long as we catch him, we can find a way to awaken him quickly. By then, with Big Brother's talent, we will definitely be able to awaken superpowers. I'm looking forward to it. Let's go see how powerful humans are after they awaken. He glanced at the bull on the ground. We'll eat beef when we come back. After that, he licked a mouthful of blood from the knife with his tongue. His expression was perverted. Chapter 59, You Are Awakened. At the same time, in a villa in the center of Jiangtong City, a girl with an iron chain around her neck. Her face was ashen and covered with bruises and scars. She sat powerlessly on the ground with a dull look in her eyes, like a walking corpse. But her heart was shouting again and again, "Why? Why? Why does fate treat me like this?" Not long after the end of the world came, she was captured by some vicious people. They wanted her to be their plaything, obey their orders, and be played with by them. Of course, she didn't want to, so she resisted. But as a weak woman, she was no match for a few men. They simply locked her up with chains and raped her. Moreover, they took turns to rape her in the following days. The girl who was captured with her had already submitted to them, so she was not chained and could walk freely in the villa. At this time, the girl came to bring her food. The two used to be colleagues. Because she was always the top seller and stole the girl's limelight, the girl had always held a grudge against her. Now she finally found an opportunity to humiliate and beat her. The girl was so happy. Li Xiaoro, it's time to eat. Huang Cuizue held a porcelain bowl with only some porridge in it. Looking at Li Xiaoro, who was like a dog, Huang Cuizue smiled triumphantly. You used to be so awesome, you always won the sales championship, and once you snatched a big client from me. Why are you lying there like a dead dog now? Li Xiaoro glanced at Huang Cuizue and said, "Because I don't want to be a plaything." Humph! Huang Cuizue heard this and slapped her in the face, saying, "What are you now? Aren't you also a plaything? At least I live a more respectable life than you." "Decent," Li Xiaoro said sarcastically. "You dare to laugh at me? What qualifications do you have to laugh at me? Look at you. You're like a dead dog now. How can a dog laugh at people?" As she said that, she kicked Li Xiaoro in the stomach again. Li Xiaoro instantly felt an excruciating pain. She curled up, her face ashen, her body trembling. She trembled and said, "Do you think you are still a human being now?" Huang Cuizue was immediately furious when she heard this and cursed. "You bitch, how dare you say, I'm not a human being? I'll let you have a taste of my power." Huang Cuizue grabbed a handful of Li Xiaoro's hair and pulled it violently, pulling the hair off along with a small piece of scalp. "Ah!" Li Xiaoro howled in pain and then rolled over on the ground. "Next time you say that, I'll pull out a handful of your hair until all your hair is gone. Call you a bad mouth." Huang Cuizue threw the bloody hair in front of Li Xiaoro, then spat into her bowl and walked away. Li Xiaoro looked at the food in front of her. Tears silently flowed from her eyes, and then she began to sob. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smashed the porcelain bowl, picked up a piece of the shard, and cut her wrist violently. The feeling of the sharp porcelain pieces cutting the skin and blood vessels was so faint and numb that Li Xiaoro only felt a chill passing across her wrist. She did not feel any pain at all, but instead a sense of relief. "Fuck the world!" She said something suddenly, then spread her hands, lay on the ground, and began to wait quietly for death. At this moment, a sturdy man pushed the door open and was about to take off his pants when he saw Li Xiaoro lying on the ground, bleeding all over the floor. He was immediately furious. He turned around, grabbed Huang Cuizue, threw her to the ground, and cursed, "Bitch, did you do this?" Huang Cuizue was a little surprised when she saw this scene, but she immediately said, it's not me. I left after delivering her the meal. She must have broken the bowl and cut her wrist to commit suicide." The strong man took a look at the fragments on the ground and thought that this was the case. Then he cursed Huang Cuizue again. "Why don't you wrap her wrist with a piece of cloth? If she dies, more than a dozen of US brothers will come after you alone." Huang Cuizue was so frightened that she trembled all over. She immediately found a piece of cloth to wrap Li Xiaoro's wrist. "You must not die, bitch. If you die, you will harm me." Huang bandaged Li Xiaoro in a panic and did not notice that her wrist was no longer bleeding. Her muscles were trembling slightly, and her breathing was becoming more and more even and strong. "Have you wrapped it up, you stinky woman?" the burly man cursed. "Okay, okay," Huang Tsuetsue said quickly, turning back. Then, the sturdy man grabbed Huang Tsuetsue's hair and threw her to the ground, preparing to bang. A wave of air blew away from Li Xiaoro, frightening the strong man so much that he immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at Li Xiaoro. Li Xiaoro slowly got up from the ground, looked at her wrist, and then looked at the two people lying on the ground. When the sturdy man saw that Li Xiaoro was fine so quickly, he immediately smiled and said, "You are more rounded. Now that you are fine, let me play with you." As he said this, he climbed up from Huang Tsuetsue. Huang Tsuetsue let out a long breath, feeling lucky that she had escaped this time, and then looked at Li Xiaoro with a gloating look. "Bitch, I'll see if he doesn't kill you this time." The sturdy man looked at Li Xiaoro with lustful eyes, and just when he wanted to hug her, Li Xiaoro suddenly stared at him with a frown. His hands seemed to be frozen in cement, unable to move at all. "Hey, damn, what's going on? Why are my hands frozen?" The sturdy man was a little puzzled. Li Xiaoro's eyes moved again. The strong man's fingers began to slowly bend, leaving only the index finger and middle finger, and then his arm began to slowly bend inwards. He poked his middle and index fingers towards his eyes. The sturdy man finally realized that something was wrong. His face turned horrified, and he stood up. "Damn it, why do my hands keep moving?" He used his other hand to grasp the wrist of his hand tightly, but it was no use. He wanted to bend his index and middle fingers, but he couldn't. His hands seemed to be completely out of his control and were now being manipulated by a mysterious force. "What are you still standing there for, you stinky woman? Why don't you help me?" The sturdy man cursed at Li Xiaoro in front of him. But Li Xiaoro stood there motionless and did not offer any help. Huang Tsuetsue, who was standing nearby, ran up quickly, grabbed the strong man's wrist, and twisted it apart. Seeing that Li Xiaoro didn't take any action, the sturdy man stared at her with his eyes wide open. "You are freaking deaf, right? I asked you to help me." The two fingers were getting closer and closer to his eyes, and he was getting more and more panicked. Huang Tsuetsue's joining in didn't help at all. Huang Tsuetsue was overjoyed. "If you offend this person, you will be in trouble." At this moment, Li Xiaoro suddenly raised the corner of her mouth and sneered. Her pale face looked extremely terrifying. "Laugh. I'll make you laugh." The sturdy man raised his other hand and was about to slap her. But the slap suddenly stopped half an inch away from her cheek, then changed direction and grabbed Huang Tsuetsue's neck. Huang Tsuetsue looked at the strong man in horror and grabbed his wrist tightly with both hands. The strong man looked bewildered. "What the hell is going on? Is this really a ghost?" Suddenly, he looked at Li Xiaoro in horror, as if he understood something. "You are awake." Li Xiaoro sneered again, making a faint sound, and then her eyes moved. The strong man's fingers suddenly stabbed into her eyes. His eyes exploded like two water balls. Blood and unknown white liquid splashed everywhere. The strong man also howled in pain. "My eyes." Li Xiaoro did not stop her thoughts and stared at the sturdy man. The strong man's two fingers were still desperately thrusting in, as if he wanted to thrust them straight into the head. With a click, his fingers pierced through the skull and got stuck there. Then Li Xiaoro looked at Huang Tsuetsue and said, "Next, it's your turn." Chapter 60, The Soup Butcher. Huang Tsuetsue looked at Li Xiaoro with horror on her face. "Xiaoro, please don't. Aren't we good friends?" I didn't expect that she would still play the emotional card at this time. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoro's eyes turned red and her face was extremely angry. With a glance from her, the strong man let go of Huang Tsuetsue's neck, and she fell to the ground, rolling back and forth, howling loudly. Then, she looked at Huang Tsuetsue and approached her step by step. Huang Tsuetsue was frightened and stepped back repeatedly, shaking her head and saying, "No, Xiaoro, no, Xiaoro." Suddenly, she stepped back to the table, groping around with her hands. She touched a chopstick and quickly grabbed it. "Go to hell, bitch!" Huang Tsuetsue yelled and thrust her chopsticks towards Li Xiaoro. But like the sturdy man, she suddenly stopped when she was about to touch Li Xiaoro and could not move at all. "Friend," Li Xiaoro sneered, with red eyes and a ferocious face. She looked like a demon from hell. "This is the end. Make the evil more evil and force the good to become evil. Brush." Suddenly, Huang thrust the chopstick into one of her eyes with such force that the chopstick broke. "Ah!" Huang Tsuetsue screamed, threw away the half-broken chopsticks in her hand, and knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Even though her head was broken and bleeding, she did not dare to stop, because she finally realized how terrible Li Xiaoro was. She is no longer a human being, but has transformed into a terrifying demon. Bang! A wave of air blew out, and Huang Tsuetsue was thrown to the ground. The next moment, she started to bite her own flesh as if she had gone crazy. Her face was filled with pain, tears streaming down her face, but she did not hesitate at all. He tore off the flesh bit by bit, spit it out, took another bite, tore it off, and spit it out again. This cycle continued until her arms were bare of bones. The next bite she made was directly on the hand bone, which seemed a bit hard. Her expression was distorted, and she kept making whining sounds. The force of her bite was increasing. Snap! She bit her hand bones hard. The pain that penetrated deep into her bones made her roll her eyes several times, and she almost fainted. Li Xiaoro used her mind to force her to wake up and continued to tear her own flesh. Bang! The door of the house was kicked open. What's going on? The people outside heard the noise and ran in, led by Li Hu. He glanced at the two people on the ground. Their miserable state made him feel numb. He had been in the business for so many years, but he had never seen such cruel means. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Looking at Li Xiaoro standing not far away, he had guessed that this woman had awakened. Otherwise, she alone could not have made these two people so miserable. Brothers, come together and kill this crazy woman. There is no way out. I am in a dilemma. If I run out, there are zombies outside. If I don't run, there is a demon here. In the end, he chose not to run away and kill the demon. At Li Hu's command, everyone rushed forward like crazy, including those who were captured by Li Hu. They have become accustomed to obeying Li Hu's orders. If they disobey, they will either be severely beaten or thrown outside the villa to feed the zombies. Except for one person, Lin Zheng's cousin Lin Fei, who was dumping everyone's excrement at the back door of the villa. He thus escaped this disaster. Looking at the person rushing towards her, Li Xiaoro gritted her teeth and yelled. Everyone stopped immediately, as if they were under a spell. The next second, they seemed to be crazy and bit the people next to them crazily, just like Huang, Suizue. Li Hu hid at the back and did not rush over. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately took out his gun and pointed it at Li Xiaoro. But he didn't expect that Li Xiaoro's look would make him point the gun directly at his crotch. Without hesitation, he fired several shots. Directly lost everything. The blood flowed to the ground along the thigh root, staining the pants red. Then Li Xiaoro controlled Li Hu to use the key to open the iron chain around her neck. Then he walked up to him and said coldly, "You like using guns so much, right? Then you can eat it." When Li Hu heard this, his eyes widened. He kept shaking his head, but his right hand had already put the gun to his mouth. Then he opened his mouth cooperatively and swallowed the gun in one gulp. His other hand also came to help, and he desperately stuffed the gun into his mouth. Soon blood started flowing from the corner of his mouth. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't speak. Suddenly, his eyes widened with a look of great pain. I saw a pistol-shaped thing suddenly appear at his neck, and then it slowly moved downwards. He actually vomited a pistol. This also caused his esophagus to be scratched and scarred. The slightest movement would cause a heart-wrenching pain from inside. He was lying on the ground, his face as pale as paper, barely breathing, only exhaling but not inhaling. It was estimated that he would not live much longer. Li Xiaoro slowly looked back and saw that everyone was lying on the ground in a bloody mess, their bodies broken and battered. Although he still had a breath left, he was only one step away from death. She smiled contentedly, then turned and left the room. Seeing instant noodles, ham, chicken legs, and other things on the table, he immediately ran over and stuffed them into his mouth frantically. After eating, he took a gulp of water. She sat down and calmed down for a while. Seeing some food piled up not far away, she found a backpack and stuffed all the food into it. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a suit on the chair. She stared at the suit for a long time, finally picked it up, put it on, and then picked up her backpack and left this place full of sin and her painful memories. From then on, he transformed into a butcher in a suit, and for a time, everyone was terrified. Chapter 61, Full Power. Inside the safe house, Zhang Yitong and Li Jiang were extremely surprised when they saw the zombie crystal cores scattered all over the ground. They looked like crystals sparkling and glittering. Li Jiang stared at Lin Zheng blankly. Zheng, your skill is really amazing. As long as you have one crystal core, it means you have countless crystal cores. There is no such thing as a shortage of cultivation resources. Lin Zheng's ability to copy could not be concealed. He had demonstrated it many times in front of them, so he simply told them a long time ago, but he only told them half of it. Lin Zheng did not tell them that he could copy superpowers and that his copying ability would continue to improve. He didn't know what unexpected things he could copy in the future. And every time he took supplies from the system space, Lin Zheng just told them that he had awakened a space-related ability, and the space was about 100 cubic meters. He didn't tell them that his space was infinite, that the speed of time on one side was 0, and that the speed of time on the other side could be adjusted by itself. And I can enter this space. This is Lin Zheng's biggest trump card. Once something happened, he would go into the system space. No matter how the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, volcanoes erupted, tsunamis struck, and zombies were everywhere, he could still enjoy his leisure time and live happily in the system space. No matter who it is, he will keep a hand. He looked at the golden retriever. It was the only one that had entered the system space. Compared to people, dogs are sometimes more reliable. After all, human hearts are hard to predict. As usual, This is the crystal core of the zombie king larva. Each of you three should take one and absorb it slowly. Don't absorb it all at once. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Li Zheng waved his hand and picked up a crystal core, as if he had already guessed what Lin Zheng would say. Jiang Yitong and Jin Mao also took one. The remaining pile naturally belonged to Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng now has 9 superpowers. Absolute Space, Steel Strengthening, Angel Wings, Prediction, Black Magic Giant Shadow, Blast, Wind Power, Ice Spikes, Shape Control. This requires strong energy support. If Lin Zheng used 9 abilities at the same time in his current state, he would be drained in an instant. Therefore, he needs to absorb much more mist or crystal cores than ordinary people. This is equivalent to building a pillar on flat ground. The height of the pillar represents the level of cultivation, and the thickness of the pillar represents the foundation of cultivation. If Li Jiang's current cultivation is a 1-meter-long bamboo pole, then Jin Mao and Jiang Yitong are a 1.5-meter-long piece of wood as thick as a bowl. And Lin Zheng is a 2 or 3-meter-high cement block. This is related to his SSS-level talent. Generally speaking, the higher the talent, the more supernatural powers that can be awakened, the stronger they are, and the greater the room for improvement. But the reality is that now that he has the system, he can copy or awaken unlimited superpowers, and is not limited by talent at all. But as his abilities increase, the amount of mist or crystal cores he needs will increase exponentially. Fortunately, he can replicate infinitely, so he has no shortage of supplies and training resources. The only thing he lacks now is time. As long as there is enough time, it will not be a problem for Lin Zheng to cultivate to become the strongest in the entire universe. Suddenly, he thought of the left area in the system space, which can adjust the flow of time and can accelerate time by 100 times at the fastest. So if I practice in there, will it be 100 times faster? System. Will it be 100 times faster to practice in the left area of the space? System. Yes. Lin Zheng was delighted. Wouldn't it be as easy to cultivate as drinking water and eating? But host, you will also age at 100 times the speed of time. Shit. Excuse me. Host, please continue to collect mutant items or mutant plants and animals, copy superpowers, or complete the tasks issued by the system, and you can unlock the new function of the time acceleration zone. The speed of time only affects cultivation, not the host itself. Oh, so this area also has new functions being developed. It seems I have to work harder to collect mutant objects and copy superpowers in the future. Lin Zheng thought about it and felt that it would be too time-consuming and laborious to go out and look for them one by one. Is there a way to make mutated items, mutated plants and animals, and people with awakened superpowers come to you automatically? For example, post a notification. Anyone who has awakened a special power and shakes hands with me for 10 seconds will receive a box of spicy beef instant noodles. Let yourself touch other people's mutant items. Then the owner can get a box of Lautan pickled cabbage beef noodles. Lin Zheng nodded, thinking that this method was feasible. But the prerequisite for implementing this method is that you must be strong enough. Otherwise, in this era of unpredictable human hearts, the opponent may kill you and steal your supplies at any time. Thinking of this, Lin Zheng began to pick up the zombie crystal core and absorb it violently, almost every few dozen seconds. Soon, a pile of dull crystal cores were scattered around him, like pieces of cement. At this moment, Lin Zheng felt as if there was a vast ocean of energy in his body, with surging energy rolling and surging in his body. This feeling is wonderful. It feels like I have endless powers in my body. At the same time, Lin Zheng's cultivation also broke through to the peak of the 2nd level, and he was just one step away from the 3rd level. However, he still needs to consolidate his 2nd-order peak. Only by laying a solid foundation can he go higher and further. Cultivation is a lifelong thing, so don't rush it or do it perfunctorily. Therefore, Lin Zheng was not in a hurry to break through to the 3rd level. Moreover, with his current strength, even if he encounters a 3rd-level zombie, he will not be at all vulnerable. 9 superpowers, 2 mutant weapons, which level 3 zombie can withstand it. Suddenly, Lin Zheng had an idea. Why not try activating all 9 abilities at the same time and see what the effect is? Thinking of this, he came to the open space of the safe house. Li Jiang and Jiang Yitong also jumped out of curiosity. They guessed that Lin Zheng had either made a breakthrough or awakened some new superpower. They have all gotten used to Lin Zheng's incredible moves. Coming outside, Lin Zheng stood up slightly. Take a deep breath and slowly close your eyes. Then he opened his eyes suddenly. An unprecedented powerful energy burst out from his body, causing slight ripples in the air. Call. Jiang Yitong and Li Jiang lost their balance and took 2 steps back. So strong. The two of them couldn't help but sigh at the same time. How far has Zheng come? The next second, the gravel around Lin Zheng slowly floated up, indicating the activation of the absolute space. Then, angel wings sprouted from behind. The whole body turned silvery white. This is steel strengthening. The pupils of both eyes shrank slightly, which was a prediction. A huge shadow with black wings appeared behind him. It was the Dark Demon Shadow. Grow 3 heads and 6 arms. This is form control. 6 arms condensed into 6 dazzling balls of light. This was a blast. The next moment, the floating stones around him began to spin rapidly, forming a tornado. This was a wind-related ability. Several huge ice spikes appeared around. This is the ice ability. At this moment, all 9 superpowers are activated. The scene exploded. Zhang Yitong and Li Zheng were stunned, looking at Lin Zheng as if he were a god. So many superpowers. Is Zheng a human or a god? At the same time, the leader of the Rattlesnake Squad was observing the situation in this area through a telescope in a high-rise building. On his phone was a blurry photo of Lin Zheng. This photo was captured from the picture sent back by the leader of the Wild Wolf Squad before his death, so it is not very clear, but you can still make out his appearance. The young man not far away who is displaying countless supernatural powers is the person in the photo. The Rattlesnake team leader had sweat dripping down his cheeks. He looked nervous, swallowed his saliva, and said slowly, "Nima." Chapter 62, Release Message. Boss, how is it him? The leader of the Rattler Squad quickly put away the telescope and said, "It's not him. Let's look somewhere else." "Oh, okay." Receive. As Lin Zheng's aura subsided, all his supernatural powers slowly faded away, and he gradually returned to normal. There were a few beads of sweat on his forehead, but he still took a deep breath. It's still a bit overwhelming to activate all 9 abilities at once. It seems that I will have to continue to broaden my foundation and absorb more crystal cores in the future. It would be best if I could fully activate all 7 superpowers without any effort. Zheng, the number of superpowers you have awakened is a bit outrageous. Li Zheng couldn't help but smack his lips. Lin Zheng just patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay. Take your time. You will awaken more superpowers in the future." Li Zheng rolled his eyes. "You have awakened many more superpowers. I'm already thankful for awakening this one. Do you think everyone is as amazing as you? Come, I need your help with something," Lin Zheng said to Li Zheng and Zhang Yitong. The two looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. "Is there anything else we could do for you?" Arriving at the safe house, Lin Zheng took out a printer, a computer, several drones, and a pile of A4 printing paper. "You've hoarded all these things." Li Zheng was a little surprised. "It's better to be prepared. I stocked up on everything." Li Zheng looked at the things in front of him and asked, "Zheng, what can we do for you?" "Print something for me and distribute it via drone." "What to print?" Li Zheng asked curiously. "I said you hit me." "Good." Then Li Zheng sat in front of the computer, opened the typing software, put his hands on the keyboard, and prepared. Lin Zheng thought for a moment and began to speak. "Anyone who has awakened superpowers or possesses mutated items can go to the western suburbs of Jiangtong City." At this point, Lin Zheng paused. He was thinking about what to call their place. The outside world is in chaos and full of dangers, but Lin Zheng and his companions can live a leisurely life in this small place, just like a paradise. Why not just call it Taoyuan Base? Lin Zheng nodded and continued. "You can all go to the Taoyuan Base in the western suburbs of Jiangtong City to exchange for a generous amount of supplies." At this point, Zhang Yitong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, "Taoyuan Base, is that the name of our base, Brother Lin Zheng?" Lin Zheng nodded solemnly. "Yes, from now on our base will be called Taoyuan Base. Starting from this place, we will create an extremely powerful base." Hearing Lin Zheng's words, Zhang Yitong and Li Zheng looked at Lin Zheng eagerly, their eyes full of longing and yearning, as if they had already seen the extremely powerful base being built. "By then, you will be the elders of the base, the founders, the heroes." Zhang Yitong looked at Lin Zheng with smiling eyes, full of expectation. But Li Zheng suddenly burped and said in confusion, "Why do I feel so full all of a sudden? Oh, it turns out I ate a super big pancake." But suddenly, Li Zheng realized something. "Zheng, what you are doing is like inviting a wolf into the house. If others knew that we have supplies here, wouldn't we be attacked by everyone? So we have to make some arrangements later to show the strength of our base. As long as our fists are strong enough, no one will dare to die." Li Zheng thought about it and realized that Lin Zheng had already broken through to the second level. It is estimated that there are very few people who have awakened their superpowers, let alone the second level. Moreover, Lin Zheng is a second-level psychic with 9 superpowers. Who dares to mess with him? After Li Zheng finished typing the content, he quickly connected the printer to the computer. Click print, and after printing one sheet, Lin Zheng then copied it more than a dozen times, and there were tens of thousands of A4 papers with the same content. Then, Lin Zheng came outside the safe house. I looked around and saw how to equip myself with heavy weapons. There are 2 high-rise buildings on both sides of this area, one of which has been surrounded by electrified barbed wire by Lin Zheng. The other 2 sides are roads, which are also separated by electrified barbed wire by Lin Zheng. Finally, Lin Zheng decided to place 2 rows of armored vehicles and tanks on both sides of the road, and a cannon on the top of the tall building. If Li Yunlong was given this firepower, he would just start to fight. After putting it away, Lin Zheng clapped his hands and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Even if people from the quarantine area came, seeing this scene, they would lower their voices 8 octaves when speaking to Lin Zheng. Then, the three of them controlled the drone and began to distribute the A4 papers. These drones are equipped with a gripper-like device that can be closed by remote control to deliver the A4 paper to a certain location before distributing it. It took them almost an hour to distribute tens of thousands of A4 papers. Now just wait for the supernatural power to come. However, Lin Zheng was not idle either. He set up a reception counter at the gate, similar to the bar counter in a bar. In order to block the sun and rain, he also built a small shed at the counter. Then, Lin Zheng took out a rocking chair and a palm leaf fan, sat at the counter, rocking and fanning himself, waiting for the first trader. At the same time, many people in every corner of Jiangtong City saw the A4 paper. They have different attitudes. Some people do not believe it at all. They are frightened by the previous fake safe zone incident and are still in fear. They firmly believe that this was another dirty scam, which was most likely to attract people with mutated items and then forcibly take their mutated items for themselves. As for those who had awakened superpowers, they might use some means to force them to work for them. People who have been cheated once and hurt once choose to turn a blind eye and continue to hide. There are also those who hold a belief that there are still good people in the world. In the end times, humans should help each other and fight back against zombies together. This is the shining point of human nature. They cheered for this. But when I thought that they only wanted people with awakened superpowers and people with mutated items, I immediately became disappointed. But they thought maybe this is to motivate them to work hard to strengthen themselves and awaken their abilities as soon as possible. Thinking of this, they became excited again. Another group of people were robbers. When they saw the news, they were immediately excited because there was something to rob again. One by one, they picked up their weapons, got on pickup trucks, and headed towards the foundation of Taoyuan. Chapter 63, is it fun? Li Xiaoro finished the last piece of bread and threw away the packaging bag. A gust of cold wind blew by, and the packaging bag swayed with the wind and floated away. At this moment, she was extremely thirsty, with cracks appearing on the corners of her mouth. She kept licking her tongue, trying to moisten her lips with a little saliva left. At this time, a pickup truck stopped in front of her. In the car were several men wearing jackets and with rooster haircuts. They were all holding sharp weapons and waving them in their hands. After seeing Li Xiaoro, several people whistled and seemed extremely excited. In this chaotic world, meeting a woman is as hard as meeting a steak. Because in the early days, due to physical reasons, most of them were unable to escape the zombies' pursuit and were assimilated into zombies or eaten up. The women who survived dared not go out and either hid in a corner or in a safe zone or quarantine area. "Little beauty, come on board. We'll give you some water," one of the men holding a machete said teasingly. "Ha ha ha ha." The men in the car all laughed lewdly. Li Xiaoro took a look and saw that there was indeed a box of mineral water and several boxes of snacks in their car. Obviously, these people have become wandering ghosts. The men could no longer hold back, and they hurriedly jumped out of the car, ready to carry Li Xiaoro directly into the car. Li Xiaoro was not at all flustered, but put on the suit beside her without any haste. When they saw it, they stopped immediately, and their faces changed drastically, as if they had seen a ghost. One of them said tremblingly, You are the butcher in suits." Before this, they had all heard of the terrifying rumors about the suit butcher. It was said that she was a young girl wearing an ill-fitting suit. She was extremely cruel, and anyone who offended her would die miserably. The worst case was that his limbs were torn to pieces, leaving 4 blood-stained bones exposed. The scene was extremely horrifying. It's chilling to think about it. At this moment, the girl in front of them was wearing an ill-fitting suit with faint bloodstains on it. They couldn't help but associate the girl in front of them with the butcher in suits. Li Xiaoro had her head lowered slightly, but suddenly she raised her head and laughed. Her lips were cracked and blood oozed out. Her eerie and bleak smile made her look extremely weird and terrifying. Several people were frightened by this creepy smile and trembled all over, just when they wanted to turn around and jump into the car to escape. But suddenly I found that I couldn't move my body. The hearts of several people sank instantly. They were now 100% sure that the girl in front of them was the dreaded butcher in suits, because the rumored butcher in suits controlled the human body with his mind, causing them to commit self-mutilation and die. I'm sorry, butcher. We were blind and offended you by mistake. Please spare our lives." "Noisy," Li Xiaoro said softly, and then her eyes flashed. The man opened his mouth without hesitation, shot out his tongue, and bit it down fiercely, breaking the tongue into 2 pieces. He had blood in his mouth and looked in pain. When the others saw this, their faces turned pale, and they quickly shut up, not daring to make a sound, fearing that they would be the next to bite off their tongues. "You guys want to play with me? I'll play with you. Woo woo woo." Several people had sad faces and made humming sounds. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't. Suddenly, Li Xiaoro looked at one of them fiercely, and that person raised the machete in his hand and chopped at his companion in front of him. The force was so great that it cut directly into the skull, and the knife was stuck tightly there. Suddenly, blood flowed down from the top of his head to his face. He felt the severe pain on his head and the fear of blood flowing down, slowly waiting for death. His face was filled with fear. His breathing became more and more rapid, and his expression became more and more distorted. Li Xiaoro walked forward, smiled, and said in a playful tone, "Is it fun?" The man's head trembled wildly, as if he was shaking his head, and then he said tremblingly, "No, no, it's fun. Not fun, is it?" As soon as Li Xiaoro finished speaking, he suddenly looked at a man holding a machete. He also chopped down the machete, hitting the top of the man's head. Now he had 2 machetes stabbed into his head. He finally couldn't help but howled in pain, and then tears and snot flowed down. "Now is it fun?" Li Xiaoro asked again. The man hurriedly replied in a crying voice, "It's fun. It's fun. It's fun, isn't it? Let's do it again." This time, Li Xiaoro looked at a man holding a dagger. He raised the dagger and stabbed it towards the man's head. Sizzle! The dagger instantly sank into the man's head and got stuck in his skull. This time the dagger must have pierced his brain. I saw him twitching all over, his eyes rolled back, his lips trembling constantly, and after a while, he straightened up and took a deep breath. The next second, his limbs went limp and he was hanging in the air. As soon as Li Xiaoro's mind relaxed, he fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. "Next, it's time to play with you guys," Li Xiaoro said in an excited tone. They all had sad faces, their heads kept shaking, and every cell in their body was resisting. Just then, 3 more pickup trucks passed by here. When they saw that there were people alive here, they immediately stopped the car. Especially when I saw that there were supplies in the car parked on the side of the road, my eyes immediately lit up. "Brothers, get off the car and collect the supplies." Oh, oh, oh. They jumped out of the car, shouting and yelling like a group of bandits with weapons in their hands. "Brothers, we are lucky. Before we go to the Taiyuan base, we can collect some supplies. Let's have a party tonight. Woohoo, have a party." Then, their leader pointed a knife at the people around Li Xiaoro and said, "If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly, or I'll kill you one by one." Seeing someone coming, those people were instantly overjoyed. They were saved this time. They desperately shouted, "Brothers, save us, save us. We are willing to serve you like slaves." The eldest brother was a little confused and tilted his head to look over here. Just happened to meet Li Xiaoro's gaze. Li Xiaoro also tilted her head slightly and grinned. The boss's face changed instantly. "Damn it, it's the butcher in suits, run." He turned around and jumped into the car. When the other brothers heard that it was the butcher in suits, they were so scared that they stopped moving the supplies and jumped onto the car like monkeys climbing trees. Then, the 3 pickup trucks suddenly stepped on the accelerator and disappeared in an instant, leaving those people in a mess in the car exhaust. They looked at Li Xiaoro. "You want to ride so badly? Then let you ride." Then, Li Xiaoro led them to get on the pickup truck. The supplies in the truck had already been taken down by the group of people. The next second, the man sitting in the driver's seat kicked the pickup truck hard, and it started moving instantly, crashing straight into the wall next to it. Bang! The pickup truck exploded instantly, and several people were slowly engulfed by the fire in the car. Chapter 60 for the first. At this time, a piece of A4 paper floated in front of Li Xiaoro. She glanced at it and the content on it attracted her. She bent down to pick it up, carefully read the contents, and then said slowly, "The foundation of Taiyuan? Let's go there." Here, Lin Zheng and others were sitting at the counter, eating hot pot. The food was steaming and fragrant. They were eating enthusiastically. The golden retriever was also eating at the side, with a bowl full of steak and a bowl of caviar as a snack. The ingredients used by Lin Zheng and his friends for the hot pot were also outrageous. Bear paws, Australian lobster, king crab, wagyu beef, eel, splendid shrimp. I drank 1982 Lafite and Beverly Hills 90H2O. There are also fruits after meals, such as sunshine rose, cat litter durian, cream strawberry, Chilean cherry. Just then, the 3 pickup trucks have already arrived at Taiyuan base. They looked inside the wire and were shocked. "Boss, look, it's tanks, lots of tanks." Their boss was named Chenglong. He looked out the window and smiled. Fake. Fake. Can you believe that there are so many tanks in such a shabby place? Even the official quarantine zone probably doesn't have so many tanks. I nodded as if I understood something. I could tell at a glance that these were just models, meant to scare children. The boss is wise. He saw through their tricks at once. However, Chenglong nodded and smiled. "It seems that we came back at the right time. This base must have a lot of supplies, otherwise they would not have to come up with these things to scare people." "Boss, you were right. We can have a good harvest this time." Chenglong licked his tongue and said, "It would be nice if there were women. We brothers haven't touched a woman for a long time." Yes, boss, we brothers are going crazy over women." "Let's go, then let's grab it." As they were driving, they suddenly smelled the aroma of hot pot. Everyone squinted their noses, greedily absorbing the aroma. "It smells so good. They hadn't had hot pot for a long time, and they hadn't even had a decent hot meal. All I eat is bread, biscuits, and other packaged foods, and my mouth is almost tasteless. Now, when they smelled the spicy and fragrant hot pot with a strong flavor of red oil, their mouths watered immediately, and the gluttony in their stomachs began to surge wildly. Boss, it smells so good. It looks like hot pot. Qinglong wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and shouted excitedly. Brothers, we really met a big customer today. Huff, huff, huff. The younger brothers all shouted excitedly. Get out of the car, rush in, and grab whatever you see. Suddenly, more than 20 people on 3 pickup trucks rushed down and ran towards the direction of the hot pot smell. Someone is coming. Lin Zheng put down the cup in his hand and said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people appeared in front of the counter. Lin Zheng took a quick look and found that none of these people were awakened. They seemed to be coming with bad intentions. At this time, Qinglong walked out of the crowd, carrying a machete on his shoulder, with his other hand on his waist, and said in an extremely arrogant manner, I heard that you have supplies here? Lin Zheng said calmly. If you are awakened or have mutated items, you can exchange them for a box of instant noodles. If not, leave quickly, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Yo yo yo. Qinglong smacked his lips and said, You guys are eating hot pot, but you give us instant noodles. Do you have a clear conscience? Come, let me see what kind of hot pot you guys are eating. As he spoke, Qinglong took a look inside. When he saw the ingredients placed next to the hot pot, he was stunned. He stared blankly at Lin Zheng. You guys eat so well every day? You guys really deserve to die. Lin Zheng replied calmly. No. Hearing Lin Zheng's answer, Qinglong was slightly relieved. These days, they have been eating either bread or biscuits for every meal. If they knew that someone was eating hot pot every day, they would be depressed to death. Unexpectedly, Lin Zheng paused for a moment and then said, Sometimes I also eat Western food, or stir-fry, barbecue, etc. to change the taste. Qinglong. Young brothers, Qinglong went crazy instantly. You guys deserve to die. F***K. Then, he put the knife in his hand on Lin Zheng's neck, panting heavily, looking extremely angry. Open the door, and then get out of here. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I'll chop you all to pieces. At this time, a younger brother stepped forward and reminded Qinglong. Boss, there's a woman inside. Qinglong's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he looked inside again. As expected, he saw a pure and lovely little girl. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, you guys are really damned. Really damned. Not only do you have so many supplies, but you also have beauties. I'm jealous, but fortunately, now these things are mine. Qinglong glanced at Lin Zheng, who was motionless. Little devil, are you freaking deaf? I told you to get out. Lin Zheng said again. Isn't what I said clear enough? Those who have special abilities or mutated items can be exchanged for supplies. If you are trash, get out of here as far as you can. Ah! Lin Zheng's words made them burst into laughter. Qinglong came forward and said, Kid, I've already seen through those model toys you put out. How can there be tanks in such a shabby place? Can you use some brains? You can't even scare people. How did you survive this apocalypse for so long? Lin Zheng was stunned. He didn't expect them to think so. This was something he hadn't expected. It is really unreasonable for so many tanks to appear in such a small place at once. But they're all real stuff. Lin Zheng didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. When the absolute space was about to be activated, suddenly, a bloodstained car drove up from not far away and stopped in front of them. A man got out of the car. Qinglong and others trembled instantly. Chapter 65 Repay. It was the butcher in suits they had met on the roadside before. Li Xiaoro was still wearing the baggy suit, which was covered with a faint layer of blood. Her pale face was expressionless. Just a look frightened Qinglong and the others so much that they shrank aside obediently. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, she walked to the counter. Qinglong was ecstatic at this moment, and was glad that the butcher in suits was not interested in him. At the same time, he was gloating and looked at Lin Zheng like he was watching a play. Little boy, this is a butcher in a suit. You're gonna be in trouble next. It doesn't matter if you provoke me. At worst, I can chop you to death with a knife. If you mess with the butcher in suits, you will suffer a lot and will be tortured to death. Boss, is this butcher in a suit also here to steal supplies? It seems so. What should we do then? Qinglong knocked his head and cursed. Are you an idiot? How much can she take by herself? We just wait for her to take it first, and then we can go after she takes it. Boss is wise. Now, all we have to do is watch the show. Qinglong said with his eyes narrowed and a slight smile. Li Xiaoro had been lowering her head slightly, her hair slightly covering her face, so Lin Zheng could not see the person clearly. When she walked to the counter, Lin Zheng sensed it slightly and was a little surprised that this seemingly extremely thin girl was actually an awakened one, and a very strong one at that. She probably awakened some powerful supernatural power or talent. Lin Zheng said calmly, Exchange supplies, right? Li Xiaoro nodded slightly. She didn't seem to attack Lin Zheng directly. However, Lin Zheng had already sensed the fluctuations of her supernatural power and estimated that she might attack at any time. Stretch out your hand. Just shake hands with me for 10 seconds and you'll get a box of instant noodles. Lin Zheng said calmly, and at the same time activated his supernatural power. A surge of energy like a sea wave suddenly burst out from Lin Zheng's body, setting off a rapid wave of air, blowing up all the hair on Li Xiaorou's forehead. Cheng Long and others suddenly felt a gust of cool wind blowing, and they couldn't help but shiver all over. What is that? Li Xiaorou was shocked when she felt this powerful energy. This guy is very strong. My combat power is only 1,000, while this guy's is at least 10,000. However, she did not intend to give up because her ability was mind control, which belonged to the mental ability. Although some awakened people had powerful abilities, their mental strength was pitifully weak. Therefore, it is inevitable that low-level spiritual awakeners will fight against high-level awakeners. This is the difference between awakened superpowers. Psychic superpowers are a relatively rare type. They are suitable for taking people by surprise and attacking them when they are unprepared and are often hard to guard against. Seeing the other party's outstretched hand, Li Xiaorou slowly reached out her hand and shook it. Facing such a strong man, she did not dare to be arrogant. If the person opposite her was an awakener of the same level as her, she could directly use mental control from a distance, which would be enough. However, the man in front of her was ridiculously powerful. She was not sure if she could control him remotely, so she planned to use physical contact to carry out direct mental control. The intensity of this control was several times stronger than remote control. Two hands, one big and one small, clasped together. Suddenly, a powerful mental force passed through the arms of the two and rushed straight into Lin Zheng's consciousness. Bang! Li Xiaorou's mental power seemed to have encountered a 100-meter-high wall. With a bang, that pitiful amount of mental power was instantly dispersed like a small cloud of mist and disappeared without a trace. Ah! Li Xiaorou felt an unprecedented shock and impact, as well as a hint of fear. This was the most outrageous person she had ever met. Lin Zheng's arm trembled slightly, and he used the mind control ability he had just copied to launch a fierce attack on the consciousness of the woman in front of him. Li Xiaorou trembled all over. Cheng Long snickered at the side. Look, the butcher in suits is so angry that his body is shaking. That guy's going to suffer. Yeah, boss, it's scary. Fortunately, we didn't mess with the suit butcher. Puff! The next second, Li Xiaorou suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Zheng's attack on her consciousness was too violent, causing her to be seriously injured. Ah! Cheng Long was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. What happened? Why did the butcher in suit vomit blood? He didn't move at all? At this time, Li Xiaorou slowly raised her pale face, frowned, and looked at Lin Zheng. The moment she saw Lin Zheng, she trembled slightly. It's you! The Rolls-Royce that Lin Zheng had given her was sold to the store by her at 70% of the market price. At that time, her mother was bedridden and needed a huge amount of medical expenses. My younger brothers and sisters are in school, and they also need money. The family was already heavily in debt to pay for the mother's medical treatment. In this way, Li Xiaorou used the money to fill all the holes, and even had a lot of surplus. Therefore, she was very grateful to Lin Zheng and had been looking for an opportunity to thank him in person. But before I found it, the end came. Unexpectedly, today, under such circumstances, she met her benefactor. She was deeply moved and suddenly felt a little helpless. Lin Zheng also recognized her. It's you! Lin Zheng slowly loosened his hand and looked at Li Xiaorou. He remembered that this girl was a simple, kind-hearted girl who looked a bit like a child. But now, there were many scars and a fierce look on her face. He could also vaguely feel that she had a long-accumulated hostility and murderous aura. What on earth did she experience at the end of the world? Li Xiaorou, who was originally extremely fierce, became a little embarrassed when she saw Lin Zheng. She didn't dare to look at him. She just nodded slightly and replied timidly. Boss Lin! Lin Zheng didn't want to ask her why she became like this. This was probably the past she was most reluctant to face. Lin Zheng knew very well that exposing someone's scars would be tantamount to making them experience the pain of that time again. Why bother? So he just slowly moved a box of instant noodles from behind the counter, poured out half of the noodles, and put in a lot of packaged deli meat and some glucose. This girl was the only one he met before the end of the world who didn't disgust him. Therefore, Lin Zheng did this to give himself an explanation. For you, this. Li Xiaorou hesitated and did not reach out to take it. Lin Zheng then said, You meet our standards and have completed my requirements. This is the reward you deserve. Take it. Li Xiaorou took the instant noodle box tremblingly. The moment she received the box, she felt a weight that did not match the box. At this time, one side of the box was blown up by the wind, revealing the contents inside. The moment Li Xiaorou saw the thing, her face changed and she looked at Lin Zheng blankly. Boss Lin, you haven't changed. Then, she put the box on the ground and said to Lin Zheng again, Now let me repay you once. Chapter 66. See you again. Chung Long was watching from the sidelines, bewildered. Why did the soup butcher stop? And why does she seem to be slowly approaching me? Don't come over here! Chung Long was frightened and exclaimed. Bang! Li Xiaoro glanced at Chung Long and the others. Their bodies stiffened instantly, and they looked at the people around them with horror. What's going on? Chung Long seemed to realize that something was wrong and begged for mercy. Mr. Butcher, we didn't offend you. Please don't kill us. Li Xiaoro pointed at Lin Zheng and said coldly. But you have offended him. Ah! Chung Long's face suddenly changed when he heard it. Could it be that the boy knew the butcher in suits? He couldn't help but guess. If I had known, I would not have provoked him. Mr. Butcher, it's all our fault for not recognizing a great man and offending your friend. Now, your friend is fine, so could you please show mercy and let us go? Chung Long begged with a sad face. He is not my friend, Li Xiaoro said coldly, and then groaned. A powerful mental force rushed straight into the brains of the 20 or so hooligans in front of him. In just 1 second, their eyes suddenly rolled up, blood began to ooze out of their 7 orifices, the hair on their bodies stood up, and then their whole bodies twitched wildly, and then they fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. It's my benefactor, Li Xiaoro continued in a low voice. This blow smashed the brains of these 20 people into pieces, and they died instantly. Li Xiaoro also overloaded her supernatural powers, and blood was flowing from her eyes. His chest rose and fell violently for a few times, and then he felt a sweet taste in his mouth, and a large mouthful of old blood suddenly spurted out. Are you okay? Lin Zheng asked. Li Xiaoro hurriedly stopped Lin Zheng and replied with a trembling voice. I'm fine, Boss Lin. This is just a small thing I did for you, so I can feel more at ease. Then, she slowly walked to the box of instant noodles, bent down with difficulty, and picked up the box. Then he trudged to the pickup truck, put the box on it, and climbed into the driver's seat. Closed the door. After a long time, she stuck her head out of the window and said to Lin Zheng, Boss Lin, see you again if we're lucky. She still had a blank expression on her face and spoke in a cold manner. But my heart has already stirred up a huge wave. Lin Zheng waved at her and smiled slightly, still standing there motionless. Li Xiaoro turned around, started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. After driving for a distance, she couldn't hold it in any longer and started to cry loudly. The face that was originally full of murderous intent now returned to its former fragile appearance. At this moment, she is no longer the terrifying butcher in suits, but a fragile girl. She was completely disappointed with humans and had lost hope in human nature. Anyone who offends her will die. But when she met Lin Zheng again, she was conflicted. The strong fortress she had built up began to waver at this moment. Lin Zheng looked at Li Xiaoro, who disappeared at the end of the road. After a long while, he said, See you again if we are lucky. At this time, Li Jiang and Jiang Yitong came forward, and Lin Zheng finally came to his senses. Ah Zheng, that girl? Before Li Jiang finished speaking, Lin Zheng knew what he was going to say, so he immediately responded, She also has her own path to follow. Oh! Li Jiang nodded slightly and looked at the end of the road. Then, several groups of people came to rob. After reading the contents on the A4 paper, they immediately gathered their brothers and headed to Taoyuan base to plunder supplies, fearing that others would grab them first if they were a step late. Some of the timid ones ran away in shame after seeing the 2 rows of tanks and armored vehicles. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Some people are desperate and rush in regardless of the consequences. At this time, Lin Zheng and Li Jiang were in a tank, following the instructional video and trying for a long time, and finally learned it, suffering from the lack of practice objects. Just then a group of looters came. Brother, they have tanks. Do we really want to rob them? Bullshit tanks. Are there so many tanks in Jiangtong City? How come I don't know about them? They're just paper shells to scare people. Don't think I don't know. This person used to work in the official arsenal, and his position was not low, so he was very familiar with the weapon configuration of Jiangtong City. As far as he knew, Jiangtong City was a small city, not a fortress or a hub. Not to mention tanks, there were not even many military trucks. Yes, boss. You used to work in the official arsenal. You know best whether Jiangtong City has tanks. Yes, boss, it's made of paper, so it must be right. Brothers, rush in and grab the supplies. Hearing this, they all shouted loudly, waving their weapons, and were about to force their way into the Taoyuan base. At this time, Lin Zheng and Li Jiang, who were in a tank, looked at the group of predators outside, smiled at each other, and gradually became distorted. Isn't this the target? What a considerate bunch of predators. Knowing they were short of targets, they came here on their own. Jiang, reload. Reloading completed. Aim, aim. Lin was facing their vehicle and fired fiercely. Boom! There was a loud bang that went up to the sky. Then several cars exploded one after another, igniting a huge fire. The aftermath of the explosion also knocked several people away. The younger brothers were all terrified and looked at the boss. I hope he can give a reasonable explanation. Boss, what the hell? Why don't you run? Boom! Another shell was fired, blowing several people away, causing screams to ring out. The boss was so regretful at this moment. At the same time, I was also extremely confused. Where did the tanks in Jiantong City come from? Boom! A shell exploded beside him, and he screamed for his mother in fright. His legs swung quickly, and he ran away like an arrow from a bow. Inside the tank, Lin Zheng said, "Ji Yang, it seems that we need to practice more in the future. We only fired a few shots, and everyone ran away." Li Jiang replied, "Zheng, there are many people who are not afraid of death. We will have many opportunities to practice in the future." "That's true. That's all." No one came back afterwards. I don't know if the group of plunderers who survived told others about their experiences, causing other plunderers to be afraid to come. Lin Zheng guessed. At this time, at an intersection leading to Taoyuan Base, a weak figure in a suit stood there, covered in blood. In front of her were dozens of bloody corpses. Chapter 67 Strange Things. "Captain, what should we do now? We haven't found the awakened person yet." Zhang De, the leader of the Rattlesnake Squad, slapped him on the head and said, "You are stupid. If you just grab an awakener and chop off his head, no one will know. Captain is brilliant. Let's go and look for any weaker awakeners." Zhang De is still frightened when he thinks back to the horrifying scene. If he had just rushed up there at that time, the grass on the grave would probably be several feet high by now. Zhang De is an enhancer and is still one step away from awakening, so he can slightly sense the aura of the awakener. At this moment, he frowned, as if he sensed that there was an awakened person nearby, and he was immediately overjoyed. "Brothers, there is an awakened one nearby. Let's go." Zhang De led his team and followed the faint smell, groping forward. There was an intersection ahead. They saw a thin man in a suit standing there. Zhang De rubbed his hands together and suddenly gained confidence. "Brothers, the bamboo pole in front is an awakened one. It's him." After saying that, he drew out his scimitar and rushed forward. He must perform well this time. He loved to pick on weak people. The fear he had felt before, at this moment, all turned into anger, and he wanted to vent it all on this skinny awakener. When he was halfway through his run, he saw dozens of bloody corpses lying in front of the awakened one. Stunned. Instant petrification. Why are all awakened ones so strong? Li Xiao heard the noise behind her and slowly turned around. Her face was covered in blood, and her eyes were like those of a demon from hell. Zhang De hurriedly hid the machete behind his back and smiled helplessly, indicating that he had no ill intentions. "Are you going to Taoyuan Base?" Zhang De was stunned and quickly waved his hand and replied, No, I'm in the Wang family's safe zone." "Oh, okay." After saying that, Zhang De turned around and ran away quickly. When he ran back to his teammates, he gasped for breath, feeling lucky that he had escaped the disaster again. "Captain, why are you back? Aren't you going to kill him?" Zhang De rolled his eyes and said, "Hey, that's not an awakened one. I sensed it wrongly. Let's go and look for it somewhere else." At a gathering place for survivors, all of them were huddled on a dirty quilt, looking lifeless, with yellow faces and black eyes, obviously suffering from malnutrition. At this time, in a corner, a child stood beside his terminally ill mother, holding a glass of filthy water. He was feeding his mother bit by bit. "Mom, are you feeling better?" The mother showed a loving smile and looked at the child. "Shaolin, Mommy is fine, drink some water yourself." "It's okay, Mom. I'm not thirsty." The little boy licked his cracked lips and swallowed, but there was no saliva left for him to swallow, so he could only swallow air. He stared at the water in the cup. At this moment, he hoped that the water in the cup would slowly fill up. It may be that the long-term lack of water caused him to have hallucinations. He actually saw the water in the cup slowly rising until it was level with the rim of the cup. Then it stopped. He smiled helplessly. "Are you starting to hallucinate?" But the next second, he shook the cup lightly, and the water in the cup spilled onto his hands. The cold touch was too real, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes and his heart trembled. "Is it true?" He slowly put the cup to his lips and took a sip. The moist feeling instantly spread throughout his mouth, and a cool feeling slowly slid down his throat. "It's real water. Water, really more." He still couldn't believe it, so he handed the cup to his mother and said, "Mom, have another sip." Cough, cough, cough. His mother coughed twice and said with a smile, "Shaolin, you should drink a sip too. Mom is really not thirsty anymore." "Mom, I'll drink if you take another sip, okay?" The little boy was anxious to know if the water was real. His feelings might be wrong. After all, he had been thirsty for so many days, and it was very likely that he would have both hallucinations and phantom sensations. His extreme desire for water made him distrust his own feelings. The little boy's mother smiled and put her mouth to the cup. She was stunned for a moment, feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. She took a sip of water. She was stunned again. This water seemed different from the previous one. It seemed cleaner. She smiled helplessly, also thinking that her brain was confused and that it affected her sense of taste. "Okay, Mom is drunk at Xiaolin. You should drink it quickly." Now the boy was finally sure that there was indeed more water in the cup. He drank the water in one gulp. His mother finally smiled in relief when she saw him. Then, he stared at the water cup, hoping for another miracle to happen. After a while, the cup was still empty. He repeatedly turned the cup upside down, but still not a drop of water came out. Sure enough, miracles are only short-lived. If they happen again, what kind of miracle is it? The boy put the cup on the ground in disappointment and lowered his head silently, as if thinking about something. When he lowered his head, he was startled. There was a large area of water in front of him, but he clearly remembered that he did not spill a single drop of water. Where did the water come from? Just as he was surprised and puzzled, the person in charge of the gathering place suddenly appeared, holding an A4 paper in his hand, and said to everyone, "Everyone pay attention. I have an announcement to make." For a moment, all eyes were drawn to the person in charge, expecting him to announce some good news. "We have a place called Taoyuan Base in Jiangtong City. People who have awakened superpowers can go there to receive a portion of rich supplies. So if any of you have awakened superpowers, don't hide it. I will lead everyone to receive the supplies and then distribute them uniformly. Do you understand? If anyone goes alone, don't blame me for being rude." At the end, the person in charge said in a slightly threatening tone, "What does it mean to awaken superpowers?" someone asked. The person in charge thought for a moment and said, "You can think of it as a superpower." "Superpowers? How is this possible?" The person in charge continued. "You all know about the butcher in suits that has been circulating for some time, right?" The people below nodded, with a hint of fear flashing across their faces. That butcher in a suit is someone who has awakened superpowers or superpowers. Otherwise, how could she have killed dozens of people by herself? The person who clicked nodded again, as if he understood something, and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The person in charge warned again. "If you find yourself experiencing some unexplainable behavior or some weird things, you must tell me, understand? Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. You can live to this day thanks to me. I hope you will not be ungrateful and forget my kindness." At this moment, the little boy was about to raise his hand to speak, but was hurriedly stopped by his mother. Chapter 68: Anger. The little boy looked at his mother with doubtful eyes, not understanding her intention for a moment. The boy's mother held his hand tightly, her eyes full of sincerity, her lips slightly pursed, and then she shook her head slowly, signaling the boy not to speak. At this time, the person in charge had already started to lead people to check one by one. "Have you noticed anything unusual recently?" A middle-aged man with a full beard shook his head dully. The person in charge looked at him with disgust, then turned to the others. They were slowly approaching the little boy. The little boy looked at his mother again, and his mother slowly made a hushing gesture, then shook her head twice. Soon, the person in charge walked up to the child and asked him, "Shaolin, has anything strange happened between you and your mother recently?" Shaolin paused for a moment, then shook his head and replied, "No." The person in charge saw that they were a teenager and a half-dead person, and thought that they would not awaken any special abilities. So he stopped asking questions and prepared to leave. Just as he stood up, he suddenly saw a wet area in front of Shaolin. He immediately became angry and asked, "Shaolin, how could you spill water on the ground? Do you know how precious water is now? I will punish you and your mother by not having dinner tonight." Shaolin suddenly had an idea and immediately replied, "No, this is not water. I just wet the bed when I was sleeping." The person in charge looked disgusted when he heard this. "You are so old, but you still wet the bed. It's bad luck. Your food will be halved tonight, and you will also have to participate in the search for supplies tomorrow." When Shaolin's mother heard this, her face suddenly changed, and she pleaded with the person in charge. "Captain Zhao, Shaolin is only 14 years old. It is very dangerous for him to go out to search for supplies. Can you change someone? You two have been living and eating for free at my place for a long time. I just let him go out today. I've been very tolerant towards you. Don't push your luck." The person in charge, Zhao Hao, said unhappily, "Captain Zhao, how about I take Shaolin's place?" Zhao Hao glanced at her with an unhappy look on his face and said, "You can't even stand up, and you still want to go out to search for supplies. You might as well go out and feed the zombies." Hearing the other party insulting his mother, Shaolin stood up suddenly and glared at Zhao Hao. "What did you say?" Zhao Hao took one look and grabbed Shaolin by the collar with a cry of "Yo!" He continued to taunt him. "What's wrong, you little bastard? Do you still want to hit me? Look at yourself. Your mother is such a waste. I'm already merciful by taking you in. Don't be so ungrateful. Stop talking about my mother." Shaolin clenched his fists, which kept shaking, and stared at Zhao Hao with his eyes fixed. Zhao Hao became even more excited and said to the people behind him with a smile, "Look, this brat really wants to hit me. Ha ha ha. Ha ha." The others also joined in the laughter. Then, Zhao Hao approached Shaolin, twisted his mouth, and said arrogantly, "Your mother is a waste, a piece of trash, and you're also a waste, trash. Come on, hit me, waste." Shaolin suddenly felt a surge of blood rushing to his heart. His face flushed red. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. His fists were clenched hard, and water dripped from his fists from time to time. Just as he was about to throw his fist, his mother grabbed his hand in time, and her cold hand calmed him down instantly. He looked back at his mother. If he offended the person in charge, he and his mother would be driven out of the gathering place. Without the protection of the gathering place, they, an orphan and a widow, would be killed by zombies at any time. He doesn't care about himself, but he cares about his mother. So, he slowly unclenched his fist, took a long breath, and felt much calmer. I'm sorry, Captain Zhao. I'm a waste. When Zhao Hao heard this, he burst into laughter, patted his face with his hand, and said, Boy, I'm glad that you can recognize yourself. Ha ha. After that, they thought it was just a joke and left. Xiao Lin then sat down, leaned next to his mother, and whispered, Mom, something strange seemed to have happened to me just now. I know. You know. Xiao Lin looked surprised. The mother nodded gently and said, When you were concentrating on the water cup just now, water was flowing down the back of your hand. Xiao Lin took a look at the wet mark on the ground and suddenly realized how it happened. And when you clenched your fist just now and were very angry, water was dripping from your fist. Ah! Xiao Lin was even more surprised when he heard this. He thought the water appeared out of thin air, but he didn't expect it to flow out from his body. He stretched out his hands, looked around, and found that his palms were indeed a little wet. Could it be that I could create water out of thin air? Just as he was guessing, his mother looked around and found that no one was paying attention to them. Then she leaned close to Xiao Lin's ear and said carefully, Xiao Lin, you should awaken your superpowers. Ah! Xiao Lin was so excited that he almost shouted out loud, but fortunately, he covered his mouth in time to stop himself. He looked at the others and found that they were all lying lifelessly in their positions, not caring at all about what was happening around them. Xiao Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, Mom, I really have awakened my superpowers so I can protect you in the future. Xiao Lin's mother smiled with relief, looked at the cup next to her, and said, Xiao Lin, try again. Look at the cup with full concentration, just like you did before. Imagine that water will slowly come out of the cup. See if you have gained the ability to make water come out of thin air. Xiao Lin nodded excitedly, then picked up the cup and said, Okay, Mom. Then, he held the cup with both hands, frowned slightly, stared at the center of the cup, and imagined in his mind a stream of clear water slowly flowing out from the bottom of the cup. Crash! A slight sound of water flowing came from the cup. Xiao Lin looked at his mother with a surprised look in his eyes and opened his mouth wide. Mom, look! I see! The water at the bottom of the cup continued to flow out, and soon filled the cup. Xiao Lin excitedly held the glass of water and handed it to his mother. Mom, it worked! His mother's eyes were also filled with tears. Her son had awakened his special powers in these doomsday days, so his chances of survival were much greater. She could go with peace of mind. Well, Xiaolin, you must not tell anyone about your awakening of superpowers. You should quietly leave here tonight and go to Taoyuan base to exchange for supplies. Never come back. If Taoyuan base is willing to take you in, that would be the best. Xiao Lin's mother said solemnly. In fact, she had long known that this gathering place was at the end of its rope, without any supplies, and Zhao Hao and others could flee at any time. They asked those who had awakened their special powers to come forward, just to have them go to Taoyuan base to exchange for supplies, and then cheat them out of the supplies under the pretext of unified management, and then run away with the supplies. Let these people fend for themselves. So when she found out that her son was abnormal, she immediately stopped him from telling other people. Why, Mom? Then his mother told him about the situation at the gathering place and the conspiracy of Zhao Hao and others. After hearing this, Xiao Lin was filled with righteous indignation and said, Those bastards! I've already seen that they are not good people. He glanced at his mother and said, Mom, let's go together. Xiao Lin, I know the situation. If I go with you, you won't be able to leave. No, Mom, I won't leave unless you leave, Xiao Lin said firmly. You silly child. At this moment, Zhao Hao suddenly remembered something. His face was shocked. He turned around quickly and walked quickly towards Xiao Lin. Chapter 69, Escape Failed. Seeing Zhao Hao and the others return, Xiao Lin's heart was in his throat. Did they find out? But his mother told him to stay calm, to remain constant in the face of change, and not to act impulsively. Xiao Lin finally relaxed a little, took a few deep breaths, and tried his best to act as if nothing had happened. Zhao Hao came to the bed of Xiao Lin and his mother, lowering his head as if looking for something. Xiao Lin was looking at the wet mark on the bed very nervously. Suddenly, my breathing became rapid again. Hey, this is weird. Zhao Hao suddenly said something, and Xiao Lin was so nervous that his whole body trembled. Zhao Hao noticed Xiao Lin's movements and glanced at him. Why are you shaking? My pants are wet, and I'm cold. Zhao Hao ignored him and continued to search. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he bent down and reached out to pick something up. Found it. It turned out to be a car key. It was a false alarm. After finding their things, Zhao Hao and others left. His car keys became a little wet because they touched a wet spot. He looked at his hand and car keys with disgust, exclaimed, and then shook his hand violently. Wrong. He suddenly realized something and slowly brought the car key to his nose and sniffed it. There was no smell of urine at all. The next second, his eyes became fierce, his mouth tilted slightly, as if he was brewing some terrible idea. That evening, when everyone fell into a deep sleep, Xiao Lin slowly poked his head out from under the quilt, looked around, and found that no one was awake, so he gently pushed his mother. "Mom, let's go." "Xiao Lin, listen to me. If you leave by yourself, I won't live much longer." "No, Mom, if you don't leave, I won't leave either," Xiao Lin said stubbornly. "Ah." His mother sighed, knowing that she couldn't persuade her child, so she slowly sat up, looked at him and smiled. "Okay, let's go together." Xiao Lin helped his mother up, and then the two of them tiptoed slowly outside. Without making any sound, they successfully walked out of the house. His house is actually a large warehouse, which is located in an industrial park. The industrial park is surrounded by a wall with barbed wire installed on the wall, so it is a relatively safe place. At this time, they had just walked to the gate of the industrial park when suddenly a dark shadow emerged from behind the gate. Then, several dark shadows appeared one after another, frightening the mother and son. "Xiao Lin, where are you and your mother going so late at night?" The shadow opposite suddenly spoke. It's Zhao Hao's voice. As the words fell, the shadows on the opposite side slowly moved forward, and under the moonlight, their faces were finally visible. Xiao Lin stood in front of his mother without any fear and said to Zhao Hao, "Zhao Hao, you said at the beginning that we can come and go freely. Now I want to take my mother away from the gathering place. You are not going to stop us, are you?" "Ha, you are free to come and go. If you are useless, of course you can get out. But if you have awakened superpowers, then go to Taoyuan base and exchange the supplies for us, and then get out," Zhao Hao said with a smile. "What if I don't do it?" Xiao Lin's heart was shocked. It seemed that the other party already knew that he had awakened his special powers. He simply didn't bother to hide it anymore. "If you don't want to do it, I have plenty of ways to make you do it." Zhao Hao's face was fierce, and under the moonlight, it looked gloomy and terrifying. Then, he ordered the younger brother behind him, "Catch his mother here for me." After that, several burly men rushed over and grabbed Xiao Lin's mother away in an instant. "Let go of my mom!" Xiao Lin shouted, but was kicked to the ground by a big man. Zhao Hao pointed at Xiao Lin, who was lying on the ground, and said, "If you don't go to Taoyuan base to exchange the supplies for us, we will stab your mother to death one by one." As he said this, he waved a dagger in front of Xiao Lin's mother. "You dare? Oh, you little brat dares to threaten me. Today I'll let you see if I dare." After saying that, he stabbed Xiao Lin's mother's thigh with a knife. She screamed in pain, and her thigh was instantly stained red with blood. She was already so weak that she could barely stand steadily, and now she was even more unstable. Her whole body was shaking, and she was about to fall down, but she was forcibly held up by two big men to prevent her from falling. "What do you think? Now you believe that I dared to do it," Zhao Hao said as he pulled out a dagger. "Zhao Hao, I must kill you." Xiao Lin gritted his teeth and spoke word by word with hatred in his heart. "Okay, I'll be waiting for you." Zhao Hao taunted Xiao Lin mercilessly. Suddenly, he remembered something and continued, "I'm curious about what superpowers you have awakened. Show it to me right now, or I'll stab your mother again." As he spoke, he raised his knife and made a move to stab. "Don't do it. I'll show you." Then, Xiao Lin stretched out his palm, and a stream of water shot out from his palm. Zhao Hao and the others opened their mouths in surprise. It was the first time they had seen a true superpower. They couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, staring at Xiao Lin's palm. The water flowed out of his palm, out of thin air. They walked closer and closer, almost hitting Xiao Lin's palm. The reason why Xiao Lin's water-based ability was so weak was because his physique was too weak. He had not eaten enough for many days, and he was still young, so his ability seemed to have no lethality. Zhao Hao's eyes suddenly turned, and he looked at Xiao Lin excitedly. Having this ability means that there will be no shortage of water in the future. Isn't this a mobile reservoir? In this end of the world with a lack of water and food, people who have awakened this kind of supernatural power are simply the most sought-after commodities. The city's water system had long ceased to function due to lack of maintenance, which resulted in a severe shortage of water resources. Zhao Hao suddenly remembered something and turned around and said to his men, "Quick, quick, help her stop the bleeding." Originally, he only planned to let Xiao Lin exchange the supplies and then abandon them. But now, Xiao Lin can't leave, and the only thing that can restrain him is his mother. So his mother cannot die, and must live well, so that he can always hold on to Xiao Lin's weakness and let him use his supernatural powers to serve him. His younger brother was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted after a while. He immediately tore off a piece of cloth from his body and wrapped her wound. But the knife seemed to have pierced her femoral artery, and blood kept oozing out. His face became weaker and weaker. The cloth strips on the bag were quickly soaked. When Zhao Hao saw this, he became anxious and immediately took off his clothes and wrapped them around her wound. But it was still useless, and he couldn't stop it at all. No one noticed that Xiao Lin's mother had slowly closed her eyes. Her face gradually turned pale, and her whole body suddenly became limp as if all the muscles and bones had been pulled out. Mom! Xiao Lin seemed to sense something and shouted. At this time, a big man holding Xiao Lin's mother put his hand in front of her nose. His face suddenly changed and said to Zhao Hao, "Brother, she seems to be dead." What? Zhao Hao's eyes widened, somewhat unable to believe. But he also stopped what he was doing. Since Xiao Lin's mother was dead, he could only grab Xiao Lin by force. Then, he ordered his men to throw Xiao Lin's mother's body aside at random. And then they all went to catch Xiao Lin. But what they didn't know was that at this moment, a huge amount of energy was gushing out of Xiao Lin's body, and every cell in his body was hundreds of times more active than usual. Chapter 70, Still Strong. Brothers, this guy can create water out of thin air. As long as we catch him, we won't have to worry about water in the future. Zhao Hao raised his dagger and said to the other brothers. When the younger brothers heard this, they became extremely excited. They were all fed up with the days of water shortage. When they heard that they would no longer have to worry about water, they were all as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They howled and surrounded Xiao Lin. Suddenly, Xiao Lin opened his eyes abruptly, tears still hanging from the corners of his eyes. He stared at the group of people in front of him. They were the ones who killed his mother. "Damn them all! You all deserve to die," he yelled. He stretched out his palms, and 2 streams of high-pressure water shot out, knocking a man to the ground. It can be seen that the water pressure is very high. Anger stimulated the potential energy in Xiao Lin's body, increasing his ability several times. But killing is far from enough. He needs to be stronger. When Zhao Hao saw that the amount of water coming out of Xiao Lin's palm had become even greater, his face was filled with crazy excitement. Not only would he no longer have to worry about drinking water, he could even use water to trade with others in exchange for supplies. When he thought of this, he shouted to his brothers, "Brothers, don't be afraid of him. It's just a little water pressure. Let's find something to block it," and rush over to hold his hand, so he can't spray water anymore. When the brothers heard this, they all used materials available at hand. Some found a piece of wood, some found a piece of iron sheet, and some used a trash can to block the way. Zhao Hao looked around and found the body of Xiao Lin's mother lying not far away. Using his mother's body as a barrier in front of him, he certainly didn't dare to spray himself with water. Thinking of this, he picked up Xiao Lin's mother's body and held it in front of him. He rushed towards Xiao Lin with a dagger in his hand. "Zhao Hao, you bastard!" When Xiao Lin saw Zhao Hao using his mother's body as a shield, he immediately stopped the water flow. His eyes were red and almost bleeding, his teeth were chattering, and his lips were twitching. His anger had burned to its peak. Bang! A wave of air spread out. The wind gave everyone a shiver. Then Xiao Lin was heard shouting, "Zhao Hao, you must die!" At this moment, a younger brother took the opportunity to rush forward, trying to hold Xiao Lin down in one fell swoop. But just as he ran in front of him, he suddenly stopped. The next second, countless transparent water droplets forcibly broke out of his body, slowly floated to the top of his head, and gathered into a large water ball. The little brother had numerous holes all over his body, and his entire body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, he turned into a mummy and fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time, the water ball above his head also slammed down and scattered all over the ground. This is Xiao Lin's ability after he became stronger, controlling the water element. Just now, he forced the water element out of the man's body and gathered it into a water ball. Zhao Hao and others were stunned when they saw this scene. But they reacted immediately, dropped the things in their hands, and started to run away madly. Xiao Lin just looked at their backs, then suddenly stretched out his palm and pointed it at them. They all stopped immediately and looked up at the sky. Then, Xiao Lin slowly raised his palm, and the water element in their bodies slowly rose and forcibly emerged from their bodies. Instantly, a water ball appeared above everyone's head, and everyone turned into a dry corpse in an instant, falling to the ground with a bang. Then the water ball smashed down, creating a cloud of water droplets, and the air was filled with a slight smell of blood. Xiao Lin slowly withdrew his hand, and then he felt a sweetness in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He forced his blood and chi to move, and was already seriously injured. This move of controlling the water element was only a flash in the pan, and it was not until he broke through to the second level that he could use it at will. He ignored his own body and quickly ran to his mother, picked her up, and found that she was already dead and could only cry. He remembered his mother's words, he must live well, so as not to let her down. So he immediately carried his mother's body on his back and headed towards Taoyuan base. When they reached an intersection, they suddenly saw many bloody corpses on the ground. Xiao Lin immediately became alert, thinking that there might be zombies around. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared from behind the abandoned car in front of him and blocked his way. "Who is it?" he asked cautiously. The shadow slowly said, "Are we going to Taoyuan base?" Xiao Lin was stunned, nodded and replied, "Yes." "Who are you? What for?" "To exchange for supplies." Xiao Lin answered truthfully. Li Xiaoro sensed that the person on the other side was an awakener, and then said, "Leave after exchanging supplies. If you dare to have any bad intentions towards Taoyuan base, you will lie on the ground like them. Xiao Lin was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. He just nodded slightly. Li Xiaoro then sank into the darkness again and disappeared. Xiao Lin continued to move forward carrying his mother's body. And as he walked, he said to himself, could that person be from Taoyuan base? But why did she stop there? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. What's more important is to quickly get the supplies. He quickened his pace. When he arrived at the Taoyuan base and saw the 2 rows of tanks and armored vehicles, he opened his mouth in shock. This Taoyuan base is too powerful. They even have tanks and armored vehicles. No wonder they dare to send out such news. With such strength, who dares to act rashly? However, the environment of their base is really hard to describe. It seems that there are no people. Is there anyone there? Is there anyone there? Xiao Lin shouted a few times outside. After shouting, he looked around, fearing that zombies would come. Fortunately, there were no zombies. What he didn't know was that this area was off limits to zombies, because all the zombies that appeared here were blasted into ashes by Lin Zheng and Li Zheng with cannons. Lin Zheng and others who were practicing in the safe house heard the noise outside and suddenly opened their eyes. It seems someone is coming. Lin Zheng and his companions walked out of the safe house and saw a thin body appeared at the gate of the base. Lin Zheng sensed it slightly and said with a look of great difficulty, finally, an awakener has come. Then he walked outside with excitement on his face. After seeing Lin Zheng and the others, Xiao Lin asked softly, can you exchange for supplies as long as you awaken your special powers? Seeing that it was a teenager, especially that he was carrying a bloody middle-aged woman on his back, Lin Zheng was a little surprised. He nodded slightly and said, yes, what superpowers have you awakened? Xiao Lin replied, it should be related to water. Then he gently placed his mother's body on the ground and stretched out his palm, and a stream of water gushed out of his palm. Lin Zheng was somewhat disappointed when he saw it. This ability seemed a bit weak. However, he still kept his word and told Li Zheng to get the supplies while he went forward to shake hands with Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin was stunned. Lin Zheng said, this is also one of the rules. You have to shake hands with me for 10 seconds. Xiao Lin nodded and stretched out his hand. 10 seconds later, system. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the water-based ability. If you cultivate this ability to the later stages, you can create a huge wave with one palm, directly destroying an island country. Lin Zheng's eyes lit up. Oh, then this ability is quite powerful. Chapter 71, Breaking Defense. At this time, Li Zheng brought out a box of instant noodles, and Lin Zheng motioned for him to pass it to the boy in front of him. The boy took the box of instant noodles, still feeling a little bit unbelievable. Although he didn't know why the other party would give an awakened person a box of instant noodles, he was still very grateful in his heart. Thank you. Xiao Lin bowed to Lin Zheng and thanked him. Lin Zheng just said lightly, this is what you deserve. Xiao Lin hesitated for a while and finally made up his mind to ask, excuse me, is your base recruiting people? Looking at this boy who suddenly appeared, Lin Zheng was unsure of his identity. To accept a stranger at random in the doomsday was to plant a landmine for himself, and he didn't know when it would explode. So he shook his head without hesitation. No! Xiao Lin was a little disappointed after hearing this, but he quickly reacted. After all, the other party had abundant supplies and powerful firepower. Why would they recruit people? To help him eat? He smiled unconsciously, then walked to his mother, put her on his back, picked up the instant noodle box with one hand, and was about to leave. At this moment, Lin Zheng suddenly called him. Wait a moment. Xiao Lin was delighted, thinking that the other party had changed his mind, so he immediately turned around and looked at Lin Zheng eagerly. He saw Lin Zheng slowly walking towards him, holding a beautiful and plain skirt in his hand that he had taken out from the system space at some point. Xiao Lin was a little confused for a moment, not knowing what the other party intended to do. This is your mother. Xiao Lin nodded. Lin Zheng continued. I see your mother has a delicate bone structure. She must have loved beauty when she was alive. I have a skirt here. Let her go in a decent manner. Xiao Lin was shocked when he heard this. This sudden warmth made him feel a little overwhelmed. He was stunned for a long time. After he realized what was happening, he thanked Lin Zheng repeatedly, tears welling up in his eyes. Then, Lin Zheng asked Jiang Yitong to take Xiao Lin's mother's body to the safe house to change clothes. After a long while, Jiang Yitong still didn't come out. Lin Zheng was a little curious, but he didn't want to disturb her, so he could only wait. Xiao Lin was also a little puzzled. Did it take so long to change clothes? Instantly, he looked at Lin Zheng and the others with some caution, his special powers ready to be activated at any time. However, his mother was still in their hands, so he did not dare to act rashly for the time being. Lin Zheng felt the energy fluctuations from Xiao Lin and knew that he was suspicious, but he didn't know what to do now and could only wait. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Yitong finally came out holding the body of Xiao Lin's mother. After seeing them, Xiao Lin let out a long sigh. When he saw his mother up close, his defenses were completely broken, tears started to flow, and his body began to tremble and twitch. Because Jiang Yitong not only changed her clothes, but also cleaned her whole body, and even put light makeup on her, so that she looked like she was asleep. Seeing this intact appearance, it is no wonder that Xiao Lin's defense was instantly broken. He suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Zheng and the others, and kept kowtowing to express his gratitude. He kowtowing for nearly a full minute before he stopped. Then he picked up his mother, who seemed to be asleep, and slowly disappeared into the night. At the same time, I secretly decided in my heart that I must repay the people in Taoyuan base. This kindness will be difficult to repay in a lifetime. Soon after, another checkpoint appeared on the way to Taoyuan base. Shaolin walked along the street, wondering where to bury his mother. Suddenly, several figures appeared in front of us. Is it a zombie? Shaolin suddenly became nervous. He looked carefully and found that their body movements were not very stiff, so they should be human. However, at this time, humans were scarier than zombies. Shaolin remained extremely alert, staring at the shadows opposite him. At this time, Zhang De looked at the awakened child opposite him with a smile on his face. I thought, if I can't beat that kind of perverted awakener, and I can't beat the female awakener myself, then I can definitely beat the child awakener. He was about to board, but then he thought, better safe than sorry. He said to a team member next to him, "Ma Zi, you go." "Boss, that's an awakened one. Can I do it?" Ma Zi was a little doubtful about his own ability, and his expression was timid. Zhang De patted his shoulder and said, "What are you afraid of? The person on the other side is just a kid. Even if he awakens his superpowers, it won't be that powerful. Besides, you are a man. Don't doubt whether you can do it or not. You can do it." When Ma Zi heard this, he straightened his chest and looked confident, as if he was full of strength. He nodded to Zhang De and walked toward Shaolin. Zhang De nodded and thought to himself, "A good leader may not have any ability, but he must be able to control others." At this time, Shaolin saw a tall black shadow walking towards him. He immediately became nervous and the supernatural power in his body surged. Ma Zi walked up to Shaolin and saw that he was indeed a child, about a teenager. His confidence increased instantly. There was a very pretty woman on his back. Ma Zi tilted his mouth and revealed an obscene smile. "Boy, you are unlucky to have run into me. Behind you is your mother. She looks pretty cool. Go to death without worry. I will take good care of your mother." After saying that, he rushed towards Shaolin with a knife in hand. When Shaolin heard the other party insulting his mother, his blood immediately started to burn in his body. His eyes immediately turned red, and he gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression. Seeing Shaolin's expression, Ma Zi became even angrier. A child dared to bare his teeth at him. "Is my knife not sharp enough? Damn it, you little brat. What are you looking at? I'm going to chop your head off with one blow." As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly froze, and he could not move. Shaolin slowly raised his head and looked at Ma Zi. Then he roared angrily, causing a gust of wind. The water in Ma Zi's body instantly boiled. His body temperature instantly soared to several hundred degrees, and crystal clear bubbles appeared on the surface of his skin. Bang, bang, bang. Bubbles burst one after another, and then steam came out from all over the body, like a boiling kettle, and you could hear a hissing sound. At this moment, Ma Zi's body is like a boiling human kettle. Zhang De, who was watching from a distance, was stunned. Why is Ma Zi not moving? It seems like there is steam coming out of his body. The next second, the remaining water in Ma Zi's body burst out, and directly blew Ma Zi into a pool of meat paste. When Zhang De saw this, his heart started beating wildly. Wow, how can a child be so fierce? Run away! Run away! After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. When the other team members saw this, they looked at each other and ran away as well. Shaolin, who once again forced himself to overload his powers, spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at his mother behind him and smiled happily. Chapter 72 Mason. Day 2. Lin Zheng and the others got up early. While they were having breakfast, Li Jiang suddenly asked, Zheng, aren't we going to recruit people for this base?" Lin Zheng thought for a moment and said, "We won't recruit at the moment. There's nothing we can do with people. We'll recruit people when the base needs large-scale construction in a later stage." Li Jiang ate the fried dough stick in his hand in one bite, then stood up very skillfully, stacked the bowls and chopsticks in front of Lin Zheng and Jiang Yitong, and said with a face full of resentment, "Why is there no place for people? Washing dishes and cleaning, don't these all require people?" Lin Zheng smiled and said, "Don't you have it?" "But..." Li Jiang was speechless for a moment. "But what?" Li Jiang picked up the dishes and said, "Nothing, I'll go wash the dishes." At this moment, the golden retriever took his dog bowl and placed it at Li Jiang's feet. After doing that, he showed a smug smile, as if to say, "Fortunately, I don't have to wash the dishes." Li Jiang looked at the golden retriever with hatred, but he still picked up its dog bowl and went to the sink. It is obvious that the family status of this family is obvious. Lin Zheng is bigger than Jiang Yitong, bigger than Jin Mao, bigger than Li Jiang. Lin Zheng and Jiang Yitong smiled slightly when they saw this scene. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted, "Host, please note that a wave of zombies will come in 10 days. There are many second-level zombies and even rare third-level zombies in this zombie wave. Please prepare in advance to deal with this crisis." A zombie tide? Through the information provided by the system, Lin Zheng knew that this zombie tide was like a cyclical movement which would come once in a while, and as humans became stronger and stronger, the level of zombies in the zombie tide would also become higher. Thousands of people died in each zombie wave, and countless bases, safe zones, and quarantine areas were destroyed and turned into wastelands. Because in the early stages, humans had no way of predicting when the zombie wave would come, and were always caught off guard. Some bases were prepared at all times, but after preparing for a long time, they didn't see the zombie wave coming, so they relaxed for a while. At this time, the zombie wave came. In the later period, an extremely rare supernatural power was awakened among humans, the Prophet. Humans will be able to clearly know when the zombie wave will arrive, and they will be able to fight a prepared, tidy, and unexpected battle. But every zombie wave still results in heavy casualties. After all, every zombie wave always has one or two ridiculously strong zombies. Lin Zheng thought about it and decided that he had to reinforce the base. It would be best to build walls to surround the base on all sides, build battlements on the walls, and install heavy weapons. When the zombies came, he could use heavy weapons to shoot at them. It is safer to build a basement. If the attack breaks out, Li Zheng and Jiang Yitong will have a place to hide, and I can just go into the system space. Just do it. However, this is a big project. Lin Zheng and his team may not be able to complete it within 10 days. Lin Zheng suddenly remembered Li Zheng's words, recruit people. Even if you don't want to recruit people at the moment, you can hire some short-term or temporary workers and give them some supplies, such as instant noodles, sausages, etc. I don't know how many people will rush to do the job. You can just publish it again in the same way as last time, just rewrite the content. Just as Lin was thinking, a voice suddenly came from outside. Lin Zheng thought it was the awakened who came to exchange for supplies, but when he went out to take a look, he found it was Wang Tian and others. Wang Tian spoke first. "Little brother, long time no see. Are you here to exchange for supplies?" Lin Zheng asked. Wang Tian and the others smiled awkwardly. They had only been strengthened and were only one step away from awakening. However, they had never taken the step. None of us have awakened our powers. Apparently, they all saw the contents of the A4 paper. "Then please go back," Lin Zheng said, turning around and leaving. But Wang Tian stopped him, and he said sincerely, "Little brother, we really need mutant items. If we can crack the mystery, we can create more mutant items and awaken more humans. This is a good thing for mankind." Lin Zheng stopped walking. Wang Tian thought that he was touched by him and looked at Lin Zheng expectantly. Unexpectedly, Lin Zheng just said, "It's none of my business." Wang Tian. At this time, Guo also stood up and pointed at Lin Zheng and angrily said, "I have never seen someone as cold-blooded and heartless as you. You are also a human being. Do you really have no sympathy for others?" Hearing this, Lin Zheng suddenly turned around and looked at Guo Yi. The murderous look in his eyes frightened Guo Yi so much that he stopped talking. Suddenly the atmosphere became awkward. Wang Tian saw the situation and hurriedly came out to smooth things over, saying, "Little brother, you can set any conditions you want. As long as you can hand over those 2 mutant items to us, we can do anything for you." When Lin Zheng heard this, he realized that he was in need of temporary workers. The dozen or so people in front of me have all been strengthened, so they must be very energetic when they work. Lin Zheng deliberately thought about it and then said, "It's not impossible. If you are willing to help me work for 10 days, I can consider giving you a mutant item. Anyway, there are countless similar mutant items in Lin Zheng's system space, so it doesn't matter if I give them one. Really, little brother, you are really willing to give it to us?" Wang Tian was so excited that he almost burst into tears on the spot. "Let's see how you do your job first." After saying that, Lin Zheng turned and walked into the base. Wang Tian replied loudly, "Don't worry, little brother, we will definitely do the work you assigned to us very clearly." At this time, Guo Yi and others came up and said, "Captain, do we really have to help this kid?" Wang Tian curled his lips and said, "What else can we do? Can you beat him?" Everyone immediately lowered their heads and stopped talking. If you can't beat them, just listen to them. It's good enough to have a chance to get a mutant item now. What else do you want? Wang Tian scolded them. "Yes, Captain, we understand." Everyone replied weakly. Then everyone entered the base together. After seeing the 2 rows of tanks and armored vehicles, their eyes widened. "Captain, armored vehicles and tanks, wow." Wang Tian also had sweat on his forehead. He didn't expect that this shabby-looking base actually had heavy weapons such as tanks and armored vehicles. But he immediately realized that there was no such thing in Jiangtong City. Model? Is it a model? At this moment, Li Zheng, who was in a tank, suddenly fired a cannon at a zombie in the distance, directly blasting the zombie into ashes. This is Li Zheng's favorite entertainment activity. bombarding zombies with tanks. The team members looked at Wang Tian blankly. Wang Tian coughed twice in embarrassment and kept looking around. Fortunately, Lin Zheng came over, otherwise Wang Tian would have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. He asked Lin Zheng, "Little brother, just tell us what you want us to do. As long as we can do it, we will definitely not hesitate at all." Lin Zheng pointed to a corner of the base, where he had copied the drill, cement, and various masonry tools, and said, "Use those things to build a wall around my base. The wall should be built in the style of ancient city walls. It doesn't have to be too high. 5 or 6 meters high will be enough. You guys start working on it. If you have any questions, come and ask me." Wang Tian and the others widened their eyes and said in unison, "What, isn't this a bricklayer?" Chapter 73, Not an Ordinary Person. "Captain." Everyone looked at Wang Tian eagerly. They were all Special Forces soldiers who had undergone professional training. How could they do the work of bricklayers? This is simply an insult. A huge insult. Wang Tian shook his head, helplessly sighed, then slowly rolled up his sleeves and said to the team members, "Do a good job." Now, they were completely desperate. Since the captain had given the order, they had no choice but to do it. With depressed faces, they walked towards the pile of bricks. Today the sun is shining brightly and the weather is very hot. After working for a while, Wang Tian and the others were sweating profusely. Their bodies were hot, and their clothes were soaked. Wang Tian simply took off his shirt, and the other team members followed suit, taking off their shirts and feeling a lot cooler instantly. Zhao Sini looked at the shirtless men all around her and said at a loss, "What should I do?" Soon, they worked for the whole morning and fell down exhausted. To be honest, this is much more tiring than fighting zombies. However, the project progressed little, and only a short pile, several dozen centimeters high, was built. "It's time to eat," Lin Zheng shouted. When Gui Yi and the others heard this, they were immediately delighted. "At least that kid has some conscience and knows how to prepare food for us." When they ran to the door of the safe house, Lin Zheng looked at them and said, "Why are you here if you are not working? Didn't you order dinner?" At this time, Li Jiang and Jiang Yitong squeezed out of the crowd. Lin Zheng pointed at them and said, "I asked them to eat, not you." Guo also clicked his tongue and complained, "No way. We work for you and you don't even give us food to eat. Even Zhou Paopi wouldn't be as stingy as you." Lin Zheng said calmly, "We agreed that if you help me work, I will give you a mutant item, but I didn't say I would provide you with food. Besides, in this doomsday, food is not as precious as mutant items. You want to take advantage of this opportunity to get my food? You are dreaming." Gui Yi and the others were speechless and could only look at Wang Tian eagerly. Wang Tian was stunned by this look. They indeed didn't say that meals were provided. "What could I do?" He took out a piece of compressed biscuit from the backpack beside him, half-crouched by the wall, and began to eat it bite by bite. When the other team members saw this, they all understood what the captain meant. They all silently took out a piece of compressed biscuit from their backpacks and started to eat it. They all looked at Lin Zheng with resentment in their eyes. At this moment, Jiang Yidong and Li Jiang brought out a table filled with all kinds of delicious food. Wang Tian and the others were instantly attracted by the aroma and looked over here. Fuck, braised lion's head, beggar's chicken, fish and hot and sour soup, spicy beef. The players stared with wide eyes, drooling from the corners of their mouths, and even forgot to wipe it off. Everyone was curious. Why did they have such rich food? Did they prepare it in advance? They looked at the compressed biscuits in their hands and immediately felt that they were not fragrant. That's all. Lin Zheng and the others finished their lunch in envy and jealousy, but because they prepared too much, there were still a lot of leftovers. After eating, Lin Zheng and Jiang Yitong went to the safe house to take a rest and then began to practice. Li Jiang was left to clean up the dishes. Just as he was about to start, he saw a dozen people nearby staring at the plates on the table. "It just so happens that the dishwasher is here. I have an opportunity to wash the dishes. Who of you?" Before he finished speaking, everyone raised their hands and shouted, "Aye. Okay, I'll leave it to you then." After Li Jiang left, everyone rushed over like crazy. At this time, Wang Tian shouted from behind, "What are you doing? Have you forgotten who you are? You are members of the Blade Special Operations Team. Look at what you look like now." Everyone was stunned and looked at Wang Tian. The next second, "Chi, Captain, we don't believe you anymore." Wang Tian was stunned and immediately ran forward. "Wait, leave me a word." Inside the safe house, Lin Zheng asked the system, "How do I upgrade the level of the mutant item?" System, "It is necessary to refine the mist or crystal core together with a mutant item in the fierce fire, and there is a certain probability of refining a high-level mutant item. The probability is affected by many factors such as the purity of the mist, the level of the crystal core, and the refiner's control over the temperature. It is a technical job. In the later stage, there is also a special profession called refiner." Lin Zheng didn't need to consider probability at all. There were an infinite number of samples anyway. If he failed, he could just try a few more times. "Then can I use blasting to refine it?" Yes, but please control the power of the explosion and don't blow the mutant items into slag. Lin Zheng nodded. He was now a peak second-level psychic, while the mutated Tang sword and the explosive bow were still first-level items. If he couldn't control the explosive power well, it was possible that they would be blasted into pieces. Then, Lin Zheng took out an explosive bow, a Tang sword, and 2 blue crystal cores and placed them on the ground. Then put your palms towards them. Bang! A beam of scorching light shot out from his palm, like a giant laser beam, instantly enveloping the Tang sword, the explosive bow, and the 2 crystal cores. After a while, there was a sudden cracking sound, as if the crystal core began to crack. Lin Zheng took advantage of this momentum and continued to increase his firepower. Bang! The power of the explosion is increased by several points. Snap! There were 2 crisp sounds in succession, and Lin Zheng's heart sank. It was over. After the explosion was put away, the explosive bow and the Tang sword were shattered to the ground, but the crystal core was refined and disappeared without a trace. If it were someone else, they would have cried to death. But for Lin Zheng, there was almost no impact. At most, there was a pile of garbage on the ground that needed to be cleaned up, and the floor of the safe house was burned and became a little uneven. Then, he came to the open space behind the safe house, where Wang Tian and others were resting. Seeing Lin Zheng coming out with a bunch of explosive bows and mutant Tang swords in his hands, he immediately opened his mouth and eyes wide with surprise. How come he has so many mutated items, and they are all the same? Everyone was puzzled and looked at Lin Zheng with doubts, not knowing what he was going to do. He put aside an explosive bow and a mutant Tang sword, then took out 2 crystal cores. The moment they saw the crystal core, everyone was shocked again. Isn't that a zombie crystal core? How come he has one too? The official quarantine zone once used countless manpower and heavy weapons to kill a second-level zombie and obtain a crystal core from its head. According to scientists in the quarantine zone, the crystal core contains a higher concentration of fog and even powerful energy fluctuations. It should have a lot to do with awakening and later breakthrough upgrades. In the quarantine area, the crystal core is like a treasure. It is usually locked in a safe with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Except for the commander-in-chief of the quarantine area and a few scientists, no one else can touch it. Before Wang Tian and his companions went on the mission, they had come into contact with a crystal core once. Their superiors ordered them to bring back such a crystal core if they came across one. I didn't expect that such an important thing would be thrown directly on the ground. Then, without anyone's expectation, a beam of scorching flames spurted out from Lin Zheng's palm, directly wrapping up the mutated object and the crystal core and began to burn them. Ah, they couldn't help but exclaimed. They were amazed at Lin Zheng's powerful abilities, and also at how he messed around with the mutant items and crystal cores. Snap! After hearing 2 snapping sounds, Lin Zheng withdrew his hands and looked at the 2 mutated items on the ground. This time it was better, only broken into 2 pieces. It seemed that the firepower was still a bit too strong. Then Lin Zheng kicked the 2 damaged mutant items aside and rearranged the 2 items and the 2 crystal cores. How many crystal cores does he have? Everyone couldn't help but smack their lips and looked at Lin Zheng with resentment in their eyes. When did mutant items and crystal cores become so worthless that they are wasted so casually? They had to work hard for 10 days to get 1 mutant item, but they didn't expect it to be like garbage in other people's hands. As they sighed, suddenly, a golden light emerged from the flame. Lin Zheng was delighted. This time it should work. At this time, the system prompts. The first stage of quenching has been completed. Please put in 3 crystal cores in sequence. The second crystal core should be 10 breaths after the first crystal core, and the third crystal core should be 30 breaths after the first crystal core. Lin Zheng was shocked when he heard this. It turned out that refining a mutant item was so complicated and consumed so many crystal cores. This was really not something that ordinary people could afford. But Lin Zheng is not an ordinary person. Chapter 74. I'm getting excited. Then, Lin Zheng followed the system's instructions and placed the crystal core in. Bang! The flames of the explosion were instantly dispersed, and 2 golden mutant objects appeared in front of everyone. This? Everyone was surprised and didn't know what to say. What is going on? Why do I feel like those 2 mutated items have become more powerful? Lin Zhengxian picked up the explosive bow on the ground and felt that it had become lighter. He gently touched the string, and it immediately emitted a low, resonant sound, like a guqin being played in a church, long and distant. It's a pity that I haven't condensed the arrow yet, otherwise I could try its power. Lin Zheng tried to pull the bow again, and he easily pulled it to full draw. Suddenly, a shadow slowly condensed between the bow and the string. It turned out to be an arrow. Could it be that after upgrading the explosive bow, it would be able to automatically condense arrows as long as the bow is fully drawn? As Lin Zheng was thinking this, he suddenly shot an arrow at the wall not far away. Boom! A huge hole was immediately blown out of the wall, and the arrow disappeared without a trace. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction, and the power became much stronger. With a thought, He copied hundreds of second-order explosive bows and placed them in the system space. Then he called Zhang Yidong and gave her the upgraded explosive bow. Zhang Yidong was very excited when she saw it. The golden appearance, light body, and the function of automatically condensing arrows made Zhang Yidong like it very much. Thank you, brother Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng just nodded slightly at her, then picked up the second-level golden Tang sword. I wonder how powerful this second-level Tang sword is? He swung his sword violently at the air, and a flame appeared out of thin air. Flame blessing? This can interfere with the enemy in battle, and the high temperature of the flame can also cause certain damage to the enemy. Li Jiang was waiting eagerly at the side. Lin Zheng glanced at him and said, "Here you go." He immediately ran forward and took the Tang sword. "Thank you, Zheng." Wang Tian and others who were watching from the side were a little overwhelmed. The mutant items they had worked so hard to find turned out to be so worthless in other people's hands. And it seems that they have also refined more powerful mutant items. "Captain, do we really want to continue?" Gui asked. Wang Tian said with a firm look in his eyes. "Of course, our mission on this trip is to bring back a mutant item." Gui Yi and the others nodded and replied in unison, "Got it, Captain." In this way, Wang Tian and others have been desperately repairing the wall of Taoyuan base for several days in a row, hoping to meet Lin Zheng standards as soon as possible and bring the mutant items back to the official isolation area. On the evening of the 5th day, Lin Zheng and others had just finished dinner, and Wang Tian and others were taking a rest. Suddenly, I heard cries for help coming from outside. Everyone walked up to the repaired wall. I saw a group of people not far away desperately running towards this side, and behind them were groups of zombies. Lin Zheng was wondering why so many zombies suddenly appeared. Could it be that a zombie tide was slowly beginning? The group of people quickly ran to the gate of Taoyuan base. Their faces were filled with fear, and they were gasping for breath. When they saw the people on the wall, they seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and shouted to them, "Please save us. Please open the door and let us in." Their faces were filled with pleading, their voices were urgent, and from time to time, they turned their heads to look at the zombies in the distance. The zombies were roaring madly, running towards them with their fangs and claws bared. The people below were becoming more and more frightened and terrified. They all had mournful faces and stamped their feet anxiously, almost crying. But Lin Zheng said calmly, "Why should I save you? As long as you are willing to save us, we are willing to do anything you ask us to do. Yes, yes, we can work like slaves for you and promise to only obey you in the future. Yes, our lives are yours from now on. With just one word from you, we can go through hardships and disasters." Hearing the promises they made without hesitation, Lin Zheng smiled slightly. Such promises made at such a critical moment were simply a joke. They only made these promises so sincerely because their lives were threatened at the moment. Wait until the threat is over, and then see. Don't even think about being treated like a slave. It's good enough if he doesn't bite you back. Lin Zheng looked at them and said coldly, "Get out of here right now. You have led the zombies to my territory, so I won't settle accounts with you. But if you still refuse to leave, don't blame me for being rude." Wang Tian couldn't stand listening any longer, so he carefully said to Lin Zheng, "Little brother, there are so many lives after all. Just open the door and save them. They will definitely be grateful to you." Gui Yi also echoed, "You are not really going to watch someone die without helping, are you? You are so cold and heartless that I even doubt whether you are a human or a zombie." "Xiao Guo, shut up." Gui Yi's tone was full of sarcasm. Wang Tian hurriedly stopped him. "That's right, Captain. If people have no emotions, can they still be called human beings?" Guo asked back unconvinced. "Okay, Xiao Guo, stop talking," Wang Tian said with a serious expression and a heavy tone. Under the pressure of the captain's authority, Gui Yi reluctantly stopped talking. Wang Tian said to Lin Zheng again, "Little brother, take a look. Why don't you open the door?" Lin Zheng shook his head firmly and said, "No, there are so many of them. Once they all come in, the zombies may rush in as well. I will deal with the zombies that rush in. If anything happens, I will be responsible," Wang Tian promised. Lin Zheng just said, "This is my base. You can't take any responsibility. Let me remind you that you are just working for me. You don't have any power in this base, so shut up or get out." Wang Tian was speechless after being told by Lin Zheng. "Indeed, this base belongs to someone else, and I have no right to interfere." When the people below heard that the people on the wall were not going to open the door to rescue them, their expressions immediately changed. Pointing at the people above him, he cursed. "You are not fucking human. You watch people dying without helping them. What's the difference between you and zombies? Yes, you dog. You are not a human being. You are cold-blooded and heartless, without any emotion. You are not worthy of being a human being. Even a dog has more emotions than you. Bah, you're a scum of the human race. I feel sick just by looking at you." Lin Zheng calmly watched the group of people on the ground abuse and humiliate him wantonly. He did not have any psychological fluctuations, which further confirmed his previous thoughts. The promises these people just made were all bullshit. Not a single word was true, Otherwise, their attitudes wouldn't have changed so much. As they spoke, some of them rushed to the door and began to shake it frantically. Everyone come together, push this broken door open, and then drive out the garbage inside. Okay, drive them out and live in it ourselves. We don't want to live with garbage. Yes, these rubbish don't deserve to live in such a good base. Lin Zheng stared at the crazy crowd below. Since they couldn't get into the base, they changed their mindset and regarded themselves as the masters of the base, and regarded Lin Zheng and his companions as outsiders, and wanted to drive them out. I really didn't consider myself an outsider. They're really good at using the bandit mentality. Lin Zheng showed a strange smile and said, "If you do this, I will be very excited." Chapter 75 Promise. Lin Zheng took out the golden explosive bow. Wang Tian was so frightened that his eyes widened. "What are you doing, little brother?" Lin Zheng smiled slightly. "Kill people." Ah! Wang Tian simply couldn't believe that Lin Zheng was actually going to kill someone. His determination and ruthlessness made Wang Tian feel frightened. "Little brother, you can't do this." Before he finished speaking, Lin Zheng pulled the bow to its full extent, and a golden arrow condensed on the golden explosion bow. Whoosh! The arrow flew out and pierced through the two people directly. The arrow also disappeared into the second person's body. The two people suddenly felt numb all over their bodies and felt a sharp pain in their chests. When he looked down, he saw a bloody hole in his chest, with wisps of white smoke coming out. The next second, boom! The two men were blown into a pool of flesh, and the people next to them were splattered with blood. They were stunned for a moment, looking at the scene in disbelief. The arrows of the second-level explosive bow are condensed from the user's supernatural power. The moment they hit the human body, the supernatural power will take the opportunity to drill into various parts of the human body and then explode violently. At this time, the zombies smelled the blood and became even crazier. They were already in sight. The people below, seeing that there was no hope of entering the base and that there were creatures in the base that were more terrifying than zombies, fled madly. Some of the slower runners were directly submerged in the zombie swarm. At first, a few tragic cries could be heard, but slowly, the sound stopped and a mountain of zombies piled up in that place. At this moment, Wang Tian suddenly became serious and ordered the other team members. "Blade Squad, all members listen up." "Yes." Everyone stood at attention, straightened their backs, and waited seriously for orders at any time. "I order you to continue to finish the work here, and then bring the mutated items back to the quarantine area." Wang Tian shouted loudly. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other, not knowing what the captain meant, and no one said anything. "Did you hear that?" Wang Tian raised his voice an octave and said again. The team members habitually replied, "Yes, Captain." After saying that, he nodded with satisfaction. Then he took a running start, jumped off the wall, rushed into the zombie group, took out two short knives, shot left and right, and killed all the way forward. Team leader. Everyone was shocked by his action and shouted on the city wall. "Remember my order. Don't come down." Wang Tian shouted from behind. Team leader. Lin Zheng shook his head. "Why bother?" Wang Tian was seen swinging the dagger in his hand as if he was in an empty space, and each dagger went straight through the head of a zombie without any hesitation. He would pull it out and then insert it into the next zombie. It was obvious that he had received professional training in the art of killing. Almost every strike is fatal. There are no superfluous moves, nothing fancy, all for practicality. Soon, he rushed into the group of refugees. Seeing a zombie about to pounce on one of them, he moved quickly, cut the zombie's neck directly, then grabbed its head and pulled it off alive. He actually wanted to protect that group of people by himself. At this moment, Guyi couldn't bear to watch any longer. He glared at Lin Zheng with hatred in his eyes, and then was about to jump off the wall. But he was stopped by Zhao Sini, who scolded him loudly. "Guyi, what are you doing? Are you going to disobey the captain's order?" "So what if I disobey orders? I'm going to save the captain." Guyi shouted loudly. Zhao Sini stared at him intently and said, "Guyi, I'm ordering you as the deputy captain now. Stand still and don't go anywhere." "Humph!" Guyi snorted coldly and looked at Zhao Sini angrily. Zhao Sini ignored Guyi and came to Lin Zheng and said to him, "Little brother, can you lend us a few of your tanks and armored vehicles? You can set whatever conditions you want." When Lin Zheng heard this, his mind suddenly turned. Anyway, he couldn't use all these things, so it was okay to lend them for a while. But why would Lin Zheng do business at a loss? He thought for a moment and said, "I can lend it to you, but you have to give me a promise." "Promise?" "All of you, including your captain, have to promise me that when you awaken your superpowers in the future, you will come here to find me and shake hands with me for 10 seconds. How about that?" Lin Zheng said. "That's it." Zhao Sini thought the other party would make extremely demanding requests, but she didn't expect that it would be just this. Lin Zheng nodded very seriously. "Yes, if you can do it, I can lend you tanks and armored vehicles." Zhao Sini also replied very seriously. "Okay, on behalf of our entire Blade Squad, I promise you that after I awaken my superpowers in the future, I will definitely come to find you and shake your hand for 10 seconds. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Go and open it yourself." Zhao Sini's face was overjoyed, and she said to the team members behind her, "Let's go." They are all special forces who have undergone various professional military training. Driving a tank is a piece of cake for them. They worked in groups of 3 and entered tanks and armored vehicles with great skill. The roar of the engine sounded instantly. The gate of the base was opened. Seeing this, some zombies rushed in. The next second, a giant steel beast came out from inside and crushed the zombies into a pool of minced meat. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. After this tank drove out, 3 tanks and an armored vehicle drove out one after another. After the last armored vehicle drove out, Zhao Sini immediately closed the gate of the base. Several zombies took advantage of the situation and rushed over. She quickly bent her bow and drew her arrow, shooting several zombies to death. She then used the blade attached to the bow to harvest several zombies' heads. Then she jumped onto the last armored vehicle. Keep shooting the zombies below with bows and arrows. Looking at this group of people, Lin Zheng couldn't help but feel a little touched. They were all a group of people who valued righteousness, but in this chaotic time with this kind of character, they were destined not to go too far. They have too many ties and worries. The only thing you should worry about in troubled times is how to survive. At this time, Wang Tianzeng was killing zombies crazily by himself and trying his best to stop them. Countless zombies fell along the way, but the zombies behind him kept coming like a tide and could not be killed at all. Gradually, his strength began to weaken. The zombies were getting closer and closer to the crowd. The crowd became more and more frightened. They began to curse at Wang Tian. "What's wrong with you? Aren't you here to save us? The zombies are coming. Stop them quickly. Yeah, if you don't have the ability, don't come out and play hero. Now that the zombies are enraged by you, we can't escape at all. Aren't you just making things worse?" Wang Tian was slightly stunned, and his expression changed subtly. At this moment, a man suddenly stopped and pushed Wang Tian back violently. Chapter 76 Rescue. He bumped into a zombie, and the zombie hugged Wang Tian, opened its mouth wide, and was about to bite him, but Wang Tian stabbed his head with a knife and cut it in half with a fierce thrust. The yellow liquid brain inside flowed down. But at this time, several zombies took the opportunity to pounce on him. Wang Tian was still held tightly by the zombies' hands. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of it. It was like a locked iron chain. The situation was critical. He threw the dagger in his hand, held it in his hand, and then cut the fingers of the 2 arms fiercely. Several fingers were cut off easily like bamboo shoots after spring and fell to the ground with a crash. Wang Tian exerted force on his body, and the zombie leaning on him was instantly thrown away. But it was too late now. More and more zombies rushed up. Wang Tian was quick-witted and threw the dagger in his hand at a zombie in front of him, stabbing it directly into its eyeball. However, this did not make the zombie lose its ability to move. It just paused for a moment and continued to rush towards Wang Tian with its fangs and claws bared. At this time, the zombies on both sides also surrounded them. Wang Tian was about to make a move when he suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. It turned out that there was a zombie with both legs chopped off. It grabbed Wang Tian's feet and was dragging him madly. Wang Tian kicked him hard, breaking half of his head. The zombie fell on Wang Tian's legs, and the foul-smelling yellow liquid flowed all over the floor. He suddenly looked up and saw countless zombies surrounding him. They were screaming wildly and reaching out their hands to grab Wang Tian. Wang Tian did not give up. He pulled out a pistol from his waist and fired several shots at the zombies above him at high speed, each shot hitting their foreheads. It left a small red dot on the forehead, but a bloody hole exploded directly on the back of the head. Click, click, click. Soon, the pistol ran out of bullets. Wang Tian was also pinned to the ground by several zombies that he had killed with his pistol, unable to move. At this moment, there is really no way back. He could only close his eyes silently and wait for the judgment of fate. Suddenly, the roar of a machine woke him up. The next second, an arrow suddenly shot out of the mouth of the zombies around him, and then they fell backwards. Then, Wang Tian saw Guo Yi holding a short knife, and he cut off several zombies' heads in an instant with incredible speed. "Captain, are you okay?" Wang Tian was delighted when he saw Guo Yi first, but then he became furious and said, "Who told you to come down? How dare you disobey orders?" Guo Yi smiled and immediately pulled out a saber from his waist and gave it to Wang Tian. "Captain, if you want to punish me, you have to survive first and be able to punish me." Wang Tian took the saber. Then, Guo Yi kicked away the zombie corpse that was pressing on Wang Tian. Wang Tian stood up suddenly and chopped off a zombie's head with his backhand knife. I saw several tanks and armored vehicles in front of me. I immediately understood that it must be Lin Zheng who took action. At this time, Zhao Sini shouted to Wang Tian and Guo Yi from a tank, "Captain, come up quickly." The 2 men used their backhands to pick away the zombies in front of them, and suddenly jumped onto a tank. "Captain, are you okay?" Zhao Sini shouted. Wang Tian nodded and said, I'm fine. While the two were talking, the people fleeing in front saw the tanks and armored vehicles behind them and immediately turned around and ran towards Wang Tian and his group. Many people were killed by zombies along the way. In the end, only half of the people ran to the tanks and armored vehicles. When climbing onto the car, some of them were dragged by zombies and torn into pieces. Almost 1/3 of the people climbed onto the bus. They all had a look of relief on their faces and were glad that they managed to climb onto the car. At this time, next to a tank, two people were trying desperately to climb up, but they were too weak and could not climb up after climbing for a long time. Suddenly, one of them ran towards the other, kicked him to the ground, stepped on him, and climbed up. The people below reacted immediately, stood up, and grabbed the man's leg. The person on top was desperately kicking his legs, trying to kick the person below away. But the man below held on tightly, as if welded, and refused to let go. You bastard, you actually stepped on me to climb up. Hurry up and pull me up too. The man below shouted hysterically. The people above also shouted frantically. Let go quickly, the zombies are coming. If you don't let go, we will both die. If you don't pull me up, I'll take you with me to die. You are a vicious person. You can't live yourself, and you want to drag others to death with you. I will kick you to death. As he said this, the man on top increased the strength of his foot and kicked the man below in the face. Soon, the man's face was kicked into a bloody mess, and he could no longer be recognized as a human being. His nose was broken, his mouth was shattered, and even one of his eyes was kicked out. The skin on his face was tattered, revealing the scarlet flesh underneath. But that person just wouldn't let go. The people above were so anxious that they were about to cry. Let go! Please let go! At this moment, the zombies rushed up. Suddenly, he saw a saber beside him. It must have been dropped by Guiyi and the others accidentally. Without any hesitation, he picked up the saber and slashed the wrist of the man below. The man's wrists were cut off. He only let out a cry, then fell backwards, and was then overwhelmed by the horde of zombies. The man on top had red eyes and was still holding the bloody saber in his hand. When he saw zombies trying to climb up, he madly swung the saber at the zombies. He slashed and banged the tank violently, shouting to the crazy people inside, Drive quickly, drive for me! Wang Tian, who saw this scene, sighed deeply, then shook his head with a complicated expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Then he said to Zhao Sini, Deputy Captain, let's go back. Zhao Sini nodded. Then he ordered everyone to return. All tanks and armored vehicles turn around immediately, chasing the corpses of countless zombies, howling all the way. During this time, the tanks fired several rounds at the places where the zombies were gathered the most. Countless zombies were blown away, hanging on the trees beside the road and stuck upside down in the soil. When the man saw the tank start, he took a long breath and fell on the tank. A pleased smile appeared on his face. Finally saved. He looked at the bloody saber in his hand, then silently inserted it into his waist. The vehicle arrived at the gate of the base. Zhao Sini jumped out of the car and opened the gate of the base. At this time, the gate of the base was not locked. Vehicles filed in. During this time, all the zombies who wanted to take the opportunity to run into the base were sent away by Zhao Sini with a bow and arrow in her hand. Wait until all vehicles enter. Zhao Sini also entered the base in a flash. Then, together with Guiyi, we closed the gate of the base. Chapter 77. I agree. But there are still a few fish that slip through the net and rush in. One of them was unable to dodge and was bitten on the cheek by a zombie, which then tore off half of his cheek flesh. Wang Tian and others acted quickly and immediately eliminated all the zombies. The person who was bitten looked at the people around him with horror, his teeth and tooth marks showing on his face, looking ferocious and terrifying. He seemed to feel no pain and just looked at everyone in horror, because he knew that he would become a zombie and then be killed by others. At this time, someone stood up and said he was bitten by a zombie. Kill him quickly, otherwise he will become a zombie. As soon as this was said, everyone began to agree. Yes, kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The sound waves one after another made the man more and more scared, and his body kept shaking slightly. Those people shouted, but no one rushed forward to take action. They were all afraid that he would suddenly turn into a zombie and bite them back. Suddenly, they looked at Wang Tian and others and said, You should be soldiers. It is your duty to protect us. Hurry up and kill him. Otherwise it will be too late when he turns into a zombie. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. You see, I haven't turned into a zombie for so long. I must be immune to the zombie virus. The man kept begging for mercy. Captain, what do we do now? Wang Tian thought for a moment and said, Tie him up first and observe the situation first. Guo also nodded. Understood, Captain. Then he was about to step forward and tie up the man. Unexpectedly, the man who had hidden a saber suddenly pulled out the saber and rushed straight towards the person who was bitten. Without any hesitation, he cut the man's throat with a knife. The man who was bitten had a look of horror and disbelief on his face. He kept trying to strangle the man's neck with both hands. But eventually he lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss and gradually fell down. Guiyi glared at the man holding the knife. You. The man holding the knife said, "What are you talking about? You are too indecisive to take action, so I will do it. If you are so cowardly, get out of the way. Yes, I asked you to kill someone, but you were so hesitant. If we wait until he turns into a zombie, none of us will be able to escape." Brother Liu is still very capable. Brother Liu was the nickname of the man with the knife. Suddenly, everyone began to follow Brother Dao as their leader. Brother Liu also enjoyed their praise and began to develop a desire for power. Whoosh! Suddenly an arrow came whistling, flew past Dao Ji's chest, and then hit the head of the bitten person. Boom! His head exploded and turned into a pile of mud. Only by destroying its brain can it be prevented from turning into a zombie. This group of people obviously don't know this yet. Damn it, who is this? Do you have eyes? Brother Liu cursed angrily, turned his head, and saw Lin Zheng and others walking towards him. Lin Zheng walked up to Zhao Sini and said, "Deputy Captain Zhao, I agreed to lend you tanks and armored vehicles, but I didn't agree to let you bring these people in." Zhao Sini didn't know how to answer for a moment, and her face looked a little embarrassed. Wang Tian stood up and said, "Little brother, since they have already come in, let them stay here first. After 5 days, I will take them to the official quarantine area." Lin Zheng said firmly, "No, they must leave now. Taoyuan base doesn't want any waste. Also, Captain Wang, don't forget your promise." Lin Zheng continued. Wang Tian was stunned. Zhao Sini immediately whispered to Wang Tian and explained what happened before. Wang Tian nodded and said to Lin Zheng, "Don't worry, little brother. The Blade Squad will definitely fulfill this promise." Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Brother Liu, who already regarded himself as a superior, walked up to Lin Zheng step by step, raised the saber in his hand, and said arrogantly, "Who the hell are you calling a waste?" As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people gathered around, pointing at Lin Zheng and the others and cursing. Right, who the hell are you calling a waste? Everyone knows that they must unite at this moment to stay in this base. So they all united against the outside world. Were you the one who didn't let us in just now? Someone recognized Lin Zhenglai and immediately brought up the incident when Lin Zheng didn't let them in. When everyone heard this, they all agreed and became extremely angry. Yes, it's him. He was the one who didn't let us in just now, which led to the death of so many of us. He is the culprit. Seeing that everyone was on his side, Brother Liu became even more unscrupulous and said to Lin Zheng, "You bastard, hurry up and apologize to us and get out of here. Otherwise, with so many of us, we can beat you to death with one punch each. Apologize and get out. Apologize and get out." Obviously, they felt that they had absolute dominance in numbers at this moment. But when Wang Tian heard their suicidal words, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. It's over. Lin Zheng looked at Brother Liu and smiled. "Apologize, huh? I'll apologize to you next year when I visit your grave." After saying that, Lin Zheng opened his big hand and grabbed Brother Liu's face. Brother Liu was shocked, and then he reacted. "Fuck you, you little bastard. You're looking for death." He swung his knife and chopped at Lin Zheng. When he was about to strike, his movements suddenly stopped, his whole body twitched violently, followed by a painful whimper, and then the saber in his hand fell to the ground. Snap! Lin Zheng exerted force with his palm. Brother Liu's head exploded. Everyone was shocked by this scene. One-handed headshot. What a terrifying power is needed to do this. Everyone subconsciously moved away from Lin Zheng, their eyes filled with fear. Wang Tian and the others were also shocked. The person they had finally rescued was crushed to pieces by him. Little brother, Lin Zheng ignored Wang Tian and the others, and looked at the others with an intimidating expression. "I'll kill you and splatter blood all over the floor. I'm too lazy to deal with it. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here." When everyone heard this, they hesitated. There were zombies everywhere outside, and going out would mean death. Now their only option is to work together to kill Lin Zheng. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Everyone come at him together. Don't be afraid of him. No matter how strong he is, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Yes, let's go together and kill him. Then the base will be ours. As soon as these words came out, everyone started to scream like crazy. Seeing this, Wang Tian immediately stepped forward to stop everyone. "Calm down. This will not do you any good. If you don't join us, get out of the way." Wang Tian was directly rejected, and his warm attitude was met with a cold butt. "Kill him!" Everyone howled and rushed towards Lin Zheng. Wang Tian and others couldn't stop him. Lin Zheng just tilted his mouth and said, "You want to die, right? I agree." Chapter 78 Rain. Little brother, don't. Before Wang Tian finished speaking, Lin Zheng raised his palm and swung it violently, and countless ice spikes shot out. He shot all of them to the ground, killing many on the spot, and some who were not shot and the vital parts lay on the ground wailing. Lin Zheng walked towards one of them. The man was shot in the thigh. Seeing Lin Zheng approaching, he desperately crawled back, saying as he crawled, I'm going, don't kill me. Too late. After saying that, Lin Zheng stomped hard on his head. Boom! Wang Tian and the others could only watch from the sidelines, not daring to speak out to stop him. They were afraid that Lin Zheng would get so excited about killing that he would kill them as well. After a while, everyone was dealt with. Wang Tian and the others looked at the corpses all over the ground and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. All the people they tried so hard to save died, just like that. Little brother, they're also human beings. It is normal for them to want to live. You don't have to kill them. Isn't it too immoral to do so? Wang Tian seemed very dissatisfied with Lin Zheng's behavior, and there was a hint of blame in his tone. Lin Zheng just said to him, only in prosperous times can we talk about morality, and in doomsday, only strength matters. After that, he took Jiang Yitong and others back to the safe house. Wang Tian was left standing there blankly, as if thinking about something. At this time, Guo also stood up and said, Captain, I think this man is a murderer addicted to killing. I think we should get away from him as soon as possible. Wang Tian waved his hand and said, but he didn't do anything to us. That's because we have an official quarantine area behind us, so they don't dare to do anything to us. In fact, when Guo said this, he felt a little nervous. Do you believe it yourself? Wang Tian asked back. Guo pursed his lips and stopped talking. The tanks and armored vehicles alone were not comparable to those in the official quarantine area. What's more, the 3 men and the dog were all awakened, and their strength was extraordinary. It was no problem for them to defeat 10 people alone, especially Lin Zheng. He has many superpowers, a lot of mutated items, and his own strength is also very strong. Perhaps the end of the world also has its own morality. Wang Tian thought for a moment and said something. Then he sighed and continued, let's continue working. Yes, Captain. On the second day, the sky was covered with dark clouds and the wind was howling. It seemed that a heavy rain was about to hit. This is the first rain since the end of the world. The air was filled with the smell of blood and a faint stench of rotting flesh. As the city's sewage system was paralyzed, the stench of excrement could still be faintly smelled. The whole city seemed to be enveloped by the stench, which was lingering. This rain came just in time to wash away the blood, mist, and filth of this city. At this time, Wang Tian and others were still building the wall. Everyone was working hard and sweating profusely. Suddenly, a drop of rain fell and hit Wang Tian's face. He touched it subconsciously, then looked up at the sky. Is it raining? Then more and more raindrops fell. It seems to be raining. He shouted to his team members. It's raining. Everyone go back to the shed. These days, they built themselves a simple shed next to the safe house, where they slept at night. Because Zhao Sini is a girl, a small room was specially set aside for her to live in alone. Lin Zheng also gave each of them a quilt. But this quilt is not given for free. It is a quilt and a promise, which means that in the future, he will bring an awakened person to shake hands with Lin Zheng. These dozen of them are the core members of the Blade Squad. The entire Blade Squad has more than 100 people. These dozen quilts and materials for building the shed cost them the commitment of more than 30 people. As we were talking, the rain was getting heavier. Everyone hurried back to the shed. As the last person ran into the shed, heavy rain began to fall. It was like countless tiny marbles falling from the sky and hitting the top of the shed, making an extremely noisy sound. Suddenly, there was a cool and earthy smell in the air. Wang Tian and the others looked up at the sudden downpour and felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility. The world has become too much these days. Everyone was in a state of panic and fear. Too many things have been overturned, too much of human nature has been exposed. This huge change caught everyone off guard. Now, this heavy rain has made the world a little quieter. The hustle and bustle outside only makes the quietness in the shed more prominent. Captain, how long do you think this zombie crisis will last? Zhao Sini suddenly asked in a heavy tone. Wang Tian thought for a moment and said, maybe it will end tomorrow, or maybe it will never end. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Then, Zhao Sini paused and said, will humanity perish because of this? This time, Wang Tian did not answer immediately, but frowned slightly with a serious expression. Maybe he thinks so, but he doesn't want to face it. At this time, Lin Zheng and others also arrived at the door of the safe house. If everyone were like you, human civilization and morality would be passed down, but humans will not. Hearing Lin Zheng's words, Wang Tian's heart was shocked, and he slowly looked at him. So, let's survive first, and then talk about morality and civilization. Lin Zheng said again. Survive first, then talk about morality and civilization. Wang Tian repeated Lin Zheng's words and looked up at the ink-stained sky. He concentrated for a long time and suddenly smelled a fragrance. It seems like hot pot. He turned his head to look at Lin Zheng. Behind them was a hot pot table filled with ingredients. Guiyi and the others were so shocked that their eyes widened and their mouths watered. Do you want to eat? Wang Tian was stunned, a little surprised. Give it to us? Of course it's not for free. How about 10 promises? Lin Zheng said. Wang Tian hesitated. He cannot guarantee that all his team members will awaken, nor can he guarantee that they will survive until that time. But Gui Yi and others were looking at the captain eagerly, their eyes almost popping out of stars, their faces full of anticipation, as eager as children for candy. He could only nod helplessly. Go! Woohoo! Gui Yi and the others shouted and carried the table into the shed. Everyone looked at the hot pot with red oil bubbling, swallowing their saliva. So fragrant. Not only had they not eaten such sumptuous food for many days, but they also had to endure Lin Zheng and the others eating in front of them every day. They couldn't hold back any longer and began to eat voraciously. The dishes are not cooked yet. Just put them in the hot pot and eat them. This time, Wang Tian did not compete with them for the food, but watched them wolfing down from the side with a gratified smile. No one noticed that there were several bloodstains on Wang Tian's ankles. Chapter 79, I Will Kill You. Day 7. Because Gui Yi and the others had a great time eating the day before, they did not get up until very late. Wang Tian got up early, looked at his teammates, then quietly put on his clothes and started to work. As soon as he walked out of the shed, he suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. What's going on? He shook his head vigorously a few times and felt much more awake. It rained heavily last night, and the ground was a bit muddy. In order not to dirty his pants, Wang Tian squatted down and rolled up his trouser legs. Suddenly, the scar on his ankle caught his attention. He was stunned for a moment, but he did not panic. Instead, he silently put down his trouser legs and sighed deeply. What he didn't know was that Lin Zheng was standing at the door of the safe house. Wang Tian slowly stood up, and then he found Lin Zheng standing beside him. He smiled helplessly. Finally, I got caught. What are you going to do? Lin Zheng asked calmly. What else can I do? Just end it yourself? That means I will break my promise to you, little brother, Wang Tian said calmly. It's okay. Your Blade Squad has more than 100 people anyway. It's the same if you find someone to replace you. Wang Tian. Well then, little brother, I'll go first. Wang Tian smiled calmly, then pulled out a dagger from his waist and was about to kill himself. Team leader. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, and then Wang Tian was hugged from behind, and the dagger in his hand was knocked to the ground. Wang Tian turned around and found that it was Gui Yi behind him. The other team members also stood up. Gui Yi, as the captain, I now order you to let go. Wang Tian said seriously. I won't let go, captain. Seeing Gui Yi was so stubborn, Wang Tian could only change his tone and said patiently. Gui Yi, I was scratched by a zombie. It is only a matter of time before I mutate into a zombie. Have you forgotten our identities and our responsibilities? We are soldiers. Our duty is to defend our country and to risk our lives for the people. Guo also said loudly. I'm glad you didn't forget. Let me go. Now it's time for me to perform my duties. Wang Tian said calmly. Guo also shook his head desperately, holding on tightly, and refused to let go. Wang Tian directly pushed back with his elbow, then pushed with both arms, directly pushing Gui Yi away, then quickly picked up the dagger on the ground and retreated to the open space outside. Without hesitation, he thrust the dagger into his own head. Captain! Everyone shouted in unison. Snap! An ice spike hit the dagger in Wang Tian's hand, shattering it, and the dagger fell. Everyone looked at Lin Zheng in surprise. Even Wang Tian looked at him, not knowing what he meant. Little brother, you? Lin Zheng crossed his arms over his chest and said, You have been scratched for so long, but you haven't turned into a zombie. Maybe you are immune to the zombie virus. Immune to the zombie virus. Everyone suddenly realized. The human body is actually very strong. No matter what virus it infects, there will always be people who are immune to it. Perhaps Wang Tian is the one in a million with an immune system. What if the mutation is just slow? Wang Tian expressed his concerns. Don't worry, if you mutate, I will be the first to kill you. Hearing this, Wang Tian smiled with satisfaction. He believed that Lin Zheng's strength could kill him in seconds before he could cause any harm to others. Thank you, little brother. Lin Zheng waved his hand and said, No, you haven't repaired the wall for me yet. After this little episode, everyone started to work as usual. The only difference is that Gui Yi has always been by Wang Tian's side. Noon, when everyone was resting, suddenly there was a shout outside the door. Wang Tian listened attentively and seemed to be familiar with the owner of the voice. It's him. At this time, at the entrance of Taoyuan base, a group of people with guns and live ammunition stood. The leader was a man wearing sunglasses and with a slick back hair. His name was Chun Fei, and he was from the special department of the quarantine area. This department specializes in handling various difficult tasks. They can use any means as long as they can complete the task. He took a look at this so-called Taoyuan base, his eyes full of contempt. Damn, such a tiny place is worthy of being called a base. Chun Fei actually came to take over Wang Tian's mission. Wang Tian led the Blade team and has been out for more than 10 days. Their mission is to find mutant items and bring them back to the quarantine area. So I didn't go back to the quarantine area. The official leader had lost his patience, so he sent Chen Fei from the special department and told him to bring back a mutant item as soon as possible, no matter what means he used. Chen Fei came here because he saw the contents of the A4 paper that Lin Zheng had distributed before. He was still thinking about where to start, but now that he knew that a place called Taoyuan Base was related to mutant items, he decided to go to Taoyuan Base first. Is there anyone inside? Open the door for me. Fei Chun kicked the gate of the base and shouted loudly, but there was no response for a long time. Chun Fei lost his patience and waved at his men. Blow the door open. Then, a man behind him took out a grenade and was about to pull out the safety pin. A voice suddenly came from the wall of the base. Where did this wild dog come from? Barking in front of the gate of my Taoyuan base. Chun Fei turned his head and slowly took off his sunglasses. He found a teenager standing on the wall. The flesh on his face trembled for a moment, and then he raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at Lin Zheng, saying with a playful look on his face, "Boy, don't talk nonsense or you will die. Now, immediately, open the door or I will shoot you to death." Chun Fei said with disdain on his face in a threatening tone. "Oh, you can try it and see whether you die or I die," Lin Zheng also said with a smile. After hearing this, Chun Fei couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. He had seen people who were not afraid of death, but he had never seen someone who was not afraid of death and was so stupid. Okay, very good, then I'll try it." After saying that, Fei Chin was about to pull the trigger when suddenly the gate of the base opened. Wang Tian and others appeared at the door. Chun Fei was a little surprised. "Oh, so you are here. Did you defect?" His tone was full of sarcasm, and he was obviously mocking Wang Tian and others for not completing the task for so long. "Chun Fei, why are you here?" Wang Tian was not angry, but asked calmly. "I'm here to clean up the mess for the losers." Chun Fei put on his glasses again, walked up to Wang Tian, and patted Wang Tian on the shoulder. It was obvious that the losers he was talking about were Wang Tian and others. "Fei Chun, watch your mouth." Guiyi clenched his fists and shouted angrily at Fei Chun. "Aren't you good for nothings? Why does it take so long to find something?" Guiyi was furious and was about to take action, but was stopped by Wang Tian. Wang Tian said, "We have found the mutant items and will take them back to the quarantine area in 3 days. Please go back." "That's perfect. Just hand over the mutant items to us, and don't worry about the rest." Guiyi couldn't hold back any longer, and regardless of Wang Tian's obstruction, he stood up and said, "What? Leave it to you? Do you know how much we suffered to obtain this mutant item? And you suddenly showed up and want to take the mutant item away. Do you think this is possible?" Chun Fei smiled at Guiyi, and suddenly, he kicked Guiyi in the abdomen. Guiyi curled up on the ground in pain. "I don't know if this is possible now." Seeing this, Wang Tian was furious. "Fei Chun, don't go too far. It's not that I'm being over the top. It's that your subordinate doesn't know what's good for him. I'm just teaching him a lesson for you. It's not your turn to teach my people a lesson. Then I'll just treat it as teaching a dog a lesson." Chun Fei spread his hands, with a mocking look on his face. At this time, Lin Zheng jumped down from the wall and came in front of Chun Fei. Looking at him, he said, "You're having a blast barking like a dog here, aren't you?" Chapter 80 Dispute. Hearing Lin Zheng's words, Chun Fei was so angry that the flesh on his face trembled, his eyes were blazing, and his teeth were chattering. Lin Zheng used his own method to fight back. Looking at the furious Chun Fei, he gently slapped him on the face twice and said again, "Why? Is there anything wrong with saying you're a barking dog? Aren't you a stray dog that barks everywhere? Boy, you're looking for death." After saying that, he was about to attack Lin Zheng, but Wang Tian stopped him. "I advise you to calm down. He is not someone you can afford to offend." "Humph," Fei Chun sneered. "Even if he is the king of heaven, he must die today." Chun Fei pushed Wang Tian away, pulled out the dagger from his waist, and stabbed it straight into Lin Zheng's heart. Lin Zheng suddenly attacked. His right hand instantly turned into steel, and he grasped the dagger. Chun Fei was shocked. This is a ruthless person. Seeing this, he quickly raised the rifle hanging on his body and pointed it at Lin Zheng. Just as he was about to shoot, Lin Zheng grabbed the gun barrel and twisted it violently, bending it directly. The hand holding the dagger also exerted force suddenly, and the dagger was crushed into pieces. Lin Zheng held the pile of debris, slowly raised it, and slowly loosened his palm in front of Chun Fei. The debris fell down with a clang. Chun Fei swallowed his saliva. "It seems like I kicked the steel plate this time." He looked at Wang Tian for help, hoping that he could come out and speak for him. Otherwise, he would die here. Wang Tian spread his hands and said, "Why are you looking at me? I warned you, but you didn't listen." After saying this, he took 2 steps back, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him. When Chun Fei saw this, his heart sank. The atmosphere became awkward. "Woof, woof, woof." Chun Fei suddenly imitated the barking of a dog and said to Lin Zheng with a smile, "You are right. I am a wild dog who likes to bark everywhere. Woof, woof, woof." Everyone's eyes widened. Chun Fei's reaction surprised them, but it also seemed very reasonable. He knows how to bend and stretch. Lin Zheng was also stunned. He didn't expect the other party to react like this. But he wanted to kill Lin Zheng. No matter if he was a man or a dog, he would become a corpse. Lin Zheng grabbed Chen Fei's neck. Fei Chen was so frightened that he begged for mercy again and again. Wait, I'm from the quarantine zone. If you kill me, the quarantine zone will not let you go. Wang Tian, who was standing by, couldn't help but shook his head when he heard this. Lin Zheng smiled calmly and replied, "It doesn't matter, I don't care." Ah! Chen Fei's face was horrified, his eyes bulged. Snap! Lin Zheng exerted force with his fingers and broke Chen Fei's neck directly, then threw his body aside casually. Chen Fei's men were frightened and retreated one after another. Seeing that Lin Zheng was like a god, they didn't even have the courage to raise their guns. "I'll run." But he was frightened by Lin Zheng's scolding and stopped. "Did I let you go?" There was only one person who was still running forward regardless. After running a few dozen meters, he turned back and taunted Lin Zheng. "Stupid, come and kill me. Ha ha." Whoosh! An ice spike shot out, piercing directly from its back and exiting from its heart, leaving a bloody hole in its heart. The man also fell to the ground. The others who had stopped wanted to run away, but after seeing this scene, they completely gave up the idea of escaping. "Come back here," Lin Zheng shouted. All of Chen Fei's men retreated. Seeing the obedient special department personnel, Wang Tian even doubted whether he had seen it wrong. They were lawless and looked down on everyone on weekdays. It seems that evil people need ruthless people to deal with them. "Please don't kill us," they began to beg for mercy. "I don't have to kill you, but you could just build a wall for me," Lin Zheng said. "On-site recruitment of workers, or the kind that doesn't pay wages." Okay, as long as you don't kill us, we'll do anything for you." Wang Tian was stunned. Everyone in this special department is a ruthless person, but this time they are so like little lambs and so obedient. It's not normal. Really? The next second, someone took out a grenade, unplugged it, and stuffed it into Lin Zheng's pocket. Grenade! Everyone quickly retreated and lay down, leaving only Lin Zheng standing there. "I'm from a special department. If you want me to do labor as a laborer and build a wall, go to hell. I'll blow your mother to death," the man said arrogantly while lying on the ground. Lin Zheng took out the grenade from his pocket calmly. His whole body was reinforced with steel, and his hands tightly grasped the grenade. Boom! After a muffled sound, a burst of black smoke came out of Lin Zheng's hand, but his palm was intact. The man was stunned and said tremblingly, "He is a human after all? If he is a ghost, how can he not be killed by grenades?" The next second, Lin Zheng slowly raised his palm and pointed it at him. The man got up and ran as fast as he could. Superpower, blast! As soon as the words fell, an explosion with terrifying energy blasted towards the man. Straight to his head, the high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees instantly evaporated the part above the shoulder. There was still a wisp of white smoke coming out of the broken part, and there was a sizzling sound of oil coming out. Half of his body stood still for a few seconds before collapsing to the ground. Then, Lin Zheng looked at the others with a glare. They were so frightened that they immediately dropped their weapons, took off their shirts, and rolled up their trouser legs. "We are ready to work. Please give us your orders." Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. With the addition of this group of people, the speed of wall construction was significantly accelerated. It should be ready in about 1 day. By then, there would only be 2 days left before the zombie wave arrived, so Lin Zheng would have enough time to prepare defensive weapons. At this time, in a meeting room in the official quarantine area, a group of people are discussing something. "Lian, your Blade squad is full of rubbish. They have been looking for a mutant item for so long and haven't come back yet." The person who spoke was the head of the special department, named Zhou Ling. The Lian he mentioned was Lian, the military leader of the quarantine zone. The Blade squad was one of his ace squads. Lian was wearing camouflage uniform, with his hands folded in front of his chest, his eyes slightly closed, and a calm and composed look. After a long while, Lian slowly said, "If you are not satisfied, you can send someone to find it yourself." "Humph!" Zhou Ling snorted coldly, with a smug smile on his face, as if he was waiting for Lian to say this. "Of course, our special department has been dispatched. The task that you cannot complete will be completed by us." Lian was not surprised after hearing this. He seemed to have expected it. "That's great. With your special department dispatched, they will surely find the mutant items quickly," Zhou Ling said. "If the mutant item is found by us, and we find a way to quickly awaken it, our special department will be the first to awaken. I'm sure you don't have any objections to this." Lian, who was originally very calm, suddenly got angry when he heard this. He stood up abruptly and slammed his hand on the table. "Zhou Ling, you are talking bullshit. Why should the special department be the first to awaken? Our military department goes out every day to collect supplies and search for survivors. We are on the verge of death every moment. Even if we need to awaken, our military department will be the first to awaken. A waste is still a waste even if he wakes up. What's the use even if he wakes up?" Zhou Ling mocked without hesitation. Lian slapped the table directly with his palm. This palm brought a gust of wind and hit Zhou Ling's face. They were all enhanced people, and they were just one step away from awakening. If you hadn't tried my useless fist, just give it a try, come on. The two of them were on edge, and the situation got out of control for a time. All right, a middle-aged man sitting not far away shouted and stopped the two of them. This person is the general leader of the official quarantine area. His name is Lu Chengwei, and he was originally the mayor of Tianyang City. What's there to argue about? Now the Ma, Wang, and Lu families in the quarantine area are all eyeing us covetously, and you still have the mind to engage in internal strife. I think that by the time comes, we will collapse before anyone else makes a move. Lu Chengwei looked at the two of them seriously and said. The two of them returned to their seats, crossed their arms, and forced themselves to calm down their anger. Our research has reached a critical moment. As long as we have a mutant item for sample experiment, we can crack the secret of awakening. In this way, whichever department brings back the mutant item will be the first to awaken. That's it, meeting adjourned. After Lu Chengwei finished speaking, he left. Zhou Ling said to Lin, the general leader has agreed that whoever brings back the mutant item first will awaken first. You have nothing to say now, right? Since the general leader has spoken, I naturally agree, but it is still uncertain who will go first and who will go later. Okay, then we'll see. Chapter 81 Super Enhancement. That night, the moon was surprisingly round, as if there was a kind of tranquility before the end of the world. After Wang Tian and the others finished their work, they took a rest in the shed. He kept a dagger in one hand. If anything unusual happened to him, he would stab the dagger into his head without hesitation. At this time, Lin Zheng walked out of the safe house. These days, he has absorbed countless crystal cores, and after practicing to consolidate his power, he has successfully broken through to the third level. After breaking through to the third level, no matter how many crystal cores he absorbs, it is like a drop of water in the sea, which cannot cause any splash. It seems that the crystal core of the second-level zombie is no longer of much use to him. He has to kill higher-level zombies and obtain their crystal cores. At present, the best chance is the zombie wave in 3 days. There will definitely be many high-level zombies in the zombie tide. When the time comes, as long as Lin Zheng kills one and obtains a high-level crystal core, he will have countless high-level crystal cores. The moon is so round today. Lin Zheng looked up and exclaimed. Wang Tian, who was sitting in the shed, looked at Lin Zheng. Really? Come out and take a look. Wang Tian slowly stood up, still holding the dagger in his hand, and walked outside. Then he looked up at the night sky and saw a bright moon. It is rare to have such a night in this last day. Suddenly, Wang Tian felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then his head swelled. He was swept by a feeling of dizziness, and the whole world was spinning. He reacted immediately. The mutation has begun. He raised the dagger, but countless phantoms appeared, and he couldn't tell which one was the real one. Without time to think, he stabbed his head recklessly. Crooked, the dagger only scratched his cheek, leaving a shallow blood mark. Others noticed Wang Tian's abnormality and rushed out. Captain, is he going to turn into a zombie? Stop talking nonsense, and go get a rope. Guiyi said to a team member anxiously. Lin Zheng, who was standing by, felt a little strange. If he wasn't immune to the zombie virus, why did it take so long for him to mutate? While thinking, he had already condensed a high-temperature blast in his hand, ready to shoot at Wang Tian instantly, blasting him into ashes. At this time, Guiyi and others had tied Wang Tian up with hemp ropes, but he was still struggling frantically, with a ferocious look on his face, and he kept shouting, Kill me, kill me. Guiyi and others could not bring themselves to do it, and stood aside indifferently. Suddenly the system said, he has a unique physique that can be well integrated with the zombie virus, thereby changing the strength of every cell in the body and greatly improving his combat effectiveness. The disadvantage is that if he cannot overcome the backlash brought by the virus, he will completely lose his mind and become a real zombie. This mutation requires the stimulation of the moon to proceed. Lin Zheng looked up at the moon again. Sure enough, there is a crisis hidden beneath the tranquility. It seems he can still be saved. Roar! Suddenly, Wang Tian roared, and the hemp rope on his body was directly broken. The broken hemp ropes shot at Guiyi and others, knocking them flying. They fell to the ground, spitting blood from their mouths. So strong! Lin Zheng was a little surprised. At this moment, Wang Tian's face was covered with rotten flesh. His body seemed to have grown in size, and his clothes were obviously bulging. Captain! Guiyi covered his chest with his hands and shouted. But Wang Tian had lost his mind, and could not hear Guiyi's shouts at all. He quickly came to a member of the special department, grabbed him, and lifted him above his head. The man's face was filled with fear. Save me! Save me! Before he could finish his words, Wang Tian suddenly pulled it apart. Ah! Guiyi and the others were also terrified. This was the first time they had seen such a cruel Wang Tian. Wang Tian threw the man's body away, then punched the repaired wall, and punched a big hole in it. I don't know if it's because the wall they built was not good, or if Wang Tian's punch was too powerful. You broke my wall, so I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Zheng said, and flew in front of Wang Tian. Wang Tian saw someone blocking his way and immediately roared in anger, raising his hands to grab Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng reached out with both hands, grasped his palms, and felt his strength. This is almost level 2. Lin Zheng was a little surprised. Wang Tian saw that his hands were captured, and he became more and more angry. He roared wildly, and the strength in his hands continued to increase, and his muscles became more and more bulging. Tear! The clothes on his arms suddenly burst open, revealing the rock-like muscles inside, which were covered with dense blood vessels. With every effort he made, his muscles made a harsh friction sound. You are indeed very strong, but I am only at the 3rd level. As soon as Lin Zheng finished speaking, he exerted force suddenly, twisted his waist, and threw Wang Tian to the ground with a loud bang. Gui Yi and others were extremely surprised. This strength is comparable to that of a bull. Wang Tian, who was knocked down, beat his chest and stamped his feet, roaring to the sky, as if he was very angry. He roared and rushed towards Lin Zheng again. Lin Zheng stood firm this time and clenched his fists, his finger bones crackling. When the fist is clenched, it seems that a slight sound of air waves can be heard. At this moment, Wang Tian was already close to him. Lin Zheng slightly turned sideways to avoid his attack, then used his waist strength to throw a punch that had already been charged. Boom! The punch hit Wang Tian's abdominal muscles solidly, and there was a sound of fine stone cracking. Wang Tian flew backwards and hit the wall behind him, then slowly slid to the ground. He was completely unconscious and lay on the ground, motionless. Gui Yi and the others couldn't help swallowing their saliva as they watched this scene, their lips twitching. If this punch hit them, a bloody hole would be punched out of their body. Team leader. They rushed forward and helped Wang Tian up. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The rotten flesh on his face had disappeared. There was a burn hole in his clothes. At this time, Lin Zheng stepped forward and said very seriously, "Carry him into the shed, out of the moonlight." Okay. Gua hadn't recovered from the shock of Lin Zheng's punch yet, so he spoke hesitantly. Then he and another person lifted Wang Tian up and brought him into the shed. At this moment, Lin Zheng was thinking again, wondering if this could be considered a supernatural power and whether it could be copied. System can be copied. After copying, the host's ability can be doubled within a certain period of time. Will I be attacked by the zombie virus and lose my sanity? Lin Zheng asked. System. Of course not. The host's SSS-level talent system can directly eliminate the toxicity of the zombie virus. The host can directly use the super enhanced ability. Lin Zheng snapped his fingers. Nice. Chapter 82, Acid Rain. Then, Lin Zheng followed them into the shed, looked at Wang Tian lying on the bed, and slowly walked over. Then without warning, she grabbed his hand. Gui Yi and others, the picture is too beautiful to look at directly. Guo also came forward and asked, "What happened to our captain?" Lin Zheng glanced at him and replied, "Your captain has awakened, but when he awakens, he will lose his mind due to the backlash of the virus. If he can get through this difficult time, he will be completely awakened." What? Our captain has awakened his superpowers, which means he won't turn into a zombie. Gui Yi said with joy. Half awakened. Lin Zheng nodded and said, "Then the captain doesn't have to die." As he spoke, Lin Zheng had already copied successfully, so he let go of Wang Tian's hand and stood up. Remember, don't let him get exposed to the moonlight, otherwise he will become as scary as before. Yeah, Gwen nodded repeatedly. Move outside. The moon is still clear. Taking advantage of the current moonlight, Lin Zheng is testing the power of this enhanced ability. He is different from Wang Tian. Wang Tian's supernatural power can only be activated passively, but Lin Zheng can actively activate his supernatural power in a moonlight environment. It really is the same superpower, but different fate. Lin Zheng looked up at the moon, his lips slightly parted. Superpower, super enhancement. Bang! A gust of wind blew away from him, stirring up gravel and sand. His aura suddenly rose, like a mountain rising from the ground and reaching the sky. The body also underwent obvious changes. The muscles of the whole body became hard, and there was a sound of muscles and bones rubbing against each other. But there was no rotten flesh on his face. It remained the same, even becoming more sharp and angular and more handsome. Jiang Yitong and Li Jiang rushed out upon hearing the noise. After feeling the terrifying aura from Lin Zheng, he couldn't help but shake his head. Hey, ordinary people practice by walking step by step. Those with some talent run, and geniuses ride the high-speed train. Lin Zheng is running while pulling the high-speed train. Jiang Yitong's eyes looked a little different. Very ambiguous. Very loving. At this time, a blind zombie slipped in from the hole that Wang Tian had blasted out before. As soon as he came in, he took a few deep breaths, searching for human scent. When he saw Lin Zheng standing in the yard, he immediately became extremely excited and ran towards him, shouting, "I thought, today's dinner is settled." Little do people know that high-end prey always appears as hunters. Lin Zheng turned his head and saw that he had no one to practice with. You came at the right time. The zombie ran in front of Lin Zheng, and Lin Zheng raised his hand and grabbed its head. It stood there with its teeth and claws bared, but it couldn't move forward at all. Roar, roar, roar. It was still yelling, trying to intimidate the other party in this way. It didn't even realize how terrifying the existence in front of it was. Superpower blast! Lin Zheng's lips moved slightly. The next second, the palm placed on the zombie's head emitted an orange light. Boom! A beam of explosive light, with terrifying energy, suddenly shot out. The zombie's entire body was enveloped in the blasting beam and vaporized in an instant, leaving no trace. Not bad. Zombies below level 3 should be easily strangled. After that, Lin Zheng returned to his original state. At this moment, the originally clear night sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, which covered the moon in the sky in just a dozen seconds. Then a fierce wind blew violently, making a whistling sound. The atmosphere seemed a bit weird. This change came too suddenly. Snap, snap. There was a sound of raindrops hitting the roof, and a hissing sound. Lin Zheng immediately realized that something was wrong. There's something wrong with this rain. Just then, a drop of rain hit his hand, causing a sharp pain. Lin Zheng raised his hand and saw that the place wet by the rain was slightly black and was emitting white smoke. This rain is corrosive and is high-concentration acid rain. Lin Zheng's steel was strengthened in an instant. The acid rain fell on him and slid down very smoothly without any corrosion. Why is it raining again? Li Jiang was about to stretch his head out to take a look. When Lin Zheng saw this, he thrust a piece of ice at him and hit him back. Don't come out, it's acid rain. After hearing this, Li Jiang's face was filled with fear. If it weren't for Lin Zheng's attack just now, he would have been corroded by the acid rain. Zheng, coming quickly! Li Jiang and Jiang Yitong shouted to Lin Zheng worriedly. Lin Zheng nodded. He found that his clothes were covered with small holes. Before leaving, he warned Guiyi and others. This is high-concentration acid rain. Don't come out. Guiyi and others were shocked after hearing this. Lin Zheng returned to the safe house, still maintaining his steel-strengthened state because his clothes were stained with a lot of acid rain. If he returned to his normal state at this moment, he would definitely be burned. Zheng, are you okay? Li Jiang was about to touch Lin Zheng, but Lin Zheng stopped him. Don't touch me. There's acid rain on me. You'll get burned. Li Jiang paused for a moment and slowly withdrew his hand. Then Lin Zheng went to the shower room, took off his tattered clothes, and rinsed his whole body with warm water. Then he returned to his normal state, put on his clothes, and came to the door of the safe house again, looking at the acid rain like a waterfall with some concern. Is this the precursor to the zombie tide? The previous wave of zombies and the current strange acid rain both foreshadow the danger of the zombie wave in 3 days. Lin Zheng felt a vague sense of uneasiness in his heart. This was the first time he had felt this way since the end of the world. He looked at the shed. The roof was made of steel plates several dozen millimeters thick, so it shouldn't be corroded by acid rain. But at this time, there are countless survivors who didn't have time to find shelter. The whole body was soaked by the acid rain and instantly became a bloody mess, and was also surrounded by a foul-smelling white smoke. I wanted to run, but I felt as if my skin had been peeled off. Not only was the pain unbearable, but I also had no strength at all. Finally, he could only fall to the ground, letting the acid rain pour down on his body and corrode it until only a pile of bones remained. Zombies are no exception. Low-level zombies are just like ordinary people. When they get wet, they will corrode. The difference is that the smell they emit when corroded is more foul, and the smoke they emit is light yellow. For a moment, the entire Jiangtong city was filled with smoke and the smell of death. It's like a ghost town. Seeing that the situation was not right, Li Xiaoro immediately ran into a building beside the road. I happened to run into Xiao Lin, who was also hiding from the rain. When Li Xiaoro saw a stranger, she immediately became alert and said, "Get lost. I've taken over this place." Xiao Lin felt the voice was familiar, as if it was the man on the road that day. Then he asked, "Are you the one who stopped me on the road that day?" Li Xiaoro also recalled, "It's you." Xiao Lin nodded. "I've been at Taiyuan base. Their elders are very nice." "Yes." Li Xiaoro nodded. "So you are here to protect Taiyuan base?" "I guess so," Xiao Lin then said. "From now on, you won't be alone." Chapter 83, Natural Disasters. The horrible acid rain lasted until the late night, and countless lives were turned into a pool of smelly sewage in this natural disaster. Day 2. The weather became unusually sunny again. It was only around 8 in the morning, but the sun was already very hot, giving people the illusion that it was noon and the sun was shining brightly. The high temperature caused the acid rain remaining on the ground to gradually evaporate, and a pungent smell filled the air, making people feel sick. Wang Tian woke up and slapped his head. He looked at his hands and said to himself in surprise, "I'm not dead." The next second, he had a splitting headache. He pressed his hands tightly on both temples and closed his eyes to recall what happened last night. "Be silent for a moment." He suddenly woke up Am I going to become a zombie? After reacting, he subconsciously reached for his waist and was startled. Hey, where's my knife? Ever since witnessing Wang Tian's determination last night, Guiyi hid his knife, fearing that Wang Tian would stab him in the head when he wasn't paying attention. Captain, you're awake. Guo also woke up and rubbed his eyes. Guiyi, where's my knife? Guo was also stunned, then pretended to be stupid and said, I don't know, maybe it was lost. Wang Tian no longer dwelled on this and changed the subject and asked, what happened last night? Why didn't I turn into a zombie? I clearly remember that Guiyi immediately became excited, almost jumping up, and said excitedly, Captain, you have awakened your superpowers. I'm awake. Wang Tian was startled and very surprised. But that little brother said that you are only half awakened, because when you use your superpowers, you will be attacked by the virus and lose your mind. Only when you defeat the backlash of the virus can you be considered to have fully awakened successfully. The virus backfires. Guo also scratched his head. Captain, I'm not sure either. Why don't you go ask that little brother? Wang Tian nodded, then propped himself up on the bed with both hands and tried to stand up. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He looked down and saw that there was a hole in his clothes on his stomach, as if it was burnt, and there was a bruise on his stomach. What's going on? Guo also said, Captain, you lost your mind yesterday and were completely out of control. A member of the special department was torn in half by you. At this point, Wang Tian's pupils dilated. He couldn't believe it, and a look of self-blame appeared on his face. Although they were incompatible with the people from the special department, he never thought of killing them. Guiyi continued, later, it was my little brother who knocked you unconscious with one punch, and that's when you stopped. Wang Tian was surprised. How much strength does it take to tear the clothes with one punch? Judging from the burn marks on the edge of the hole, his punch seemed to carry a terrifying energy. Okay, I understand. After that, he endured the pain, stood up, got out of bed and went outside. Guiyi followed behind him. Suddenly, a pungent smell pierced my nose. He immediately covered his mouth and nose with his hands, frowning slightly. What's that smell? Why does it smell a bit like chlorine? Guo also fanned his nose with his hands and smelled it. He immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly covered his mouth and nose and said, Captain, you don't know, after you were knocked unconscious last night, there was a high concentration of acid rain. Fortunately, we built this shed, otherwise it would be a pile of bones now. Acid rain? How is this possible? It has been a long time since Jiangtong City last had acid rain. The last time was 30 years ago, and that acid rain was just like vinegar with no corrosive effect at all. Wang Tian said in disbelief, but the scene before him made him believe it. There was a pungent smell in the air, similar to chlorine. The ground was full of small holes, like a sponge, densely packed, and it was obvious that it had been corroded by a high concentration of corrosive liquid. The high-rise building in the distance has obvious signs of peeling on the wall, and the marks are in the shape of water flow. He still seemed to be unconvinced, but seemed eager to see what the world had become. So he planned to walk up to the wall to see what was happening outside the base. But I found that Lin Zheng was already standing on the wall. Lin Zheng turned his head and glanced at him, then said calmly, You're awake. Wang Tian bowed slightly to Lin Zheng, expressing his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Not only what happened last night, but these past few days, if it weren't for Lin Zheng, they probably would have died countless times. Thank you, little brother, Wang Tian said sincerely. It's just a small favor. Lin Zheng replied casually, and then continued to look into the distance. Wang Tian and Guiyi also climbed up the wall. When they saw the scene outside, they were really shocked. The trees and ground are full of small holes. From time to time, you can see a pile of bones on the ground, and next to some of the bones there is a pool of flesh and hair that has not been completely corroded. The road was also covered with broken leaves and branches. From a distance, the whole city is covered with a layer of hazy fog, which makes it look strange and mysterious. Nunu sniffed and could smell a faint smell of blood in the air. At this time, the sun was shining brightly and a foul smell was gradually getting stronger. Before, this city was a ruin, but now it can be said to be a living hell. Is this all caused by the acid rain last night? Lin Zheng still looked into the distance, nodded and replied, That's right. After hearing this, Wang Tian looked worried. The zombies were rampant, which was a devastating blow to humanity. Now, there is a natural disaster. Is it possible that human beings are really going to become extinct? Who is controlling all this? Is it a god? We have angered the gods. Or an alien civilization? They want to invade the Earth. Invade the Earth in this way. Or is it just for no reason? This is a natural occurrence, the law of the universe. It's just that it's far beyond human cognition. So it seems mysterious, strange, and unknowable. Wang Tian looked at the scene in front of him, lost in thought, his expression becoming more and more solemn. Why did such a severe natural disaster suddenly occur? Lin Zheng smiled and replied, It's the end of the world. It's normal for natural disasters to occur. Acid rain may just be the beginning. Wang Tian's pupils dilated, and his expression was surprised. Could it be that there is another natural disaster? Lin Zheng nodded. Wang Tian and Guo also opened their mouths slightly, looked around, and had serious expressions. What is it? Where is it? The two asked almost in unison. Lin Zheng looked at them and said mysteriously, "Didn't you notice anything different today?" After hearing this, the two looked at each other with confusion. What's the difference? Except for these things corroded by acid rain, there seems to be no difference. Suddenly, they both remembered something, looked at each other, and then looked at Lin Zheng in surprise. Could it be? Chapter 84 Horrible Creatures. The two looked up at the sky at the same time. The blazing sun was like a furnace, burning brighter and brighter. They suddenly realized it and said in unison, "It's the sun." Lin Zheng nodded. It's only morning now, but the sun is as scorching as at noon, and the temperature is still rising. This is very abnormal. The scorching sun should be the next round of natural disasters. This is far more terrible than acid rain. When acid rain comes, just find a place to hide and you'll be fine. But the sun was blazing, the temperature was rising, and there was almost no escape. Unless you dig a deep hole and hide in it, or use machines such as air conditioners and refrigerators to forcefully cool down. But now the power system is almost paralyzed and the machines cannot operate. It is not realistic to dig a hole in a short period of time. Fortunately, Lin Zheng had previously stocked up on home appliances such as air conditioners and refrigerators. In fact, he had ice-related abilities and did not need these things. While talking, Wang Tian and Guo also felt that the temperature was getting higher and higher. Sweat began to drip slowly on both sides of their cheeks, and the surface of their skin began to feel slightly hot. "Little brother, let's go down. The temperature is getting higher and higher." Wang Tian looked at Lin Zheng, but found that his face was pale and without a drop of sweat, as if he didn't feel hot at all. In fact, Lin Zheng has been using his ice power to cool his body, so he looks like nothing happened. "You guys go down," Lin Zheng said lightly. The two of them had no choice but to go down first. The temperature was really too high. They hid in the shed to avoid direct sunlight, which was a little better. Lin Zheng was still standing on the wall, thinking about the relationship between these two natural disasters and the zombie tide 2 days later, or whether they had no connection at all. Often before a major disaster strikes, there are some signs. For example, before an earthquake strikes, mice and snakes run out of their holes, loaches and leeches jump up and down, fish float to the surface and spin, dragonflies migrate in groups, and bees startle their nests and sting people and animals. This is because animal sensory systems are far more sensitive than humans, so they will exhibit various abnormal behaviors before an earthquake. If these two natural disasters are related to the zombie wave 2 days later, how terrifying is the zombie tide that is foreshadowed by natural disasters? Just as Lin was thinking, several zombies suddenly appeared on the road. They must have survived by hiding in the buildings and not being exposed to the acid rain. They wandered the streets at random, looking for living people. Suddenly, he saw a pile of rotten meat on the road, so he rushed over like crazy and started to eat it. There is a sense of déjà vu of vultures eating. There should still be acid rain residue on the rotten meat, but the zombies ate it as if nothing had happened. Lin Zheng frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something. Suddenly, a zombie spotted Lin Zheng standing on the wall, immediately dropped the rotten meat in his hand, and ran towards him excitedly. When the other zombies saw this, they also dropped their rotten meat and rushed over, roaring, "Roar, roar, roar." Lin Zheng smiled slightly, and an orange blast shot out from his palm. The terrifying energy directly vaporized the two zombies. The remaining few still rushed forward regardless, their eyes full of desire for flesh and blood. Lin Zheng raised his palm again and shot out a few small ice spikes. The ice spikes all shot accurately into the heads of the zombies. They seemed to be electrocuted, their whole bodies froze and became extremely hard. Then, Lin Zheng clenched his palm. The ice spikes in their heads instantly turned into countless ice slags and exploded violently. The entire head was blown into a meat flower dotted with crystal ice slag. Horror, blood, and crystal purity coexist. After killing these zombies, a sound similar to the croaking of frogs was heard, one after another, constantly echoing. Lin Zheng searched everywhere, but there was no trace of him. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so many frogs in the city, let alone in the apocalypse. And this voice seemed to be awakened by the noise Lin Zheng made earlier. Where exactly is it? Jiang Yitong, Wang Tian, and others were also attracted by the cry, and all came to the top of the wall. They all looked at Lin Zheng with puzzled expressions. Li Jiang asked first, "Zheng, why are there so many frog calls?" Lin Zheng frowned, listened carefully, and said, "This is not the sound of a frog. If it's not the sound of frogs, what is it? Listen carefully. Doesn't it sound like a zombie screaming with its throat held down?" Lin Zheng said. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully. It seemed to be true. Suddenly, they felt a chill down their spines. How could zombies make such horrible noises? "Look at the sewer over there," Li Jiang said in surprise, pointing into the distance. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. I saw a mass of gel-like substance slowly crawling out of a sewer opening, and the gel seemed to be mixed with a lot of sewer garbage and sewage, which looked disgusting and terrifying. And the number of those things increased, as if endless, and they kept crawling out of the sewer. Wherever they crawl, they leave a trail of thick mucus on the ground, just like a slug, and you can faintly hear a sound similar to smacking your lips while eating. What is that thing? It's so disgusting, Zhao Sini said with disgust on her face. As soon as she finished speaking, heads suddenly popped out of those lumps of flesh like mushrooms after rain, full of zombie heads. In other words, those lumps of flesh were zombies that were corroded by last night's acid rain, but not completely melted. They have all become like this, yet they're still alive. Lin Zheng stared at the fleshy zombies intently, as if he had figured something out. At this moment, the flesh zombies discovered the people standing on the wall and turned to face this side, making frog-like sounds. The scene is extremely weird. Suddenly, the flesh under their heads began to wriggle rapidly and turned into a long strip, similar to a poisonous snake. But this snake head is actually a zombie's head. Suddenly, all the flesh zombies swung their bodies and swam towards the wall quickly like poisonous snakes. One of them was particularly fast and had already reached the bottom of the wall. It spat at the wall, and wisps of white smoke came out of the saliva. Their saliva is actually corrosive. Be careful, Wang Tian shouted, and then ordered all the team members to take out their weapons and prepare for battle. Zhang Yitong took the golden explosive bow from behind her back, pulled it hard, drew the bow to its full length, and was ready to go. Li Jiang also took out the golden Tang sword and swung it violently. A flame appeared out of thin air. Come on, look at me. I will cut you into 3 parts first, and then burn you into pieces of coal. Woohoo, single bed, awesome. Li Jiang shouted excitedly. The golden-haired creature roared, and his entire body became stronger with steel. He then used form control, and countless spikes sprouted from his body, like a hedgehog baring his teeth, looking like a ferocious beast. A war is about to break out. Chapter 85. So horrible. The fleshy zombie that rushed to the bottom of the wall first climbed up the wall with the help of the slime on its body. It seems that this wall was built in vain. No one expected that zombies would turn into this form. The fleshy zombie leaped up into the air, opened its bloody mouth, and looked excited. Its snake-like body swayed continuously. It's even picking its first meal. Final. It chose Lin Zheng because he exuded a strong vitality and vigorous blood, which had a huge attraction to zombies. Belch! It growled and shot towards Lin Zheng, revealing its sharp teeth and drooling from the corners of its mouth. It looked extremely hungry. Snap! Lin Zheng grabbed its head. It froze for a moment, then bit down fiercely on Lin Zheng's mouth. There was only a sound of snap, and most of its teeth were broken. I'll fucking let you eat it, Lin Zheng said angrily. At this moment, Lin Zheng's whole body was as hard as steel, so the zombie naturally couldn't bite him, and instead broke its own fangs. After saying that, Lin Zheng clenched his other hand into a fist and punched directly into the zombie's mouth, piercing its entire head. Its head was like a deflated ball, hanging in Lin Zheng's hand. Lin Zheng swung it violently and threw it off the wall. With a thud, it fell to pieces. Its long body swayed a few times as if struggling, and then there was no movement. But in just a moment, the hordes of zombies had already rushed to the top of the wall, slithering up like poisonous snakes. Zhang Yidong had spread her angel wings and flew into the air, shooting wildly at the zombies below. Explosions rang out one after another. Li Jiang wielded the Tang sword and cut off half of the zombie's head with one blow. These days, his swordsmanship has also improved, and it is obviously more flexible, and he has also developed some rules and moves. He just chopped the zombie in half with one horizontal strike. Very smooth and even. The golden retriever rolled directly into the pile of zombies, with the spikes on his body piercing into the fleshy zombies, which were still swaying. The next second, the spikes suddenly grew larger and burst the zombies. Wang Tian and his men, armed with all kinds of weapons, also killed vigorously. Suddenly, 2 zombies attacked at the same time and flew towards Wang Tian. One zombie wrapped around his hands, and the other one tied around his legs. Wang Tian was instantly unable to move. Seeing that the 2 zombies were about to bite Wang Tian fell forward suddenly. He crushed the zombie's head on his chest, then raised his legs and slammed them to the ground. The zombie's head that was wrapped around his legs also exploded instantly. This is the strength of the captain of the Blade team. He is fearless and quick to react in the face of danger. After he fully awakens his superpowers, combined with his own qualities, he will definitely be a top-notch master. Lin Zheng watched as groups of zombies continued to climb up the wall. Some of them had already crawled into the base through the hole that Wang Tian had smashed. This is not a solution. We have to stop them and keep them outside the wall. Then they can look down on us and crush us. That's it. Lin Zheng suddenly came up with an idea and thought of how to stop these strange zombies. He slowly squatted down with his hands on the ground. Then there was a sound of ice cracking. Lin Zheng's whole body was shaking continuously, and an extremely powerful supernatural power instantly spread out from him. All the people who were fighting were frightened by the terrifying energy wave and stopped, turning their heads to look at Lin Zheng. Is this the full strength of the little brother? In front of him, we are really as small as ants. Wang Tian couldn't help but sigh. Then he grabbed a zombie with his backhand, pinched its tail, spun it around, and then slammed it to the ground. There was only a snap, and the zombie's head shattered to the ground. Brother Lin Zheng is so awesome. Jiang Yitong, who was flying in the air, suddenly stopped shooting arrows and looked towards Lin Zheng with admiration in her eyes. A Zheng is awesome, Li Jiang shouted not far away. Then he chopped down a zombie with a knife, then stepped on it and kicked it dozens of meters away like a ball. The next second, starting from Lin Zheng's palm, a thick layer of ice began to spread rapidly, as if a cold current was coming, freezing the wall in an instant. In less than 10 seconds, the entire wall was covered with a thick layer of ice. Of course, the side that Lin Zheng and his team were standing on was not frozen. Otherwise, the slippery ice would prevent them from exerting their strength. A chill came over me instantly. Under the blazing sun, the cool air made them feel very comfortable. They felt as if they could breathe freely and smoothly. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief unconsciously. It's finally cool. Gui pulled the dagger out of a zombie's head, then wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "This trick really worked." The wall covered with a layer of ice became extremely slippery. The zombies on the ground wanted to climb up the wall, but they slipped down after climbing a little. Soon, many zombies piled up under the wall. Soon, everyone dealt with the zombies that had rushed over the wall and into the base one by one. At this moment, there are corpses everywhere. 2 members of the Blade Squad died, 4 members of the Special Division died, and the remaining bodies were all zombies. The rest of the people were fine. Everyone looked at the thick layer of ice on the wall in amazement. Even if they had awakened their ice powers, how powerful a power would it take to condense such a huge piece of ice in an instant? They now simply cannot imagine what the extent of that is. Lin Zheng slowly stood up and looked at the zombies under the wall. They were so densely packed that they had already accumulated into a thick layer. At this time, no more zombies crawled out of the sewer. These should be all the zombies. Now we don't have to worry about zombies rushing into the base. Wang Tian and his team reacted quickly, leading the team to a wall and firing wildly at the zombies piled up below. The bullets hit the zombies' bodies, making bang-bang sounds. Countless pieces of flesh flew up, but the zombies still had no fear and rushed forward frantically. Li Jiang and Jin Mao were also responsible for the zombies under one wall. A man and a dog jumped off the wall and madly strangled the zombies. Jiang Yitong also shot arrows at the bottom of a wall, and explosions continued to sound. Lin Zheng looked at the zombies below and jumped down as well. When the zombies saw Lin Zheng, they rushed towards him frantically. Lin Zheng slowly stretched out his hand and aimed it at the long line of zombies. Superpower blast! Boom! A beam of explosive light suddenly shot out. The long line of zombies was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving only small pieces of flesh and a small tail swaying on the ground. Everyone was attracted by this huge movement. Almost all of them expressed the same sentiment. This boy is so terrifying. Chapter 86 Evolution. After destroying all the zombies on this wall with one blast, Lin Zheng came to the wall where Li Jiang and Jin Mao were standing. The explosion in his hand had already condensed, and an orange flame was swirling around his palm. The air around the flame was a little distorted. It can be seen how terrifying this explosive energy is. Jiang, shout Ji Mao, get out of the way. Lin Zheng raised his hand and shouted at Li Jiang and Jin Mao, who were fighting in the zombie group. The man and the dog suddenly turned around. Fuck! After seeing the terrifying explosion, the man and the dog immediately jumped out of the zombie group. The explosion in Lin Zheng's palm also shot out. Boom! The terrifying high temperature not only evaporated the zombies instantly, but also melted most of the ice on the wall, which was dripping continuously. Li Jiang and Jin Mao looked at each other and swallowed their saliva. If I had jumped out a step later, I would have evaporated right on the spot. The zombies under the other 2 walls had been almost all killed, so Lin Zheng stopped attacking. One jump, back to the wall. At this moment, he seemed to have figured out the relationship between these 2 natural disasters and a zombie wave 2 days later. Evolution. To sum it up in 2 simple words, it's evolution. Or in other words, it is the survival of the fittest. The zombies in Jiangtong City include not only living people who have been infected by the fog and mutated, but also corpses buried underground that have mutated. But there is also a large portion that comes from nowhere, continuously, and there seems to be no end. Maybe it was produced by some mysterious force, or maybe it was bred in some mysterious place. But in short, their number seems endless. In an extremely harsh environment, the strong will be selected and the weak will be eliminated, or force the weak to evolve to adapt to the harsh environment. Apparently, These flesh zombies evolved into their current form under the pressure of acid rain. Thinking of this, Lin Zheng couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and looked at the sun in the sky, which was getting redder and redder. He wondered what kind of horrible form the high temperature would force the zombies to evolve into. After those zombies that are not adapted to this harsh environment are eliminated, the overall strength of the remaining zombies will be greatly improved, which will be a nightmare for the surviving humans. There are still 2 days before the zombie tide. Who knows what kind of natural disaster will befall in these 2 days, and what the zombies will evolve into. Even if it is a natural disaster, zombies may also evolve into different forms to adapt to the environment. The flesh mass that Lin Zheng and his companions saw now might just be one of the forms of zombies evolving to adapt to acid rain. What other terrible forms there are unknown, but often the unknown is the most terrifying. While Lin Zheng was thinking, Wang Tian, Li Zhiyang, and others had already dealt with the remaining zombies and returned to Lin Zheng. Seeing his serious look, Wang Tian couldn't help but ask, "Little brother, have you thought of anything?" Lin Zheng pointed at the fleshy zombies and said, "This is the meaning of a natural disaster. It forces the zombies to evolve and become stronger." Hearing this answer, everyone was shocked, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Wang Tian's expression became more and more solemn. He seemed to have thought of something terrible, so he said to Lin Zheng, "Little brother, do you think this natural disaster happened by chance, or—" The next words were so absurd that Wang Tian paused and didn't say them out loud. After hesitating for a long time, he still said what he was thinking, "Maybe God did it on purpose." Ah! Hearing Wang Tian's words, everyone present was shocked and stared at him with wide eyes. The reason why Wang Tian thought this way was because these 2 natural disasters came too suddenly and were almost seamlessly connected, as if they were deliberately arranged. "Captain, what you said is too mysterious." What couldn't help but click his tongue. Zhao Sini also stood up and said, "Yes, Captain, you are talking as if gods exist, and the gods are on the side of the zombies. How is that possible?" In fact, Lin Zheng also thought so. The system only told Lin Zheng some general development trends of the human race in the later period, but did not specify the details of the development and the origin of the zombies. Because Lin Zheng is not at a high enough level now, he cannot view it. It seems that I have to work harder to collect mutant items and copy other people's abilities in the future. This way, the sooner we know the details of the direction of this world, the more we can prepare accordingly. It is better to be prepared so that you won't be at a loss when disaster strikes. Lin Zheng thought about it, then shook his head and said, "I'm not sure if it was intentional by God, but there must be some mysterious connection between the 2. These 2 natural disasters were indeed too sudden and strange." After hearing that their backbone, Lin Zheng did not deny it. Everyone was even more surprised. Is it possible that there really are gods in this world? Could it be that these zombies that appeared out of nowhere were created by God? Everyone felt like there was a thick, dark cloud hanging over their heads, making it hard for them to breathe. Their chests felt stuffy, and their brains felt foggy. The worldview they had built up over the years began to waver slightly the moment the zombies appeared. At this moment, it began to slowly collapse. At this time, the sun in the sky rose higher and higher, and the temperature became higher and higher. Everyone felt as if they were standing next to a blazing furnace, and sweat poured down their faces like crazy. Only Lin Zheng, who possessed the ice power, remained calm, peaceful, and composed. Unlike the others, whose cheeks were flushed, they kept taking deep breaths, fanning themselves with their hands, and began to get a little irritable. "It's so hot, Zheng. Let's go back to the safe house. I feel like I'm almost cooked," Li Jiang said while swallowing his saliva. "Let's go back." Everyone then ran away and hid in the shade. Lin Zheng and others returned to the safe house. Wang Tian and others returned to the shed. There is a cooling system in the safe house. Lin Zheng took out several large-capacity batteries, connected them to the power supply system of the safe house, and then turned the cooling system of the safe house to the maximum. Suddenly, a burst of extremely cool air blew in from all directions of the safe house. Li Zhiyang and Jiang Yitong squinted their eyes and breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately felt much better. Especially for golden retrievers, dogs do not have sweat glands on their bodies and can only rely on the sweat glands on their tongues to dissipate heat, so they are particularly afraid of heat. The golden retriever almost fainted from the heat. Now that the cool breeze was blowing, he finally reacted, lying on the ground, sticking out his tongue, drooping his ears, and looking extremely happy. However, Wang Tian and his friends are in a miserable situation. Even in the shed, it was swelteringly hot. They couldn't stand it anymore, so they ran out of the base and grabbed the ice that hadn't melted on the wall. But soon, the ice cubes melted. They were plunged into the heat again. At this time, Lin Zheng appeared at the door of the shed. Everyone was a little curious. Lin Zheng slowly raised his hand. An array of light condensed in his palm. They all recognized this as his explosive ability, which made him disappear on the spot with one move. Everyone looked at Lin Zheng in horror, not knowing why he did this. Lin Zheng suddenly revealed a strange smile. Chapter 87, it was a wrong pay after all. Little brother, what are you doing? Wang Tian asked nervously. Lin Zheng said nothing, his face expressionless. The explosive energy condensed in his hands became stronger and stronger. Boom! A blast suddenly shot out, and everyone subconsciously blocked their eyes with their hands and turned their heads away, thinking that they were doomed. After a few seconds, they found themselves unharmed, and a feeling of escaping death surged up. After they were thankful, they looked towards Lin Zheng. I found that his blast was not aimed at me, but at the ground next to me. Suddenly, a burning smell came. Then there was a dong sound, as if something was opened, and the earth seemed to tremble slightly. Everyone looked at Lin Zheng's behavior, somewhat confused. After a while, Lin Zheng suddenly pinched it hard, and then a muffled sound came from the ground. This time the earth really shook violently. Everyone could feel their feet slightly leaving the ground, and their bodies shook rapidly. Earthquake? Everyone was stunned. It was not until Lin Zheng withdrew the explosives that they understood Lin Zheng's intention. I saw a hole on the ground that sloped downwards. The hole was just big enough for one person to enter and exit, so it was not crowded. The last violent tremor was caused by Lin Zheng controlling the explosion underground, which created a wide open space. The structure of the entire cave is somewhat similar to a slanted long-necked funnel. It turned out that Lin was using blasting to help them quickly dig a hole in the ground. Otherwise, as the temperature rose, they might really die of heat. After Wang Tian and the others understood the truth, their eyes filled with tears and their expressions were filled with gratitude. Thank you, little brother. Wang Tian bowed sincerely to Lin Zheng and said. Lin Zheng said, you're welcome. 20 promises. Wang Tian. After all, it was a wrong payment. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The members of the special departments also voluntarily made this promise to Lin Zheng. Would you like some ice? Lin Zheng suddenly asked. When Wang Tian heard this, his face lit up. It would be even cooler if he added some ice, which was naturally the best idea. But after thinking about it, he paused and said, how much? 20. Wang Tian took a deep breath. If he continued like this, he would use up all the members of the Blade Squad. How am I going to explain it to them then? However, seeing that the players were all suffering from the heat, Wang Tian gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. 20 is 20. Lin Zheng smiled slightly. Then he placed his hands lightly on the ground and concentrated his mind for a moment. Then a chill instantly hit him. With Lin Zheng's palm as the center, the ice layer began to quickly extend. But the extended ice layer seemed to have eyes, and it automatically avoided Wang Tian and the others, as well as the hole. In less than a moment, the entire shed was covered with a thick layer of ice. The originally hot environment suddenly became cooler. After doing all this, Lin Zheng left and turned back to remind Wang Tian, Captain Wang, remember how many promises you owe me. Wang Tian. He couldn't help but wonder why he didn't awaken ice-type abilities. On the other side, Xiao Lin and Li Xiao hid in a building. It was fine at first, but as time went by, the temperature kept rising, and they kept sweating. Soon they were thirsty. Fortunately, there was mineral water in the supplies that Li Xiao had snatched earlier. They drank bottle after bottle of water. Although they were not thirsty, they felt very hot. Li Xiao looked at the mineral water in front of her. She really wanted to pour a bottle of water on herself to cool down, but reason told her that water should not be wasted like this. Xiao Lin, who was standing by, seemed to see what she was thinking, so he asked in a low voice, Sister, do you want to pour some water on yourself to cool down? Li Xiao glanced at him, said nothing, and just nodded slightly. When Xiao Lin saw it, he immediately smiled and said, Sister, you water it. I have water too. You have it too? Li Xiao looked at him, and it didn't look like he had any water hidden on him. She guessed that maybe he had hidden the water somewhere. But his next move surprised her. Xiao Lin stretched out his hand, and then a stream of water slowly flowed out of his palm. Sister, look. Li Xiao looked at him in surprise. You have water-related abilities. Xiao Lin nodded. Li Xiao touched the water with her hand and found it very cool. She then licked the remaining water on her fingers with her tongue. It was very clean and had no peculiar smell. In the end times, this kind of supernatural power is simply a gift from God. It may not be very powerful in actual combat, but it is extremely important for survival. With this water-type awakened person by her side, Li Xiao no longer had any scruples. She simply unscrewed a bottle of water and poured it on her face. A cool feeling passed through her skin and spread throughout her body. She instantly felt extremely comfortable. At the same time, the blood on her face was washed away, revealing her scarred, yet fair and beautiful face. It turns out that my sister is so beautiful. Xiao Lin couldn't help but sigh after seeing Li Xiao's face. Li Xiao hit him on the head and said, How do you know what good looking is, little kid? Of course, my mom is beautiful. When Xiao Lin mentioned his mother, he suddenly looked lonely and sad, lowering his head. His mother's body was placed aside. Xiao Lin could not help but take another look at it. He always felt that his mother was just asleep, but his reason told him that his mother was already dead. Li Xiaoro has gradually accepted this young man these days. At least he is not as malicious towards others as he is to others. She touched Xiao Lin's head and said, "From now on, I will be your sister." Xiao Lin slowly raised his head and looked at Li Xiaoro with tears in his eyes. Really? Certainly, they're of different ages, come from different places, and have different identities and backgrounds, but now they are together because of the doomsday. This must be an inexplicable fate. At this moment, a strange roar broke this warm moment. "There are zombies!" Li Xiaoro frowned. Her expression became serious, and she immediately took a defensive stance. But she looked around and didn't see any zombies. "What's going on? Did I hear it wrong?" Li Xiaoro began to doubt whether she had heard it wrong. He looked at Xiao Lin, who also looked around vigilantly, and said, "Sister, you heard it right. I heard it too. It sounded like a zombie's cry, but it was a little different. Could it be a high-level zombie?" Li Xiaoro's heart suddenly lifted. At this time, the temperature was very high, and the two of them were in a tense atmosphere, and soon they began to sweat on their faces. The two of them began to breathe faster. Suddenly, there was a bang, as if gasoline was ignited instantly. The two of them looked in the direction of the sound at the same time, and suddenly opened their mouths in surprise. Chapter 88 Kill You All. Xiao Lin's mother's body suddenly burst into flames, and the raging fire immediately engulfed her entire body. "Mom!" Xiao Lin yelled and rushed over. But Li Xiaoro stopped him in time. "Wait a minute." The next second, the body of Xiao Lin's mother stood up in an extremely strange way. She was originally lying flat on the ground, and then her waist suddenly straightened up, forming an arch bridge shape, and there was a sound of fine bone friction. Then the head slowly lifted up, and the whole body straightened up slowly as if it was equipped with a spring. Her feet seemed to be welded to the ground, not moving at all. After he stood up straight, the fire on his body became smaller, and a layer of light yellow flame burned on the surface of his body. However, the fire just now had burned her beyond recognition. Her face was covered with burnt black skin, and the exposed flesh was also burned to a burnt yellow color, still sizzling with oil, looking extremely terrifying. Click, click. At this moment, her neck slowly twisted like a machine and looked at Xiao Lin and Li Xiaoro. The two of them were shocked when they saw the terrifying appearance. The next second, she suddenly spewed out a stream of fire from her mouth, rushing towards the two of them. This is the second natural disaster combined with fog, which caused the zombies to mutate into fire zombies. Li Xiaoro frowned, and was about to use her mind to kill her. Seeing this, Xiao Lin hugged Li Xiaoro and shouted, "Sister, don't!" At this time, the fire zombie had already rushed forward and sprayed another stream of fire at the two of them. Seeing this, Li Xiaoro rolled with Xiao Lin to avoid the flames. Then he looked at Xiao Lin and said seriously, "She is no longer your mother. She's a zombie now." Xiao Lin kept shaking his head. No, she's my mother." Taking advantage of this gap, the fire zombie flew towards the two of them. Li Xiaoro kicked it in the stomach and kicked it back temporarily. The two of them quickly stood up, but Li Xiaoro's shoes caught fire. She kept rubbing them on the ground, but the fire didn't die down. At the critical moment, Xiao Lin sprayed a stream of water, which put out the flames. This time, the fire zombie rushed directly toward Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin was hesitant and did not take action, but kept dodging. His clothes would catch fire from time to time, and he would put them out by pouring water on them. Li Xiaoro knew that he still couldn't let go of his mother, so she shouted at him. "Xiao Lin, wake up, your mother is dead. I know you can't forget her. The body in front of you is just the body your mother once had, and now it is occupied by the zombie virus. Do you understand?" As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Lin seemed to be touched, and he fell to the ground. The fire zombies also rushed forward with a roar. "Be careful," Li Xiaoro shouted. This distance was beyond her control, so she could only watch. Xiao Lin looked at the monster in front of him, who had no feelings for him. At this moment, he finally woke up. This is not his mother. This is a zombie. His mother is dead. "Ah!" he shouted, then stretched out his palms and aimed at the fire zombie, and then two fierce streams of water shot out, directly knocking the fire zombie away. Li Xiaoro smiled with relief when she saw this scene. "You finally woke up." Then she quickly ran towards the fire zombie. This time, she had no worries at all. She came to the fire zombie, frowned, and a powerful telekinesis swept over violently. The next second, the fire zombie suddenly inserted its hands into its brain and then violently stirred it, almost killing itself. The flame on its body did not go out after its death, but continued to burn. However, what was burning now was its body. When this body was burned out, the flame would naturally go out. At this time, Xiao Lin also got up from the ground, with traces of tears still on his face. Looking at his mother's body on the ground, which was no longer recognizable, he let out a long breath, as if he was making a final farewell. He slowly raised his palm and sprayed water mist on the corpse. When water and fire meet, there is a burst of white smoke and a hissing sound. When the white smoke dissipated, The body had turned into a pile of black charcoal. Shaolin squatted down and touched it lightly, and the black charcoal shattered into pieces on the ground. In this way, the high temperature continued until the evening, during which the highest temperature reached a terrifying 70 degrees. Countless people died of heat stroke, or died of dehydration due to lack of water. Some people found a deeper basement and escaped, but now they were all thirsty and went out to search for drinking water. Some people also escaped by following the sewer pipes and hiding deep in the sewers. However, many people were eaten alive by the fleshball zombies in the sewers. Those who were lucky enough to survive were also extremely thirsty. Although there was water in the sewers, it was all extremely foul-smelling sewage and was impossible to drink. At one time, many figures emerged from the sewer openings. They came out regardless of the danger from zombies, looking for water. Many people came to the entrance of Taoyuan base. They are all familiar with this base. Because of the notice Lin Zheng had sent out before, they all knew that the base was well-stocked and that there must be water to drink. For a while, the entrance of Taoyuan base was crowded with people. Their faces were sallow, their mouths were dry, and they looked half dead, like walking corpses. Everyone knew tacitly that everyone came to Taoyuan base to ask for supplies. It just so happens that there is strength in numbers. As long as they are united, they will not be afraid that the people in Taoyuan base will not provide them with supplies. If they really don't, they can just capture the base. Almost every one of them was armed. This was a habit they had developed since the apocalypse, not only to protect themselves from zombies, but also from humans. At this time, a shirtless man with dragons and phoenixes painted on his body walked up and said, "Everyone pay attention. I have something to say." Everyone's eyes were drawn to him, and they all looked at him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the big man stretched his muscles and walked straight to a huge piece of rubble. The rubble was originally a stone sculpture on the roadside. Later, he was killed by Li Zheng, who had nothing to do. The big man spat into his hands, then rubbed them together, hugged the rubble, and then shouted loudly, lifting up the rubble weighing more than 1,000 pounds. Everyone was frightened by his terrifying strength. Could this person be an awakened one? Ah! The big man roared again, and then threw a stone weighing more than 1,000 pounds, a full 4 or 5 meters away. Wow! So everyone exclaimed, the big man is indeed an awakener, and a strength awakener. If he is in his peak state, lifting a 2,000 gene object is no problem. But now, due to the long-term high temperature and lack of water, I am exhausted and my strength has been greatly reduced. The purpose of his action was to establish prestige among the crowd so that he could get more supplies later. You've seen that I've awakened my superpowers, which are strength-related superpowers. He said this with a proud look on his face. He continued, all of us have the same goal, which is to ask for some water from the Taoyuan base. But if they don't give it to us, what should we do? What else can we do if they don't give it to us? They must have some means to build a base. We can't rob them openly. Someone said below. Suddenly he pointed at him and said, yeah, that's right. It's robbery. Some people below lack confidence. The big man said again, have you not seen our strength yet? If the people from Taoyuan base dare to make trouble, I will crush them to death. Of course, my strength alone is definitely not enough, and I need everyone's help. The big man's words were well reasoned, and the people below began to waver. Someone started to say, okay, I'll do it with you. If the Taoyuan base is unwilling to hand over the supplies, we will forcibly seize it. With the support of an awakened person, they instantly became more confident. More and more people began to join the big man's team and stood in front of him. The big man was secretly delighted. If a fight really broke out, he would let these people go up first as cannon fodder while he secretly moved the supplies. If the Taoyuan base knew the situation and gave him the supplies, he could also use his power to monopolize the supplies, and no one would dare to compete with him. So this move of his really killed 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, a thin young man quietly left the crowd and stood alone in a corner. It was obvious that he did not want to be with this group of people. The big man noticed the young man, pointed at him, and said, hey, kid over there, why don't you come over here? Are you planning to fight alone? The boy did not reply, but just leaned against the wall quietly. Seeing that the young man ignored him, the big man suddenly got angry and said, boy, if you don't join us, you won't get any share. Don't beg us like a dog for some when the time comes. The big man, who had supernatural powers and so many people supporting him, began to speak wildly to the boy. That's right. If you don't join us, don't even think about sharing the supplies. Get out of here now. Someone began to insult the boy. The boy still stood in the corner, waiting silently, without saying a word. Is this kid still a mute? He shouted, picked up a small stone from the ground, and threw it at him. The boy suddenly turned his head and looked at the stone. Bang! The small stone was blocked by a wall of air in front of the boy and bounced back. The big man was startled. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. It turns out he is also an awakened one. His supernatural power is related to controlling the air. At the moment when the stone hits him, he controls the air to form an air wall in front of him. At this time, the young man finally spoke. He warned these people in a deep voice. Don't mess with me, or I will kill you all. Chapter 89 No. Everyone was frightened by the murderous look and took a step back unconsciously. The big man was obviously not convinced. He walked out of the crowd, came in front of the boy, showed off his muscles, and said provocatively, "Boy, don't think you are the only one with superpowers. I'm a strength-type person. I can beat the shit out of you with one punch. Don't be so arrogant. You can try and see who kills me first with your punch, or my air knife cuts your throat first." The young man said coldly, with murderous intent, and it didn't sound like he was joking at all. The boy's fingers were already twitching, and the airflow around him was also undergoing some subtle changes. As soon as the big man made a move, the boy immediately cut his throat with an air knife. Fine. The big man got scared. Strength-related powers are by far the weakest of all powers, and can only be used in close combat, while other powers can either kill people from a distance or kill people invisibly. Of course, the strength type can also choose to throw stones to kill the opponent, but that is obviously not as useful as guns. Kid, I'm too lazy to bother with you. Don't let me meet you next time. After saying that, the big man walked straight towards the gate of Taiyuan base. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was sure he could kill the big man, he was also an awakened one after all, and he might be seriously injured. Being injured at this time was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the big guy backed down first, opened a door. The big man banged on the door and shouted to the inside of Taiyuan base. Others gathered around and shouted along with the big man. "Open the door! Open the door!" Suddenly, Lin Zheng appeared on the wall and said coldly to the people below, "Are you here to exchange supplies?" Seeing someone appear, the big man walked forward, put his hands on his waist, looked up and said to Lin Zheng, "Young man, we are hungry and thirsty. We want to ask you for something to eat and drink." He looked like a complete robber, and his words were full of playfulness and provocation. Lin Zheng simply crossed his arms and said, "If you don't have superpowers, get out of here, or I'll kill you without mercy." When the big man heard this, he knew that he had superpowers, so he thought he could exchange them for some supplies. There was no need to fight. After all, if there was a fight, no one could guarantee that something unexpected would happen. So he said, "I have superpowers. What supplies can I exchange for?" "A box of instant noodles." "No more." "Do you want to change it?" Lin Zheng looked at the big man and whispered. The big man waved his hand and said, "One box of instant noodles is enough for everyone. How about 50 boxes of instant noodles plus 30 boxes of water? Look at all the people here. That's enough for everyone." When the others heard this, they all agreed. Yes, there are so many of us. This is enough to share. I don't know what the hell is going on today. It's so hot. We're almost dying of thirst. Please give us 10 more boxes of water. Otherwise, we won't have enough water to drink. Lin Zheng couldn't help but laugh as he saw his subordinates actually starting to make demands on him. He said, "I'll give you 10 seconds to leave here, or you'll become a corpse lying here, waiting to be taken away by zombies." The people below were not happy when they heard this. "Young man, your base is rich in supplies. What's wrong with sharing some with us? Look, we are all dying of thirst. Do you want to watch us die like this?" A man pointed at Lin Zheng and said angrily. Lin Zheng shook his head and said calmly, "Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Get out of here." As soon as these words came out, the audience immediately went crazy. They pointed at and even insulted Lin Zheng. The big man showed off his muscles and threatened, "Boy, it doesn't matter if you don't open the door. You see, I'm a strength awakener. I can smash your broken door with one punch. If you don't give us the supplies we just talked about, and we rush in by ourselves, you won't regret it." Lin Zheng ignored the big man's words and said, "You still have 5 seconds. Seeing that he was being ignored again, the big man was immediately furious and was about to find a stone to throw at Lin Zheng. At this time, the young man standing in the corner suddenly stepped forward and said to Lin Zheng, who was standing on the wall, "I am an awakener. I want a box of instant noodles in exchange." Lin Zheng glanced at the boy. He could sense his calmness and ruthlessness. He knew that the boy was not an ordinary person, so he shouted to the base, "Ji Yang, bring out a box of instant noodles." Then he said to the boy, "Okay, but you have to shake my hand for 10 seconds. The boy nodded, "Okay." Then Lin Zheng jumped down from the wall and faced the boy. Just as he was about to reach out his hand, the boy suddenly said to him, "Can you give me another box of water?" "No." Lin Zheng refused directly. The young man slowly raised his head, looked at Lin Zheng, and said, "I can help you kill these people." Chapter 90 A Natural-Born Leader. For a box of water, he can treat the lives of dozens of people as worthless. He is really a ruthless person. When the others heard this, their faces suddenly changed and they looked at the boy in horror. Lin Zheng laughed and said, "For a box of water, you killed so many people. I wonder if you will kill me too." The young man shook his head very seriously and said, "No, you are very strong. I can't beat you." I didn't expect that this young man was quite self-aware and could see the other party's strength clearly. At this time, the big man walked up to the boy with an angry face, grabbed the boy's collar, lifted him up, and said angrily, "Boy, what did you say? Kill all of us?" I think you don't know how to write the word death." When the others saw the big man take action, they became more confident and surrounded him, raising their fists and shouting, "Kill him." But the boy ignored them completely and looked at Lin Zheng again and said, "How is it?" Lin Zheng folded his hands in front of his chest and said calmly, "Kill this big guy first, and then I will think about it." Hearing this, the boy's eyes immediately became sharp. He suddenly turned his head to look at the big man, who was shocked by his gaze. An inexplicable sense of fear surged up. The young man's eyes were like the eyes of a beast. He couldn't help but feel his heart tremble when he looked at him for a second longer. This feeling of fear made the big man very angry. He raised his fist and gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, look at your horse. I'm going to beat you to death with one punch." After saying that, he threw his fist, which was as big as a clay pot, at the boy's face. The people around were still making a noise. "Beat him to death! Beat him to death!" The boy looked calm and remained unmoved. Bang! When the big man's fist was about to hit the boy's face, it suddenly hit an air wall. The place where he hit was slightly concave, and ripples appeared. His fist was like hitting a layer of water, soft and powerless. However, the big man used almost all his strength in this punch, and the boy's face turned pale, and he was obviously hurt. Just as the big man was about to throw the second punch, an air knife cut his other wrist directly, and the pain forced him to let go of the boy. The big man looked at his bloody wrist and became even more angry. He clenched his fists and roared as he rushed towards the boy. Whoosh! Several transparent air knives shot out from in front of the young man, piercing the big man. The big man dodged and avoided most of the air knives, then slapped his palm horizontally, dispersing a handful. Seeing that the opponent's air knife was so rubbish, the big man couldn't help but laugh. "Little brat, you dare to be so arrogant with just this little ability. You are really stubborn. Such a good supernatural power is wasted in your hands." Facing the big man's humiliation, the boy remained silent. Only Lin Zheng noticed that his fingers were still changing their movements rapidly, and it was obvious that his attack was not over yet. Lin Zheng smiled slightly and whispered, "That big guy is cold." "Really?" The next second, the air knives that the big man dodged suddenly changed direction and merged into one. A faint cold light could be seen flashing on the blade. "D! Little devil!" The big man roared and rushed towards the young man. He didn't notice at all that an extremely sharp air knife was flying towards his neck from behind. Sizzle! The big man suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with horror. The people present didn't understand what was going on and kept urging the big man to act quickly. "Why did you stop? Kill that guy. Yes, hurry up. What are you doing?" Just when everyone was blaming the big man, he suddenly covered his neck tightly with both hands, and his body began to tremble violently. The next second, countless scarlet liquids flowed out from between his fingers. He looked at the boy unwillingly and kept moving closer to him, determined to drag him down with him. "Damn it, die with me." The big man burst out with his last bit of strength, loosened his hands that were covering his neck, and blood spurted out immediately. He ran towards the boy with his teeth bared. Unexpectedly, the young man suddenly stood up, condensed an air knife in his hand, and rushed towards the big man. The big man had a ferocious look on his face. Seeing that the young man did not hide, but instead faced him, he was overjoyed and was determined to drag him to death with him. He grabbed the boy's neck, but the boy ignored him and raised the air knife in his hand, stabbing at the big man's heart. The speed was so fast that an afterimage was left. A stream of warm blood suddenly spurted out from the big man's heart and splashed on the boy's face. The boy became more and more crazy, and his hands moved faster and faster. Soon, the flesh at the heart of the man was pierced to pieces. The boy's neck was tightly pinched by the big man. His face gradually turned purple, his eyes bulged out, and he was almost suffocated. Slowly, due to excessive blood loss and severe heart damage, the strength in the man's hands gradually faded. The young man pushed the big man with a look of resentment to the ground. He then coughed violently a few times to catch his breath, then slowly dispersed the air knife in his hand. Then he walked up to Lin Zheng with blood all over his body and said weakly, "How is it? Is it okay now? This is the end. A box of water is far more important than a human life." Lin Zheng looked at the boy. His special ability was quite good. If he practiced it well, he could kill people without being noticed. He could quietly stab the enemy in the neck when he was not prepared. It's definitely a superpower that Lao Lu must have. Just as Lin Zheng was about to speak, a middle-aged man in a plaid shirt suddenly rushed behind Lin Zheng and put a knife on his neck. He shouted at the boy, "Don't come over, or I'll kill him, and then you won't be able to get instant noodles and mineral water." After seeing the big man being killed by the young man, the middle-aged man in the plaid shirt knew that they would be the next. Running is definitely not a wise choice. After all, the other party has supernatural powers. I am afraid that after running a few steps, his throat will be cut by his air knife. The only way is to threaten him and make him leave on his own. The middle-aged man in the plaid shirt shouted to the others, "Why don't you come to help? He killed that big guy. Do you think we can run away?" He will definitely kill us all for a box of water. The rest of the people were planning to run away, but after hearing what the middle-aged man in the plaid shirt said, they were shaken. They stood behind him again. There were even two people who, like the middle-aged man in the plaid shirt, put knives on Lin Zheng's neck.